Chapter 1. Donating a kidney. Just take her kidney. Do the surgery today, doctor. She's my niece. I can make the decision without any signatures. Tang An groggily opened her eyes amidst the noisy voices. The scene before her was incredibly familiar. She had been reborn. It was 2 months before the apocalypse, a day she would never forget. Her cousin Tang Jing had developed uremia, and the whole family had come help with the matching. Tang Jing's parents didn't match, but unexpectedly, she, his cousin, had a successful match with Tang Jing. So her uncle and aunt had been pestering her, begging her to donate a kidney to Tang Jing. In her previous life, Tang An had watched her uncle and aunt kneeling in front of her with pitiful expressions, and out of sympathy, she made a self-righteous decision to donate her left kidney to Tang Jing. That I want donate. I don't agree to donate my kidney. Tang An firmly grasped the doctor's clothes, her gaze resolute. Her aunt, with tearful eyes, knelt before Tang An and pleaded, please save Xiao Jing. He's only 27. You grew up together, and he was so good to you. Have you forgotten? What nonsense about growing up together in reality. Tang Jing never played with her. Instead, he would bring his classmates to spit on her in front of her classroom and curse her as an unwanted bastard. That time, her parents were working away from home, and Tang An had to live in the countryside with her grandparents. But they were too old to take care of a child, so they entrusted Tang into her uncle's family. With an extra mouth to feed, her aunt didn't treat Tang An well, and Tang Jing learned to use the village gossiping tactics against her. Seeing Tang An refuse, her uncle's face turned dark, and he yanked her hair, pulling her up from the bench. My son is the only heir of the Tang family. Are you going to watch the Tang family die out? You little brat. Are you trying to kill my son? Tang An lowered her gaze and remained silent, a chilling aura emanating from her surroundings. Seeing this, her grandmother pushed her uncle aside and helped Tang An up from the ground. Don't argue with your uncle. He's just anxious. Please help Xiao Jing. I beg you. Uncle will pay you. He'll buy your kidney. Just agree, okay? Tang An felt surrounded. Even the doctor pretended to say, ma'am, removing a kidney won't have a significant impact on your body. This moral coercion was the most disgusting. Tang An suppressed her anger. I said I want donate. If it doesn't affect me, why don't you donate? Saying this, Tang An made to leave. Her mind was flooded with memories from her previous life. After being discharged, she discovered that her family had been taken over by her uncle's family. Her grandmother, as the head of the family, favored males over females, saying that since Tang An was a girl, it was a waste for her to live in such a big house. It should be given to Tang Jing. The old woman was only in her 60s, but her mind seemed to be from the Cretaceous period. Just as she was about to leave, her uncle struck again, kicking Tang into the ground in front of everyone. You dare to leave. Don't think you can go without donating your kidney. Tang An was caught off guard and fell to the ground, her head hitting the service desk hard. Blood instantly flowed from her forehead. Dazed from the blow, she stumbled up, gripping the service desk, and noticed her aunt pulling her grandmother back, trying to hide. The doctor stood frozen in place. Very well. Today you all can watch coldly. Another day. Forget it. Let's make it today. Tang An sneered, wiped the blood from her forehead, and grabbed a pen from the service desk, charging directly at her uncle's eye. Her uncle screamed, clutching his eye in agony. The pen tip had deeply pierced his eyeball. Son, how could you do this, Tang An? You little bitch. Her grandmother raised her hand to slap Tang An, who ran while shouting. If you hit me for not donating my kidney, then what are you? I'm a bitch. What good are you? Officer, someone is forcing me to sell my kidney. Come and catch the bad guys. The hospital staff rushed to take her uncle to the emergency room, and Tang An seized the opportunity to escape. Her family lived in a community called Shengshi Haoding in the city center. Her parents' overseas business was booming, but they couldn't care for Tang An, so they provided substantial financial support instead. Tang An was still in college, mostly living in the student dormitory, which allowed her uncle's family to take advantage of her absence and move in. She turned the key in the lock and opened the door, she thought. Sure enough, Tang Jing's wife and child had already moved in here. What are you doing? How do you have my house key? Her sister-in-law, Li Wenjing, shrieked. Tang An didn't actually dislike Li Wenjing. In her previous life, when things were tough, Li Wenjing had still managed to spare some food to help her. She was, in a way, half a good person. Are you my sister-in-law? Tang Jing's sister, Tang An. I Wenjing scrutinized Tang An with suspicion. She had heard her husband mention a sister, but this was the first time she had seen her. She was quite pretty, though her expression was cold, as if someone owed her money to Hello, please sit. Li Wenjing put her child down and stood up to pour Tang a glass of water. It had been a long time since Tang and had drunk such clean water. She picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. I Wenjing's expression was one of shock. How could this be? Tang Jing had clearly said he bought this house outright. She picked up the property deed that Tang An had placed on the table and examined it closely. The name on it was clearly Tang An's. That's right, Tang Jing had never shown her the property deed. He lied to me. Li Wenjing's face turned red, anger rising in her heart. I never intended to mention this. Today, Tang Jing's parents forced me to donate a kidney to him, saying they would kill me if I didn't. I can't let you all stay in this house anymore. I can't afford to let the people who want to kill me live in my house. I advise you to divorce Tang Jing as soon as possible. Li Wenjing's face turned ashen, and after a long pause, she finally managed to utter a few words. I understand. Thank you. With that, she tearfully began to pack her bags and left with her child. Getting rid of Li Wenjing didn't make Tang and feel any better. Her resentment was towards her uncle's family, not Li Wenjing. This family was truly disgusting. The house, which had been newly renovated not long ago, was now filthy because of them. Forget it. Let's sell it. Chapter 2. Are you trying to drive me to death? When she bought this house, Tang had spent $1.5 million and nearly $300,000 on renovations. But now it was being lived in by those who were rotten to the core. Tang An was thoroughly disgusted. Even if she had to sell it at a low price, she didn't want to keep this broken house. Considering the situation in the apocalypse, this kind of high-rise residence wouldn't be a good choice either. After contacting a real estate agent, Tang An set an extremely low price. She repeatedly reminded them that as long as it sold quickly, the price was negotiable. After finishing these matters, Tang An remembered to call her parents. Tang An wasn't close with her parents. When she was young, they left her at her grandparents' house while they worked, and she suffered a lot. Later, her parents' business expanded overseas, and they had less contact. Aside from sending money, there was rarely any communication between them. In her previous life, when Tang Jing forced her to donate a kidney, Tang An had once discussed it with her parents. But the result was, just donate. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Thinking about this, Tang An felt disheartened. But after all, her parents had given her life and hadn't mistreated her materially. So Tang An still made the call. Anun, how are you? As soon as the call connected, her mother Kuya spoke urgently. Was it because he accidentally injured his uncles that his uncles sought out his parents to ask for an explanation? But it shouldn't have happened so quickly, right? That's good. You mustn't agree. Wait for me at school, and we'll talk about it when we meet. Tang An had a vague suspicion. Could it be that her parents also had a rebirth? The natural disaster began with a bout of acid rain that lasted for nearly 2 months. The food at school was completely insufficient, and food from outside couldn't be brought in. Finally, when the rain cleared and the weather turned sunny, it suddenly got hot as October approached. Seeing Tang An packing her things, her roommate, Su Xianer, curiously asked, "Are you moving out too?" There were 4 people in the dormitory, and the other 2 had already moved out, leaving only Tang and Su Xianer. Actually, it's just me now. Sigh, I'm going to miss you. If not for all the events that followed, Tang An might have kindly warned Su Xianer that the apocalypse was approaching. However, in her previous life, Su Xianer had stolen Tang An's money and jewelry and left the dormitory with her boyfriend. She really couldn't find it in herself to forgive such a scoundrel. I'll miss you too. Tang An replied perfunctorily and turned back to continue packing, only to realize that she had lost a ruby necklace. Su Xianer, have you seen my ruby necklace? As soon as Tang An asked this, Su Xianer became nervous and shouted loudly, "Who took your necklace? Don't slander people without evidence. Okay? Did I say you took it? I just asked if you had seen it." The louder Su Xianer shouted, the more guilty she seemed. Tang An was certain that the necklace had to be taken by Su Xianer. Feeling at a disadvantage, Su Xianer sulked and stopped talking. In fact, losing a necklace wasn't a big deal. Tang An wasn't planning to continue entangling with Su Xianer. Making preparations for the apocalypse was the important thing. Su Xianer, is the necklace you gave me fake? The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and it was Guanya from the opposite dormitory. Tang An was shocked when she looked up. The necklace Guanya was holding was indeed the one she had lost. "Guanya, what are you talking about?" Su Xianer panicked and tried to keep Guanya outside. Tang An pushed Su Xianer aside and walked straight to Guanya, snatching the necklace from her hand. "You said this was given to you by Su Xianer?" Guanya nodded in confusion. "Yeah. What's wrong?" This is mine. Su, I'm not wronging you. The evidence is right here. Tang An said, as she was about to call the dormitory supervisor. Su panicked. This was given to me by my boyfriend. I wore it and sold it to Guanya because it didn't suit me. What right do you have to say it's yours? If it were any other necklace, Tang An might not have had evidence. But this ruby was just gifted to her by her mother, and the ruby was bought separately, with a number corresponding to Tang An's birthday. After presenting the evidence, Guanya obediently returned the necklace to Tang An. I didn't know it was yours. You could talk to the dorm supervisor. I spent over $5,000 on this necklace, a necklace worth tens of thousands of dollars. And Su only sold it for over $5,000? Should she be called stupid or just unknowledgeable? Su realized she couldn't explain herself anymore and had to plead with Tang and let her off. I just took it because it looked good. I was wrong. Tang An, please don't be angry, okay? If you tell the dorm supervisor, I won't be able to graduate. Guanya was also really angry. Su, give me back my money quickly. Also, were the things you sold before also stolen? Su hurriedly denied. No, the previous things were all given to me by my boyfriend. While they were talking, the dorm supervisor had already called the school security and the leaders from the academic affairs office. Without Tang An saying a word, Guanya had already indignantly explained everything. Severe punishment. We must have severe punishment. Someone like this entering society is a tumor. The dorm supervisor scolded Su fiercely, and other students from different dorms gathered around to watch the commotion as Su felt so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. Given the seriousness of the matter and the high amount involved, the head of the academic affairs office couldn't make a decision and had to call the police. Hearing that the police were going to be called, Su lost her mind and rushed to the balcony. You are all forcing me. If I jump down today, you will all be responsible. What terrible crime have I committed? Haven't I returned everything to you now? Are you trying to drive me to death? Tang An was stunned to hear this. Shouldn't she be the victim? Guanya quickly retorted. Su, don't try to argue. Did any of us force you to steal? You're an adult now. If you do something wrong, you should be ready to pay the price. Your life is yours if you don't want it. Just jump. Chapter 3. Do you know something? Hearing Guanya's words, Tang An felt relieved. In her previous life, Tang An wasn't very familiar with Guanya. After hearing that Su had stolen Tang An's jewelry and money, Guanya had kindly pulled Tang An into the school's volunteer organization. This had allowed Tang An to have something to eat and not starve at school. Su cried loudly, accusing them of their crimes. She sat on the railing, swaying dangerously, nearly falling off several times. Tang An couldn't be bothered to watch her act and finished packing before heading downstairs. With no audience left, Su humiliated, shouted in anger. Tang An, if you don't clear my name, I'm going to jump. You're not innocent either. Tang An scoffed, not stopping her steps as she went downstairs. Their dormitory was on the second floor. Jumping from that height wouldn't be life-threatening. Su act was just for show. Guanya helped Tang An carry her things, and both ignored Su. Unable to save face, Su actually jumped down. This scene not only startled the school leaders and the dorm supervisor, but also entertained the onlookers. Guanya, looking delicate and weak, surprisingly had a lot of strength. She helped carry the luggage all the way to the school gate without losing her breath. Along the way, she kept apologizing to Tang and remembering Guanya's help in her previous life. Tang An picked out the easiest to cash gold necklace from her jewelry and gave it to Guanya. I don't know how to thank you. Here, take it. The weather hasn't been good lately, so stock up on food. If possible, try not to stay in the school dormitory. Tang An subtly hinted. Guanya completely ignored the latter half of the sentence, her eyes fixated on the gold necklace. She didn't expect Tang An to be so wealthy. This one too, I can't take your things. Especially something so valuable. Guanya loved money, but they weren't that close, so how could she accept such an expensive gift? Tang An didn't know how to explain, so she forcibly shoved the necklace into Guanya's hand. While the two were pushing back and forth, Kuya and Tang Zhenghua got out a taxi. The moment they saw their daughter, Tang Zhenghua burst into tears and directly hugged her, refusing to let go. Tang An actually had a lot of grievances against her parents, but seeing them like this made her feel a bit emotional. Guanya, take it. If not, I'll give you money. You have to take it. Tang An left her parents behind and chased after Guanya, who was a bit embarrassed and repeatedly emphasized that she wouldn't take something for nothing. But in the end, she couldn't resist Tang An's enthusiasm and took a small gold earring from Tang An's jewelry. Before leaving, Tang An repeatedly reminded her, stock up on food, and try to move out. Seeing her daughter like this, Kuya seemed to understand something. She whispered in Tang An's ear, "Do you know something?" Hearing his mother ask this, Tang was almost 100 sure. Acid rain is coming soon, followed by a heat wave. "Mom, let's prepare early." Tang Zhongguo reacted slowly, and upon hearing this, he was shocked. Are you also reborn?" At the school gate, there were many people, and Kuya covered her husband Tang Zhongguo's mouth. Tang An felt embarrassed. "I put the house up with an agent. How about we find a hotel to stay in first?" After Tang An explained the whole story, Kuya hugged her daughter and cried bitterly. They had left their daughter shortly after she was born to make money in business. To give their daughter a better life, they only kept enough money for turnover and sent all the rest back to their parents in their hometown. But unexpectedly, they had raised their elder brother's appetite, who not only forcibly occupied the house they bought for their daughter, but also indirectly caused her death. Tears streamed down Tang Zhongguo's face as he thought of the suffering and cold eyes their daughter had faced all these years. He felt immense pain that in his past life. He worked so hard to earn money just to ensure his daughter could live happily and comfortably. Yet, who would have thought that due to his negligence, such a disaster would occur? Tang An shook her head. Now is not the time to settle scores with Uncle's family. What they want is destined to be out of reach. There are still 2 months until the apocalypse, and we need to prepare in advance. She certainly wanted to see her uncle's family pay for their actions, but right now, she was terrified by the hunger and heat of the impending apocalypse. She wanted to survive. More than anything, Tang Zhongguo was stunned for a moment, then said, Yes, we must prepare well. I think we should avoid living in the bustling city center. When we were abroad, we saw all kinds of bad things like looting and burning. The social order is completely chaotic. Looking at the map of Inding City, densely populated areas are not suitable, and we need to stockpile supplies, so small places won't do either. After thinking it over, Tang Zhongguo settled on a high-end community called Taohua Yuan. How about this place? It's all villa areas. We can renovate it and strengthen the outer security facilities. The largest villa has 6 floors above and below ground, which can store a lot of supplies. Takei immediately liked this place. I think it's perfect. It even has a small yard. Raising some small animals wouldn't be a problem. Arnon used to love puppies the most. Tang An was also very happy for the first time. She felt how wonderful it was to be cherished by her parents. So she cherished the opportunity to live even more. The place was basically confirmed. Just as Tang An was about to contact the real estate agent to purchase the property, her phone rang at an inopportune time. It was her uncle. Tang An's joyful expression instantly froze as she turned the phone screen toward her father, then answered the call on speaker. Chapter 4. Venting anger on the other end of the line, Uncle Tang Jinya had just undergone surgery, and his eyeball had regrettably been removed. Having endured such immense suffering, Tang Jinya's complexion was ashen, and his voice involuntarily quickened. Tang An remained silent, her gaze fixed upon her father, Tang Jinghua. My daughter has been insulted. Let's see how you, as her father, choose to respond. Tang Zhongguo sternly reprimanded. Tang Jinya, have you lost your senses? Upon realizing that the person across from him was his younger brother, Tang Jinya felt a wave of insecurity wash over him. However, bolstered by the support of his wife and mother, his confidence surged once more. Tang Zhonghua, this is the fine daughter you raised. I asked her to donate a kidney to my son, and not only did she refuse, she even jabbed my eye with a pen. You owe me compensation. I owe you nothing, he retorted. Your son's illness is your own retribution. How dare you ask my daughter to make such a sacrifice? She is absolutely right not to comply, and I stand by her decision. Hearing her father's words, Tang An felt a warmth envelop her heart. To be the undeserved recipient of such affection and protection was a feeling she had never known before. As she witnessed her husband's stature grow in their daughter's eyes, Kuya was unwilling to be overshadowed. Eldest brother, what do you mean by saying you raised Tang An? I believe it is Tang An who has been supporting your entire family. We conduct business outside, providing you with 300,000 a year to assist in caring for Tang An. Is this how you care for my daughter? While the 2 sons bickered, the matriarch of the Tang family remained silent. Yet, when her daughter-in-law spoke, she felt compelled to assert her authority. As the second son's wife, what business do you have in this family's matters? Tang An is just a girl. Can she possibly spend such a fortune? You have no sons to rely on. In the future, you will depend on Tang Jing for your old age. Doctors have stated that a person has two kidneys. One can be spared for survival. If you allow Tang An to donate a kidney to save Tang Jing, he will be able to support you in your later years. The moment the matriarch spoke, Kuya's anger flared further. With her sharp tongue, she aimed directly at the old woman's heart. The matriarch trembled with rage. Tang Zhenghua, how could your wife speak to our mother like that? With such a wife, it is no wonder you have raised such a selfish and ruthless daughter. Tang Zhenghua could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his daughter or daughter-in-law. I am well aware of my daughter's character. It is your son who is the concern. He spends his days and nights engrossed in video games, guzzling sugary drinks. How long has it been since he has had a sip of water? His affliction with uremia is entirely deserved. Although this statement was rather harsh, it was a stark reminder of the tragic fate of his daughter, who had perished after donating a kidney in a previous life. Indeed, it was a fitting consequence. Your daughter has harmed me, and I shall take legal action against you. Prepare for your daughter to face imprisonment. Tang Jie was infuriated. Over the years, Tang Zhenghua had amassed considerable wealth, and with it, he had generously provided for his daughter. When one acquires wealth, their thoughts become increasingly whimsical. Tang Jie heard from a friend that gambling with stones could be lucrative, with a single stone potentially yielding tens of thousands to millions. With the money he had at home, he hurried off to gamble. Naturally, the funds were spent on his daughter. You're my dear brother, and I shall not hold it against you, but you must keep a close eye on that little wretch, Tang An. With that, Tang Jie abruptly ended the call, letting out a long sigh of relief. Due to this gambling venture, he had issued an IOU to Tang Zhenghua when he was rescued. If Tang Zhenghua were to demand repayment, he would be unable to comply. Should his wife learn of the substantial debt he owed, their family would surely fall apart. The old lady had heard of this matter from her second son, yet the elder sister-in-law remained oblivious and reproached Tang Jie, saying, "You should have clearly informed your younger brother that we have not profited a dime. All the money was spent on his unworthy daughter. Why not take issue with that? What about our Tang Jing?" At that moment, Tang Jing was still in the intensive care unit, awaiting a suitable kidney donor to survive. Recalling the past stirred a tumult of confusion within Tang Jie. If his younger brother truly sought repayment, what would he do? Offending his brother and niece while worrying about his son's kidney source weighed heavily on him. Already troubled, he faced further complaints from his wife. In frustration, Tang Jie struck his wife. "Damn it, what do you understand?" The elder sister-in-law looked at her husband with a sense of grievance, then at her mother-in-law, ultimately saying nothing and tearfully heading to the hospital to see her son. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Tang An basked in familial harmony, the atmosphere lively and joyful. "Dad, you're amazing. You've truly avenged me." Tang An playfully clung to Tang Zhenghua's shoulder. After all these years, her father's shoulder remained broad and dependable. Kuya feigned annoyance, clearing her throat. "Is it only your father who is good? What about your mother?" Tang An wrapped her other arm around her mother's shoulder and said, "It's all right, Mom. Everything will be fine. In the future, I will no longer be alone." Although her words were filled with joy, tears still streamed down Tang An's face. The hardships of the last world had left her solitary. Witnessing her daughter's sorrow, Kuya could not help but shed tears as well, undoubtedly feeling the weight of her daughter's many grievances. "Look at you both, why are you crying? Tomorrow, we will go house hunting." Although Taoyuan is an upscale community, its occupancy rate is not particularly high. This is partly due to its distance from the city center, and partly because of the exorbitant prices. This situation has afforded them greater flexibility in their choices. Tang Zhenghua was taken aback to discover that the sixth floor was entirely composed of smaller units, while the tallest building here reached an impressive 8 stories. Instinctively, he glanced at his daughter. "And what do you think? In this post-apocalyptic world, a standalone villa undoubtedly offered greater security, and a well-decorated home could save considerable time on renovations. If this property were the tallest in the entire complex, it would also provide a panoramic view of the surroundings." Every word spoken by the sales representative resonated with Tang An's preferences. "Yeah, what about the price? How much does this property cost?" A sense of uncertainty loomed over Tang An. She was aware that her parents had accumulated a fair amount of wealth over the years, but she had no precise knowledge of the sum. Surely, it wouldn't be prudent to allocate all their funds toward a home, would it? The full price is $6,720,000. If you're interested, I can request a discount from the manager for you. Chapter 5. Purchasing a home. Upon hearing the price, Tang An felt a sense of relief wash over her. If a loan were to be taken, the down payment would amount to just over $2 million. In the impending apocalypse, there would be no need to change the mortgage. Based on her understanding of her parents, they should be able to provide such funds. If the property at Shengshi Housing were to be sold, it could fetch at least over $1 million. It seemed that concerns regarding insurance were unwarranted. Noticing her daughter's nod, Tang An finally spoke. Then, I appreciate your effort in taking us to see it. Those who could afford the pinnacle of luxury apartments were certainly not ordinary individuals. Should this deal be finalized, it would yield a commission exceeding $100,000. The saleswoman felt a surge of excitement. Her steps lightened as she led them to view the property. The villa at No. 18 boasted a courtyard of approximately 100 square meters, with an outer wall towering over a person's height, reinforced with steel. However, due to the distance from the house, it did not obstruct the sunlight, instead providing a comforting sense of security. The main gate was impressively thick, measuring over 10 centimeters, and was automated, allowing vehicles to enter with a remote control. The interior of the villa, while not extravagantly adorned, was quite satisfactory, and the basement was spacious, equipped with a fresh air system and high-intensity waterproofing. "Are you satisfied?" the saleswoman inquired, her throat parched from the effort of her presentation. Having consumed nearly half of the tea intended for the clients, she was determined to secure this deal. Tang An observed the situation with a keen eye. "My dear, do you find it satisfactory?" he inquired. In matters as significant as purchasing a home, it is essential not only to consider the opinions of their daughter, but also to consult his wife. Kuya subtly signaled to Tang An, "It's acceptable, I suppose, but your overseas property pales in comparison. The yard is somewhat diminutive, the floors are a bit low, and the lighting leaves much to be desired." This marked the commencement of the negotiation phase. Tang An silently admired her mother. Indeed, she was a woman of great virtue. The appraisal of the property lay with the buyer, and encountering such a skilled negotiator, the saleswoman remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by the circumstances. The final price was not solely within her purview. The complexities of negotiation could be relegated to the manager. She would merely reap the commission. "Our courtyard is already quite spacious. Given the high population density in our country, housing tends to be more compact. It is an unavoidable reality. I can see you are genuinely interested in purchasing. Perhaps you should speak directly with our manager." After half an hour of spirited debate, the final agreed price settled at $6,590,000. Yet, to Tang An's astonishment, her parents decided to purchase the property outright. Regardless of her attempts to convey her concerns, even going so far as to pull her parents aside for a discussion, their resolve remained unshaken. "No worries, my dear. Your father is quite affluent," Tang An assured her with a resolute gaze. Perhaps the extent of her parents' wealth truly exceeded her imagination. Following the payment of the property, the subsequent formalities were entirely handled by the sales office. Such a VIP client certainly deserved to be treated with utmost reverence. Although the house had been acquired, they would still need to reside in a hotel for the time being. Tang An felt as though the cap of a wealthy heir had suddenly been thrust upon her head, nearly leaving her dazed. $30 to $40 million. How many red bills would that amount to? Surely it must exceed $100 million. No wonder the apocalypse has arrived, and yet they can thrive abroad for so long. It seems money truly has the power to make the impossible possible, even for foreigners. If wealth is at our disposal, there is no need for us to personally stockpile supplies at the supermarket. We can simply feign an interest in opening a grocery store and enlist a wholesaler to assist us in gathering provisions. The mere thought of frantically scrambling for goods at the supermarket in her past life gives Kuyo a headache. "All right, I will take charge of the arrangements. Every detail will be meticulously attended to. And then, is there anything in particular you desire? Father will prepare it for you." Tang An was browsing through a certain platform, examining solar charging panels, water purification devices, fresh air systems, gasoline, diesel, and generators. "I have noticed that such items are commonly found in apocalyptic novels." Tang An and Kuyo exchanged a glance. Their daughter had truly grown up. Rest assured, Father will prepare all these things. In truth, He wished to inquire if there were any particular snacks she favored. In the minds of her parents, Tang An was still that little girl who adored treats. Tang An smiled sweetly, not dismissing her father's kind intentions. I would love some hazelnut chocolate-flavored cookies. And we should buy a few more refrigerators to stock up on hot pot ingredients. We also need an ice maker. All right, father will remember all of that. With the housing situation resolved, the dread of impending doom diminished considerably. Tang An immersed herself in her research, diligently noting down all potentially useful items in a small notebook for her father to procure. At that moment, a post-apocalyptic novel caught her eye, and she clicked on it. After the apocalypse arrived, my neighbor Pride opened my door with chopsticks. The titles of short stories on this platform were undeniably captivating. And as Tang An delved deeper, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Memories from her previous life surged forth, recalling tales of schools using the corpses of students for sustenance, feeding the living with them. The horrifying accounts of cannibalism during the chaotic times of the five barbarians were well known. Yet, in this civilized society post-apocalypse, such acts were even more appalling. We must reinforce the house. With this thought, Tang An recalled her schoolmates, Su Xian'er and Guanya, and wondered how they were faring now. What has become of Su Xian'er? Has she been recognized? Tang An me sagit Guanya. Guanya, who was lounging in bed indulging in snacks, sat up abruptly upon seeing Tang An's message and immediately initiated a video call. Why are you only reaching out to me now? Let me tell you, Su Xian'er is finished. Not only has she been severely reprimanded by the school, but she also had the misfortune of breaking her back in a fall. It seems she will likely spend the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair. The fact that she wasn't expelled surprised Tang An, yet it hardly mattered. After all, who told her to jump down? She must have thought the second floor was low enough to be inconsequential and merely intended to frighten the principal and the others. Tang An commented with a sense of satisfaction. It seems the principal was also implicated. I heard he was fined a bit. Where are you staying now? I believe you were right. It would be wise to move out of the school. Dealing with lunatics like Su Xian'er is truly terrifying. How about we consider sharing a place? Following this incident, Guanya developed a particular fondness for Tang An. This sister not only possessed wealth, but also spent it lavishly. Who wouldn't want to cling to such a wealthy friend? I'm currently living with my parents. Would you like me to help you look for apartments in the nearby community? We can look out for each other in the future. As Tang An engaged in conversation, she absent-mindedly fiddled with the ruby necklace. Previously, she had only known of its value, without appreciating its beauty. However, after befriending Guanya, the necklace seemed to radiate a luminous glow. No, it was indeed glowing. Chapter 6. The Town of Liangtian. Could it be that Su Xian'er had tampered with it? Was the one sold to Guanya counterfeit? Considering Su Xian'er's character, Tang An quickly brought the necklace closer for a meticulous examination. The ruby was a flawless gem, and as Tang An squinted, she could barely discern the gem's serial number. This couldn't be fake, could it? Then why was it glowing? Just as she scrutinized the ruby pendant, it suddenly became searing hot in her grasp. When she attempted to toss it away, it was already too late. The ruby necklace clung to her hand as a vivid crimson haze enveloped her vision. Greetings, esteemed player. Congratulations on becoming the inaugural participant in the apocalyptic management game, Liangtian Town. Please choose whether to enter the game. Tang An unconsciously chose to enter the game. Soon, her vision restored. She found herself in a desolate farmstead. Greetings, dear master. Welcome to Liangtian Town. In the days to come, you shall rely upon it. Now, please bestow upon a name. It, or perhaps he. Could it be that this game assigns a boyfriend? Tang An glanced around, and at her feet, a small black puppy was tugging at her pant leg, playfully seeking her attention. This little dog possessed surprising strength, managing to fray her wide-legged trousers. No more biting. If you continue, I shall have to scold you, she declared, raising her fist in mock threat. The small black dog whimpered a couple of times, appearing quite aggrieved, and retreated a few steps. What shall I name you? Tang An had never raised any small animals. During her childhood, she lived under the care of others, and even if she had a fondness for them, she was unable to keep any. Later, when she attended university, she often resided on campus, where pets were not permitted. As she picked up her phone to search for amusing pet names, she discovered an application named Liangtian Town had mysteriously appeared on her device. Could it be This game? Upon entering, she was greeted by a scene that mirrored her surroundings. With a little girl and a small black dog standing prominently in the center of the screen, seemingly representing her own character in this virtual realm. Tang An attempted to crouch down, and the little girl on the phone mirrored her actions. She gently patted the small black dog beside her, and the figure on the screen did the same. What should we call it? As Tang An gazed at the round ears, dark eyes, and thick paws of the dog, it bore a striking resemblance to the black bear spirit from Journey to the West, who had once stolen a cassock, residing in the Black Wind Mountains' Black Wind Cave. Let's name you Black Wind. How can one arrive in Liangtian town without engaging in agriculture? Now that Black Wind is hungry, please cultivate crops and prepare a meal to feed him. Before Tang An could fully comprehend this, a product selection panel popped up on her phone. The first crop listed was rice, priced at 1 affection point. So, it turns out that making Black Wind happy and increasing affection points is essential for purchasing seeds. Tang An was adept at this trivial game, rapidly grasping the mechanics of its operation. Time here seemed to accelerate. Rice could be sown one moment and harvested the next. Soon, she transitioned to the cooking interface, where a mere point of goodwill was sufficient to transform raw rice into a fragrant dish, which was then served before the imposing figure of Black Wind. Such delightful rice seemed too exquisite to be wasted on a mere dog. Despite this thought, Tang An refrained from snatching the food from Black Wind. The creature devoured the meal voraciously, and her goodwill points surged. After finishing, her goodwill had soared to 35. Was it then a glutton? Congratulations! You have achieved over 30 goodwill points. Your ranch is now unlocked. Please raise a chicken to reward Black Wind. The chicken required 2 goodwill points and grew in mere seconds. In an instant, it matured. The cooking options for the chicken were significantly more complex. With dozens of recipes available, Tang An opted for the most economical one, the beggar's chicken, which cost 4 goodwill points. Once prepared, it indeed emanated an enticing aroma. Black Wind consumed the entire chicken, bones included, in a few swift bites, then lay contentedly on its back. Her goodwill skyrocketed to 70. This was astonishingly swift. Tang An found herself thoroughly enjoying the game, unable to resist petting Black Wind's belly, which responded by affectionately licking her hand. Goodwill points increased with each caress. To her astonishment, she realized she clutched a handful of rice. Could it be that items from this game could manifest in the real world? The notification sounds continued to buzz, yet Tang An's focus had shifted entirely. It was the glimmering ruby necklace that had drawn her into this game. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to the theft of the necklace. Thus, it remained in Guanya's possession when the apocalypse descended. Consequently, it was Guanya who initiated the game and possessed the ability to extract items from its world. This explained how, in her past life, Guanya managed to thrive during the apocalypse, providing for those around her. And then, is your phone ringing? Why aren't you answering it? From behind a door, Kuya heard her daughter's phone ringing and couldn't help but strain to listen. At such a late hour, could it be that her daughter was in love? However, after waiting a while, her daughter still did not answer the call. Was it possible that a boy had upset her? Called by her mother, Tang An snapped back to reality. I need to answer now. The call was indeed from Guanya, who expressed clear displeasure at Tang An's late response. Why did you take so long to pick up? Rubbing her eyes to mask her fatigue, Guanya explained. I was tired and fell asleep. I found an incredibly cheap house, but it might be gone if we wait too long. How about we go see it together tomorrow morning? Chapter 7, Skills Practiced by Sister with That. Guanya sent Tang An a link containing the details of the property. Tang An clicked in and was taken aback. Isn't this the house belonging to his family? Noticing the change in Tang An's expression, Guanya hurriedly inquired, What's wrong? Is there something undesirable about this house? It's quite inexpensive. Tang An candidly declared, This house belongs to me. Guanya was left speechless, astonished by the opulence of the wealthy. Is the world of the affluent truly like this? Even casual gifts are golden jewelry, and every house they view seems to be part of their estate. Furthermore, the property is priced so reasonably. Could this be the legendary extravagance of the rich, who are unfazed by money? Please sell it to me, I implore you right now. Unfortunately, I cannot, Tang An replied with a wry smile. This house is occupied by my uncle's family, Otherwise, I would not be able to sell it at such a low price. The more they conversed, the more Tang An appreciated Guanya's character. If only his past self had been able to befriend Guanya, perhaps his fate would have been different. The real estate agent contacted by Guanya was not the same as the one Tang An had engaged. Upon meeting, Tang An did not disclose his identity as the homeowner, but merely stated that he had come along with Guanya to view the property. Upon arriving at the doorstep, the agent skillfully retrieved a spare key from the electric meter box and unlocked the door. Just then, Uncle Tang Jinya emerged from the restroom, clad in oversized shorts and sporting a protruding belly. With one eye covered in bandages, he initially mistook the presence of outsiders for a mere illusion. After rubbing his eyes, he finally spoke. "What are you doing here? I've already stated that my family is not selling this house. Are you all out of your minds? If you come in again, I will call the police." Tang An recalled that her uncle seemed to have some degree of unilateral myopia, and to her surprise, the eye she had inadvertently harmed was the one that was not afflicted. "Then you should call the police," she suggested. The real estate agent appeared to be at a loss in dealing with such a scoundrel. At last, she understood why this property was being sold at such a low price. Upon hearing the commotion, her aunt and grandmother emerged from the house. "Anan, you've come too?" her grandmother exclaimed. "You won't believe it. A number of strange individuals suddenly appeared, insisting that the house was to be sold. You can tell them that you are the owner and that we are not selling." Upon seeing her granddaughter, her grandmother seemed to regain her strength, hands on her hips, imperiously commanding the real estate agent to leave. The agent shot a glance at Tang An, questioning if the owner had come to view the house. Tang An nodded in affirmation. "Grandma, you just declared that I am the owner. So what if I wish to sell the house?" She feigned indifference. "Oh dear, is it that as one ages, one becomes bolder? Donating a kidney is entirely voluntary. How can you coerce someone into such a sacrifice? Is it illegal to engage in forced transactions? I can sell my own house as I please. It is none of your concern. Selling my property is lawful. Yet trading organs is a crime?" With a sharp tongue akin to her uncle's, she could easily outwit 10 adversaries with her words. Her uncle reddened with indignation. "We are not engaging in organ trade. Indeed, you don't even wish to spend money. This is outright theft." She retorted, "Call the police. Anyone who fails to do so today is a coward." The real estate agent, witnessing the escalating situation, hastily contacted the authorities. He was merely a property seller. An affair adjudicator could not resolve domestic disputes. When the hard approach proved ineffective, her aunt resorted to tears, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Her son was gravely ill, and her daughter-in-law had fled with her grandson. As her aunt's sorrow deepened, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. However, Tang An distinctly observed that as her aunt wept against her uncle's shoulder, she secretly passed a knife into his hand. "This house belongs to me. I intend to sell it. My kidney is mine. I refuse to donate." Tang An's words rang with unwavering conviction. "Anan, you cannot act this way," her aunt implored. "When your parents abandoned you, I raised you from infancy. Honestly, how have I treated you any differently than my own daughter? If you cannot express gratitude, then consider this. It is nearly winter. If you cast us out, where shall we go to live? You cannot possess such a heart of stone." Her aunt feigned a heart-wrenching sorrow. "You raised me, yet my parents provided the funds. Who truly took care of whom here? Were you nurturing me? Or were my parents supporting your parasitic family?" Tang An scoffed coldly. Observing that her daughter-in-law's tactics had failed, her grandmother swiftly joined the fray. "Tang An, your heart is utterly devoid of compassion. Tang Jing has always had poor health, and you have driven away Tang An's wife and child. Are you intent on bringing ruin upon our family? Do you possess no conscience? You wish to sell the house, do you? If you dare to sell today, I shall perish within these walls. No one shall have peace." With that declaration, her grandmother pretended to throw herself against the wall, only to be restrained by her uncle. "Mother, do not act this way. If we must perish, let us do so together. No one shall live. Tang An, you have destroyed my home. I will end your life, you beast." Uncle's face darkened as he brandished a knife behind him, swinging it wildly at Tang An. His vision was obscured, and despite several attempts, he failed to strike Tang, and Guanya delivered a swift kick, landing squarely in Uncle's chest. She looked at Tang, and with a hint of pride, exclaiming, "Sister has trained." Tang An, filled with delight, gave a thumbs up. The real estate agent hurriedly recounted the entire sequence of events to the police, particularly emphasizing the part where Tang Jinya intended to inflict harm with a knife. Chapter 8. Into the station. Tang Jinya lamented his misfortune, having devoted himself to the arduous task of raising his niece, only to be betrayed by her in a most grievous manner. His sorrowful pleas, filled with tears and heartache, evoked deep sympathy from those who heard his plight. However, the police, wise in their duty, did not merely heed one side of the story. The question lingered: to whom did the house truly belong? Tang An hastily produced the property deed as evidence, asserting, "This house belongs to me. My parents financed its full purchase, and due to my cousin's illness, my family has been residing here temporarily. Now that I intend to sell the property, they refuse to vacate and have resorted to violence." The officer interjected, "You must vacate the premises. The house is not yours. The owner has the right to sell, and you have no authority to obstruct that." Grandmother, enraged, flared her nostrils and trembled with indignation, retorting, "We will not leave. She is merely a woman. Why should she reside in such a fine house? Even if it is sold, the proceeds should rightfully belong to my grandson." "Such obstinacy is truly exasperating," mused Guanya, unable to contain her disdain. Encountering such a family, Tang An's plight was indeed unfortunate. "We will leave. We will certainly leave," Tang Jinya growled, glaring at Tang An with his remaining eye, his fury palpable. "But what about the fact that she has blinded me in one eye? How will this be resolved?" The officer turned his gaze skeptically towards Tang An, questioning, "Did you do this?" Tang An recounted how Tang Jinya coerced her into donating a kidney, her grandmother threatening to purchase her organ, and the attempt by Tang Jinya to physically assault her. Upon clarifying the situation, the real estate agent even felt that Miss Tang was too lenient. If it were him, he would have sought to exact a far more severe retribution. "Let us proceed to the police station together." Initially thought to be a mere case of unlawful occupation of property, the matter had grown increasingly intricate. Regarding Tang An's statements, they needed to gather information from the hospital. Despite the thorough investigation, Tang Jinya mistakenly believed that Tang An was about to be apprehended, unable to conceal the smug expression on his face. "You little wretch. You deserve this. Go ahead and spend some time in jail." "Damn it." Tang An let out a cold laugh. "You must go too. No one shall escape." The police cleared their throats, asserting, "A thorough investigation is required. You shall accompany us." Upon hearing that he too was to be taken by the authorities, Tang Jinya immediately fell into a state of panic, exclaiming, "I won't go. I haven't committed any crime." Guanya interjected, "How can you say you haven't committed a crime? Just a moment ago, you threatened to stab me. You terrified me. Officer, I suffer from heart disease, and I feel terribly unwell." Unwell? It was evident she was merely exhilarated. Guanya had not witnessed such a thrilling family drama in quite some time. Do not exacerbate the situation. The police saw through Guanya's intentions with a mere glance. If the real estate agent's claims were accurate, this girl was undoubtedly a formidable character. How could she possibly have a heart condition? Upon hearing that their uncle was to be taken to the police station for questioning, the grandmother collapsed to the ground, weeping. "You officials cannot distinguish right from wrong. Why do you protect the wealthy? How are we, the common folk, supposed to survive?" Witnessing the grandmother's fall, the aunt immediately joined in the lamentation. "My poor son, your parents are powerless, watching helplessly as your home is taken away." Their cries were heart-wrenching, drawing the attention of curious neighbors who peeked in from the doorway. The more the crowd grew, the more spirited Guanya became. "Cry, cry, cry. Are you all performers? Allow him to be investigated. It's not as if he is being led to the guillotine." "What do you mean your house is gone? If you defecate in Tiananmen Square, does that make it yours? Do you think your son is Pwai?" The neighbors hiding at the door could not suppress their laughter, as the absurdity of such a situation unfolded right before their eyes. Tang Jinya's face alternated between crimson and pale. "I won't go to the police station. I haven't done anything wrong. Is it simply about moving? I can move, can't I?" Just a moment ago, he was brimming with bravado. Yet now he seemed to have lost his spirit. Experienced Officer Lao Feng sensed that the situation was unusual. please show me your identification. Normally, this would be a straightforward request, but Tang Jinya obstinately claimed that his ID was lost and refused to provide it. Then tell me your name and identification number. I can't remember my ID number. I already said I'm moving, and the issue is resolved. You should leave quickly. Tang Jinya's face was filled with impatience. Lao Feng discerned that this was a sign of guilt. I insist that you present your identification. Tang Jinya sought to find an excuse to evade responsibility. But Old Feng waved his hand, and together with 2 police officers, swiftly apprehended him. Upon learning that his daughter and elder brother had been taken to the police station, Tang Zhenghua hurriedly hailed a taxi. The details relayed over the phone were vague, and amidst fragmented phrases, he feared that a conflict had arisen between his brother and daughter, causing him to feel as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. By the time he arrived at the station, his back was already damp with cold sweat. Are you Tang An's father? The brother of Tang Jinya? The police confirmed his identity. Yes, what has happened to my daughter? Tang Zhenghua inquired anxiously. Your daughter is unharmed, but your brother is implicated in a criminal offense. Are you aware of this? The officer continued, observing Tang Zhenghua's shake of the head. He committed robbery resulting in serious injury in a border city of our nation. You may proceed to post bail and take your daughter home. Upon hearing that his daughter was safe, Tang Zhenghua let out a sigh of relief. Tang Zhenghua went to make a payment, while Kuyu waited outside. She noticed another girl reclining on a bench, seemingly having waited for a long time. Her eyes were closed and her head tilted, as if she were in a deep slumber. I'm out, Tang An exclaimed, bouncing out from the door. In her childhood, she never dared to err, for whenever the teacher requested parental involvement, her uncle would never show up. Now, she had inadvertently caused trouble, leaving someone else to clean up the mess. The girl on the bench let out a soft grunt and slowly opened her eyes, inquiring, why did it take you so long? It turned out that this girl was acquainted with her daughter. They were moving out within 3 days. That is splendid. I shall immediately contact a real estate agent. I can pay the deposit for the house today, Guanya said, stretching lazily. Originally, her intention was merely to inquire about the property, but unexpectedly, she had ended up sending her uncle to the police station. Could this be considered a pleasant surprise? Tang An had no intention of selling the house to Guanya, as the high population density in this post-apocalyptic world made living alone quite perilous. However, witnessing Guanya's capabilities gave her some reassurance. No rush. After you move out in 3 days, you can move in first and then settle the payment, Tang An suggested. Guanya affectionately linked her arm with Tang An's, stating that she would move in first and pay later. Indeed, the benefactor was quite affluent. Within just a day, Kuya had contacted the relevant offices, forged connections, rented a warehouse, and arranged for someone to secure a business license. Meanwhile, Tang Zhenghua had also found resources, having heard that a large supermarket was set to open in Anding City, with suppliers eager to secure a spot in the mall. Stockpiling was at its maximum capacity. Once again, her parents proved to be reliable. Chapter 9. As you know, I have been away from my parents since childhood, Tang Zhenghua proudly proclaimed. Upon announcing my intention to open a new supermarket in Anding City, they eagerly offered to supply goods on credit to be settled after the sales commence. I never anticipated that business in this country would be so fiercely competitive. It appears that stockpiling can indeed yield considerable savings. Is this the reality in the world of the affluent? Tang An, having immersed herself in numerous apocalyptic novels, found no mention of such stockpiling methods. Truly, there's a reason why her parents are able to earn money from outside. And then, we've essentially resolved the procurement of food and daily necessities. Next, we can prepare some common medications. And I'm also in touch regarding the various generators and filters you mentioned. Think about what else we might need. What extraordinary parents. Their preparations are so thorough that there seems to be little left to consider. Mom, do you think it's possible for us to acquire firearms? Stockpiling food without weapons makes your home a granary. Stockpiling weapons without food makes every location a granary. Stockpiling both weapons and food makes you a warlord. As a 5G savvy young woman, Tang An understood the ultimate significance of stockpiling. To possess wealth is to invite danger. If one cannot safeguard oneself, then hoarding food becomes futile. Kuya, maintaining a calm demeanor, glanced at Tang Zhenghua and assured, we are already making preparations. And then, Rest assured, your parents will certainly protect you. Tang An's heart felt warm. Then we shall renovate the house anew. We will install top-grade, blast-resistant doors, security doors, surveillance systems, bulletproof glass, soundproof windows, and one-way privacy films. This time, we will surely survive. Kuya gently patted her daughter's back. We will definitely survive. Do not worry. From now on, do not concern yourself with matters regarding your uncle, understood? Tang An nodded. Children with parents are truly treasures. That evening, Tang Jinghua treated his wife and daughter to a sumptuous feast. As Tang An dined, she couldn't help but indulge in her phone. Throughout the morning, she had managed to elevate Black Wind's affection level to 300 or 400, simultaneously unlocking several new plants and animals. Now, she could not only cultivate rice, but also grow chili peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and potatoes. Black Wind's recipe had become considerably more diverse. Additionally, the ranch had unlocked pigs, ducks, cows, and sheep. Tang An discovered that providing Black Wind with milk was the most effective way to enhance affection. Could it be because the puppy was still in its juvenile stage? Yet, this juvenile puppy seemed rather large, didn't it? Yesterday, Tang An entered the game through the ruby portal, where the little dog stood up and could reach its own knee with its chubby paw. If it were a large breed, it would certainly require a considerable amount of food in the future. It seems that I should devote more time to the game lately. Tang Jinghua tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. My dear, how do you suppose my elder brother became embroiled in a criminal case? He inquired. Ku Yaqing cleared her throat, exuding an air of confidence. Curious to know, observing his wife's demeanor, Tang Jinghua sensed that she had undoubtedly conducted some inquiries. Indeed, she had. In the brief span of their dinner, she had acquired information regarding Tang Jinhua's predicament. Consequently, he had been placed on a wanted list and had no choice but to flee abroad. Unfortunately, he once again miscalculated, falling prey to local forces that threatened him, ultimately compelling him to seek assistance from Tang Jinghua, which allowed him to survive. From a young age, this elder brother had been favored by their parents. Had it not been for his inability to remain at home, he would not have ventured out with his newlywed wife to earn a living. Is there truly any such thing as foresight in this world? Even now, it is not too late to learn. Ku Yaqing reassured her husband. The couple shared a deep bond, excelling in their business endeavors. Ku Yaqing took charge of external relations, while Tang Jinghua managed the internal operations. Their harmonious collaboration led to ever-increasing success. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a sudden thud resonated from their daughter's room. Tang Jinghua hastily leapt from his bed to investigate the commotion, while Kuya swiftly donned her nightgown and followed suit. The uproar was indeed tremendous. The door to Tang An's room had come crashing down from its frame, debris scattered across the floor. Could it be that some unthinking troublemaker had come seeking confrontation here? In a moment of instinct, Tang Jinghua grasped a bottle of red wine from the table, for they were still residing in a hotel and lacked any suitable weaponry. Tang An cradled the little black dog, Black Wind, in her arms, soothing it gently. The puppy was oblivious to the dangers of electrical wires and sockets. It merely extended its tongue to lick the hole, only to be struck by a powerful electric shock. In pain, it dashed around the room, causing the bed to collapse, the table to crack, and the door to fall off its hinges. Do not fear, dear Black Wind, she reassured softly. As her fingertips grazed the fur that had bristled from the shock, she noted how coarse and dry her hand felt, lacking the silky smoothness characteristic of other puppies. It seemed she had not been feeding it adequately. As she contemplated mentioning to her father the need to procure some dog food or canned treats for Black Wind, her gaze met her parents, who stood at the doorway, their faces a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Where did you get that bear? They questioned. Is Black Wind a bear? Tang did not recognize him, but Kuya did, during the apocalyptic era of their previous life. A bear-raising neighbor from the neighboring country of Mao had assisted them greatly. The black bear, with its coarse fur and robust flesh, could easily topple a person to the ground with a single swipe. Tang An, frightened, pushed away the little dog, Hei Feng, wondering why its paws were so large. After being shoved aside, Hei Feng sat on the ground, motionless, gazing up at Tang and with a look of pitiful abandonment, much like a child forsaken by its mother. I found it, Tang An said, But her words did little to earn Kuya's trust. After all, this was the land of Shinjo. How could one possibly stumble upon a little bear cub in such a manner? Tang Jinghua recalled the imposing figure of the black bear from his neighbor's house. A magnificent creature that could take on 100 adversaries. How splendid it would be to have such a guardian at home. No one was watching. Mother, may I keep it? Tang An blinked her eyes like a little black bear, apprehensive that her parents might disapprove. She added, as you know, I have been away from you since childhood, living in the care of others, often going hungry and shivering from the cold. The loneliness is of no concern to me. Tang Jinghua, oblivious to the nuances of internet slang, felt his heart shatter upon hearing his daughter's words. If you like it, just keep it. After all, Dad can stock up on more meat. Observing her husband's reluctant acquiescence, Kuya was equally disinclined to assume the role of the villain opposing their daughter's desire for a pet. Just make sure to hide it well. After all, keeping one isn't permitted in our country. Now that we've decided to raise it, let us take care of it properly. Chapter 10. The golden-haired bear, she sat atop a haystack, gently caressing the head of Black Wind, whose rounder head and ears made it resemble a small bear more than an ordinary puppy. Logically, at her age, she should not be unable to distinguish between a bear and a dog. However, a child untouched by love had never visited a zoo and thus had never seen what a juvenile bear looked like. She quickly rationalized her confusion. Oh, Black Wind, so you are a little bear. Does that mean you need to eat a lot? Black Wind grumbled in discontent. Did I consume your family's rice? What's wrong with eating a bit more? Worry not, dear, for I shall ensure you grow plump and strong. Come here, let me hug you. You must not be eating well. Tomorrow, I shall procure some delicious treats for you. Upon hearing of delectable food, Black Wind's eyes sparkled, and its ears perked up as its enormous bear head rubbed against Tang An's chin. Affection points surged wildly. 111. But what purpose did these affection points serve beyond nurturing Black Wind, cultivating crops, and cooking? Now that Black Wind had been brought into reality and received approval from its parents, its affection points had exceeded 5,000, an overwhelming surplus that seemed quite unreasonable. Greetings, Master. A discrepancy in the use of affection points has been detected. The game instructions are as follows. 1. Black Wind's affection points are the exclusive currency of Goodland Town. Please treat Black Wind with care. 2. The exchange rate of affection points to real-world currency is 1, allowing for one-way withdrawals but no deposits. 3. Currently, Goodland Town operates under an agricultural model. Accumulating affection points unlocks the village mode. Once activated, affection points may be used for trade. 4. The evolution of Goodland Town in a post-apocalyptic scenario relies on the accumulation of affection points. She felt a glimmer of understanding, yet remained puzzled. Did this imply that her current level was still rudimentary and that she would eventually advance? Was it akin to evolving from a solitary farmer to a village? What did trading entail, and with whom would she trade? Despite the myriad of questions, Tang An at least grasped that higher affection points were advantageous. Moreover, in times of dire need, these affection points could be utilized as currency. Thus, rounding it all off, had she indeed acquired a bear that shed golden fur? Tang An had yet to fully embrace the fact that his parents were quite affluent. After all, having both a father and a mother was not as valuable as possessing one's own wealth. Clutching a bear that shed golden fur, he believed that his future finances could multiply exponentially. Ah, Black Wind, you truly are a splendid son. The thought of Black Wind earning money for him prompted Tang An to lavish a kiss upon the bear's head. As for the taste, it was somewhat prickly. Black Wind lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tang An, standing on tiptoe and gently licking his cheek. The love of a baby is genuine, and so too is the fact that drool can be both pungent and foul. Embarrassed, Tang An wiped away Black Wind's saliva with his sleeve, resolutely deciding to buy a pet toothbrush for Black Wind in the real world. After all, dental health is vital for little creatures. Given the state of the hotel room, it was clear they could no longer stay there. Fortunately, Tang Jinghua had the financial means and agreed to cover all expenses related to the room's renovation and the lodging fees. With a generous gesture, he also topped up a VIP card with 10,000 yuan. The lobby manager, having not encountered such a lavish guest in quite some time, allowed them to check out after confirming there was no danger. The family initially planned to find another hotel to stay in. However, just then, the manager from the Taoyuan community contacted Tang An, stating that all the paperwork for the house was completed and they could move in immediately. This was splendid news. Tang An, what about your little bear? I discussed with your father the idea of renovating a room specifically for your bear, reinforcing the door and walls accordingly. The basement could house chickens. After all, chickens lay eggs, and in the event of a power outage, the bear would still have alternative sustenance. Can you train the bear to use the toilet? If not, we may need to consider laying cat litter throughout the room. That evening, Kuya had already devised a plan in response to the arrival of the bear. Tang An was taken aback by the meticulous arrangements made by her mother. It evoked a profound sense of respect and significance. It is often said that celestial systems must be shrouded in secrecy. In the face of such tender care from her mother, Tang An felt compelled to speak. Mother, I actually have a place for this little bear. From the origins of Liangtian town to the emergence of the black wind bear, Tang An spoke fervently, her throat parched from excitement. She had anticipated skepticism from her parents, yet they appeared to genuinely believe her, without the need for her to demonstrate anything in their presence. And then, you need not say more. I trust you. Do you know where this necklace comes from? Kuya exclaimed with enthusiasm. It was that Indian shaman who helped me select this gem. She said this stone would prove invaluable one day in the future. Thank heavens, it has indeed come to pass. Tang Zhongwei added, she is our neighbor, and many have claimed that she is a descendant of the Maya, the very same Maya who foresaw numerous events. What was initially perceived as the arrival of a fortuitous deity from a novel unexpectedly culminated in metaphysics and sorcery. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, a cat that catches mice is indeed a good cat. Tang An chuckled. Mom, thank you for choosing this necklace for me. Kuya gently ruffled Tang An's hair, saying, Child, why do you express gratitude to me? Cherish it well, but remember, this matter must remain a secret, understood? The innocent are not guilty, but possessing something precious may invite trouble. Of course, it must not be spoken of, and Tang An nodded vigorously in agreement. Tang Zhonghua and his wife did not possess much luggage. Tang An had yet to shed the habits of a struggling student and clung to numerous trivial items, filling 3 suitcases with a disarray of belongings. Guanya, have it a time to spare? Hurriedly took a taxi at her own expense to assist upon hearing of Tang An's impending relocation. Despite her slender physique, Guanya exhibited considerable strength, effortlessly carrying a suitcase in each hand, moving with both speed and stability, clearly a person of physical prowess. Little Guan, your strength is quite impressive. You might surpass this old man, Tang Zhonghua chuckled, surprised at the capabilities of contemporary young women in the country. Guanya, oblivious to the compliment, mistakenly interpreted it as an indication of Tang Zhonghua's age-induced frailty and readily acquiesced. The distance from the hotel entrance to the vehicle was minimal, with hotel staff available to assist, rendering her contributions somewhat unnecessary. Nevertheless, her enthusiasm and lack of pretentiousness were genuinely endearing. No need. You should get in the car and wait for me, Tang An called out, swiftly catching up and taking the suitcase from Guanya's grasp. Chapter 11. Moving in? As the vehicle transitioned from the opulence of the hotel to the luxurious suburban villa, it finally halted at the entrance of a quaint courtyard, leaving Guanya utterly astonished. She had never imagined that such a grand villa area could exist in a third-tier city like Anding. Is this your home? You never mentioned your family was so affluent. Guanya admitted her ignorance of the world, pondering what sort of individuals could afford such a residence. If it were her, the costs of property management and heating could easily lead to her financial ruin. Tang An had not quite adapted to his sudden wealth. He touched the tip of his nose and said, I don't really know. After all, it was purchased with a loan. Let us head upstairs. The decor of the house was rather understated, as it was standard fare provided by the real estate company, which typically did not employ high-quality materials. However, the mere presence of an elevator within the premises was enough to evoke envy in Guanya. Reflecting upon her childhood spent in the old district's modest single-story homes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How many rooms could this place possibly have? Guanya's understanding of houses was limited to the number of rooms and parlors, and she was eager to discover how many chambers this abode contained. Perhaps it boasted 11 or 12. In reality, it encompassed only 6 or 7 rooms, with the upper floor featuring a cinema, a game room, a study, and a guest room, among others. Feel free to explore, Tang An urged. Guanya wandered about, as if she were Lu Lao Lao in the Grand View Garden, glancing left and right in awe. Tang Jinghua, carrying his luggage, chose the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, while Tang An opted for the master suite on the 5th floor, just below the rooftop where he could later let Black Wind roam freely. Despite Guanya's repeated refusals, she was still persuaded to stay for dinner at the Tang household. Having her own house, her own home, felt wonderful. After the meal, Guanya inquired about the property Tang An owned in the Shengshi housing complex. My family's old house was demolished, and that property was allocated by my workplace. Now that both my parents have passed away, the newly constructed house cannot be bequeathed to me. I am quite anxious to purchase a home, Guanya replied, somewhat awkwardly. She typically refrained from discussing her family matters, not out of a sense of inferiority. Her parents were martyrs, and she felt proud of that, but rather because she found it challenging to confront the pitying and curious gazes of others. Tang An's reluctance to sell the house to Guanya stemmed not from a lack of desire, but rather from the conviction that purchasing property at this juncture was an unequivocal error for the average person. With the impending apocalypse, essential survival resources would inevitably become exorbitantly priced. Amassing sufficient supplies would prove far more beneficial than investing a substantial sum in real estate. Guanya, you mentioned that your parents have passed away. Where, then, do you procure the funds to buy a house? Tang An inquired with a grave demeanor. Guanya felt somewhat uncomfortable under Tang An's serious gaze. From my parents' compensation, having been raised by her grandparents, she experienced their gradual demise during her junior high years, subsequently moving into the school dormitory. Occasionally, her father's old comrade, Wang Mian, would visit her. It was only after reaching adulthood and attending university that she learned of her parents' sacrifices during their missions. The first gift she received upon reaching adulthood was her parents' compensation. With this compensation and Wang Mian's support, Guanya pursued her university education with peace of mind. Wang Mian regarded her almost as his own daughter and, noticing her fondness for adornments, encouraged her to purchase tasteful jewelry, spending a significant portion of his salary on her. The necklace that seemed ill-suited for Guanya was, in fact, acquired solely to impress Wang Mian. Having never encountered such high-quality rubies, he mistakenly assumed it to be fake, leading to the incident when Guanya sought to return it to Su Xian'er. Upon comprehending Guanya's circumstances, Tang An's resolve to refrain from selling the house to her solidified. Guanya, the real estate market is presently unstable. I urge you to contemplate this matter further. Alternatively, you might consider renting a place for now. After graduation, your future workplace remains uncertain, and living too far from your job could prove quite troublesome. Guanya took Tang An's words to heart. Her initial infatuation with the affordable house had indeed been impulsive. If the real estate market were to continue its downward spiral, would she not be jeopardizing her parents' hard-earned compensation? Very well, I shall ponder this further. Tang An had devised a plan in her heart, yet she needed her parents' approval before proceeding. After bidding farewell to Guanya, she called her parents out of the room and spoke. Mom and Dad, what do you think of Guanya? She genuinely cherished Guanya, for the girl possessed a pure disposition, was straightforward, and approached tasks with decisiveness, never lingering in hesitation. As her daughter formed a friendship with such an individual, Kuya felt assured. Should they encounter any challenges together, Guanya would undoubtedly have the capability to protect her daughter. Tang Jinghua seemed to perceive a hint of unspoken implications in the conversation. And if you were to become involved with a girl, Tang An wore a grim expression and quickly halted his father's unfounded speculations. Stop. No, it's not that. I merely wish for Guanya to move in with us. She originally. Thus, I intend for her to reside here. After all, we need to stockpile supplies. And one more person's resources won't make a significant difference. Our home is spacious enough to accommodate her. Tang An enumerated nearly every conceivable argument to persuade Guanya to stay. And then, if you truly wish for your friend to reside here, that is certainly permissible. However, you must ensure that your friend will not bring harm upon us. She is so eager to assist. If someone were to seek her help, Can you be certain she wouldn't utilize our stored supplies to aid others? Not everyone embodies kindness. Those who repay kindness with malice are all too common. Of course, I'm not insinuating that Guanya is one of them. Kuya spoke with difficulty. She did not wish to be the spoilsport mother. I shall speak with her, and if she proves incapable of adhering to our conditions, I shall refrain from inviting her to stay. Is that agreeable? Tang An comprehended her mother's concerns. However, she remained steadfast in her belief that Guanya shared a profound connection with her and would undoubtedly be persuaded. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Kuya ceased her objections, secretly contemplating the unforeseen circumstances and strategies that might arise once Guanya moved in. Across the ocean during the night, Andre received a call from Mrs. Tang, their neighbor from the Celestial Empire. Aside from firearms, please assist me in procuring a sufficient supply of sedatives, handcuffs, and a stun gun. Understood. I will inform you of the costs once calculated. Chapter 12. Consequences of one's own actions after assisting Tang and with a relocation. Guanya found herself musing on the immense wealth required to inhabit such a residence. The average monthly salary for university students in Ding City hovers around 3,000 yuan. To amass over 6 million yuan would necessitate over 150 years of relentless toil without sustenance, a notion both implausible and impractical. Thus, she resolved to relinquish her unrealistic aspirations. The narrow, rigid bed in her dormitory was far from comfortable. Guanya placed her hands on her abdomen, knees splayed outward, with the soles of her feet touching, a position known as returning to the yang, which is believed to promote restful sleep and tranquility. Just as she prepared to adjust her breathing and drift into slumber, her phone rang with an urgent tone. "Yeah, are you asleep?" The voice of Tang An was laced with tentative excitement. "Not yet. I'm calculating expenses. When do you think I will earn enough to purchase a house like yours?" Guanya openly expressed her envy towards Tang and chuckled softly, stating that while purchasing a home would require some effort, residing there would pose no issue. "Today, I discussed the matter with my parents, and considering your uncertain future employment, why not come and stay at my place?" Upon receiving Tang An's invitation, Guanya's immediate reaction was to decline. Had it not been for the necklace incident, she might not have exchanged even a word with Tang An before graduation. Having known each other for only a brief period, Tang An had already gifted her a pair of gold earrings and accompanied her to view properties. It was as if she had been bestowed with a wealthy and generous friend. Yet, the more Tang An showered her with kindness, the more reluctant Guanya felt to accept it. Tang An reflected that it had been over a week since her rebirth. Time was fleeting, and soon graduation would arrive. "You might as well stay here for now," she suggested. "My mother consulted someone, and it turns out the house is too large. It requires at least 4 occupants to keep it stable. We don't have many relatives or friends, so your presence would be a great help." In Ding City, traditional beliefs still held sway, and Guanya accepted this rationale without hesitation. "Is that true? I've heard similar tales before. A house of such size does need a strong spirit to anchor it," Guanya remarked. "Rest assured, my spirit is indeed resilient. My grandmother often scolded me for cursing my parents," he added with a wry smile, unable to reject such a compelling reason. Upon hearing about the misfortunes of his parents, Tang An felt a pang of sympathy. "Your parents were heroes. Do not heed the misguided words of others. They were remarkable, and so are you. What a beautiful camaraderie between girls." Guanya's fondness for Tang An surged, realizing that not only was she affluent, but she was also eloquent. How had he not recognized her worth sooner? Otherwise, he would have shamelessly sought her friendship long ago. They agreed to move the following afternoon, and in the morning, Tang An joyfully linked arms with her mother, Kuya, as they selected daily necessities. Kuya, however, wore a heavy heart, forcing a smile to accompany her daughter. "Mom, what do you think of this bedsheet? Is it pretty?" Tang An asked, embodying the playful innocence of a daughter. Kuya glanced over at the light blue cloud-patterned sheet and, like any concerned mother, merely touched it before commenting. "This set is not ideal. It seems to be a blend. It's best to purchase silk or mulberry silk. They provide a more comfortable sleep. Silk bed sheets must be quite expensive." Tang mused, reaching for her phone to check prices when an unfamiliar number rang. "Hello," she answered, puzzled. as her social circle was limited to family and friends, with teachers being the only others who might call. However, when the voice on the other end spoke, her heart sank. "An, please save your cousin. Jing Jing can't hold on any longer. Aunt is in tears, and the hospital has issued another critical condition notice. Have pity on us. Your uncle is incarcerated, and Jing Jing's wife has left with the child. I have nothing left but Jing Jing. I've treated you well. Why won't you help us? Will you just stand by and watch him perish?" The anguish cries only added to Tang An's distress. Your uncle's imprisonment is a consequence of his own actions. Li Wenjing left with the child because Tang Jing deceived her into believing the house belonged to him. Furthermore, Tang Jing's illness stemmed from the indulgence you permitted with sugary drinks. While he could afford $3 drinks daily, I could scarcely manage $20 a week for meals. Hardly enough for a simple 2-dish dinner. "Aunt, have you truly treated me well?" When Tang An was a child, she lived in her home where her aunt resented the addition of another mouth to feed. Reluctant to provide her with vegetables, Tang An was left to squat on the ground, gnawing on cornbread. Eventually, her parents earned some money, which increased the support they provided to her uncle's family. In an act of false benevolence, her aunt granted Tang An 5 yuan of pocket money each week, only for it to be snatched away by Tang Jing before she even arrived at school. At such a tender age, Tang An had already grasped the harshness of living under someone else's roof. She harbored disdain for her uncle's cruelty, her aunt's parsimony, her grandmother's favoritism, and her grandfather's indifference. After her grandfather passed away, she was accepted into university and acquired her first personal mobile phone, marking the beginning of a more favorable chapter in her life. These words were intended for her aunt, yet each phrase struck a chord deep within Kuya's heart. It dawned on her that her daughter had endured such hardships, 20 yuan to last for 7 days. Could she truly be satiated? And even if she could, what kind of sustenance was she consuming? On the other end of the line, her aunt had already cursed Tang An countless times in her mind, lamenting the fact that she had raised such an ungrateful child. How could she have nurtured a daughter who bore such resentment? Look at the words she spoke. The state of their household had deteriorated because of this ungrateful wretch, this harbinger of misfortune. The call was abruptly ended. She composed herself and continued to hold her mother's hand as they strolled through the market. Turning around, she noticed that Kuya's eyes were already brimming with tears. "Anin, your father and I should never have abandoned you. I wish I had brought you with me all along." Tang An smiled gently. "It's all in the past. I'm doing quite well now, aren't I? Mother, I fear that Aunt may not let this matter rest. Perhaps you should speak to father about it." For her, the unpleasant events were behind her. After entering university, her parents began to send financial support to Tang An, which provided a solid material foundation for her college life. Had the money not been stolen by Su Xianer and the house not taken by her uncle's family, the resources bestowed by her parents would have undoubtedly allowed Tang An to endure longer in a post-apocalyptic world. Kuya found her daughter's reasoning quite sound, so she promptly relayed this matter to Tang Jinghua. Chapter 13. Tang Jing has passed away. Tang Jinghua spent the entire morning discussing reinforcement plans with the renovation company. Recalling his memories, he anticipated that soon the world would experience acid rain, followed by sudden fluctuations in temperature. It was imperative to ensure the entire house was adequately waterproofed and insulated. The issue of security could not be overlooked. The walls of the courtyard required fortification, and an electric fence needed to be installed atop. Although the gate provided by the developer was sufficiently robust, Tang Jinghua opted for an upgrade, replacing it with a bank vault-grade explosion-proof door. He also applied this standard to the entrance door and the basement door. The renovation company was already accustomed to such specific requests from affluent neighborhoods. Do you think it might be prudent to replace the windows? Your community currently features double glazing. We can upgrade you to triple-layer bulletproof glass. Tang Jinghua deemed the proposal quite necessary. Very well. How long will the construction take? The foreman calculated and replied, "If I expedite the process, it will be completed in about half a month." After sending off the foreman, Tang Jinghua barely had a moment to catch his breath before receiving a call from his aunt Tang and Jinghua. "Jingjing is not doing well. You should come and see your nephew." Following the abrupt end of the call with Tang and his aunt gathered her composure and reached out to Tang Jinghua again. He was, after all, the most capable one in the Tang family. Tang Jinya was rather superficial and still believed that his younger brother would heed his advice as he once did, which had led to his own downfall. What good would it do for me to go? Are you suggesting that at my age, I should donate a kidney to a child? Reflecting on his past life, Tang Jin's feelings towards this sister-in-law were far from warm. Sister-in-law her.What, the daughter of the village women's director, had inherited her mother's fiery and unreasonable nature. After marrying into the Tang family, she faced suppression from her mother-in-law and abuse from her husband, which tempered her demeanor. However, she was far from submissive behind closed doors. Tang Zhenghua recalled how, shortly after his marriage, she had bullied Kuya, especially after Kuya gave birth to their daughter, Tang An, which had driven Kuya into postpartum depression. Eventually, they had no choice but to leave Tang An behind and escape from that stifling household. Unprepared for Tang Zhenhua's tone, her.What was filled with indignation, her hand trembling with the phone. Zhenghua, he is your only nephew. If he dies, the Tang family will have no heirs. It was evident to her that Tang Zhenghua had resolutely decided to sever ties with their family. In a fit of rage, her.What unleashed a torrent of curses into the phone. Without hesitation, Tang Zhenghua hung up, believing there was no need to converse with such a person. The renovation plan was essentially finalized, but preparations for the impending apocalypse had only just begun. To observe the situation and prepare early. Installing surveillance cameras and drones, both indoors and outdoors, was imperative. Furthermore, he needed to procure solar photovoltaic panels, fuel generators, industrial-grade air purifiers, and water purifiers. Fortunately, under the guise of a supermarket, sourcing these suppliers was not particularly challenging. After a full afternoon of phone calls, he had nearly secured the sources for these items. He planned to rent a warehouse the following day to ensure a swift arrival of supplies, avoiding any prolonged uncertainties. Having completed the day's preparations, Tang Zhenghua let out a long sigh of relief, glancing at the clock which read 4 in the afternoon. Anticipating the arrival of Guanya, he rose to greet her. However, upon opening the door, he was nearly overwhelmed by a delightful aroma. Was someone cooking? In fact, he and Kuya used to cook when they lived in the countryside, but as their work became increasingly demanding, they had ceased to pay attention to their meals. Over time, that skill had been forgotten, and in the harshness of the apocalypse, it was difficult to reacquire, especially with resources being so scarce. Uncle Tang, are you finished? Hurry, we just need 2 more dishes. Please wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. Guanya squinted, clearly affected by the sharp scent of chili. Through the glass door of the kitchen, Tang An looked at Guanya with admiration. She is amazing. It smells so good. Tang An had just surreptitiously sampled the crispy, fried river shrimp, and it was simply delectable, with a crunchy exterior and a delightful tenderness within. A culinary genius indeed. Oh, Xiaoguan, you can cook as well? Tang Zhengua's eyes sparkled with admiration, as the aroma of the spicy stir-fried meat tantalized his appetite. I don't cook very well, but do try it. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more for you. Oh no, the smoke from cooking can be quite harmful to a young lady's complexion. Besides, you are a guest here, not a caretaker. Tang Zhenghua empathized, recognizing that the other party was also someone's beloved child, merely residing in a different household. How could one expect them to act as a servant in their own home? Guanya responded cheerfully, "It's no trouble at all. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare meals for you every day." The atmosphere at the dining table was unprecedentedly harmonious, with everyone engrossed in their food, savoring the exquisite flavors that overshadowed any concerns. Yet, an uninvited disruption soon emerged. Tang Zhengua's phone rang at an inopportune moment. He casually activated the speakerphone, only to hear the anguished cries of his sister-in-law, her.What. Tang Jing is gone. Are you satisfied now? You all are murderers, beasts. Without waiting for a reply, she abruptly ended the call. Guanya was taken aback by the commotion. Who had died? What retribution was being referenced? It took her a moment to realize it might be her cousin Tang, and who was in dire need of a kidney transplant. Zhenghua, let us go visit after we finish our meal, Kuya suggested, her expression grim. Chapter 14. The house is sold when Tang Jing's family arrived. Tang Jing's body had already been transported from the hospital to the funeral home. The elderly, mourning the loss of the young, were engulfed in sorrow. The grandmother wept bitterly, while the aunt struggled to prepare the morning hall. Tang Jing's portrait was prominently displayed in the center, adorned with a triumphant smile that Tang An remembered well. It was the same expression Tang Jing wore whenever he tormented her in their youth. Despite the prevailing custom of honoring the deceased, Tang An found it impossible to feign grief, her heart brimming with a sense of satisfaction she could not suppress, leaving her to assume a mask of indifference instead. "What are you all here for? To revel in our misfortune?" Ren-Dahua's eyes were swollen and red, her face ashen, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. Kuya placed a red envelope on the table and lit a stick of incense for Tang Jing. After years of separation, the old matriarch of the Tang family struggled to recognize her son. Rubbing her eyes, she finally donned her reading glasses, confirming that the middle-aged man before her was indeed her son. In truth, Zhengguo was only a few years younger than Jinya, yet he appeared significantly more youthful, his hair slicked back and his posture regal. Had they met on the street, she would not have recognized him at all. With great effort, the elderly lady rose and collapsed into Tang Zhengguo's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, as if the trials of life with her eldest son had burdened her for ages. Ren-Dahua understood that the old woman longed to live with her second son. With her husband imprisoned and her daughter-in-law and grandson missing, the matriarch hastily sought to curry favor with her second son, casting aside her own sorrows. Ren-Dahua resented fate and harbored animosity towards the grandmother's callousness. Tang An could not help but roll her eyes. Did the old lady think that no one cared for her, which prompted her to seek refuge in their home? This scenario had been anticipated by Tang Jingguo prior to his arrival. He had already discussed it with his wife and daughter during the journey. They were resolute in their decision not to allow the old lady to move in, should circumstances leave them with no other choice. Tang Jingguo would consider providing her with some funds to enter a nursing home. "Mother, it is rather inconvenient for us. After Tang An graduates, we shall be relocating abroad. Will you accompany us then?" Tang Jingguo casually fabricated a lie. The old lady had spent her entire life in Anding City, having ventured no further than the city from the countryside. Now, she was expected not only to leave Anding City, but also to travel overseas. The old lady hesitated. "I do not wish to go abroad. I want to be able to communicate wherever I go." "Jingguo, isn't there a way to earn a living anywhere? Can't you remain in the country?" Tang Jingguo's family faced a dilemma. "No, Mom. Our business is all overseas." Everyone present was taken aback by the eldest daughter-in-law's unexpected words, rendered speechless by the revelation. In unusual circumstances, there lies a hidden truth. Tang An was acutely aware of her aunt's petty and timid nature. Such a person would never voluntarily take on the responsibility of caring for the elderly matriarch. Moreover, the relationship between the two women relied entirely on the aunt's forbearance and the uncle's aggression. With the uncle now incarcerated, why would the aunt continue to endure the grandmother's demands? It was better left unsaid, but as soon as the words were spoken, the grandmother erupted. "Tang Zhenghua, you refuse to support me, yet you expect your eldest daughter-in-law to care for me? I might as well have never given birth to you. You're just like your sister. From now on, do not call me Mom. I am not your mother." The elderly woman's mouth flapped open and shut, spitting words in anger. Her face contorted into a ghastly expression resembling tree bark. "Mother, you are advanced in years. A nursing home has professional medical personnel who monitor your health in real time." Kuya interjected. The elderly woman scoffed, her expression brimming with disdain for Kuya. "Who asked for your opinion? Then whose opinion do you wish to hear? Your grandson's?" Tang An scoffed, bemused by the grandmother's inability to comprehend her situation, still attempting to wield the same authority over her second daughter-in-law, as she did with the first. The elderly matriarch was left speechless by Tang An's retort, clutching her chest and gasping in frustration. Tang An's phone rang, and she decisively stepped outside to answer it. "Miss Tang, this is Xiao Lu from Zhengdong Real Estate. Have we sold the property at Shengshi Housing?" It was already past 9 in the evening, and Tang An did not expect a call from the real estate agent. They certainly had a tough job. "Not yet, what's the matter?" She replied. "You're eager to sell this house, yet it is still occupied. I am merely concerned for your sake. This evening, while drinking with my superior, he expressed particular interest in your property. So, before we even finished our drinks, I was urged to inquire, is the previous price still acceptable? If so, we could sign a contract tomorrow, full payment." Xiao Lu was in a hurry to call because he had just learned that the man occupying the house had been taken into custody. Only an elderly woman and a middle-aged woman remained. With a few brothers to intimidate them, they could be persuaded to leave. Purchasing the property at a low price and then quickly reselling, it could yield a profit of 200,000 to 300,000. Especially since the renovations were nearly brand new. It would be akin to finding money. Tang An did not anticipate that the real estate agent would harbor ulterior motives. Thus, she pretended to deliberate, saying, "I must discuss this matter with my family. Perhaps you could wait for my response." Fearing that Tang An might decline, Xiao Lu added hastily, "Very well, please provide me with an answer soon. The price is negotiable." He was growing anxious. After hanging up the phone, Tang An quickly pulled her parents aside to discuss the situation. She was concerned that her aunt might propose to take care of their grandmother solely for the sake of this property. By directly informing her aunt that the house had been sold, she hoped to diminish any ill intentions. Upon hearing this news, Tang Zhenguo's expression relaxed, and an idea formed in his mind. "What are you whispering about?" The elderly lady, observing her second son's family conversing under her very nose, felt increasingly uneasy, her voice rising. "Is it not that you wish to neglect me? Do you deem me too old and useless, with wings too strong? What you do to me, your daughter shall do unto you." Ahem. Tang An disregarded his grandmother's sarcastic remarks, stating, "We have already sold the house, aunt." Indeed, Rendahua was primarily motivated by the property. She firmly believed that Tang Zhenguo would not have the heart to cast his elderly mother out to the countryside. As long as they continued to linger in the house, considering that her husband was incarcerated and their son had passed away, Tang Zhenguo would likely turn a blind eye, eventually allowing them to claim the house as their own. However, Tang An asserted that the house had been sold. How could that be possible? Previously, prospective buyers had been driven away by her husband, and after the altercation between her husband and Tang An, no one had come to view the property. It seemed implausible that it could have been sold. Rendahua was skeptical. She was convinced that this was a test imposed by the second branch of the family. After careful consideration, Rendahua responded, "I will take care of it." Chapter 15. Smoothing the greedy heart, Tang An let out a cold laugh. Her aunt-in-law excelled at putting on a facade. Back in the village, she delighted in spreading gossip, knowing that her mother-in-law and husband were united in their sentiments. She feigned submission while secretly slandering her mother-in-law, alleging improper conduct with an elderly man. When it came to theatrics, she was a master. This old witch harbored no good intentions. Now that your family had become affluent, conducting business with foreigners, I, lacking ambition, remained at home to tend to my mother. One must not forget their roots. Zhenguo, why do people so fervently worship bodhisattvas? Do the most powerful deities not reside within our homes? Why suffer the inconvenience of traveling far to seek blessings? Rendahua's words were laced with veiled barbs, yet Kuya chose not to stoop to her level. If there were no ulterior motives, Rendahua would never have so readily agreed to care for the elderly lady. "Sister-in-law, I shall arrange for a vehicle to assist with your move tomorrow. It is rather unseemly for our ancestral home to remain unoccupied, is it not?" Tang Zhenguo did not respond, and after speaking, he made a motion to leave. At this, Rendahua could no longer maintain her pretense. Were they truly intent on evicting her? What use did she have for this malicious and spiteful old woman? "Wait, second brother, are you really going to leave?" Her facial expression involuntarily contorted, her eyes wide and her brows arched, resembling her grandmother's harsh demeanor. Tang An mused silently that the resemblance between daughter-in-law and mother-in-law was not without reason. The ways of the past were often mirrored by the actions of the next generation. Tang Zhenguo was seized by the shoulder by his sister-in-law, his expression clouded with displeasure as he pushed her hand away. "Sister-in-law, is there something else you wish to discuss?" he inquired. "You leave just like this, and how am I to provide for the old lady? She does not even have a pension." Rendahua stubbornly clung to Tang Zhenguo, refusing to relent. Kuya remained still, casting a glance at Tang An, signaling her to assist her father in extricating himself from the situation. Tang An snorted from the side. "Did my father not contribute a substantial amount back then? It was you who claimed you could provide for my grandmother, which is why she was not enrolled in a pension scheme. Grandmother, have you not pondered where that money, which was originally intended for your pension contributions, has vanished to? The family of Uncle did not possess the habit of saving. Whenever there was a modicum of surplus, Tang Jinya would invariably take it to the gambling table. Over the years, they had failed to purchase a house or a car. In the past, Tang Jing harbored considerable resentment towards her father over this matter. However, Tang Jinya remained convinced that his niece's house would ultimately belong to him. Ren.What cast a sharp glance at her. Although the old lady appeared to be in harmony with Ren.What, she was, in truth, wary of her. How could I be unaware of the money your second uncle supposedly gave me? Ren.What, could it be that you pocketed those funds? Upon hearing her mother-in-law directly address her by name, Ren.What hurriedly replied, "It wasn't me, mother. I had no knowledge of this at all. Tang Jinya must have taken that money to gamble." Tang An silently gave his mother a thumbs up for her generosity. Upon hearing the figure of 5,000, Ren.Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. 5,000 a month amounts to 60,000 a year. If the old lady were to live for another decade, that would total 600,000. Money has an unparalleled ability to soothe the avarice within people. Tang An could visibly see his grandmother's brows relax. It seemed that whether her grandson lived or died had become inconsequential. Just be sure to remember to transfer the funds on time. Tang Jingwen nodded in acknowledgement, aware of the situation. The ease with which this farce concluded was unexpected for both him and Tang An. They had assumed that the death of their son would incite a considerable uproar between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, to their astonishment, a mere 5,000 yuan sufficed to quell the discord. Kuyashan possessed a keen insight into human nature. From the moment her daughter reached out, stating she was coerced into donating a kidney, she sensed something amiss. Although Tang Jing resided in the hospital, her family seldom visited to provide care and companionship. Instead, they seemed more eager to seize control of the property. Setting aside the possibility that Tang Jing was not their biological child, it could only be inferred that, in comparison to the gravely ill Tang Jing, they were far more concerned with monetary gain. The most effective means to acquire that money was through the moral coercion of Tang An, who had refused to donate a kidney. Tang Jing continues to seek treatment, which will undoubtedly deplete a considerable sum of money, and there is no guarantee of recovery, even after surgery. Tang Jinya exhibits a profound selfishness. Preoccupied solely with his own interests, he is unwilling to exert himself in labor, even for the sake of his own son's health. As for Ren.Hua, she has long been aware of her husband's nature and has discreetly set aside her own retirement funds. The elderly matriarch, while proclaiming the adage of raising sons to secure old age, is inwardly consumed with thoughts of amassing wealth for her eldest son. To be born into such a hypocritical and unfeeling family is indeed a stroke of misfortune for Tang Jing. Wow, Mom, you are truly remarkable. Tang An, who has navigated through 2 lifetimes without grasping certain truths, suddenly comprehends them through just a few words from Kuya. Such individuals focus solely on immediate gains. Thus, one must provide them with those very gains. Has she not also seen through the true nature of this family? Tang Zhenghua remained silent, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The human heart is inscrutable, and growing up in such an environment is truly a cause for celebration that one has not turned awry. After the minor tempest passed, Tang An meticulously pondered over the inventory list of supplies her father had stockpiled. 4 staple foods like rice, flour, and oil. Her father had selected only the finest brands, amassing 10 tons of each. Due to the high storage requirements and susceptibility to spoilage of fruits and vegetables, her father noted on the list that they should be delivered to the warehouse 2 days before the apocalypse, specifically choosing the family's favorites, with 2 boxes of each. Meat and eggs as vital resources were particularly notable. The original quantity of pork on the list was 10 tons, which was later amended to 50 tons, likely accounting for what the Black Wind would consume as well. Beef and lamb were initially listed as 5 tons each, but were subsequently adjusted to 30 tons. Upon reading this, Tang An couldn't help but smile, envisioning her father's demeanor as he crafted the list. Without the system, such a method of food storage would indeed be reliable. However, who was she? Tang An. She possessed a system. Tang An swiftly launched the application Liang Tian Xiao Zhen. And now, the affection value of Hei Feng had soared to over 8,000 points. She discovered that feeding was the slowest means of enhancing affection. Rather, Heifeng seemed to relish playing with her more than indulging in delectable treats. Consequently, Tang An swiftly cultivated a habit of entering the game each night before sleep. Engaging in a game of catch with Heifeng, a mere 10 minutes of play before bedtime could elevate Heifeng's affection for her by several hundred points. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that sustaining her family solely through Heifeng's affection value would pose no challenge, rendering the accumulation of copious amounts of food unnecessary. With over 8,000 points of affection, she could unlock the majority of features. Tang An decisively chose to expand her farm and ranch. For soybeans are indeed a valuable source of protein. Leafy greens were indispensable, alongside starchy plants. All were to be secured. Upon reaching the 10th level, a notification from the system emerged. Greetings, Master. It has been detected that you are attempting to unlock all crops and livestock. The system recommends accumulating a goodwill value of 10,000 to unlock them all with a single click. Chapter 16. Unlocking all crops. Could it be that the system had watchful eyes upon her? Tang An felt an intense sensation of being observed. However, she was utterly confident in the security of her home. Thus, she attributed this feeling of surveillance to the system's excessive intelligence, or perhaps to the cleverness of the bear. Heifeng. Recalling the last incident when she had brought Heifeng out from the system, Tang An remembered it had been quite an unexpected occurrence. She had been basking in the sun with Heifeng on the farm when she noticed the bear's fur had become matted. Lacking experience with small animals, she understood that such tangles could be troublesome, so she intended to use her comb to detangle it, resorting to scissors if necessary. Heifeng was on high alert, with its hunting and defensive skills maxed out, reaching a state of vigilance. Just as she was about to pursue Heifeng, the bear escaped, fixating on the wall socket. A calamity ensued. Learning from that experience, Tang An entered the rooftop this time, donning her pajamas as she logged into the game. After allowing Heifeng to become familiar with the scent of her sleepwear, she spoke in a gentle tone. Heifeng, would you like to see the real world? We have our own home now, which will also be yours. Please behave. No destruction and no loud noises once we step outside. Heifeng's small eyes twinkled as it nodded vigorously, seemingly conveying its understanding. But was it not a bear? How could it be so perceptive? Having made thorough preparations, Tang An played with Heifeng for a while before attempting to bring it into the real world. The game world was always bathed in light, warm sunshine, and gentle spring breezes. In contrast, the real world bore the distinctions of day and night, with the summer winds thick and stifling. Heifeng remained silent, nestled in Tang An's embrace, blinking curiously as it observed its surroundings. The harmony between the girl and the bear was striking, with Heifeng's eyes sparkling like stars and a crescent moon, and in Tang An's gaze, the goodwill value soared. 100, 100, 100. Surely, it must enjoy this place. After a brief period of adjustment, Tang An stealthily led Heifeng downstairs, where she hoped to share the leftovers from the dinner prepared by Guanya. There's also honey. The bears in the animated series Boonie Bears adored honey. She wondered if Heifeng would share the same affinity. Heifeng struggled to walk on two legs, trailing behind Tang, and its hefty body surprisingly light on its feet. Tang An understood that it was still quite apprehensive. Anan, are you hungry too? What brings you down from the attic? Kaya sat at the dining table, savoring a glass of white wine, while the plate of crispy river shrimp was utterly to her liking. This was the life that humanity ought to lead. With the apocalypse looming, she felt compelled to indulge before the end arrived. But where had everyone gone? Kaya had clearly seen her daughter descending the stairs in her pajamas, yet in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. It was merely her first glass. She shouldn't be intoxicated yet. Kaya couldn't help but question her own sanity. Had the years of impending doom taken a toll on her mind, or was this house haunted? Tang An, upon witnessing the appearance of the black wind, could not help but recall the viral sensation of the panda, Shuebao, whose defiant stance and expressive demeanor captivated the internet. How utterly adorable! She crouched down and affectionately patted the black wind's head, feeling an insatiable urge. She then leaned forward and planted a gentle kiss on its forehead. This kiss seemed to ignite an exhilarating response in the black wind. which promptly took to the ground and began to dash around the farm in a frenzied circle. Affection points soared to 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Who would have thought that a bear could experience shyness? Greetings, master. The affection value has reached 10,000. All crops and livestock are now available for unlocking. Would you like to proceed with the unlocking? So soon could everything be unlocked? It appeared that the primary influence on the Black Wind's affection value stemmed from her love for it. Indeed, affection points and love are fundamentally intertwined. Realizing this, Tang An swiftly pressed the confirmation button. The progress bar slowly advanced, initially unlocking crops in increments of 15, 50, 150. Tang An waited for more than a minute, and finally, the number of crop varieties settled at 300,000. Is it truly possible to have as many as 300,000 types? However, the unlocking of livestock occurred swiftly. The system, constrained by the rules of human society, excludes wild and protected animals, resulting in fewer than 20 species being unlocked. Greetings, master. It has been detected that the increase in crop and livestock varieties may overload your farm. It is advisable to accumulate a goodwill value of 5,000 points to expand your land area. Is there such a gameplay mechanism? Yet, with over 300,000 species of plants, this modest farm would certainly be insufficient for cultivation. Indeed, once goodwill points are consumed, they appear to be inexhaustible. She recalled that the system had previously mentioned that goodwill points could be exchanged for real currency in a one-way transaction. What a pity it is. If only small amounts of money could be exchanged for goodwill points, she would undoubtedly invest heavily. Meanwhile, on the same night, the atmosphere at the Shengshi Houding was far from pleasant. After Tang Jinye's arrest, Ren Dahua's family incessantly called her with various concerns. When she married, the Tang family was merely a farming household, while Ren Dahua was the daughter of the women's director. However, the tides have turned. Ren Dahua's mother has retired. Her elder brother lacks ambition, and the family's circumstances have deteriorated significantly, now surpassing even the Tang family's plight. Little sister, listen to your brother. I am your own flesh and blood. I would never deceive you. That old man is quite wealthy, possessing several buildings in the city. His son has passed away, which means all that wealth will eventually be ours. Ren Dahua's brother, Ren Daong, is a man motivated solely by profit. Upon hearing of his sister's misfortunes, his first thought was not of her future, but rather to commodify her as if she were merchandise. Although she may have lost her youthful allure, she is only 45 years old, still suitable for a man in his 70s or 80s. Moreover, given his wealth, if it weren't for his daughter's adamant refusal, Ren Dahua would not have been considered at all. Chapter 17. No need to hoard vegetables. Ren Dahua is well aware of her brother's unscrupulous nature and believes her current situation is quite satisfactory. With her eldest son gone and the second son clearly only interested in financial matters, this could be her opportunity for revenge against her mother-in-law. Previously, her husband had resorted to violence over trivial matters, and her mother-in-law not only failed to defend her, but also encouraged her husband to close the door and continue the abuse. Now that this vile woman has fallen into her hands, Ren Dahua intends to care for her in a fitting manner. Furthermore, her second son has given her 5,000 yuan a month, which she plans to use to enhance her appearance and seek a new partner in the city as soon as possible. City men are often cultured and refined. They do not resort to violence and possess pensions. Brother, I have a good relationship with Jinya. I will wait for him. Upon hearing this, Ren Daong became furious. Wait for what? For him to come out and continue hitting you? You have no son. Why not find a wealthy old man instead? Do you really expect your niece to support you in your old age? Ren Dahua remained unfazed. I can find a wealthy man in the city, one who may even be younger than the one you propose. Huh? Do you think a wealthy city man would be interested in you? That old man is a retired official from the county fertilizer factory, with only one daughter who is overseas. He is already in his 70s. If you take care of him for 2 years, you'll be set. Isn't all that money yours? But what if he is in great health and lives for many more years? Ren Dahua found herself somewhat swayed. It still harbored doubts. What if he lives into his 90s? Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Isn't it you who determines how many years he has left? Ren Dahua glanced at her son's photograph in the morning hall hesitated momentarily, and then silently began to pack her belongings. Overcome by a sense of guilt, she muttered as she sorted through her things, "My son, do not blame me. It is because of your second uncle and your cousin that our family has fallen apart. If you harbor any resentment, direct it toward your father, your grandmother, your second uncle, and your cousin. They all deserve it. Please do not come looking for me. My mother has had her share of hardships. If Tang Jing truly possesses any spirit in the afterlife." Upon learning that she had barely departed this world before her mother hastened to remarry, she would likely be infuriated enough to rise from the mortuary. In a Ding city, there exists a tradition whereby the ever-burning lamp at the funeral cannot be extinguished. At around 4 in the morning, the elderly lady arose to check on the lamp, only to discover that her daughter-in-law had vanished. Panic seized her completely. She made several calls, all of which went unanswered. In a state of distress, she rushed out in search of people, calling out loudly for Ren Dahu. How dare she disturb the peace in mourning? Let people sleep. If you keep shouting, I swear I will make you pay. Enough already. At 4 in the morning, the sun had yet to rise. Most residents of the Shengshi Houting community were young, and some night owls hadn't even gone to bed yet, while the elderly lady was already drawing attention in the neighborhood, naturally inciting the ire of her neighbors. After waiting all morning for her family, the only thing she received was the eviction notice from the real estate agent. Who permitted you to set up a funeral in this house? Get out of here at once. It's bad luck. The elderly lady hurried to protect the ever-burning lamp, but her grandson's portrait was knocked to the ground and trampled. She rushed to safeguard the portrait only to find that the lamp had been extinguished with a beverage. In former times, she would have summoned her son to take action. Yet now, outnumbered and faced with a hostile crowd, she dared not provoke them. As she collected the portrait, she was forcefully ushered away. Once she had departed, the real estate agent finally contacted Tang, and the eviction has been executed. Once the contract is signed, the payment will be processed tomorrow and should arrive within a couple of days. Tang An merely suggested that they should go over early to tidy up the house, lest the night stretch into unforeseen troubles. To his surprise, the other party acted with such swiftness. No matter. After receiving this call, Tang An felt a sense of relief wash over him. He lazily rose from his bed and glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. If there is something you need to say, just go ahead. Did you finish reviewing the list I gave you yesterday? If you feel something is lacking, just jot it down, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Yet, as soon as he inquired, his sister clung to him like a lifeline, chattering incessantly through the night. She recounted numerous grievances inflicted upon her by their elderly mother, bluntly stating that Tang Jinghua ought not to concern himself with her, and that it would be best for her to lie lifeless in the streets. The extent of her daughter's resentment could only indicate that the old woman had indeed committed numerous wrongs to deserve such disdain. No, Dad. What I want to convey is that we need not procure these food items any longer. Tang An encircled the staples, vegetables, and meats with a bold stroke, marking them with a large cross. Tang Jinghua rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "You mean we are not going to procure any supplies? What shall we eat in the future?" And replied, "Snacks can be consumed in moderation, but we must primarily focus on staple foods. Otherwise, an imbalance in nutrition may lead to problems." She continued, "I previously mentioned that I possess a system, which not only allows for the rearing of bears, but also enables us to cultivate vegetables. The produce within is certainly sufficient for our family." As she spoke, Tang An closed the door and, in front of her parents, took out her phone and performed an impressive vanishing act. This maneuver left Tang Jinghua utterly astonished. "You can perform magic now?" Kuya interjected, rolling her eyes and gently lifting Tang Jinghua's chin back into place. What else could there possibly be aside from rice? Tang An recited the list of crops from his phone: peppers, eggplants, apples, blueberries, bananas. The variety was so extensive that he struggled to recite them all in one breath. Kuya interrupted Tang An's enumeration. "That is enough. I trust your judgment. We need not stockpile vegetables any longer. However, can you ensure that your phone remains charged? What if it gets lost?" Chapter 18. Does Mom have a system? The matter of the phone's battery had indeed not crossed Tang An's mind. During the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life, the school had lost power entirely. At that time, even food was scarce, and the thought of charging his phone had never occurred to him. Observing the troubled expression on his daughter's face, Tang Zhengui quickly interjected on her behalf. "It can be charged. I've already contacted someone to purchase a diesel generator and diesel fuel. We will store it in the basement, and there will be no need to worry about ventilation, as it can be directly expelled outside." Kuya nodded thoughtfully. "If the power situation is resolved, what about the phone? If you acquire a new phone, or if the one you are currently using malfunctions, do you have an alternative means to access the system?" Tang An shook her head in confusion. She found her mother's words to be quite sensible. In a post-apocalyptic world, anything could transpire, and one should not place their hopes upon the system. "Mother, do you mean to suggest that we should still stockpile staple foods for unforeseen circumstances?" Kuya also shook her head. "What I meant to convey is that this system must possess additional functionalities. Perhaps you should first explore and discover its other features. My dear, please continue with the procurement of supplies on your end, as usual." Tang Zhengwa nodded in agreement, flattering her. "Understood, my dear. It is you who possesses the most meticulous thoughtfulness." Tang An seldom resides with her parents, making their displays of affection a rare sight. The sweetness is undeniable. It can also be overwhelming. No wonder they can set aside their own concerns. Indeed, true love flourishes between them, while she is merely an unexpected consequence of their union. Alas! Tang An feigned a gesture of rubbing her cheeks. Tang Zhenghua, puzzled, inquired of his daughter, "What is it, my dear? Are you experiencing tooth pain?" Tang An was on the verge of grinding his molars into dust. Indeed, toothaches are no trifling matter. In a post-apocalyptic world, dentists may become a rarity. "Perhaps I should schedule an appointment this afternoon. Let us all go together." Kuya shot him a glare, while Tang Zhenghua feigned busyness, glancing around the room. Then he remarked, "I have some matters to attend to. You and your mother can go ahead with the meeting. I shall inspect the renovations." As her husband departed, Kuya softly murmured, I believe your system should have more than just a mobile phone as an entry point. You might want to explore further. Furthermore, if it enables you to enter with Xiao Xiong, it may very well allow for the inclusion of other items. If it could be utilized as a storage function, having a portable, impervious repository in the apocalypse would be exceedingly advantageous." Tang An nodded thoughtfully. Ever since the advent of this system, she had not truly delved into its depths. It was only yesterday that she discovered the affinity points, a feature that could be utilized for upgrades. However, how did her mother come to know of these intricacies? Could it be that this chosen one was not unique to her alone? "Mom, how do you possess such knowledge? Do you also have a system?" As she spoke, Kuya earnestly presented her phone, opening her ebook application to reveal her library, and extended it towards Tang An. Although Tang An harbored doubts, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Regardless of whether her mother possessed a system, her advice was indeed sound, and there was no need for further investigation. Tang An forced a smile. "It must be Su Xianer. Darling, you are truly remarkable. How did you know it was her?" "I witnessed it with my own eyes. She is indeed paralyzed. Moreover, it seems her boyfriend has broken up with her. Today, when she withdrew from school, she came alone. Well, not entirely alone. I noticed a hefty man, at least 200 pounds, accompanying her." "She actually withdrew?" That certainly caught Tang An off guard. After all, both she and Su Xianer are fourth-year students, on the brink of graduation. Yet, considering Su Xianer frequently skipped classes to meet her boyfriend and had a history of failing courses since her freshman year, perhaps a smooth graduation was never in her cards. Has she found a wealthy benefactor? I recall her boyfriend was rather affluent. Tang An harbored no malicious intent. It was simply that Su Xianer's character left much to be desired. In her quest to meet wealthy suitors, she would crash gatherings of other clubs for free drinks, often resulting in nights spent away from her dormitory. Initially, they would call Su Xianer to inquire about her well-being, but after being chastised twice for being a downer, they ceased to ask. This man appears to be even wealthier. That car seems to be a Cullinan. Su Xianer is truly impressive, even in her incapacitated state. She managed to latch onto a wealthy patron. It seems that in the future, Guanya will merely pout at Su Xianer's actions, finding them utterly beneath her notice. Tang An tilted her head and gazed at Guanya, inquiring, "With your impressive skills, do you think you could prevail in a confrontation with a 200-pound man?" This question had indeed crossed Guanya's mind, and she had even contemplated attempting such a feat. However, she had yet to find the opportunity to do so. It truly depends on the circumstances. If it's an ordinary person, I would undoubtedly have the upper hand. But if the opponent is a trained fighter, then it would hinge on who possesses greater strength, she replied, punctuating her words with a playful shake of her fist. During their recent move, Tang An had already discerned that Guanya's punches were indeed remarkably powerful. A peculiar thought flickered in her mind. What if she could arrange for Guanya to spar with Black Wind? Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion. Black Wind was still quite young, and she felt it was best not to expose her to the harsh realities of the world just yet. Aside from mobile phones, there must be alternative means to gain access to Liangtian town. With a solemn demeanor, Tang An placed a ruby necklace upon the table, concentrating her thoughts intently on the jewel. The opening of Liangtian town was intrinsically linked to this very necklace. Although she harbored some disdain for her mother's understanding of the apocalyptic system through online novels, she still meticulously researched the methods of entering such systems. It appeared that over 90% of these systems allowed protagonists to enter through the sheer force of their will, while a smaller fraction required a blood bond to authenticate the jewelry, thereby granting access to the system. Tang An resolved to first experiment with the initial method of thought control. Although pricking her finger with a needle to draw blood would not be excruciating, she was reluctant to inflict harm upon herself. Liangtian town, Black Wind, I yearn to meet Black Wind. Tang An fixed his gaze upon the necklace, silently reciting within his mind. Greetings, Master. Acknowledgement of your attempt to enter the game has been detected. Please confirm. In 5 seconds, your corporeal form will be transported into the game. Success. Fortunately, he had not rashly shed blood in haste. Chapter 19. The first encounter with a bear upon entering the game. Hei Feng joyfully dashed toward Tang An. He could distinctly perceive that Hei Feng had grown increasingly robust. Where once he resembled a playful pup, he now bore the formidable stature of a bear. Following the previous unlocking of all crops and livestock with a single click, Hei Feng's affection points had nearly been exhausted. After merely a short play session with Hei Feng, the affection points had surged to around 300 or 400. Tang An attempted to cultivate crops through the power of her mind, yet there were over 300,000 varieties to choose from. What should she plant? Perhaps cherries. With a mere thought, a cherry tree materialized before her. It was indeed marvelous. Just as the initial rice had appeared, so too did this cherry tree. They did not emerge as seedlings, gradually maturing, but instead materialized fully formed, ready for harvest. Here, there were no constraints of growth cycles, be it cherries or rice. Both reached maturity and were ready for gathering in a mere 2 seconds. Tang An plucked a cherry from the tree and placed it in her mouth. Having witnessed the cherry tree's sudden appearance, she was confident that this cherry had not been treated with pesticides. With one bite, the fruit burst with juice, its flesh plump and sweet tart, far surpassing any cherry she had ever tasted in the real world. The tree was laden with cherries, yet without tools. The higher fruits were out of her reach. Just as she pondered her predicament, Hei Feng, embracing the trunk, swiftly ascended. Though Hei Feng appeared somewhat portly, he perched upon the cherry tree with remarkable stability. With his rough, hefty paws, he carefully plucked the small cherries and tossed them down towards Tang An. Was she being fed by a bear? Looking up, she saw Hei Feng gazing at her with an expression of pride, much like a child awaiting praise. In that moment, it was essential to offer him ample emotional validation. Tang An leaped 3 feet high, her tone exceedingly exaggerated. Oh my, whose little darling is this? It's my Black Wind little darling, who can actually pick cherries for sister. How wonderful is that? Black Wind little darling is truly remarkable. Come down and give sister a kiss. I am so blessed to have such a little treasure. This tactic undoubtedly worked, as she witnessed Black Wind's affection rating soar to 1,000. It seemed to have become quite inflated with pride, leaping down from the branch directly. The cherry tree stood at least 6 or 7 meters tall, and though Black Wind hadn't climbed very high, it certainly reached 2 meters. If it were to fall, Tang An had no place to seek medical attention for it. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, Tang An extended her hands to catch Black Wind. With a splat, 2 enormous and foul-smelling cheeks plummeted from above, landing squarely on Tang An's face. More unbearable than the odor was the sensation that her nose seemed to be bleeding. She had now become the first person to catch a bear with her face. After a sharp yelp, Black Wind dashed around in circles, only to turn back and realize its owner was injured. It barked sharply, as if in distress, anxiously searching around. Its mouth was filled with greenish juice, mingling with the stench of saliva, far too close for comfort. Tang An instinctively tried to push Black Wind away, but it seized the opportunity to spit all over her face. Instantly, a refreshing coolness enveloped Tang An's face, akin to being covered in mint. The pain diminished significantly. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" Black Wind called urgently, seemingly aware of its misdeed, and made an effort to make amends. Tang An rose to her feet, wiping her face with her hand and inadvertently transferring the mess onto Black Wind's head. There, it's all right. Black Wind, little darling, is truly clever." The impact was indeed painful, but it was merely a case of nasal mucosa bleeding. At least her nasal bone remained intact. Black Wind couldn't comprehend the extent of the injury, but it knew that chewing on this particular grass could treat external wounds and stop bleeding. Hence it had procured this remedy for Tang, and Black Wind paid no mind to the dirt on its head. As long as Tang was unharmed, that was what mattered. This incident instantly elevated Black Wind's affection for Tang to an astonishing 50,000. Evidently, it was all worthwhile. However, Tang did not anticipate that, besides herself, Black Wind could also exert control over Liangtian town. This was, in fact, reasonable, as it was the original inhabitant of Liangtian town, and such control was entirely justifiable. How could one utilize the 50,000 points of affection? Tang An exited the game with her thoughts, washed her face, and tenderly rubbed her sore nose, then meticulously examined her phone. First and foremost, she needed to expand the land area according to the system's guidance. Currently, her residence appeared to be within the farm's boundaries, roughly several hundred square meters in size. Only one side was a pasture, while the rest could be cultivated. Tang An had planted a fair amount of rice and wheat, along with the initially unlocked chili and tomato sauce. Upon confirming the land expansion, the phone screen suddenly went black, followed by the appearance of a rapidly progressing loading bar. As the screen illuminated once more, the farm remained unchanged, yet a map appeared in the upper left corner. Tang An, filled with curiosity, tapped on the map, as if unlocking the gateway to a new world. The farm was distinctly divided into various zones: the mushroom area, aquatic plant sector, bamboo grove, and grain zone, among others, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The place where Tang An previously resided was designated as the home of Tang An and Black Wind. Playfully poking Black Wind's little head on the screen, he was certain it was the creature that had named it. Though Black Wind could not speak, it was undeniably knowledgeable. In the bottom right corner of the map, a small number caught Tang An's attention, indicating 10,000 hectares of land had been developed, with additional functions pending activation. It appeared their sustenance was secured. With such an expansive area, could it possibly serve as a storage function? Beyond physical items, essential survival supplies would also require substantial storage space. Tang An's greatest concern was the diesel used for the generator. Even if stored in the basement, it remained perilously unsafe. In the event of an explosion, it could obliterate his entire family in an instant. Thus, placing such items within the system seemed most prudent, allowing for portability while mitigating the risk of explosions. Greetings, Master. A strong desire for the warehouse function has been detected. It is recommended to exchange 10,000 favor points for the warehouse function, with each warehouse estimated to occupy 6,000 square meters, necessitating land expansion, totaling 100 favor points. Please confirm whether to proceed with the development. Indeed, a warehouse was available. Having just utilized 5,000 favor points, Tang An still possessed 45,000. Spending an additional 10,000 posed no challenge. Chapter 20. Meow Meow Mew Mew. With the warehouse now established, future storage would be significantly more convenient. Tang An accompanied his father to the procurement warehouse, placing all supplies into the system. Tang An observed that the novel depicted the time within the warehouse as being stagnant. So he casually placed a cup of milk tea inside. It was placed there in the morning, yet by afternoon, it had completely cooled. It seems that time within Tang An's system warehouse flows normally. Although he felt a tinge of regret for not being able to stockpile milk tea or fried chicken, he was reassured by the presence of the system's culinary recipes, which could easily yield milk tea with some development. Upon returning home, Tang An stored a small portion of daily necessities and drinking water in the basement, while most of his items were placed within the system. Over the following half-month, the houses procured by Tang Jinghua were gradually organized into the system. The renovations were completed, with air filtration, water purification, air conditioning, and generators all prepared. Calculating the time, it was merely a month until the impending apocalypse. He believed they would undoubtedly endure this time. In previous years, the highest temperature in Ding City had only reached 33 or 34 degrees Celsius. Today, however, the climate was exceptionally abnormal. It was just the beginning of July, yet the temperature had soared to 37 degrees Celsius. Guanya had no choice but to switch her evening runs to morning jogs, as the temperature would only slightly lower in the early hours before dawn. Where did that dog come from? Did it stray? Guanya looked up, confirming she was indeed at the correct house. But where did the dog originate? Just as she hesitated at the door, two Tibetan mastiffs spotted her lingering outside and began to bark loudly in warning. The deep, resonant barks of the mastiffs echoed, their fur bristling, eyes fierce and resolute. Guanya nervously swallowed. Should she flee? Would the mastiffs chase after her if she did? Just as she pondered her next move, Kuya emerged from the house, carrying dog food and water. Upon seeing Kuya, the mastiffs softened their expressions, casting a warning glance at Guanya before turning to obediently eat their meal. Dada, you're out for a run so early? Annie has prepared breakfast. Come and have a little with us. The house is all renovated now, so you need to go to the library to study, Kuya said gently. In the sweltering summer, Kuya wore a tank top and shorts, her figure slender and elegant, making it hard to believe she was a 22-year-old university student's mother. Without the noise of renovations and with the air conditioning, it was truly a sanctuary for review. However, glancing at the two formidable beasts at the door, Guanya felt hesitant to enter. Annie, what about these dogs? I don't remember them being here when I left this morning, she remarked. Kuya, thinking Guanya was frightened, quickly restrained the two dogs with leashes. I ordered them from a kennel a few days ago. They were delivered this morning. I heard the security here isn't very good, so I thought having two dogs for protection would be wise. If you're scared, I can keep them tied up. In the brief exchange, the two dogs had already devoured their food, panting heavily and seemingly unaccustomed to the oppressive heat outside. There's nothing to fear. You'll get used to them, Guanya said as she cautiously approached the mastiffs, extending her hand for a gentle pat. One mastiff watched her warily, while the other lowered its head, glaring at her and emitting a low, threatening growl. Perhaps it was best not to touch them after all. Her hands possess other functions that cannot be compromised by a dog's bite. As she prepared to enter the house, the door swung open, revealing Tang An, clad in pajamas, squinting against the light. Where did that dog come from? It's so noisy, perhaps due to the scent of dark wind emanating from Tang An. The two Tibetan mastiffs approached her cautiously, exhibiting expressions of fear as they retreated and whimpered softly. Why are they only fierce towards me? Guanya mused, patting her pocket, resolved to win the affection of the two mastiffs through culinary bribery. Unfortunately, her pockets bore no treats. Kuya explained to her daughter, I'm not overly cautious. It's just that I worry about the safety around here, which is why we have two dogs. And then, why don't you give them names? What should we call them? Let us just go with Little Black and Big Black. With the magnificent dark wind in her life, Tang An felt unable to accommodate any other creatures resembling that magnificent beast, which is Big Black and which is Little Black. Those names lack creativity. As Guanya engaged in stretching exercises, she pondered the puppy's names seriously. Annie, are they male or female? They're both female. The kennel mentioned that female dogs tend to be more docile. The more Kuya observed these two little creatures, the more impressive they seemed. Having learned they were only 4 to 5 months old, yet already half a human's height, they appeared robust, exuding a formidable presence. Let us name them Meow Meow and Mimi, as they sound gentle. Guanya's suggestion was instantly met with Tang An's approval. I think that works. Let us call them Meow Meow and Mimi. They sound obedient and adorable. Who would have imagined such ferocious Tibetan mastiffs would bear such soft and endearing names? Watching the two girls beam with delight, Kuya couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at how they could associate such fearsome mastiffs with such charming names. Tang An stood with hands on hips, affectionately patting one of the Tibetan mastiffs with a reddish hue on its neck, proclaiming, "This one is named Meow Meow, and the all-black one is called Mimi. I shall change my clothes. Yaya, please wait for me. Let's take the dogs for a walk together." The mastiff, having received praise, seemed particularly elated, its tongue lolling out, whether from the heat or joy, one could not tell. Kuya chuckled helplessly. "Oh, dear. Let us just stick with those names. If you're to walk the dogs, be careful. They can be rather fierce, so make sure to hold the leash tightly." Guanya hesitated, unsure whether to take the leash, as Meow Meow and Mimi had initially expressed their discontent towards her, their fierce demeanor somewhat intimidating. However, it appeared that ever since Tang An emerged, the two had become considerably more docile. Meow Meow was the first to extend an olive branch, trotting over to Guanya's feet, nuzzling her thigh in a conciliatory manner. "Sister, forgive me. I did not mean to be fierce," it seemed to convey. Mimi echoed this sentiment. Body language is universally understood across species. Though dogs cannot speak, Guanya sensed their remorse. Thus, she decided to forgive them. After all, why should women make things difficult for one another? Yet, who could have anticipated that on the very first day of Meow Meow and Mimi's arrival, trouble would ensue? Chapter 21. Walking the dogs. When Guanya took Meow Meow and Mimi out, it was barely past 6 o'clock. The Teo Wayuan community had a low occupancy rate, consisting primarily of villas, and the number of residents was scant. During her morning jog, Guanya hadn't encountered a soul. However, no sooner had she exited the yard than she spotted an ownerless white toy poodle. From a distance, she could see the poodle's fur was disheveled and yellowed, with heavy tear stains, indicative of a careless owner. Woof, woof, woof. The toy poodle, upon seeing Meow Meow and Mimi, immediately fluffed up its fur, yapping sharply as it rushed towards them. Meow Meow huffed, dismissing the tiny creature as it was no larger than a mere lump of its own excrement. However, Mimi was particularly intrigued, straining against the constraints of the leash. Although not a fully grown mastiff, Mimi possessed considerable strength, making it difficult for Guanya, a seasoned practitioner, to maintain control. "Don't go over there, Mimi, behave." Communicating with dogs was proving futile, and Guanya began searching for the owner of the poodle. "Whose dog is this? Why isn't it leashed?" Woof, woof, woof. The poodle's frantic and piercing barks were exceedingly irritating. What surprised Guanya even more was that, after a couple of barks, the audacious little poodle darted beneath Mimi's tail, sniffed, and then clung to Mimi's leg before. How shameless! "Mimi, let us go." With great effort, Guanya managed to pull Mimi away. Seeing her companion being harassed, Meow Meow let out a formidable bark. The sound startled the toy poodle, which clearly exhibited fear, trembling all over. It whimpered softly and scurried back home in haste. She was a woman with a snake-like face, embodying an outdated aesthetic of cosmetic surgery, exuding a sense of cheap sophistication. The woman screamed exaggeratedly, seemingly intent on rousing the neighbors to demand justice. The saying, "dogs rely on their masters," held true, as her dog, emboldened by its owner's defense, strutted with newfound arrogance. Though it lacked the courage to return, it merely whined softly, expressing its discontent. What of raising a large dog? She had it on a leash. Unlike her, who let her dog roam free indoors. Walking a dog without a leash was akin to allowing the dog to walk itself. What of raising a large dog? Did my dog consume your dog's food? Is there justification for not leashing a dog? My dog doesn't eat just anything, Guanya retorted, her disdain for the woman palpable. The woman's shrill voice grated on the ears, her every gesture reeking of pretentiousness. Even more irksome was her ownership of a ruffian dog. "My baby is so well behaved. Why should I leash it? Just wait, I'm coming down. If my baby gets bitten, you'll pay dearly." With that, the woman hurried downstairs. Such arrogance. Guanya felt her temper rise at the audacity. It was she who allowed her dog to misbehave outside. How could she now claim righteousness? She entwined two leashes together, protecting Meow Meow and Mimi behind her. Should Meow Meow and Mimi become incensed, she would be unable to control them. The woman descended with her little poodle, her expression one of malice. Wasn't she just a spoiled poodle? Is it legal for you to have two dogs? That dog is so large. What if it bites someone? That is exceedingly dangerous. The woman, keeping a distance of 3 to 5 meters from Guanya, shouted from afar, resembling the very poodle she cradled. Upon mentioning legality, Guanya's heart sank. After all, large breeds were prohibited in many cities. The commotion outside swiftly attracted the attention of the neighbors. Tang An, having just washed her hair and not yet dried it, rushed downstairs with her parents upon hearing the uproar. Don't make baseless accusations. My dog did not bite yours. Rather, your dog was the first to misbehave with mine. Even if it didn't bite, it frightened my baby. I shall call the police to investigate whether your dog is licensed. If not, it shall face severe consequences. It's absurd to think that a luxury villa area is akin to your rural homestead, where any dog is allowed. The spoiled poodle had come to rely on the assumption that Guanya's large dog lacked a license, thus growing increasingly arrogant. Kuya emerged from her home, holding 2 dog licenses. Take a good look. My dogs are licensed. When she decided to adopt 2 Tibetan Mastiffs for protection, Kuya had already researched the domestic policies. With breed optimization and special training, Tibetan Mastiffs could indeed obtain licenses. Furthermore, their Teoyuan community, while touted as a luxury villa area, was quite distant from the city center, bearing little difference from a rural estate. Hence, the policies in this regard were relatively lenient. With a newfound sense of certainty, Guanya's demeanor markedly strengthened. Do you see? My dog is certified. Moreover, I have it leashed while walking. To walk a dog without a leash is akin to letting the dog walk itself. It is indeed a reflection of the owner's character. The poodle originally intended to confront the Tibetan Mastiff, but the inability to procure a dog license proved a hindrance. Unexpectedly, both dogs turned out to be certified, while my own little poodle lacked documentation. Should the authorities be alerted, I would find myself in a precarious position. How can you speak so dismissively? Even with a license, one cannot permit their dog to bark indiscriminately. It is a significant disturbance to the community, is it not, dear neighbors? However, aside from this matter, it is worth mentioning the disruption caused. The onlookers, incensed, voiced their grievances. We have never heard such a large dog barking. Yet your little dog barks throughout the night, robbing us of our sleep. Indeed, I have heard as well. Furthermore, your dog runs loose in the community, frightening people. My elderly father suffers from heart disease and was startled by your dog a few days ago, and he has yet to recover. It is utterly lacking in decorum, not even cleaning up after its mess. Living next to someone like you truly feels like an immense stroke of misfortune. The poodle originally intended to leverage public sentiment against the owner of the large dog, but found herself the target of scrutiny instead. The property management had long since arrived, merely spectating without daring to intervene. Now, witnessing the established turmoil, the property manager hastily stepped forward to mediate. We assure you that we will enhance our management regarding these concerns. Miss Kin, would you kindly consider leashing your small dog? Chapter 22. The dog thief. The poodle's name is Kinlulu, and in the presence of so many, she was compelled to concede. I understand. I will keep Bebe leashed to avoid troubling everyone. Kuya had no objections and presented the necessary documentation. Guanya could not resist inquiring about the overbearing Miss Kin next door. What manner of person resides beside us? How can she speak in such a way? The property manager cleared his throat and, with an air of mystery, began. She is a mistress. TSK, 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 with legs spread wide, a treasure beyond measure. What a character! His words dripped with disdain for Kinlulu. When this property was first sold, the original spouse came by, yet the mistress remained unchallenged. One must say the original spouse is rather spineless. If it were me, I would have ensured none of them lived. While he sleeps, I would simply take care of that situation. Tang An mused that if this property manager were placed in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a heroine. While her lips flitted about with gossip, her hands remained deftly engaged in the registration process. Once she had swiftly completed her task, she reached out to caress Meow Meow's head. remarking, "Your dog is quite well behaved. I trust it does not bite." Rest assured, the security in our community is impeccable. The guards work around the clock, patrolling every half hour. As she spoke, the property manager returned the completed documentation to Kuya, introducing herself. "I am Jan Kailuan, but you may call me Kelly. If it is convenient, let us exchange contact information so you can reach out to me whenever necessary." Walking two such dogs was indeed a sight to behold. Only such noble creatures were worthy of a woman of her caliber. Guanya resolved to treat Meow Meow and Mimi with utmost care. For when she eventually purchased her own home, she would certainly acquire a dog of similar stature. Proximity, after all, often begets opportunity. Who knows? Perhaps by then Meow Meow and Mimi would have little ones that would be hers. Later that evening, after dinner, Tang An busied herself in the system storage, organizing the supplies her parents had amassed, checking for gaps, and categorizing items for easier retrieval in the future. Just then, Guanya entered the room. And then, doesn't that woman resemble the poodle from next door? While it may not be polite to assign nicknames, one could not deny that the woman's post-makeover appearance was strikingly akin to that of a poodle. Moreover, she owned a poodle herself. As Tang An glanced at the screen, despite the enhancement of 10 levels of beauty, it was evident that it was indeed her. Within the confines of the screen, Lulu wept with profound sorrow. "I truly cannot fathom how they could have provoked such a situation. Little Bebe is still so young. How could they be so heartless?" The barrage of comments offered solace to Lulu. "How disgusting! How can such people exist? Lulu, do not cry. Those who are less than beasts should pay for Bebe's life. We must report them. Even those toxic hot dogs could harm a child. The police will not turn a blind eye. Such a lack of virtue. May these individuals meet their demise in hell sooner rather than later." Tang An felt somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Lulu's little dog barking quite cheerfully in the morning? Judging by these comments, has the dog passed away? Guanya wore a gloomy expression. Lulu mentioned in her livestream that her dog had been poisoned with tainted ham sausages, and she even claimed that it was us who had poisoned it. Who would commit such an act? At this age, how could one so shamelessly utter such blatant lies? Tang An felt that this Lulu bore an uncanny resemblance to Sue Sienner from years later. What he despised most were individuals like her. What did she say? Did she directly mention our building number or any other information? If so, we could confront her with charges of defamation. Anyone can speak nonsensically, but evidence must be presented. She did not state it outright. Her words dripped with sarcasm. She claimed that our earlier argument with her in the morning was the catalyst for her retaliation. A person devoid of shame is invincible in this world. Upon hearing this, Tang An understood. Provide me with her livestream link. Does she not seek fame? Let's assist her in that endeavor. The residents of the Teoyuan community are not numerous, comprising only 300 to 400 individuals thus far. However, these people are more than enough to drown her in their collective disdain. Should we not say something? Guanya felt a lingering frustration. There is no need to waste time on such individuals. You still have your graduate entrance examinations to prepare for, right? Mentioning the exams made Guanya feel overwhelmed. Tang An truly wished to inform her that the apocalypse was imminent. At that time, all the matters that troubled her would cease to be concerns. However, the moment was not yet ripe. I too must prepare for my studies. I have been preoccupied with renovation tasks lately. Guanya nodded, finding this reasoning sufficiently persuasive. Very well then, now that the renovations are complete, let us study together. Tang An nodded with a smile. All right. After bidding farewell to Guanya, he resumed the meticulous organization of the supplies, fearful of overlooking anything. With the newly expanded space, Black Wind seemed to radiate even more joy. Tang An had enhanced the water system of Liangtian town, resulting in crystal clear water. This environment fostered the growth of numerous shellfish and fish, greatly enriching the variety of food available for their family. Tang An secretly fished 2 magnificent fish of over 10 levels from the river. Together with his mother, he endeavored to prepare fish balls, which turned out to be not only exquisitely flavorful, but also devoid of any muddy taste. It must be said that the unpolluted offerings from the quaint town of Liangtian truly surpassed expectations. Thus, after conferring with his parents, Tang An resolved to consume food sourced from the game henceforth, conveniently saving the time otherwise spent on grocery shopping. As the days drew closer to the impending apocalypse, Tang An planned to accompany his mother to the harbor to gather intelligence. The advanced weaponry had long been dispatched from that direction, yet they had received nothing in return. Should complications arise, it would indeed pose a challenge to safeguard the abundant supplies they possessed. Just as he started the vehicle, Tang An found his car obstructed by a wrangler at the entrance of the community. "Get out, you vile scoundrel." Chapter 23. The Use of Firearms. Who is the vile scoundrel, one might ask? Tang An refrained from exiting the car, merely intending to honk the horn to urge the individual to depart. The person in the vehicle opened the door, brandishing a stick, and stood defiantly before Tang An's car. Kuya silently messaged the property manager, Yang Kailuan, before locking the doors. "And then, we cannot go out. This person is a lunatic." If there is no certainty of overpowering the adversary, the foremost action in the face of danger is to protect oneself. The individual in the car remained still, while the man seeking confrontation grew increasingly aggressive, striking the car's headlight with his stick. "Come out, you vile scoundrel," killing the neighbor's dogs and yet refusing to admit it. "Your conscience must be utterly corrupt. You wretched woman, raising 2 large dogs. What are you doing alone at night without a man? You deserve to rot." Upon hearing these words, a neighbor hastily covered their child's ears and ushered them indoors. This man was like a madman. They could not allow their child to be influenced by such behavior. Tang An glanced at his mother beside him and said, "Mom, don't worry. Leave this to me." It was time for Black Wind to make his entrance. He summoned Black Wind from the system, then stepped out of the car holding him, disregarding his mother Kuya's protests, and locked her inside the vehicle. She could manage this situation on her own. What was the dog barking about? Had it consumed too much laxative? Why was it so quick to snap? Who claimed I was a dog poisoner? As a grown individual, it was absurd to let others dictate your beliefs. With a mind so feeble, it was no wonder he was easily manipulated. Kuya was left bewildered in the car, questioning if her daughter had mistakenly picked up the wrong script. You dare poison someone else's dog and still have the audacity to justify it? Lulu and her little dog Bebe were inseparable. A cold-hearted woman like you could never comprehend how difficult it was for Lulu. "You have condemned Bebe to death, you murderer of dogs." The man's intellect was evidently lacking, his thoughts muddled by Tang An's words. "Oh, even a broken pot has its lid, and frogs have their toads they adore. Why are today's sycophants so drawn to public restrooms?" The man, unable to counter her words, attempted to resort to violence. Black Wind, protective of his master, opened his mouth and let out a fierce growl. "You, control your dog. If he dares to bite me, I will call the police." Tang An let out a cold snort. "Oh, really? After you report it to the police, don't forget to call the crematorium to book an oven." Damn it. That woman actually hit the nail on the head. He had indeed been used as a pawn by Lulu. Surrounded by so many onlookers, the man was convinced that Tang An would not allow his dog to commit an act of violence in public. Steeling himself, he swung the stick in his hand with all his might, aiming to strike the dog's head. Bang! Just before the stick could descend, it was intercepted, and the black dog, ready to pounce, missed its target. Upon hearing that voice, Tang An immediately recognized it belonged to none other than Guanya. "What brings you here?" Guanya merely pushed forward gently, causing the man to stagger back several paces. With the man at a disadvantage, the security personnel finally intervened to restrain him. "We are in a gated community. How did you gain entry?" Yang Kairon rushed over. Upon seeing Guanya, the man's gaze shifted dramatically. "You are the one who poisoned Bebe, you cold-blooded, malicious woman. It was you in Lulu's video. Faced with such a neighbor, I truly do not know how to proceed. I seek your counsel." TSK. The formulaic approach of short videos is rather cliché. However, when paired with the beauty-enhanced visage of Lulu, it remains somewhat captivating. The situation unfolded as follows. This morning, while I opened the window for ventilation, Bebe accidentally slipped outside. Alas, I'll admit my failure to keep a watchful eye on Bebe. Little did I anticipate that, in such a brief moment, Bebe would fall victim to malice. Yet, such a trivial matter has been held against me. While walking my dog in the evening, Bebe was maliciously poisoned and, by 10 o'clock, succumbed to convulsions and foamed at the mouth. It is all my fault. I was too naive, never imagining that human hearts could be so vile. Lulu, having undergone lip augmentation, appears oddly disconcerting when she cries. The video's views are substantial, with thousands of comments beneath it. While a few netizens maintain a rational stance, the majority of public opinion leans in favor of Lulu. And ding public security, such dogs deserve to be put down. From my years of dog ownership experience, large dogs typically do not bark excessively. However, to allow a large dog to threaten others speaks volumes about the owner's character. Blindfolded, choking, specialized dog training techniques. Do you see this, dog lovers? This is the so-called non-aggressive, obedient dog you speak of. The facts speak for themselves. Could the earlier surveillance footage be released? Dogs do not attack without provocation. The plethora of comment predominantly consists of harsh criticism, with many even resorting to personal attacks against Guanya. Aya, just wait. I will confront Lulu. At this moment, Yang Kairon had already dispatched the troublesome man and, after sending away the owner who had come to understand the situation, felt utterly drained. Upon seeing Tang An, she mustered her strength to apologize. Miss Tang, I am truly sorry. The occurrence of such an incident reflects our property's negligence. Just days ago, we confidently asserted the community's safety, yet here we are, confronted with chaos while the security personnel hid in their booth. And it was a young girl who stepped forward to take action. Tang An did not come to seek retribution. It is human nature to pursue benefits and avoid harm. After all, a security guard earns only a meager sum in a month. Would one truly sacrifice oneself for the sake of a property owner? Fear not, Sister Karen, for I wish to extract a surveillance video. Having been unjustly slandered, one must certainly be afforded the opportunity to vindicate oneself. Tang An wore a composed smile, for she possessed absolute confidence in her victory in this battle. Chapter 24. The overbearing CEO in a relationship with a younger partner. Observing that public opinion was decidedly in her favor, Lulu even purchased video views and hired online influencers to incite netizens to unearth Guanya's identity. She had long been aware that the prominent figure in her live stream, Brother Hui, had come to her aid today, and the more support she received, the more she understood that she must remain in the shadows to effectively embody the role of the victim. After procuring the online support, her total view count soared to over 1 million. Seizing the momentum, Lulu prepared to commence her live stream earlier than usual. Before going live, she routinely checked her private messages. Sister Lulu, I know who poisoned your dog. She is my classmate, named Guanya. If you wish to learn more, please connect with me during the live stream. I will be live at 8:30 p.m. I have followed you. The individual messaging Lulu was named her.What, a beauty blogger of striking appearance, endowed with an innate, vibrant beauty. However, she had not updated her videos in over a month. Compared to her former popularity, her.What's current acclaim had dwindled significantly, with only a couple of her videos garnering over 100 likes. Regardless of whether she sought to ride the coattails of current trends, as long as they shared a common adversary, they were allies. Timing herself meticulously, Lulu completed her makeup and activated the beauty filter before going live. Brother Hui had been released that afternoon. He chatted with Lulu for a considerable time, eagerly awaiting her broadcast to shower her with gifts. Thank you for your gifts, Brother Hui. Your support means the world to me. Ever since I lost Bebe, I have been so heartbroken. I can't help but cry when I bring it up. Bebe was with me for so many years. As the audience grew larger, Lulu increasingly played the victim. By the time she reached the agreed-upon moment with her.What, the viewer count had swelled to 8,000 or 9,000. Including Tang An and Guanya. There are only a few days left. Tomorrow I will have them release the video. The funds are in place, so there should be no issues. Tang An reassured Guanya. As soon as she acquired the video, Tang An reached out to both self-media and mainstream outlets for publicity. By dawn, the completed video would be disseminated. Who knows? Perhaps it was her own negligence that led to the demise of her pet, and it has nothing to do with us. We shall face whatever comes our way. She was not averse to wielding public opinion as a weapon, was she? In this new era, who wouldn't he? As the two conversed, to their surprise, Lulu initiated a connection with a guest. Sienu? Last time, it was noted that Lulu's distortion of facts bore a striking resemblance to Sienu. Now, they appeared on the same screen. Sienu appeared pale. Hello, everyone. I am the university classmate of the girl from the video Who Poisoned the Dog. My name is her.What. I'm a person with disabilities. A month ago, I was able-bodied. Guanya falsely accused me of theft, coerced me into attempting suicide, and left me paralyzed from the waist down. I am weak and afraid to speak out. However, upon witnessing Sister Lulu's plight, I resolved to step forward and expose Guanya's true nature. Su Xian'er, having mastered the art of weeping like Kin Lulu, instantly captivated a significant portion of Kin Lulu's fan base with her already exquisite and innocent visage. Even the notorious Brother Hui, who had come to the Taoyuan community seeking trouble, found himself drawn into Su Xian'er's livestream, generously showering her with gifts. It was utterly baffling that these two had become entangled. How could Su Xian'er shamelessly claim to be wronged? It seemed her mind was somewhat unhinged. Indeed, such individuals ought to be dealt with decisively. Otherwise, they would continue to prance about without end, refusing to take responsibility for their actions, and instead shifting the blame onto others. Guanya was exceedingly furious, having never anticipated that the one wielding the knife behind her back was Su Xian'er. Yes, a decisive blow was warranted. Guanya focused intently on how Su Xian'er would defend herself when her phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the caller's name, she abruptly rose, her expression grave as she answered the call. It was Uncle Wang. The caller was none other than Wang Mian, a subordinate of Guanya's father during his lifetime. Since Guanya's middle school years, Wang Mian had taken it upon himself to look after her. She knew he had never married, and, in her childhood, she had even entertained dreams of marrying Uncle Wang when she grew up. However, as she matured and discerned the distinction between admiration and love, she ceased to vocalize such thoughts. Her respect for Wang Mian deepened, yet the familiarity diminished. I've seen someone post a video of you online, and I wish to understand the situation. Wang Mian's tone was serious. Given his position, he would not indulge in the trivialities of the internet. He had personnel dedicated to reporting Guanya's every move. Since her departure from school, he had thoroughly investigated Tang An's family, confirming their integrity before permitting Guanya to move in with them. His subordinates had informed him of the rumors circulating about Guanya allegedly coercing a classmate to jump off a building and poisoning a puppy, which he found utterly implausible. He had watched her grow into a kind-hearted and straightforward individual. How could she possibly commit such acts? The thought of Guanya being alone and unjustly maligned filled him with sorrow. Uncle Wang, it wasn't me. Su Xian'er stole something and sold it to me. And when my classmate and I discovered it, she panicked at the thought of the teacher reporting her and jumped from the second floor. As a result, she is now paralyzed from the waist down. As for the dog incident, we exchanged a few harsh words because she walked her dog without a leash, and her dog was behaving aggressively towards mine, but I absolutely did not poison it, Guanya lamented to Wang Mian. I understand. I am on my way now and should arrive by tomorrow morning. Do not feel wronged. We have done nothing amiss, and I will ensure you receive justice. Wang Mian assured her. His words carried weight. Thanks to Wang Mian's guidance, Guanya's life had remained relatively smooth despite lacking parental support. No need, Uncle Wang. Tang An just informed me that a video will be released tomorrow, so I prefer not to complicate matters further. What do you mean no need? You needn't concern yourself with that, Wang Mian insisted before hanging up the phone. He summoned his subordinates and promptly prepared to head to Anding City. Guanya reluctantly set down her phone and was met with Tang An's inquisitive gaze. Who is it? Such an assertive presence. A domineering CEO in love. I didn't expect you to be swayed by that. No wonder you've dismissed all the boys at school. To her astonishment, Guanya indeed had a mysterious older boyfriend, embodying the archetype of a domineering CEO. With her own strong character, the union of these two formidable personalities promised to be captivating. Yet, she mused. He occupied a space in her heart that even surpassed her father's. Chapter 25. Your friend is quite impressive once the spirit of gossip ignites. It spreads like wildfire. Utterly uncontrollable, Guanya did not shy away from revealing. I had quite the infatuation with him in my youth. But later I realized that such feelings were rooted in admiration and reverence, entirely distinct from love. What about you? Do you have someone you fancy? This question left Tang An momentarily speechless. She could say yes or no. The person in her heart was a boy she had known in a past life. The heroic Shun Huang who valiantly held the line during a dam breach. His skin, swollen and bruised, bore the scars of corrosive acid rain, yet he remained steadfast, protecting the entirety of Anding City. Their paths crossed when she was dispatched to deliver food to the station troops during a volunteer activity, where she encountered Shenhua. Upon noticing her damaged boots, with her skin corroded and oozing, he graciously offered her his military boots. After the acid rain subsided, she never saw him again. Now, in this new life, she was uncertain if fate would allow their paths to cross once more. What are you pondering? I'm asking you. Guanya waved her hand in front of Tang An's eyes. Nothing really. Perhaps there will be someone in the future. Now, let's continue watching the live stream. Rest assured, they may be audacious today, but tomorrow they will regret it. Don't worry. The following morning, before dawn, a military vehicle entered the Peach Blossom Source community. As it turned the corner near Villa 18, Wang Mian noticed a car emerging from the villa. Through the window, he glimpsed a middle-aged couple, presumably the overseas businessman mentioned by the officer. Truly diligent. Xiao, what business does this family engage in? Officer Xiao, he scratched his head. I heard they were planning to open a large supermarket in Anding City, offering fresh produce, food items, and daily necessities, quite a broad scope. However, I later heard they might have abandoned the fresh produce venture for some reason. I see. No wonder they seem so burdened. Please park at the entrance. I'll call Guanya. Just a supermarket owner with a clean background. Guanya residing here should be safe. When Wang Mian called, Guanya had already risen early, tidied her bed, and neatly folded her quilt into a perfect square, akin to a soldier awaiting inspection. I will come down and meet you. In the yard, 2 Tibetan mastiffs roamed, notoriously averse to strangers. During the past few days, whenever Tang An ordered takeout, she had to remind the delivery person to leave the food on the rack at the door, so as not to disturb the dogs within the yard. Tang An heard the sounds of honking cars and barking dogs, and upon peering out the window, she indeed saw a military vehicle parked at her doorstep. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, various official media outlets and social platforms began to stir, releasing a series of clarifying videos. This battle was remarkably easy to win, and once again, Tang An marveled at the power of wealth. Justice must be upheld, and neither power nor money can be overlooked. Wealth and influence are often mutually attractive and self-reinforcing. Uncle Wang, look, the clarification videos have been released. This time you must believe it. After waiting all morning without seeing Tang An emerge from the house, Guanya understood that she was undoubtedly orchestrating things from behind the scenes. However, she did not expect that Lulu would be thoroughly exposed so quickly. It turned out that she was not merely a mistress, but also the lover of Zheng Hao, the director of the XX Bureau in Anding City. Her original identity was that of a novice teacher, frequently reported by parents for her short videos. After losing her job, she decided to undergo cosmetic surgery and devoted herself to live streaming and creating short videos, crafting an image of a single woman living alone with her dog. I had no doubts about you. I came today to gather information and seek a favor from friend. It seems that is no longer necessary. Yeah, your friend is quite impressive. To strike a snake, one must aim for his vital point. Indeed, Uncle Wang, rest assured, I am nearing graduation, and once I start earning, I will dutifully repay you. After coming of age, Wang Mian had entrusted all of Tang An's parents' pension funds to her. However, this did not prevent him from slipping her money every time they met. Especially when he heard other comrades lament about how rebellious their daughters were and their poor choices in partners, he increasingly felt that girls should be nurtured in wealth. Thus, over time, his role shifted from merely watching Guanya grow up to becoming a proactive source of financial support. There is no need for you to repay me. I'm still quite young. Invite your friend along. I will treat you both to a meal. I have another dinner engagement tonight, and may need to stay in Anding City for a few days. It's nothing. Let us go. Yesterday, Tang An had been obsessively shipping her favorite couple, which made Guanya decisively refuse to let her indulge in such antics live, knowing it would only give her a headache. The notion of a domineering CEO was merely a blend of a stern father and a benevolent one, a squared paternal figure. Once the military vehicle left the port, Tang An promptly exited to hail a taxi toward the harbor. Mom, has the stuff arrived? Rest assured, everything has arrived. We are hiring a vehicle to transport it to the warehouse. Your father is accompanying the truck with Andre. There won't be any danger. The name Andre rang a bell for Tang An. She recalled her mother mentioning a neighbor from the Mau Mau country who kept a bear in the beautiful country during a phone call last year. Is it the Andre who raises bears? That's perfect. I can ask him how to care for a bear. Following the coordinates provided by Kuya, Tang An successfully located the warehouse. To avoid detection, Tang Jinghua had strategically separated the warehouses for storing firearms and the supermarket inventory into two different directions. The variety of firearms brought over is limited, yet each is deemed by Andre to be quite effective and user-friendly. As he pushed open the warehouse door, Andre's appearance starkly contrasted with Tang An's expectations. Chapter 26. You have been robbed. In Tang An's mind, Andre should resemble most men from Mau Mau Kingdom, characterized by a thick beard and a robust physique. However, the Andre before her stood at a mere height of approximately 1.70 meters, slender and pale, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in a loose white short-sleeved shirt and long trousers, leaving his gender ambiguous. Hello, I'm Andre. Despite it being their first encounter, Andre warmly embraced Tang and hurriedly embraced Andre, and her entire focus shifted to the weapons before her. Having played numerous shooting games, this was her first encounter with real firearms. Tang, do you know? Danielle is dead. Koya's face instantly turned pale with shock. Danielle was the most trusted sorcerer she had in the beautiful country, and the ruby necklace worn by Tang and was crafted by Danielle's hands. In her previous life, Danielle had remained alive until the departure of Tang Jinghua and his wife from that beautiful land. Andre shook his head in confusion. He said it is the curse of the gods. All of humanity is cursed. They have sullied the divine realm, and the gods intend to eradicate the humans dwelling within it, cleansing the sacred domain anew. He must offer his body as a sacrifice to appease the wrath of the gods. He did not grasp the meaning of those words, but Tang and her family understood all too well. Danielle claimed to be a descendant of the Mayans, and this was not merely a gimmick of his as a sorcerer. He possessed the genuine ability to prophesy. At least, this matter had to be true. They once shared a common ideal. Their friendship began with, "Dear Davarishi, let us accompany each other in this foreign land." Andre nodded. The beautiful country is not home. Even in death, I would prefer to perish on the land that raised me. On their way back, they passed by an outdoor equipment store, where Tang An's eyes were immediately drawn to a jet ski parked at the entrance. It not only looked exceptionally stylish, but also proved practical during floods. After entering and haggling with the owner, she purchased 5 of them. Such items were beyond her ability to repair, and in the apocalypse, finding someone capable of fixing them would be exceedingly difficult. Had there been more than 5 in stock, she would have certainly acquired more. In addition, she also procured waterproof bags, raincoats, gloves, and rain boots. Although her parents had already made preparations, she feared the corrosive effects of acid rain would hasten the deterioration of these supplies, so she opted to stock up, as it is better to be prepared than to face misfortune unarmed. Yesterday, while video chatting with Lulu and venting her frustrations, Su Xian'er watched her follower count and donations skyrocket, solidifying her belief that pursuing the path of an internet celebrity was indeed the right choice. Who could resist a girl in a wheelchair, strong at heart, yet seemingly fragile in appearance? Just last night, Su Xian'er received donations amounting to tens of thousands of yuan from her fans, surpassing what her ex-boyfriend had given her in an entire year, all without any significant sacrifice on her part. She meticulously applied her makeup in front of the mirror, determined not to let this newfound fame slip away. Suddenly, the door to her room was flung open. "What are you doing? You've been exposed. I told you not to wade into these murky waters. Do you realize that girl is a homewrecker? Now everyone thinks you are in cahoots with her. How can I build your inspirational persona now?" Ever since Su Xian'er became paralyzed, her boyfriend had broken up with her, becoming her ex unwilling to accept this. She had entangled herself with her ex-boyfriend's brother. Chunyu had started a media company with friends, and Su Xian'er, with her striking beauty and innocent charm, coupled with her paralysis as a stark contrast, was easily poised for stardom. If Lulu could rise to fame through this incident, it would be no problem for Su Xian'er to ride the coattails of that success. However, with Lulu struggling to maintain her own reputation, Su Xian'er too had found herself thoroughly exposed. Some netizens even consider her an accomplice of Lulu, which is truly a case of losing more than one gains. I never anticipated this outcome. Brother Qingyu, I apologize. Su Xian immediately adopted a pitiful expression, her eyes reddening, tears on the verge of spilling. Chengyu was filled with words he longed to express. Yet upon seeing Su Xian's endearing demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of how popular one might be, financial gain takes precedence. As soon as Chengyu finished speaking, Su Xian had already made up her mind. Brother Qingyu, I am willing. I will follow your lead. Su Xian appeared compliant, and had she not been physically restricted, she would have preferred to utter those words nestled in Chengyu's embrace. Chengyu gently stroked Su Xian's hair, his heart aching. Do not worry. Once we save enough money, I will take you abroad for treatment. You will surely stand again. If not for Tang An and Guanya's coercion, she would never have contemplated such drastic measures. This time, Guanya had narrowly escaped, but Su Xian would not let her off the hook. As for Tang An, she would eventually settle the score. You see, I truly treat you the best. In just a few days of acquaintance, Meow Meow and Mimi had become exceedingly obedient to Guanya. Whenever taken out for walks, they complied wholeheartedly. As Guanya passed by, an elderly lady intended to strike up a conversation, but was nearly frightened away by the two large dogs accompanying her. Oh my! City dwellers are indeed amusing. Such a petite girl keeping such large dogs. The elderly lady exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Is this a joke? We're 3 or 4 meters apart, and she's still trying to pull a fast one? Does she not know about surveillance cameras? What is wrong with me owning dogs? What business is it of yours? Guanya retorted before turning to leave, yet the more she pondered, the more familiar the elderly lady's face seemed. Chapter 27. The ghostly grandmother. The elderly lady's vision was impaired, and despite having seen Guanya once, she failed to recognize her. She incessantly muttered, such a fat dog. It would be just right to kill and eat it. Realizing she had been recognized, Guanya suppressed a torrent of expletives within her. Are you here to find someone? She inquired. Yes, my son lives here, came the response. Guanya harbored no fondness for Tang An's uncle's family. The sudden appearance of this old woman surely signified trouble. She needed to swiftly relay the news, alerting Tang An and the others to prepare themselves. Mr. Tang, your mother has arrived. I noticed no one was home, so I allowed her to rest in the security office, Yang Kairan declared with a beaming smile. The elderly woman, perhaps starved for conversation for quite some time, rambled on endlessly. At first glance, her tales seemed filled with grievances, yet upon closer inspection, they were nothing but nonsensical arguments, a staunch supporter of feudal superstitions, reminiscent of bygone eras. Having such a mother truly could drive one to despair. What brings you here? Tang Jinghua's demeanor was indifferent, remaining in the car without stepping out. He merely instructed Tang An to open the door for his grandmother. Upon entering the vehicle, an unpleasant odor enveloped the space, invading Tang An's nostrils. Her haughty demeanor was exceedingly irksome. Mother, please. 300,000 is enough to purchase an entire street in the village. What sort of house can be built for that amount? Anding City was merely a 4th or 5th tier city, and the rural areas had long been vacated, with scarcely a village housing more than 10 families. Only those elderly individuals who could not adapt to urban life remained in the countryside, cultivating vegetables and raising chickens, living a life of self-sufficiency. Consequently, the rural housing prices were absurdly low, with a home featuring a front and backyard available for as little as 20 to 30,000. As for 300,000, it would suffice to construct a small building in the village. Of course, it requires extensive renovations. You all live so comfortably. Should I reside in a dilapidated house that leaks and lets in the rain? Have you all lost your conscience? The elderly woman retorted fiercely. Grandmother, that is not how it is. 3 years ago, you approached my father under the pretense of needing money for renovations and requested 100,000. Ultimately, that money was entirely given to Tang Jing. Now, who do you intend to give this renovation fund to? With Uncle gone, it certainly cannot be spent. Tang Jing is no more. If you wish to burn paper money, surely 100,000 paper notes would suffice to keep him satisfied in the afterlife, wouldn't it? Are you contemplating burning it for yourself? Tang An clenched her molars tightly. Throughout her life, Her uncle had persistently sought money from her father under various pretexts. Rather than intervening, her grandmother not only condoned this behavior, but also aided her uncle in deceiving her father. "You ungrateful girl! Dare you curse me?" her grandmother exclaimed, pointing a withered finger at Tang An's nose. "Mother, I cannot possibly give you this money. It has been agreed that I would provide you with 5,000 yuan each month, and I have already sent this month's amount to my sister-in-law." Tang Jinghua resolutely refused to provide any further financial assistance. He understood all too well that the old matriarch desired money solely to save for her eldest son's future needs upon his release. The eldest daughter-in-law had fled. "Oh, woe is me. No one cares for me. As I grow older, I become increasingly expendable. My sons have treated me like a mere football, passing me around carelessly." The elderly woman feigned sorrow, dabbing at her non-existent tears. When did the eldest daughter-in-law leave? Kuya furrowed her brow. Having thought that with the 5,000 yuan as a lifeline, her.What would at least be able to care for the old lady for a few more years. Little did she know that her.What would depart so swiftly. The old woman wept, as if she had suffered the gravest of injustices. Tang An keenly identified the inconsistency. "You mentioned that your aunt ran away and that the house was taken by the agency. Why did you not seek my father's assistance when you were evicted? Why come to us now? How did you even know where we reside?" This line of questioning piqued Tang Jinghua's curiosity as well. If the elderly lady were truly in distress, she would undoubtedly seek financial help from him. "I do not wish to burden my son. She must have come only because she is truly in dire straits. Tang An, my grandmother may be advanced in age, yet she possesses her own aspirations." "Huh, aspirations that demand 30,000. Such ambitions are indeed costly." These words were met with skepticism by Tang An, who stood firm. "Mother, we cannot provide such funds. If your daughter-in-law fails to care for you, we shall arrange for a nursing home. Kuya, please prepare a room for our mother to stay in." Kuya nodded, as the villa had an abundance of rooms. Accommodating the elderly lady would pose no inconvenience. Tang Jinghua furrowed his brows, worried that neglecting the elderly woman might invite gossip. However, given the turmoil that had transpired, he found it difficult to treat his mother with filial piety as if nothing had occurred. Perhaps it was best to resolve this matter with money. After the elderly lady departed, Tang An approached her father. "Father, I do not oppose giving her money, but before the end of the world, we must ensure grandmother is sent away. Spirits are adept at luring individuals into peril. One must distance themselves from these hauntings to survive in this impending apocalypse. At this moment, do not act foolishly." Educated by his daughter, Tang Jinghua felt a tinge of embarrassment. Rest assured, an father understands the gravity of the situation. Despite having 3 children, he shows favoritism towards one. Sigh. Within that sigh lay Tang Jinghua's repeated disappointment in maternal affection. Chapter 28. The giant short-faced bear on the first night residing here. Grandmother was unexpectedly quiet. Tang An had long installed surveillance in the common areas of the house. Throughout the night, grandmother remained in her room, which was quite surprising. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, perhaps due to her age, she could not sleep. Rising early, she settled on the sofa on the 3rd floor, holding her phone with a beaming smile. As if something amusing were transpiring on the other side of the screen, Tang An was disinterested in contemplating her grandmother's thoughts, knowing that she would soon move away. After all, she was merely an elderly woman without children by her side, and Tang An believed she posed no significant threat. After lingering in bed for a while, Tang An was summoned by her mother. "Anan, wait a moment. Andre is coming over for dinner. Could you use your system to prepare some delightful dishes?" The door was slightly ajar as Kuya peered in, tilting her head to observe her daughter. Since the development of Liangtian Town, Tang An had grown accustomed to dining via her system, relishing the more natural and delicious food it produced. The culinary creations crafted using the cooking function were rich and flavorful. With the complete development of the farms and pastures, all dishes had been automatically unlocked, meaning that Tang An could indulge in any dish invented in this world. With such a remarkable tool, her family would never need to enter the kitchen again. "All right, any specific requests?" "Anything will do. Dishes from the divine land will suffice." "And then, may I come in?" Initially expecting Kuya to merely deliver her instructions and leave, Tang An was surprised to find she had more to discuss. She quickly invited her mother in, of course. Despite receiving her daughter's permission, Kuya only pushed the door open slightly and seated herself on a stool by the entrance. And then, I wish to discuss something further with you. Although you have the system space and can keep Hafing there, it's not ideal for him to cause trouble every time he comes out. Since Uncle Andre has experience with bears, could he possibly teach you how to train one? This was indeed an excellent idea. Tang An had researched extensively online, but the more she read, the more she found the information contradictory and unreliable. Having a professional guide would be most beneficial. Of course, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Mom. Kuya smiled gently, and then there is no need to thank me. When that man had obstructed her path with a stick yesterday, Tang An had unhesitatingly exited the car with Hafing and locked herself inside. It dawned on her that if she were truly the obedient child she appeared to be, she would not have survived the hardships imposed by her uncle's family. Her daughter must have faced numerous challenges, which forged her courageous and resolute character. It was merely a fa of innocence and charm to spare herself and her husband from guilt. She was not a child in need of protection. She had matured into an adult capable of safeguarding her parents. Mom, you're wonderful, Tang An cooed. Upon arriving at the Tang family villa, Kuya led Andre to the rooftop, where Tang An awaited with Hafing. The bear was no longer the curious creature it had been during its first visit. Instead, it sat quietly on the ground, playing with a small doll. Is this how bears behave? For a moment, Andre wondered if this bear had gained sentience. Andre, hello. This is my little bear, Hafing, Tang An greeted with a smile. Hello, and Andre replied politely, though his gaze remained fixated on Hafing. This bear possesses an extraordinary appearance, markedly distinct from any bears he has previously encountered. Typically, the skeletal structure of a young brown bear would not attain such robust proportions, nor would its facial structure be so abbreviated. And may I inquire as to the origin of this remarkable bear? The implications are profound. This should be a giant, short-faced bear, which, upon reaching adulthood, could stand an imposing 4 to 5 meters tall. What manner of bear is this? Tang An nodded thoughtfully while utilizing his phone to search for information regarding the giant short-faced bear. Cease your search. The giant short-faced bear was a species that became extinct 2 million years ago. It should not exist in this time or place, and interjected. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. In the face of Anders' probing inquiries, Tang An was reluctant to divulge the origins of this peculiar giant short-faced bear. Kaya attempted to ease the tension, suggesting, perhaps it is a local bear from our region. How can an extinct species possibly be here? Ender, you must have misjudged it, Kaya continued. Did I truly err? Ender was left to concede that he might have indeed misperceived the creature, despite his awareness that such bears were not native to Shenzhou. Not to worry. Bears are relatively easy to care for. Many presume bears are solely carnivorous, yet in the wild, their diet is quite varied. They consume grasses, tender shoots, moss, berries, and nuts, and may also catch frogs, crabs, and fish by the streams, dig for rodents, raid bird nests, delight in licking ants, pilfer honey, and even prey upon small deer, sheep, or scavenge carrion. Thus, you could cultivate some plants at home to complement their carnivorous diet. Leftover meals could also be offered to them. I noticed that your backyard is quite spacious. It would provide ample opportunity for the bear to exercise, and to remain captivated, eager to observe this little bear further. He had indeed never encountered such a creature, and its myriad features bore a striking resemblance to those of a juvenile, giant, short-faced bear. I have a flight this afternoon. There is no rush, he remarked. Tang An seized the opportunity to carry Black Wind away. Andre had entered through illicit means, armed with an array of lethal weapons, making him exceedingly vulnerable to scrutiny. Although she remained unaware of the true background of Wang Shu, Guanya, she dared not gamble. Let us proceed, she urged. As they made their way downstairs, Koya guided Andre until they reached the lobby, where unexpectedly they encountered Wang Mian and Guanya engaged in conversation at the entrance. To her astonishment, Guanya's acquaintance had offered assistance, resolving her predicament ahead of time. The recent scandal involving director Ken Lulu's affair had led to multiple investigations into her, and Wang Mian sought to capitalize on this unfolding drama. Rest assured, with her benefactor's downfall, she will not linger here for long. There is nothing to worry about. Focus on preparing for your postgraduate entrance examination. I shall cover your living expenses. Wang Mian retrieved 2 bags of snacks from the trunk, one of which contained a bundle of cash concealed within a box of chocolates. Without such means, Guanya would have never accepted his financial aid. Danielle spoke of divine curses, urging them to be prepared. The sweltering weather served as undeniable proof of his words, and he expressed his hope to meet them again. Chapter 29. Still filial prior to their arrival, Wang Mian had conducted a cursory investigation into Tang An's family background. He was unaware of the presence of a foreigner within her household, who appeared to be some sort of cultist, spouting curses and linking the weather to divine influence. While upstairs, Andre had learned that the individual was affiliated with the military of the Xinzhou nation, prompting him to steer clear. My flight is about to depart. Koya, Tang, I must take my leave. Farewell. He offered a brief smile to Wang Mian before exiting the community. As Wang Mian prepared to depart, Guanya called out to him, Uncle Wang, must I truly forego military academy? I have graduated from university. How much longer will you delay me? During her high school years, Guanya had frequently expressed her desire to enlist, seeking to uncover the truth behind her parents' demise rather than subsist on the meager survivor's benefits. At that time, Wang Mian had advised her to complete her studies first. Now that she had graduated, her resolve remained unshaken. You are not suited for military service. Pursuing a graduate degree and securing a stable job would be far more advantageous. Wang Mian, well aware of Guanya's intentions, felt increasingly compelled to prevent her from enlisting. She was but a young girl, and living with such resentment was undoubtedly exhausting. He would take on the perilous tasks himself. Indeed, that sounds splendid. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Guanya, articulate and clever, maintained an obedient demeanor during her discussions with Wang Mian, rarely engaging in argument. Once the guests had departed, her grandmother finally descended from upstairs. She found herself at a loss for words with the foreigner with blonde hair, and felt equally awkward in the presence of the officer. Have guests arrived? Your foreign guest displays no manners, arriving empty-handed. At least this officer knows how to conduct himself. The elderly lady's gaze fixated on the 2 bags of snacks on the floor, undoubtedly filled with fine treats. Unable to discern their contents through the white bags, she took a couple of steps forward. Pulling open the plastic bag, I crouched down to take a look. This person is quite rude, yet she is Tang An's grandmother. Guan Yaqiang offered a smile. Grandma, it's just some food. I placed it in the fridge for everyone to enjoy. As she picked up the items, Tang An snatched them directly from Guan's hands. What are you giving her? It's from Uncle Wang. I'll take it to my room right now. No one else can have it. After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at the old lady. Indeed, age had rendered her shameless, eyeing even the possessions of the young girl with greed. Tang Jinghua felt a deep discomfort in his heart, unable to express it as directly as his daughter. He could only hasten the process of contacting a nursing home. There are numerous nursing homes in Anding City, but most lack proper medical facilities and have unsatisfactory environments. Despite having earned some money abroad, Tang Jinghua ultimately chose a budget-friendly nursing home for the old lady, knowing well that disturbances could arise if she caused a scene. In the end, he settled on a nursing home named June and in the eastern part of the city. After making this decision, Tang Jinghua approached the old lady to discuss it, only to catch her stealthily stuffing something into her pocket. Curious, he attempted to sneak closer to see what it was. But her alertness was remarkable. Upon noticing him, she quickly concealed the item, her expression appearing normal, yet her heart raced with fear. Why do you walk so silently? What are you doing? That young girl said I could take whatever I wanted. Seeing that she had secretly taken some food, Tang Jinghua decided to turn a blind eye. It's fine, go ahead and eat. Mom, I found a nursing home for you. They'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow. So soon? Can't you stand me for even one more day? Tang Jinghua, I truly regret raising you. After enduring 10 months of pregnancy, I gave birth to such an ungrateful child. My heart is broken. Tang Jinghua had long been immune to such remarks. The old lady seemed to recall something, shifting her tone. Of course I will go. Once back in her room, she retrieved a thick wad of red bills from a chocolate box, swiftly counting them. A total of 20,000 yuan. She had originally intended to see what food was inside, but to her surprise, she found a substantial sum of money. The young girl was certainly unaware of this. Thus, the money was rightfully hers. Naturally, Tang's grandmother intended to enjoy this ill-gotten wealth alone. However, considering her grandson's recent demise and her eldest daughter-in-law's sudden disappearance, she still wished for her daughter-in-law to be by her side. She laid the red bills on the bed, took a photo, and sent it to her daughter-in-law. Just as her.What was feeling dejected and uncertain about her situation, her mother-in-law sent her a flaunting message, showcasing the scattered red bills across the bed. "Mom, what are you doing?" her.What's heart raced, and her resentment towards her brother reached its peak. Had she known the old lady possessed such wealth, she would not have left. The old lady's words were harsh, yet her.What had no choice but to endure them. The elderly lady, fully aware of her daughter-in-law's deceit, feigned concern and inquired, "Is it heavy? Perhaps I should visit my esteemed mother-in-law. Is there still enough money for medical treatment? Very well, you are indeed filial." Old Lady Tang was preoccupied with thoughts of moving into a nursing home, envisioning a future where her daughter-in-law would toil there to earn money, all of which would ultimately belong to her. This arrangement would shield her from the potential mistreatment that might arise from being perceived as a lonely elderly woman. However, unbeknownst to them, the world was on the brink of transformation. As morning approached, shortly after 9, Old Lady Tang was picked up by the nursing home's vehicle. Suddenly, the sky darkened, a sickly yellow hue enveloping the atmosphere, and the oppressive air made it difficult to breathe. A light rain began to dampen the soil of Anding City. During this sweltering season, few ventured out with umbrellas, instead relishing the refreshing downpour. Yet, a 3.5-year-old girl sensed something amiss. "Mommy, it feels like this rain is biting my arm." Alarmed, her mother rushed to inspect, only to find her daughter's delicate, fair arm already reddened. Acid rain had arrived. Chapter 30. Acid rain. After bidding farewell to her grandmother, Tang An finally felt a sense of relief. Outside, the sky was shrouded in a dreary mist, signaling the arrival of the apocalypse. The wooden doghouse in the yard offered little protection against the acid rain. Seizing the moment before the downpour intensified, Tang An hurriedly called for Meow Meow and Mimi to come inside, under the pretense of keeping them in the basement, and brought them into the heart of Liangtian town. Typically, her sister would cradle her pets without a leash, but this time, she had them leashed as they entered. It seemed her sister still held a deeper affection for her own pets. As Meow Meow and Mimi entered, they were immediately startled by the potent scent of bears, their fur bristling in fear. They huddled closely together, warily scanning their surroundings, while a bear cub watched them with keen interest. Tang An remained oblivious to the tense atmosphere among the small creatures. After serving dog food to Meow Meow and Mimi, she gathered the 3 little ones for a meeting. Black Wind, who held a special place in Tang An's heart, was naturally cradled in her arms. With remarkable patience, she addressed him, saying, "Black Wind, these 2 young ladies will be under your care from now on. You must not frighten them, nor bully them. Do you understand?" Black Wind nonchalantly nodded, seemingly comprehending Tang An's words. For the first time, Tang An recognized Black Wind's gender. He was undoubtedly male. At that moment, Meow Meow and Mimi's admiration for Black Wind reached its zenith. He looked so dashing while hunting. Woof woof. Accepting the praise, Black Wind became even more self-satisfied, playfully nudging the ball he usually enjoyed with Tang and towards Meow Meow and Mimi, signaling his desire to play together. Tang An observed Black Wind's series of operations, unable to suppress the 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead. Before introducing 2 small dogs into the system, she had anticipated some challenges in her interaction with Black Wind, but never expected them to manifest in this manner. Surely, dogs and bears must have reproductive isolation. There should not be any ethical dilemmas, right? Once she confirmed that the 2 species would not engage in conflict, Tang An felt reassured and placed Meow Meow and Mimi inside. She had other matters to attend to. According to her memories from her previous life, the onset of acid rain was a gradual process. On the first day, the rainfall was minimal, and the acidity was not particularly intense, posing little corrosive threat to the human body. However, it would not be long before the precipitation surged rapidly, and the acidity intensified. Any contact with the skin would result in painful blisters and redness. This potent corrosiveness would also lead to electrical malfunctions. Approximately 3 to 5 days after the apocalypse commenced, the entire city would experience a complete power outage. Life without electricity would be exceedingly challenging. Rather than relying on diesel generators fraught with safety hazards, Tang An had greater faith in solar power generators. Her objective was to install solar panels in the small town during the 2 sunlit days, harnessing solar energy while connecting to a high-capacity storage battery. Although the tutorial was sufficiently detailed, Tang An's practical skills were rather lacking, taking an entire day to complete the setup. By the time she exited the game, the night had fully descended. Outside, the rain pattered gently, and looking through the window, she saw that the neighborhood was deserted. Considering her dwindling food supplies in the refrigerator, Tang An retrieved a considerable amount of food from the system to replenish it. Only with a full stomach could she feel secure. After arranging her provisions, Tang An sat at the dining table, leisurely savoring strawberries. The sweet and sour flavor alleviated the fatigue from installing the solar panels. Hearing commotion from the kitchen, Kuya hurriedly emerged. "Anan, what have you been doing?" Kuya inquired anxiously, having not seen her daughter all day. On the first day of the apocalypse, her daughter was absent, which filled her with deep concern. Tang An lowered her voice and said, "It's in there. Mom, today is the first day. Is there anything unusual?" Kuya furrowed her brow and handed her phone to her daughter. The news was filled with harrowing images of scars. Not only small media outlets, but also major official channels had issued severe warnings. Numerous children had already suffered burns from the acid rain. Now, the news advised people to stay indoors. The morning forecast had predicted only 0.2 millimeters of rain, but it had now escalated to 15 millimeters. They both understood that this was merely the beginning. From this day forth, they would be deprived of sunlight for at least 2 months. Then let's not venture outside. With ample supplies, as long as we remain indoors, we should be safe. With money in our pockets and food in our pots, what is happiness? This is happiness. The night passed in tranquility, though such peaceful nights would become increasingly rare. Due to the acid rain, it was as if the world had been pressed on pause. The news discouraged outdoor activities. Aside from doctors, police officers, and government workers, most businesses had closed and schools were suspended. As Tang An was still in the throes of slumber, she was roused by Guanya's enthusiastic call. With an exuberant push, she flung open the door and pulled Tang An from her bed. "You won't believe it. The main wife is confronting the mistress outside. It's quite the spectacle. Come and see." The windows of the house had been replaced with superior soundproof and thermal insulation, rendering the outside commotion inaudible to Tang An. Still groggy, her eyes hazy, she gazed at Guanya, attempting to comprehend her words. "Come on, let us go take a look. Your family is impressive, having installed so many surveillance cameras. We can observe the scene without stepping outside, and even rewind to catch up on what we missed." The cameras were strategically placed around the house, and Tang Jinghua, not entirely trusting, had even arranged for access to the community surveillance system. Thus, the entire neighborhood was within the purview of Tang An's family. After being awakened, Guanya excitedly pulled Tang into the computer screen, where Tang Jinghua and Kuya were already seated with sunflower seeds, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. In a world where there was little to occupy their time, the upcoming months or even years would find them largely confined to their home, with ample opportunity to indulge in dramas and variety shows. However, such real-time gossip was a rare treat. "Uncle Tang, has that woman brought her son inside?" The plot points missed while waking Tang and needed urgent clarification. Upon closer inspection, Tang An realized that the surveillance camera was directly aimed at Villa number 17, where Can Lulu resided. Recalling what the property manager Yang Kailuan had said about Can Lulu being a mistress, could this be the main wife demanding her property back? "She's gone inside. Look here, Can Lulu seems to be packing her things and is on the phone. She is probably moving out," Guanya exclaimed. Honestly, the director's taste is rather mediocre. The main wife exudes far more grace than the mistress. On the screen, Can Lulu appeared disheveled, one hand seemingly wiping away tears. Is the mistress being assaulted? Chapter 31. Purchasing medicine. Typically, such melodramatic scenarios lack refinement. Some assertive main wives even drag along relatives and friends to publicly strip the mistress of her clothing, creating a spectacle too intense to behold. Kuya, observing her daughter's excitement, douse the fervor with a dose of reality. No, the main wife is quite composed. She hasn't resorted to violence. Perhaps it's because her son is nearly 6 feet tall. Wow, her son is already that grown. It seems the director must not be very young, Guanya mused. Yet, can Lulu appear to be in her 30s, perhaps just shy of 40? But of course, mistresses are generally not of advanced age. As the conversation heated up, Ken Lulu emerged with her suitcase. Through the window, they could faintly see the main wife's son, his face contorted in rage as he seemingly threatened Ken Lulu. In a state of disarray, Ken Lulu departed, lacking a raincoat and wielding only a black umbrella. As the wind swept through, raindrops struck her skin, causing her to grimace in pain. Yet there was no time to waste. She hastened her escape from the Peach Blossom Source community. Though they witnessed merely a conclusion, Tang An found it immensely satisfying. Ken Lulu's previous arrogance when spreading rumors had been insufferable. Witnessing the narrative of retribution unfold was indeed a balm to their spirits. Uncle Tang, do we have enough vegetables at home? It is said that the rain will continue for several days. If it is insufficient, I shall venture out to procure groceries. After finishing her performance, Guanya rose to stretch, as she is still unaccustomed to the recent inability to run outdoors. Indeed, she initially anticipated that Uncle Andre would remain for dinner. Thus, she had prepared an abundance of sumptuous dishes. You should focus on your studies. Tang An casually offered an excuse to ease Guanya's mind. Kuya, shifting the conversation, remarked, Guanya, do you not rise early every day for exercise? There's a gym on the first floor of the basement, which you have yet to explore, I presume, although they prefer to remain indoors. It was essential to prioritize physical fitness. Otherwise, should an intruder invade their home, they would lack the strength to resist. Would they simply lie there awaiting their demise? Ultimately, it was someone else's residence, and Guanya could not inspect every floor and room. She had never ventured into the entire basement. But upon hearing that there was a gym on the first level, she beamed with delight, exclaiming, Then I shall go right away. However, after Guanya departed, Tang An's expression grew serious. The man next door, I have encountered him in a previous life. His combat prowess is formidable. We should not provoke him. She recalled that the boy's name was Zheng Chun. He was, in fact, also a student at Anding University, albeit not in the same grade as them, which is why Guanya did not recognize him. Tang An could remember, primarily because in his previous life, Zheng Chun had sold himself to the head of the volunteers, Guanya, to procure water for his girlfriend to wash her hair. Under the scorching sun, he spent an entire week distributing supplies. Ultimately, after his girlfriend finished washing her hair, she eagerly went off to date someone else. In a fit of rage, Zheng Chun, in a display of sheer physical prowess, single-handedly confronted 6 individuals, thoroughly beating the man who was trying to steal his girlfriend away, along with his cohorts, leaving them bruised and battered. Such a simple-minded, physically strong sycophant is best kept at a distance. Tragic, yet undeniably formidable in combat. Upon hearing Tang An's tale, Tang Zhenghua exhibited a complex expression. How can there still be such individuals? Have I grown too old? Is this the nature of today's youth? On the first floor, Guanya had just set up the treadmill when he received a call from Wang Mian. Guanya, I've received word that this rain is concerning. You must not go outside, do you understand? If you must, wear long sleeves and pants. If conditions allow, use an umbrella, wear a raincoat and rain boots, and ensure your protection is thorough. The voice on the other end was chaotic. It was unclear where Wang Mian was. Guanya quickly replied, All right, Uncle Wang, please be cautious as well. If anything arises, you must contact me. I may be quite busy lately, so if I don't answer, just send me a message. After hanging up, Guanya felt a foreboding sense in her heart. Was there truly something amiss? Consequently, erythromycin ointment sold out rapidly. Tang Zhenghua had anticipated this and had stockpiled a dozen tubes of erythromycin ointment in advance, ensuring they would have enough even if they encountered burns from acid rain. Their purpose in stockpiling was to protect themselves in the apocalypse, rather than to monopolize resources and profit unscrupulously in such dire times. In the community group, there was a collective purchase of erythromycin ointment. The ointment, which usually sold for a few yuan, was now being offered at 70 to 80 yuan per tube, nearly a tenfold increase in price. With Wang Mian's warning, Guanya took the acid rain particularly seriously. Noticing that Tang An's family remained inactive, she reluctantly purchased 2 tubes for unforeseen emergencies. Although it was a group purchase, the supplier could only deliver to the property service center. The relentless acid rain prompted the property management to refuse home deliveries of the medication, necessitating that each family send someone to the property to collect their supplies. Tang An sat on the sofa on the first floor, engrossed in a drama, while occasionally glancing at the commotion next door at Villa 17. Zhang Chun, with brute force, hurled Can Lulu's clothes and other belongings out of the window, as if venting his frustrations. Yet, the fabled main wife remained conspicuously absent. Guanya, having armed herself appropriately, was about to step out when she spotted Tang in the hall below. "Why are you dressed like that? Aren't you hot?" Despite the rain, the outside air felt anything but cool. It was oppressively humid, akin to being trapped in a vast steamer. Concerned about the potential for rain to scorch her skin, Guanya had opted for long sleeves and pants. "The erythromycin ointment we ordered in the community has arrived. I'm going to pick it up. I heard the rain won't let up anytime soon, so I bought 2 tubes while I still could." She tightened her zipper, donned her mask and hat, and was about to head out when Tang An abruptly pulled her back. "We have some at home. Why buy more? It costs 70 or 80. And are you really going out dressed like that?" Tang An initially retained Guanya out of gratitude for her past life. But to her surprise, as the apocalypse began, Guanya proactively began acquiring supplies. It was no wonder she survived in her previous life. Her awareness was remarkably strong. However, the ordinary clothing they wore offered little protection against the acid rain. Once soaked, the garments would cling to the skin, causing burns. "I will accompany you. I have raincoats, rain boots, and gloves at home. Let us dress appropriately before venturing out." With that, Tang An rose to change her attire and transferred 200 yuan to Guanya. The thick raincoat provided her with a sense of reassurance. After ensuring that neither of them had any exposed skin, they finally felt secure enough to step outside. Thus, the 2 women chose to walk to the property service center. Chapter 32. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Upon seeing the notification in the community group that the medicine had arrived, nearly every household sent someone to collect it. However, most families were inadequately prepared, merely grabbing an umbrella and donning long sleeves before heading out. This was understandable, as the majority of residents in the area were relatively affluent. They typically drove out with umbrellas in their vehicles. Who would keep a raincoat at home? Yet, on this day of acid rain, no one dared to take their luxury cars, valued in the millions, out onto the streets. They could only endure the burning sting of the rain and walk outside. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Tang An observed Zhang Chun, who had undoubtedly been observing Tang and for quite some time as well. The video suggested that the dog was indeed from the family residing in Villa 18. With a one-way film on the windows, Zhang Chun originally could not discern what was inside. By sheer coincidence, the door swung open and someone emerged from within. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chun, disregarding the need to change his attire, hastily grabbed an umbrella and rushed out. He was on his way to the property management to retrieve some medicine. Guanya surmised that the mother and son had recently moved in and likely possessed nothing. Earlier that morning, he had witnessed them arguing outside in the rain, which probably left them with several burns on their bodies. With good intentions, he informed them about a group purchase of erythromycin ointment available through the property management. Upon hearing that he was going to fetch medicine, Zhang Chun quickened his pace, causing water to splash onto his ankles, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. Tang An initially had no desire to engage with him. In her previous life, Zhang Chun's infatuation had left him rather dim-witted. "Can you take me along? My mother and I have been scalded by the rain. Please, it's on your way anyway." Guanya readily agreed, her ulterior motive being to stand at the forefront and observe the situation more clearly. Although Zhang Chun bore severe burns, it seemed he paid little heed to the pain. "Was it your family that raised 2 Tibetan Mastiffs before? I didn't hear any barking, but the various angles in the video clearly indicated that the dogs belonged to them. Yes, they're now kept in the basement." "Why do you ask?" Tang An regarded Zhang Chun with caution. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply adore large dogs. That Tibetan Mastiff is magnificent. When you walk them in the future, could you let me take a look? We'll be living in Villa 17. Since we're neighbors, feel free to reach out anytime. After all, Distant relatives can't compare to close neighbors. Zhang Qin's smile was bright, suggesting a straightforward and uncomplicated character. He seemed to connect well with Guanya, though she was certainly far more astute than he. All right, would you like to join the community group chat? It would make group purchases more convenient. I reckon the rain will last for a few more days, Guanya kindly suggested. Zhang Chun beamed, despite the fact that the other person was thoroughly covered, his voice indicating she was a young girl. Young people, after all, tended to be more agreeable. Upon reaching the property service station, Zhang Qin's ankle was already marked with a ring of redness. Outside, the rain fell sporadically, while inside, a cacophony ensued. We agreed on a 20G pack. Why has it now turned into 8G? You're already selling at a premium, and now you're shortchanging us. Do you believe I'll report you? Isn't this akin to looting while the fire burns? Refund me immediately. I don't want it. Zhang Chun's hair was dampened by sweat and rain, and with his towering height of nearly 6.5 feet, he strained to comprehend the unfolding scene. 2 large boxes of erythromycin ointment were placed on the table, and the woman from the pharmacy stood on a stool, struggling to maintain order. This is all we have left at the pharmacy. Please make do with it. It's been quite challenging to deliver this. A portly man in a black t-shirt stared incredulously, one hand resting on the box of ointment. You're charging so much and expect us to be understanding? I ordered 5 20G tubes in the group, and now you're offering me 8G. Then give me 15 tubes. Otherwise, don't think you can leave. The woman looked on the verge of tears. I'm afraid I can only exchange by weight. If everyone disagrees, I can refund you. Guanya whispered to Tang An, we still need to get it. We don't know when the rain will stop. With the current scarcity of medications, it will certainly be harder to obtain them in the future. Zhang Chun listened intently. He too required these medicines. His mother, Ling Li, had rainwater on her face, feeling hot and painful, suffering greatly after rinsing for quite some time. If the medicine wasn't applied promptly, it would surely leave scars. He bent down and whispered to Guanya, attempting to negotiate. Could you ladies spare me a single one? I would pay any price. My mother has been drenched in acid rain, and if not treated soon, her beauty will be marred. The apocalypse had barely commenced, and already a crisis in medication had emerged. Tang An deliberately remained silent, scrutinizing Guanya with her gaze. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. If Guanya truly embodied a saintly disposition, their family would inevitably encounter relentless troubles. It's simply not feasible. My family is large. Perhaps you could inquire with the person seeking a refund. Please assist me, dear sister. Would you consider exchanging this watch for it? My mother has just divorced due to infidelity, and if her appearance were further damaged, her spirits would plummet even more. Zhang Chen spoke, removing his branded watch from his wrist. Though merely an entry-level model, its value still exceeded 10,000. He was indeed willing to part with it. At this moment, Guanya was taken aback. She turned to Tang An for assistance, eager to help yet apprehensive of being taken advantage of. What a good-hearted person! Zhang Chun exclaimed joyfully as he thrust the watch into Tang An's hands. The property management was still in turmoil. No matter how matters were handled, there were always dissenters. With the acquisition of the medication, Zhang Chun felt emboldened. You just mentioned that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? How do you know I have a grudge against Lulu? Zhang Chun suddenly recalled Tang An's earlier words, realizing that indeed, good news seldom travels far, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. Even neighbors he had never met were aware of his family's troubles. Tang An was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Chen's probing questions. How could she have spoken so thoughtlessly? In truth, Zhang Chen had yet to come to terms with the divorce of his parents. Upon hearing someone discuss the matter, he immediately divulged every detail with fervor. My parents have been living apart for many years, and we both know that my father must have cheated. To our surprise, he ended up with a bizarrely transformed poodle-like mistress, and now that she's caused a scandal, my father is under investigation. Thankfully, my mother had the foresight to divorce him as soon as the video surfaced, ensuring he left empty-handed. Truly, this woman is remarkable. Tang An silently admired her. Chapter 33. The beginning of Scarcity. The unfolding drama was utterly captivating, with Guanya deeply engrossed, even disregarding the fact that the subject was her own father. How did your dad agree to leave without a penny? His money is tainted. Leaving without anything allows him to retain some assets. Moreover, Lulu likely has more than just my father as her suitor. He was merely the most gullible. Having long recognized the discord in his parents' relationship, Zheng Chun harbored little affection for his father, Zheng Hao, and thus felt no qualms discussing these matters in front of others. Uncertain whether the 8G of erythromycin ointment would suffice, Guanya reminded Zheng Chun to keep an eye on the Group S messages and to seize any opportunity to procure medicine. Zheng Chun was drenched, his ankles severely soaked from the rain, already forming blisters. As Tang An gazed at his wound, memories flooded back of her past life, where she volunteered for food, resulting in her own ankles being nearly ruined and her hands shedding skin, causing her sleepless nights from the pain. The fluid seeping from her wounds would cling to the sheets, forcing her to tear the bedding away each morning just to rise. However, in this lifetime, she was under meticulous protection, showing no signs of corrosion from the acidic rain. After casually hanging her used raincoat on a rack, Tang An resolved to treat herself to a delightful meal. Outside, it was damp and sultry, but her home was blissfully cool with the air conditioning, effectively reducing both temperature and humidity. Tang An perused the warehouse, discovering that her father had stockpiled over 100 bags of a certain hot pot base, encompassing nearly all flavors. This is perfect. With the broth prepared, she only needed to gather the remaining ingredients from Liantian town. The ranch had an abundance of cattle and sheep, but how would she go about slaughtering them? Although firearms were available in the warehouse, using them for cattle and sheep seemed excessive. Yet, if she resorted to a knife, she doubted her ability to carry it out. "Dear Master, we have detected your need for fresh meat. Please refrain from directly slaughtering livestock in Liantian town, as it may diminish Black Wind's favor toward you. Consider purchasing through the cooking page instead." So it could be done this way. Tang An promptly set aside the knife. Why would anyone willingly kill cattle when there were alternatives? She wasn't a monster with a penchant for slaughter. Using the same method, Tang An purchased various hot pot ingredients, finding everything that could be ordered at a hot pot restaurant available in the system. After an enjoyable hot pot meal, Tang An had only expended a little over 100 goodwill points, which could certainly be deemed a worthwhile investment. A variety of ingredients were presented at the table, and the family relished their feast. Guanya felt that this was the most delicious hot pot she had ever tasted. The broth was intensely spicy and aromatic. It did not overshadow the fresh flavors of the ingredients themselves. She felt immensely grateful for her decision to move in with Tang An. Otherwise, if she had remained at school, she could only imagine the dire circumstances she might have faced. With 3 to 4 consecutive days of rain, issues regarding supplies began to emerge. The community chat erupted in chaos when the owner of Villa 14 posted a message stating that her daughter had run out of formula and sought assistance from other residents. This sparked a wave of responses, with other homeowners expressing their own shortages. Even those who claimed not to be lacking anything chimed in, lamenting that their facial masks had run out for 2 days. "Young Masterly, where has the property manager disappeared to? Is playing dead effective? We pay thousands in property fees each year. Where is your service? Sister Zhao, there are 8 people in my family, and we've long run out of food. With the acid rain, we cannot venture out. What are we to do?" Amidst the complaints, a rare voice of reason emerged. "Lingli, to ensure everyone's well-being, the supermarket remains operational. You can go there." Indeed, while transportation difficulties were significant, the nation had not given up. The military had taken on much of the logistics for large commercial establishments, ensuring that essential goods could reach supermarkets. At that moment, the rainfall had yet to increase dramatically. Although venturing out was challenging, it was not insurmountable. This merely indicated that no one wished to endure the hardship, preferring instead to reap the benefits without effort. "Sister Zhao, I can't go out. In this weather, driving will surely depreciate the car's value. Lingli, are you going? If you do, could you please bring me some vegetables? Mama Fruit from Villa 14. Lingli, which supermarket is open? We are heading there." "Young Masterly, Mama Fruit from Villa 14. Please bring me some rice, beef, chicken, and vegetables. Just make sure to bring enough. I need 50 pounds of rice." Lingli, Wanwei Supermarket. Tang An, while attentively monitoring the group messages and munching on sunflower seeds, kept an eye on the surveillance feed. The villa number 14 remained undisturbed. Yet the garage door of the neighboring villa number 17 had already swung open. A middle-aged woman was at the wheel, accompanied by the thoroughly bundled Jung Chun. As the vehicle emerged from the front door, it had scarcely gained momentum when it came to an abrupt halt. The passenger door creaked open slightly, and an umbrella protruded from the opening. With remarkable agility, Jung Chun extricated himself from the vehicle, deposited a plastic bag at Tang An's doorstep, rang the doorbell, and then departed. What had he left at the entrance? Just as Tang An was about to investigate, Guanya energetically bounded out of the room. Their paths converged in the living room on the first floor. Guanya meticulously donned a raincoat, preparing to fetch some erythromycin ointment, her spirits evidently high. It was Guanya who had initially invited Jung Chun into their community group, thus adding him as a friend, while Tang An had refrained from doing so. Nevertheless, Jung Chun's watch remained in Tang An's possession. The household lacked nothing. The refrigerator was still stocked with provisions. Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, Tang An had deliberately restricted Guanya's access to the kitchen and the basement levels 2 and 3. This way, should Guanya inquire, she could simply claim that supplies were stored in the basement. Guanya, seemingly unfazed, responded with an understanding nod. Don't worry, one must always be cautious. After handing the watch to Guanya, she resumed her place before the surveillance screen, engrossed in the group messages once more. It was truly audacious of this young master from the Lee family. He must have spotted a vehicle departing through the window, mistakenly believing it belonged to Villa number 14. He clamored in the group, requesting assistance from the inhabitants of Villa number 14 for contraceptive supplies. Everyone concurred that this wretched acid rain would eventually pass. Only the Tang family understood that this was merely the beginning. The surveillance footage obscured the contents of the vehicle, but it appeared to be rather full. The car first circled to a halt before Villa number 30, honking the horn incessantly. Tang An couldn't help but furrow his brow. Overly agreeable individuals do not fare well in the apocalypse. Chapter 34. An act of kindness after the vehicle came to a halt. The occupants remained inside, merely honking the horn in impatience, while those within the villa seemed oblivious, displaying no sign of movement. This was perplexing. If they were indeed seeking assistance with their purchases, one would expect them to emerge to collect the items. Why was there not a single response? Fortunately, even when the residents of Villa 34 eventually came out to retrieve their goods, there was a brief exchange of pleasantries at the entrance, suggesting that there were indeed some semblances of normalcy among the people. The vehicle from Villa 14 made several stops before returning home, and shortly thereafter, a flurry of gratitude for the efforts of the fruit mother from Villa 14 filled the WeChat group. Qing Feng Mingwe, thank you, fruit mother and family. A good neighbor in the Shenzhou nation. Thumbs up, Grassland Lone Wolf. Thanks to fruit mother's proactive assistance, the current predicament has been alleviated. I run a children's early education institution, and once the rain subsides, little fruit is welcome to join us. Sister Zhao, we are all from the same community. If you could offer a discount, I would send my grandson too. Grassland Lone Wolf, no problem. After all, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Bose, fruit mother from Villa 14, you are all too kind. We merely did what we could. We seek no merit, only to avoid wrongdoing. Her words carried a deeper significance, prompting Tang An to recall the individual from Villa 30 who had not come out to collect their items. The atmosphere in the group was cordial until the young master of the Lee family spoke up, confirming Tang An's suspicions. Young Master Lee, fruit mother, why the discrepancy in treatment? I also sent you money. Why did you bring things for others, but not for me? His tone was accusatory. Instantly, the chat fell silent, as those who had recently received favors from Fruit Mother chose not to speak. Fruit Mother replied, my husband brought them for you. You simply did not come out to collect them. With that, she shared several screenshots of their private conversation. Approximately 20 minutes later, Fruit Mother informed young Master Lee that she had arrived at his doorstep. However, he changed his tune. It's acid rain outside. How do you expect me to go out? I have already paid you. Just bring it inside for me. It was unclear what words provoked young Master Lee, but he unleashed a torrent of voice messages, which, when transcribed, were far from pleasant. The essence of his message was that since this task was undertaken by her household, she ought to deliver it to his doorstep. If she could not manage that, he demanded a refund. He asserted that spending money entitled him to service. He claimed he had not charged her any extra, as supermarket prices were evident on the receipt. Since she did not want the items, they would simply keep them. After the chat records were shared, the other residents of the community began to condemn young Master Lee. Grassland Lone Wolf. Young Master Lee. You possess neither the demeanor of a master nor the virtues of one, yet you have adopted the vices of the privileged. If I were your father, I would discipline you daily. Fruit Mother is a wonderful person, proactively assisting neighbors with their purchases, and yet you resort to insults. A slap should correct your misguided words. Xiao Guangguan. Mom of the fruit flesh on the 14th. Do not pay attention to such individuals. In the future, simply refrain from assisting him. This nickname belongs to Xiao Guangguan, which is actually Guanya. I never expected her to be secretly monitoring the situation. However, given that everyone is confined at home with little else for amusement, the unfolding drama within the community group has proven to be quite entertaining. They did not communicate with others in the group upon their arrival. Instead, their vehicle drove directly from the entrance of the community to the doorstep of their villa number 18. Could it be that they have come to retrieve a watch? Tang An, filled with curiosity, ventured into the lobby on the first floor. Guanya was hurriedly donning a raincoat as she prepared to step outside. It seems you're just in time. Put on a raincoat. Let us venture out together. Zheng Chun mentioned that to express gratitude for our lending him medicine, he has procured some instant food for us. We should go collect it together, she said. This individual appears to be quite amiable. Tang An retrieved 2 tubes of erythromycin ointment from the drawer. After all, it would be impolite to let him make the trip in vain. At the entrance, Zheng Chun had already donned a new raincoat and rain boots. The red burn marks on his neck had notably faded. Fortunately, the acidity of the rainwater had not yet reached a severe level, allowing for a swift recovery. The last time they met, both Tang An and Guanya were heavily bundled up. Now, as the rain began to subside, they opted not to wear waterproof masks, stepping out with their faces bare. In that fleeting moment of seeing Guanya, Zheng Chun's heart skipped a couple of beats. Are you Senior Guanya? Objectively speaking, Guanya was indeed quite beautiful. She did not conform to the traditional standards of beauty with large eyes and a small face, but rather exuded a vibrant vitality. She epitomized the beauty of regularity, akin to a time of peace and prosperity. Guanya was taken aback that he recognized her. Are you also from Inding University? She wondered, noticing a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Zheng Chun, sensing her bewilderment, clarified, I am Zheng Chun, a freshman from the sports department. We faced each other in last winter's free fighting competition. Oh, I didn't expect to have a little admirer of Guanya, she mused. With Zheng Chun's reminder, Guanya began to recall the boy before her. It seems you didn't actually fight against me, she remarked. Zheng Chun smiled sheepishly. Lacking in skill, Senior. Today, we are heading out to procure supplies. Many items in the supermarket have already sold out. We managed to grab some instant noodles and sausages. These are for you. The damp cardboard boxes were tightly sealed with tape, their contents concealed yet bulging enticingly. Tang An cradled the package in his hands, which weighed approximately 10 pounds, and it was evident that it was not solely comprised of instant noodles. In the ensuing 2 months, such a high-density waterproof contrivance would become exceedingly scarce. Regarding others' acts of kindness, Tang An believed it crucial not to dishearten the benevolent souls. Chapter 35. A power outage upon opening the bag. Its contents were indeed abundant. Approximately 10 packets of instant noodles filled half the box. The other half contained sausages, marinated eggs, canned goods, and even 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, resembling a veritable treasure trove in a post-apocalyptic world. Guanya, oblivious to any irregularities, captured a photograph to express his gratitude. However, Tang An discerned the anomaly. Fresh fruits and vegetables had vanished from the supermarket shelves. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Kuya had seldom ventured outside, claiming that this period was particularly conducive to immersing oneself in creative endeavors, aspiring to pen a groundbreaking novel amidst the chaos. Tang An Google, feeling idle, occasionally peeked at what his wife was writing, but more often than not, he found solace in solitude, poring over The Art of War by Giguzi, a book recently recommended to him by his wife. Tang Jinggua's academic knowledge is rather superficial. After entering junior high school, his parents forbade him from continuing his education. Over the years, he has struggled in the business world, often suffering the consequences of his lack of cultural knowledge. Since life seems to have hit the pause button, enriching his spiritual world could prove beneficial. Has the power gone out? Tang Zhenghua marked his place in the book with a bookmark before setting it down, preparing to rise and assess the situation. Peering through the study window, he could only see the neighboring villa number 19, which remained dark as it had yet to be sold. However, the opposite villa number 34 was equally shrouded in darkness, lending credence to his suspicions. The entire family had gathered in the dining room, and fortunately, the mobile phone still had battery life, with messages in the group chat overflowing with complaints about the power outage. Qing Feng Langwe, is there a blackout? Sister Zhao, property manager Yang Kailuan, what is going on with the property management? It's already raining, and now there's a power outage. Are we to live in despair? Grassland Lone Wolf, my home is also without power. Could be due to the rain? Lingli, I asked my friends, their neighborhood lost power around noon. This outage might be citywide. Young Master Li, this is utterly ridiculous. With no food, no drink, and no electricity, we might as well all perish together. Property manager Yang Kailuan received notification from the power department that the circuit failure was caused by weather conditions and repairs are underway. Please remain calm. Sister Zhao, property manager Yang Kailuan, when will it be fixed? Property manager Yang Kailuan, no updates at this time. Watching the messages flood in, Guanya sighed in resignation. Well, this is just splendid. Even if I don't want to study, I must, or I shall be rendered incapable of doing anything at all. Kuya feigned sudden realization. By the way, old Tang, didn't you say the generator for the shopping mall is in the basement? Is it operational? Perhaps, but I'm not entirely sure how it works, Tang An replied. Come along with me to check. Tang Zhenghua promptly took over the role his wife had initiated. Guanya, ever eager to assist, chimed in. A generator? I'll join you both to take a look. Let them go on their own, Tang Zhenghua suggested. Guanya, could you lend a hand to your aunt? I'm not well-versed in the bicycle generator on the first basement level. Would you accompany her to check it out? If the mall's generator proves unserviceable, we could exert some effort pedaling to generate power. Naturally, Guanya acquiesced. Seizing the opportunity as Kuya took Guanya away, Tang An followed his father down to the third basement level, which contained nothing but the main water and electricity switch. In the event of a power cut, this was where the backup power could be activated. Thankfully, just a couple of days prior, Tang An had set up solar panels in the system. Now, they simply needed to retrieve the power box, connect it properly, and it would be ready for use. How much capacity does this power box have? How long can it sustain us? Is a diesel generator not required? Tang Zhenghua observed his daughter as she effortlessly produced a power supply box of considerable size, akin to a magician performing a trick. Initially, he assumed she had charged it in advance, which stirred a tinge of concern within him. The future promised a relative scarcity of electrical resources, inevitably necessitating the use of diesel generators. He believed the supply would suffice. His system harnessed sunlight, enabling the solar panels to charge the power box effectively. It was merely an experiment, and to his astonishment, it truly worked. By the way, Father, she inquired, I have yet to attempt bringing a person into the system. Would you be willing to accompany me in this trial? In truth, Tang An had contemplated the possibility of transporting individuals into the system for quite some time. If it proved feasible, it would afford him a greater ability to safeguard his family in times of peril. Upon hearing those words, Tang Zhengua's eyes widened in astonishment. While others in the apocalypse were bestowed with extraordinary abilities, his daughter had directly acquired a golden opportunity, a self-replenishing bowl of rice, no less. If it truly allowed entry into another realm, could it be considered the inception of a parallel world? Tang Zhenghua resolutely agreed to the proposition. Tang An positioned her father's palm facing upwards and, summoning her courage, grasped his hand. With a fervent intention, the world before Tang Zhenghua abruptly plunged into darkness. After a fleeting moment, as light returned, he was profoundly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. An expansive plain was adorned with a myriad of crops, coexisting harmoniously. despite their inherent incompatibility. To one side lay a semblance of a farm, where each animal enjoyed ample space to roam freely, undisturbed by one another. At the center stood an unassuming wooden cabin, where three small dark figures frolicked joyfully at the entrance, blissfully unaware of their presence. It worked. She had truly transported her father into the system. Alert! The system has detected the presence of a living being in Leontion Town. Overload in the Leontion Town system has occurred. Please evacuate the living being within 5 minutes, or the system will initiate forced ejection. Tang An heard no sounds. Such system notifications could only be perceived by his master. Tang An, alas, only 5 minutes remained. Yet that was sufficient. Upon the arrival of a stranger, the little black wind dashed forward, baring its teeth, but halted abruptly at a distance of 4 or 5 meters to sniff the air, discerning the scent of Tang An. Not an enemy, but family. Having confirmed the identity, the little black wind wiggled its rear and ambled into Tang An's embrace. After a prolonged separation from their master, the cats, Meow Meow and Me Me, became particularly affectionate, leaping onto Tang An in turns. Their strength was formidable, nearly toppling him. The trio tacitly agreed that the matters concerning the system should remain undisclosed to Guanya. Emerging from the basement, all electrical systems in the house had been restored. Tang An explained that they had connected to a commercial diesel generator. Guanya proposed that they all reside on the same floor, as this would allow them to utilize a single layer's central air conditioning. Given that they were generating their own power, every bit saved was advantageous. Chapter 36. The resident self-defense team. While darkness enveloped the neighboring homes, the lights of villa number 18 shone brightly. In an instant, Kuya hurriedly urged everyone to extinguish the lights. Turn off the lights, or the neighbors will notice. The notification indicated that the power outage was temporary and that the staff was diligently working on repairs. However, having experienced the apocalypse, Tang An knew that the circuits could not be mended until the rain ceased. Guanya rushed to turn off the lights, but her actions seemed too sluggish. And despite their home having power, they were still caught on camera and shared in the group chat. Sister Zhao, has the power returned? Villa number 18 is lit. Why hasn't my home received power yet? Perhaps due to the poor quality of her phone, Sister Zhao's photo was quite blurry. Yet it was still discernible that a light glowed from the window of the villa opposite. Lingli, I saw it too. Tang, my house hasn't received power either. It's just a flashlight. Tang An hastily offered an explanation. Given that modern smartphones are equipped with flashlights, which can serve as temporary torches in darkness, many households have ceased to purchase traditional flashlights. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere among the crowd immediately dulled. Sister Zhao inquired, Manager Yang Kailuan, will the air conditioning be repaired? It's unbearably hot. Qingfeng Langwei remarked, it has never been this hot in previous years. Despite the recent rain, it feels both humid and sweltering. The temperature in my home has reached 33 degrees. Chao Yuan Gulong retorted, what is 33 degrees? During my service in the army, temperatures soared close to 40, yet we still carried out our duties as usual. One should not be overly delicate. Seemingly displeased by Chao Yuan Gulong's words, the crowd fell silent. After turning off all the lights, the villa was once again enveloped in darkness. Tang An suggested they relocate to the basement to avoid drawing the neighbors' attention to their electricity usage. This was indeed a commendable proposal. The basement boasted 2 bedrooms and a gym, offering satisfactory living conditions. Particularly noteworthy were the industrial-grade air purifier and water treatment system, which were substantial investments and undoubtedly effective. Upon learning of the basement arrangement, Guanya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I've never lived in a basement before. Kuya, observing the naive girl, felt a swell of affection. Earlier, when pedaling the generator, this girl had exerted herself with remarkable effort. She truly was a sincere child. Don't worry, our basement is equipped with air conditioning too. You can share a room with an un, and I'll help you set up the beds later. Hearing that Kuya would assist her with the bedding, Guanya quickly shook her head in refusal. It's just a small matter. We can manage it ourselves. Tang An remarked, I didn't realize that our neighbor Zheng Chun was actually our junior. He's quite a pleasant fellow. How did I not notice this during school? Guanya had been chatting with Zheng Chun over the phone lately and was pleasantly surprised by his wit and humor. What? Do you have a crush? Do you prefer him over Uncle Wang? It was not surprising that Tang An was so inquisitive, as Guan Yu's budding romance was indeed captivating. If she were to be involved with Wang Mian, it would resemble a classic portrayal of a domineering CEO in a forced romance, tinged with a hint of pseudo-kinship. Conversely, a relationship with Zheng Chun would evoke the image of a fierce girlfriend and her younger, affectionate partner, a sweet, age-gap love story. Which drama could possibly compare? Real-life couples are far more intriguing. What are you talking about? I genuinely consider Wang Mian to be an uncle. One feminine both. At least a Tang and Wang Mian undeniably fit the archetype of a domineering CEO. He was slightly older than Guanya, yet not by much. With a tall stature and composed demeanor, he exuded calm even in the face of adversity. His restrained behavior belied his striking intensity. Just an uncle? Tang An was skeptical. TSK, you surely don't have feelings for Zheng Chun, do you? Let me remind you, he is even younger than you. A mere boy. Perhaps his interest was merely a fleeting excitement, driven by youthful hormones and impulsiveness. Once individuals who ship a couple develop their own stance, it inevitably influences the judgment of the parties involved. Guanya suddenly shifted his gaze. I find your argument quite reasonable. It is often said that it is better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage. Since they are not married, it should not count, right? Tang An turned away, and once again, the image of Shen Huang flashed through her mind. She hoped that in this lifetime, they would have the chance to meet again. The day after the power outage, the community group was largely silent. People could not venture outside and became increasingly reliant on their mobile phones. With no means of charging, their phones soon ran out of battery. With nothing to do, Tang An began to explore the other functionalities of Liangtian Town. Previously, the system had mentioned that it was still in farming and pastoral mode, and that accumulating goodwill points could unlock the village mode. How many points were needed to reach that threshold? In other words, it was about creating a sense of novelty within the monotony of daily life. This principle applies not only to the relationship between humans and animals, but also among individuals. Amid everyone's expectations, the weather did not improve. Instead, the rain intensified, becoming increasingly acidic. During the day, the outdoor temperature soared to around 42 or 43 degrees Celsius, with humidity reaching a staggering 100. People felt as though they were living in a steamer, and the power outage made life even more challenging. Today, a figure clad from head to toe arrived at the community, beginning to knock on doors starting from the first house at the entrance. Due to the widespread power outage, Tang An only caught sight of him through her home surveillance when he reached Villa number 17. The person who opened the door at Villa number 17 was Zheng Chun, who courteously invited the stranger inside. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the visitor emerged, appearing considerably lighter on his feet. Could it be that Zheng Chun encountered some misfortune? As the stranger approached the door of Villa number 18, Tang An hurried ahead to prevent Guanya from softening and opening the door, potentially putting her family in danger. As expected, just as Tang An reached the first floor, the doorbell rang. Fortunately, the front door was equipped with a video intercom. "Hello, I can see you. What is your business?" Upon hearing a voice, the stranger straightened his back and retrieved his identification from his raincoat pocket. "Hello, I'm Officer Feng Yin from our district. Here is my identification. Our Peach Blossom Source community is a new development, and the corresponding community staff have not yet been assigned. The leadership has instructed me to lead the formation of a resident self-defense team to collectively withstand natural disasters. Would you be willing to participate?" The voice sounded like that of a middle-aged man, and the identification had already become waterlogged, its colors faded. It was not a matter of intentional difficulty. One must always remain cautious. Is participation voluntary? Upon hearing the voice of a young girl, Officer Feng's heart sank slightly, even if the young girl agreed. What could a delicate girl, who could neither bear burdens nor lift weights, truly accomplish? Chapter 37. Supporting efforts having been rejected numerous times. It was rare to encounter someone who hadn't outright refused. Officer Feng accepted. Well, you might inquire. Participation in the resident self-defense team does not come with any subsidies. It is arduous work. If you're not in good health, it would be best not to join. If one becomes excessively fatigued, the effort may prove futile. The situation at the hospital is indeed quite tense due to a shortage of staff. However, old Feng is reluctant to recruit someone overly delicate, as that would only complicate matters further. After Feng Yun departed, Tang An descended to explain the situation to her parents and Guanya. Upon learning that it was organized by the police, Guanya promptly expressed her desire to participate. Given the inclement weather outside, she found herself devoid of motivation to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination. Having lingered at Tang An's home for several days, her only contribution had been the purchase of a few tubes of unnecessary erythromycin ointment. In the past, Guanya would have ventured out to procure some food or drinks, feeling no sense of indebtedness. Now, confined indoors and reliant on Tang An's family stockpile, she felt a twinge of discomfort. This opportunity, even if it merely offered her something to do, could also assist Tang An to some extent. She believed it worth pursuing. "I will go," Guanya declared. Tang An was not surprised. In their previous lives, she exhibited the same resilience, maintaining a positive outlook even in adversity. Yet, now that they were close friends, Tang An felt compelled to advise her once more. "You must have heard the news. The rain shows no sign of abating. The downpour is intensifying, and the acidity of the rainwater is increasing. It may prove quite arduous outside. What of it? If everyone feared hardship, none would be able to put food on the table." Guanya intended to suggest that someone must inevitably bear a greater burden, but upon uttering those words, she felt a sense of disquiet. Tang Zhenghua clapped his hands vigorously and exclaimed, "Absolutely. I shall join as well. Throughout the earlier part of my life, I have shone brightly abroad. Now, as I radiate my remaining warmth, it is time for me to contribute something for my own country." Tang An truly did not anticipate that her father would also become so fervently enthusiastic. In fact, Tang Zhenghua had fathered children at a relatively young age, and he was now just in his 40s, in the prime of his life. However, Tang An never expected her father to voluntarily propose becoming a volunteer. Habitually, she glanced at her mother, Kuya, who said nothing but regarded her with a look of admiration and approval. After over 20 years of their two-person world, it was evident that their bond was indeed stronger than that of ordinary couples. She felt somewhat superfluous, sensing the aroma of love in the air. Tang An accepted this reality. "Then I will inform him shortly that both of us will participate. Mother, you won't join, will you? If you do, it would truly make me feel ineffectual." Tang An winked at his mother. The absence of community workers made participation in the resident self-defense team organized by the police a more fruitful source of information. However, it was evident that there was no need for the entire family to attend. "I still have a book to write." Indeed, she is a wonderful mother. It was quite predictable that those who could afford to spend millions on a villa in such an isolated place were individuals who relished a life of leisure. Engaging in volunteer work was not something they desired. Despite being turned away multiple times, Feng Yun still clung to a glimmer of hope as he pressed the doorbell of Villa 18. Tang An had been waiting for quite some time and, upon hearing the voice, activated the video function. "Hello, Officer Feng. My family and I have come to an agreement. We can provide 2 individuals to assist with the work." Unexpectedly, after a day filled with frustration, there was a pleasant surprise. 2 individuals, no less. "That's wonderful. However, will you be participating? Since you are unwell, we can arrange a more relaxed role for you." Officer Feng was still preoccupied with the earlier mention of the young girl at the door who had spoken of her ill health. "I apologize, but I truly cannot participate. My father and sister are available, however." Tang An deliberately referred to Guanya as her sister, wishing to keep her family's circumstances somewhat ambiguous. It's fine. I'll come by tomorrow to deliver the clothes. Our country is currently preparing supplies, and we will subsequently distribute these resources to each household. If your family is in need of anything, feel free to report it for priority assistance. Once it arrives, we will arrange for it to be delivered." The prospect of such benefits left Tang An immensely grateful that her family had 2 members involved. Otherwise, Feng Yun might not have shared this information with her. "You worked hard," she said. "We can manage. Let's not add to the nation's troubles during this time." Hearing these words, Feng Yun felt a warmth in his heart and saluted the door. After facing a day's worth of setbacks, he finally encountered someone who understood and supported his work, a kindred spirit. Before dawn, Zheng Chun from Villa 17 drove out. When Old Feng was recruiting volunteers, Zheng Chun had eagerly chosen to join, believing such opportunities were rare. He even volunteered his family car, which had already suffered wear from the last supply run. He could simply repaint it once the rain ceased. Thus, even before officially starting, Zheng Chun received his first task, to rise early and collect waterproof gear for the resident self-defense team at the police station. The appointed hour was 7 in the morning, but adhering to the philosophy of arriving early, Zheng Chun set off at 5. The police station was bustling with people clamoring around a truck. With his tall stature, Old Feng spotted him immediately. "Young man, are you from the Peach Blossom Source community? There are 7 of you. Come help me carry this, and I'll take you to collect other supplies." At Old Feng's call, Zheng Chun quickly made his way over. The waterproof gear was comprehensive, even including walkie-talkies and spare batteries. "I'll guide you. Afterwards, we will pick up the candles and food for the residents. Our country truly cares. My wife's sister is in the beautiful country, and they've long abandoned their people to fend for themselves. Is it raining in the beautiful country too?" Zheng Chun pondered. With the two nations separated by half the blue planet, the sheer volume of rainfall across Shenzhou was already astonishing. He hadn't expected the beautiful country to be experiencing the same. "Officer Feng, why is our community's work being managed by the police? Is there something else going on?" He quickly grasped the underlying implications. Even if Peach Blossom Source was a new community, it should be managed by higher-level government officials, not by the police, who were seemingly unrelated. Old Feng's expression darkened. Anding City is a small place with a sparse population. Some cities have already had to be taken over by military and police forces. Just keep this information to yourself. We have a heavy workload. Chapter 38. The Scent of Decay. Is this something a naive and simple-minded college student should hear? Zheng Chun felt immensely relieved that they had moved into the villa before the rain drove them away from Kanlulu. Feng Yun introduced that the Taoyuan community was launched only earlier this year, consisting of a mere 70 villas, nestled against the mountains and distanced from the urban sprawl. Its target demographic comprises returnees from abroad and high-income individuals from major cities seeking a tranquil retirement abode. Upon contacting the property management, we learned that merely around 30 households have moved in, resulting in a scarcity of willing volunteers, totaling only 7. In contrast, my colleagues typically oversee dozens of volunteers each. Who are they? He secretly hoped that among the volunteers was senior sister Guanya from Villa 18. If not, he would certainly extend extra care to her family. There's 1 from Villa 14, 1 from Villa 55, 2 from Villa 18, 2 from Villa 6, and then their SU. The limited number of residents is advantageous for management. Otherwise, everyone would be preoccupied with their own interests, creating complications down the line. 2. Could it be senior sister Guanya and the girl accompanying her? He did not anticipate that both were so warm-hearted. Due to the low number of residents, they had only received 2 boxes of candles. The distributed vegetables were also rationed, with each household allotted 5 pounds of potatoes, 3 pounds of rice, and a single white radish. The small car belonging to the Zheng family was more than sufficient to transport these provisions. With the intercom, Feng Yin found communication with everyone to be much smoother. Due to special circumstances, the real estate company had graciously lent him Villa 19, which had not yet been sold, for his residence. Feng Yin brought basic living essentials from home, as he would be stationed here for the foreseeable future. Receiving the complimentary supplies and candles filled Tang Junhua's heart with warmth. How wonderful it is to be in one's homeland. These provisions were hardly significant for the Tang family, but outright refusal would certainly lead others to suspect they were hoarding supplies, which would be detrimental to their reputation. Thus, Tang Junhua accepted the items. The tasks of the resident self-defense team were quite chaotic. The first order of business was to ascertain the actual number of residents in each household. Feng Yun chose to delegate this task to the only 2 ladies in the self-defense team, Guanya from Villa 18 and Lin Dalian from Villa 6. Lin Dalian was not a local of Anding City. She had married in from a larger metropolis. In her early 30s, she appeared almost like a university student, possessing a lively and engaging personality, and quickly formed a bond with Guanya upon their first meeting. Feng Yin provided them with the resident information from the property management as a reference, They simply needed to knock on doors and verify the details. However, this seemingly straightforward task took a tragic turn. At Villa 13, the resident information indicated that 5 people resided there, presumably a grandfather, father, mother, sister, and younger sister. Yet, upon knocking, they found only a family of 4 on the lower floor. "My elderly father is paralyzed and cannot come down," said the wife, her expression peculiar as her gaze furtively darted towards her husband, clearly anxious. "Does your elderly family member require any assistance? If so, please let me know, and I will make a note of it." Lin Dalian also sensed something amiss. Due to the rain, nearly every household's windows were tightly shut. The villa number 13 not only had its windows wide open, but the entire house was permeated by a putrid stench of decay. She recognized this odor as her father, a forensic expert, often bore a similar scent. There had to be a corpse within, or, at the very least, some rotting meat. Deep down, she hoped for the latter, as it was quite common for food in the refrigerator to spoil after a power outage. No assistance was needed, absolutely none. "Thank you very much." The male homeowner spoke rapidly, as if eager to usher them out the door. Guanya and Lin Dalian exchanged a knowing glance. "No problem. We shall take our leave." Guanyeti Plaith. "Officer Fong, there may be a case here." Lin Dalian, less physically fit than Guanya, struggled to keep pace. While Guanya articulated the urgency, there is a severe odor of decomposing flesh emanating from Villa 13. The windows are open, yet the stench is unmistakable. They claim the elderly resident is bedridden, but when Sister Lin inquired if they required assistance, they denied any need. What they said indeed warranted further investigation. You two continue canvassing the other homes. Liu Yong and Zheng Chun accompany me to Villa 13, with a tall young man and a veteran by his side. Officer Fong felt reassured as they approached the house. "Good day, I am Officer Fong. I understand you have an elderly person bedridden here." Inside Villa 13, the male homeowner, Wang Xianwen, was drenched in cold sweat from fright. "Is this never-ending? Didn't we just finish the investigation? Have they discovered something? What should we do?" The female homeowner, Li Shurue, trembled in fear. Wang Xianwen shoved her, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is all your fault. If you wanted money, you could have waited a few years. Now, look where we are. If we both end up in trouble, our daughter will be doomed." Li Shurue, incensed by her husband's accusation, retorted, "You never objected when I took action. Now you blame me?" Wang Xianwen, "Remember, you alone are responsible for this. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Xianwen's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you say it has nothing to do with you? Go swear over the old man's corpse. Let's see if he doesn't come back as a vengeful spirit to claim your life. With nothing left to lose, who would still fear a ghost?" Li Shurue whispered menacingly, "If I go down, I will ensure you follow me. Then our daughter can await her fate." Wang Xianwen gritted his teeth in despair, lamenting his poor judgment in marrying such a wicked woman. "Open the door. We are here to inquire about the situation. If he is indeed bedridden, we can assist in applying for a wheelchair." Officer Fong grew increasingly impatient, gripping his firearm tightly. The authority had been relaxed, allowing him to act first and report later in case of emergencies. Realizing the need for action was paramount, Li Shurue plastered on a smile. "Really? That's splendid. I'll open the door at once." Chapter 39. The chocolate box is empty. Upon entering Villa number 13, a putrid stench assailed the senses. Officer Fong was nearly certain that a corpse lay within. "Officer Fong, we have no need for the wheelchair. It is raining outside, and the sun is nowhere to be found." Wang Xianguan attempted to evade the situation, but Liu Yong swiftly subdued him to the ground. "What are you doing?" Li Shurue stamped her feet anxiously, shielding her daughter behind her as the 2 little girls, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, cried out in terror. "Where's the body?" "What body? There is no body. You are trespassing. I will file a complaint." "Get out." Wang Xianwen, pressed firmly to the ground by Liu Yong, could only scream in frustration. Zheng Chun did not anticipate that this volunteer work would prove to be so intense. Encountering a corpse right at the outset was certainly unexpected. "Xiao Zheng, stay downstairs with the mother and daughter while I investigate further." Despite Zheng Chen's imposing stature, he was merely a university student, and thus Feng Yin did not permit him to accompany on the ascent. As anticipated, The upstairs bedroom revealed the highly decomposed body of a middle-aged man. Lacking experience as a criminal investigator, Feng could not accurately ascertain the time of death. Such matters required professional expertise. Wang Xiangwen and Li Shirui were temporarily confined in Villa Number 19, under the watch of Yang Haokong and Tang Zhenghua from Villa Number 14. Yang, referred to as Fruit Uncle, was younger than Zheng Chun, still in his sophomore year of high school. Upon learning that he was to guard a murderer, Yang's adrenaline surged, filling him with excitement. Tang Zhenghua proposed a shift change with Liu Yong. What is happening? Meanwhile, Tang An remained blissfully unaware, leisurely exercising in the gym, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside. Tang Zhenghua succinctly articulated the events that transpired at Villa Number 14. Are you suggesting that Feng Yun intends to summon the criminal police? Absolutely not. We cannot resort to firearms. The societal order has not yet deteriorated to such an extent, and being discovered with a weapon would spell trouble. My father has spent recent years conducting business abroad and is not well acquainted with the domestic regulations. However, these rules are almost instinctively ingrained in Tang An's very being. You are correct. Then please fetch me a high-voltage stun baton. Take care and do not venture outside. Tang Zhenghua cautioned with concern. No worries. My mother hasn't left her study all day. What could she possibly be writing? Ever since the onset of the apocalypse, it has been exceedingly rare for Tang and to see her mother, Kuya. Their communication with their parents has been infrequent, and she was unaware of her mother's obsessive passion for writing. If it is a passion, then let her indulge in it. As a daughter, Tang An naturally refrained from expressing too much, though a flicker of curiosity lingered. Perhaps it is merely some novels. Why not just ask her? I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. How long must we wait? Dragging her weary body, Guanya bid farewell to her partner Lin Dalian for the day. This day had been fraught with peril and excitement. She animatedly recounted the gruesome murder case at Villa Number 13 to Tang An, despite having seen nothing of the sort. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Wang Mian. How have you been lately? Do you need me to pick you up? With the phone on speaker, Tang An heard him clearly. Such a typical man. Although he expressed concern, his tone was rather domineering. I'm doing quite well. I've even joined the neighborhood self-defense team. Uncle Wang, is it chaotic outside? A murder case was discovered in our community today. Wang Mian's concern was palpable, but he seemed more preoccupied with Guanya's safety than the details of the incident. Don't come over. I'm fine. It's not that serious. I heard it was a case of greed, where a son and daughter-in-law murdered their own father. What scoundrels! Truly reprehensible. Wang Mian, however, was not genuinely invested in the specifics of the case. His foremost concern was Guanya's well-being. I'll send someone to fetch you. They'll arrive by noon tomorrow. Stay in touch. You'll be safer in the military. Wang Mian's words were typically imperious. Yet this time, Guanya boldly replied in the negative. Uncle Wang, I will not accompany you. Either you consent to my enlistment, or you shall not take me away. I refuse to live in hiding under the identity of a martyr-esque family member. Wang Mian clenched his fists. Conflicts between them were rare, and Guanya often demonstrated maturity. Yet, on this matter, she was almost obsessively determined to join the military, while he resolutely sought to dissuade her. Guanya, I have warned you numerous times. This is absolutely out of the question. If you wish to stay, then remain. Just inform me when the money in the chocolate box runs out. Do not hastily touch your parents' compensation. Money? What money? Chocolate box? After hanging up, Tang An immediately pulled Guanya to search for snacks. With a large family and so many days elapsed, they had consumed most of their provisions. The chocolate box lies empty, devoid of any contents. Where has the money gone? Although Tang An does not possess an intimate understanding of her parents, she is acutely aware of their considerable wealth, and thus, it is improbable that they would surreptitiously abscond with the funds. Guanya, known for his forthright nature, would never resort to such underhanded tactics. If it were not the parents, then it must be an external thief. I suspect that my grandmother has taken it. I shall return the money to you now. No wonder the old lady departed so abruptly. It appears she pilfered the funds, fearing your inquiry. Tang An was filled with an intense resentment, to the point where she felt as though she might shatter her back teeth in frustration. How could someone be so shameless? Moreover, she had brought disgrace upon herself in front of her good friend. It was indeed unfortunate to have such a grandmother, particularly after witnessing the furious expression on Tang An's uncle, who seemed ready to take drastic measures against her. Guanya could only wish to embrace the pitiful Tang An in sympathy. You deserve to be treated with kindness and generosity. You have assisted me so much, and this is what you rightfully deserve. Tang An's words were not fully articulated, and perhaps there was no need for them to be. In her previous life, without Guanya, she would have long succumbed to hunger, having been robbed of all sustenance during the rainy season by Su Xian'er. Chapter 40. I am not a love-struck fool. Guanya vehemently rebuked Tang An's assertions as mere fallacies. What does it mean to say what ought to be or ought not to be? Such family circumstances are not a matter of choice. Who pollutes, who governs, who heirs, who bears the consequences? If one possesses wealth, why squander it on those unworthy? Cease overthinking and simply rest. Reflecting on how hard Guanya labored outside all day, Tang An ultimately chose to remain silent. Since Guanya was disinterested, she would simply wait to give it to her later. After all, the purchasing power of money is currently quite weak. Giving it to Guanya might not even be of use. The drawback of sharing a room is that when one person is awakened, the other inevitably follows suit. Residing in the basement, one cannot discern whether it is day or night. Guanya, having exhausted herself the previous day, rose late today and was besieged by incessant calls. I am getting up now. Please wait for me at Villa 19. Guanya, so fatigued that she could barely open her eyes, was hardly in a position to identify the caller. Is this Miss Guanya? I am Shan Huang from the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Inding City. Colonel Wang Mian has instructed me to come protect you. I am currently at the entrance of Villa 18, where you reside. Tang An abruptly sat up in bed, believing she would never encounter Shan Huang again in this lifetime. Is that you, Shan Huang? I shall open the door for you right away. She dashed out of her room, heedless of her delicate nightgown and even her bare feet. The acidic rain fell even more heavily outside. Yet Tang An seemed oblivious to it. To see Shan Huang must surely be a dream. The raindrops mercilessly lashed against her, the straps of her top and shorts offering no protection to her exposed skin. In an instant, the areas drenched by the rain ignited with a searing pain, as if the corrosive nature of the rain had intensified. She was all too familiar with this sensation. Her skin was rotting from the inside out, plagued by recurrent pus-filled wounds, and her immune system could never keep pace with the onslaught of injury. Once a fair and delicate girl, her skin now resembled that of a living corpse. Only then did she realize this was no dream. Since she had already ventured out, she boldly approached the door to grant Shan Huang entry. The first sight that greeted Shan Huang was the girl's once smooth, white skin now marred by scars exposed by the rain's ravages. She resembled a fragile flower amidst a tempest. Miss Guanya, why have you come out in your nightgown? He noticed a small overhang above the door and could not bear the thought of her standing outside in the rain merely to let him in. Gently, he pulled her closer, but upon seeing her bare feet, he decided to lift her into his arms and swiftly carried her into the foyer. Tang An felt an overwhelming sense of shame, as if she had lost all sense of propriety, having dashed out in her pajamas to answer the door. You should go wash up. Guanya, still in a daze, heard someone was looking for her and reluctantly got out of bed to see who it was. As she emerged from the basement, she spotted Tang An running downstairs, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She attempted to grab Tang An but missed, proceeding directly to the foyer. Shan Huang stood awkwardly at the entrance, utterly bewildered. You say Uncle Wang sent you to protect me? Didn't I tell him there was no need? Such an overreaction. Just leave your raincoat by the door and make yourself comfortable. At 4 in the morning, the world outside was still cloaked in darkness. The power had gone out, leaving the room shrouded in shadow. Shan Huang switched on his flashlight, illuminating the corners of the room, and then noticed a woman in light pajamas standing at the bend of the hallway. Are you Miss Guanya? Then who was it that just opened the door? My best friend, Tang An. I'm currently staying at her house. Guanya leisurely walked over to the tea bar in the living room and poured Shan Huang a glass of ice water. At that moment, he had removed his waterproof jacket, revealing a military uniform beneath, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, reminiscent of Uncle Wang in his youth. She just came out to answer the door without her raincoat. She might have gotten wet. Do you wish to check on her? Shan Huang felt a twinge of concern, aware that although no lasting marks would remain from such a brief exposure, rain could still be quite painful. Guanya quickly set the glass beside Shen Huang and turned to descend to the basement. In the bathroom, Tang An stood under the cold shower, the red marks on her skin gradually fading, yet her face remained flushed. What had she been thinking? This infatuation was not her usual self. How could she act so recklessly? It was utterly mortifying. Knock, knock, knock. The bathroom door was being pounded from the outside, were it not for the door's constraints. She might have barged in to see how Tang An was faring. How could she have answered the door without her raincoat? The main gate of the courtyard could easily be opened from inside. Surely, she was just as groggy, awoken at this ungodly hour by a blaring phone. "Are you all right, Tang An?" she called loudly, almost fearing that Tang An's mother might not hear her. I'm fine. Just a quick rinse and I'll be okay. Shen Huang is upstairs. You should head up." The traces of rainwater had nearly washed away, and Tang An turned off the shower. In the mirror, her cheeks were still bright red, with faint pink marks dotting her skin, resembling the blossoms described in some novels. "Calm down," she reminded herself. "Stay composed. I am not infatuated. Shen Huang does not know me at all in this lifetime. I must exercise restraint. Gratitude is one thing, but I cannot offer myself in return." After firmly establishing his own beliefs, Tang An changed into a more appropriate outfit and stepped outside. The noise indeed startled Kuya next door. Just as Guanya was about to ascend the stairs, she saw Kuya emerge and awkwardly explained, "There's been a murder case discovered in our community, and my uncle is overly concerned, insisting on sending someone to protect me. I will ask him to leave right away." It was already quite embarrassing to be staying at someone else's home, and now an additional source of inconvenience had been added. Before Guanya's arrival, Kuya had attempted to investigate Guanya's background. However, the findings were rather simplistic. She was merely a pitiable girl, orphaned and raised by her grandparents. The thought that her daughter could bond with such a wretched girl stemmed from their shared experience of being abandoned by their parents, which slightly elevated Kuya's fondness for Guanya. Yet, the appearance of that officer made Kuya realize that Guanya's parents were certainly not ordinary individuals. She found herself hoping that Guanya would remain in her home, for in the event of any trouble, Guanya's identity would serve as the best protection for their family. Chapter 41. Aiding in the demise after a night of anticipation at Villa Number 19, Feng Yun, longing for news from the criminal police team, finally received word. A detective named Shen Huang had betrayed his past and would arrive that day. After a night of interrogation, Wang Xiangwen, both physically and mentally exhausted, had recounted his situation in detail. He had no particular talents that warranted living in such a grand house. It was solely due to his father's success as a deputy director in a state-owned enterprise. His father's hands were not entirely clean either, having accumulated a considerable amount of ill-gotten gains. Now, in his advanced age, he lived with his son's family, enjoying a semblance of familial bliss. However, Wang's available funds were insufficient for the investment required for the business deal. They needed at least 5 million to participate. His wife, Li Shurui, came from an ordinary family and had only entered the Wang household because of her looks, making it impossible for her to contribute such a large sum. Wang Xiangwen had no choice but to discuss the matter with his father. Wang's father wished to safeguard the money, wanting to carry it safely to the grave. He had no interest in engaging in activities that skirted the law. Consequently, an argument ensued between Wang Xiangwen and his father regarding Wang's father's demise. Wang Xiangwen chose not to elaborate further. Li Shurui remained silent, exhibiting remarkable mental fortitude. In fact, under such circumstances, she was even able to sleep soundly. The motive for the crime was clear. The only uncertainty lay in the method of death. Who had dealt the fatal blow? Was it the husband, the wife, or both together? Feng Yun found himself perplexed, especially since the other party was uncooperative. It seemed he would have to wait for the arrival of the detectives to gain clarity. Meanwhile, the very individuals Feng Yun awaited were astonished and surrounded by 3 women. "I'm not only here to protect Miss Guanya. I am also responsible for the case. Are you familiar with the residents of Villa Number 13? Shen Huang inquired in a businesslike manner. Kuya shook her head, saying, "We moved in not long ago, and since it rained, we're not very familiar with the people." Guanya found the situation rather awkward. The title of Miss Guan made her seem like a pampered young lady, born into privilege and incapable of handling anything. In truth, She considered herself quite the tomboy. As you can see, I have no pressing matters that require protection. If you wish to investigate the case, do proceed to Villa number 19, where the local police responsible for our area are present. If you feel the need to offer protection, direct it towards Tang An and the ant. Protect myself? Tang An shook his head vigorously. Like a rattle drum. I'm fine. I'm not going out. What protection do I need? You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go fetch some breakfast. From the moment he entered the house, Shen Huang felt a sense of suspicion. The interior was remarkably cool, despite the windows being closed. The air inside was fresh and invigorating, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. Additionally, Guanya handed him a large glass of water, icy and refreshing, which was a delight to the senses. However, the entire Nding city was experiencing a power outage. How could they possibly have electricity to operate air conditioning and air purifiers? Now, she was even offering to bring breakfast, knowing that food was scarce in other households. Miss Tang, I sent your home without power? Tang was astonished by Shen Huang's meticulous thoughts. The power has gone out, indeed. My family had prepared to open a supermarket, so we procured a diesel generator, and, conveniently, we kept one at home, which is now proving to be quite useful. It made sense, yet it felt rather coincidental. Before Shen Huang could inquire further, Guanya lowered his voice and cautioned, do make sure not to disclose this to others. There are always those who cannot bear to see others thriving more than themselves. Tang An suddenly recalled the saying, we do not take even a single thread from the masses. It was indeed true that the person he valued possessed impeccable character. Despite Shen Huang's repeated refusals, Tang An insisted on preparing breakfast for him. After the meal, Guanya took Shen Huang to Villa number 19, and Tang An, having not ventured out for quite some time, expressed his desire to accompany them and take a look. Lin Dalian from Villa number 6, along with the male host Peng Hongba, had already arrived at Villa number 19. Lu Yong and Tang Zhonghua, who had kept watch throughout the night, were utterly exhausted. Feng Yin had instructed them to leave. They not only had to deal with matters concerning the deceased, but also the living. The power system could not be restored in the short term, and due to the inclement weather, supermarkets and markets were compelled to close their doors. The basic survival needs of the populace could not be guaranteed. The state took action, and, after counting the number of individuals in each family, food would be rationed according to the number of people. Feng Yin and his team were set to procure supplies that very day. Zheng Chun and his uncle Yang Hao, both youthful and strong, teamed up with the mature and composed Peng Hongba to collect provisions. Guanya and Lin Dalian were responsible for the distribution and documentation of the supplies. Feng Yun was added to the community residence group, organizing everyone to purchase essential goods in a reasonable and lawful manner while also maintaining security within the community and soothing the residents' anxieties. Shen Huang first visited Villa No. 13 to inspect the scene of the death. The corpse was in a state of advanced decomposition, and given the current weather conditions, the estimated time of death was approximately 4 to 5 days prior. The circumstances were evident. A fruit knife had pierced through the victim's chest, and there were varying degrees of stab wounds to the abdomen and neck. He suppressed his nausea as he examined the body. The deceased had been lying down when stabbed, indicating some struggle, yet the resistance was notably weak. The first destination for Shen Huang upon leaving was to examine the corpse, which greatly disturbed Guanya. Although Tang An had encountered such highly decomposed bodies in his previous life and found it repugnant, his reaction was not overly strong. Could it be discerned whether there was one or two assailants? Shen Huang was quite certain. There was only one perpetrator. This piqued Tang An's curiosity. How could he tell? The angles of the stab wounds were all consistent from the position where you stand. Furthermore, there were no pressure marks on the wrists and ankles. If there were two assailants, one would likely have held the victim while the other stabbed. It sounded quite plausible. One had already vomited twice. Are you done? Hurry up and come out. Tang An sought to discover further justifications to remain close to Shen Huang. Yet she feared that expressing such a desire would come across as overly deliberate. Miss Tang, could you assist me with a favor? Certainly. Before Shen Huang could specify the nature of his request, Tang An readily acquiesced. Internally, she berated herself, reflecting on her own lack of value. Oh, then I shall recline, and you may demonstrate the process of my demise. Tang An felt somewhat bewildered. Did Shen Huang mean to assist him in ending his life? This person truly is peculiar. Chapter 42. Shooting practice. Shen Huang took a deep breath, then held it as he lay beside the corpse. With just a turn of his head, he was confronted by the repulsive and foul-smelling body. Tang An playfully mimicked a knife with his fingers, envisioning himself as a child poised to commit an act of violence against an elderly individual. When one's eyes are veiled by desire, and when that desire remains unfulfilled, malevolent thoughts break free from the shackles of morality and the knife descends. Shen Huang observed Tang An's gestures, realizing that even the slowest of elders could easily struggle to evade such an attack from his position. The elder must have fought back at some point, yet perhaps he had seen or thought of something that ultimately led him to relinquish his struggle. Shen needed to meet the suspect. The truth should soon come to light. Noticing Shen Huang deep in thought, Tang An remained silent, donned his raincoat, and departed. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Huang faced his own challenges, believing himself to be the sole guardian of the women in his household. However, he was no longer young and lacked the vigor of a regular exerciser, rendering his combat abilities nearly the weakest among the local self-defense group. To defy fate and protect the women at home, he saw only one path forward: mastering the art of shooting. In a moment of peril, should he draw a weapon to safeguard those he cherished, he would willingly bear the consequences of any ensuing investigation. "Father, are you waiting for me?" Tang An removed her raincoat, and red specks fell into Tang Jinggua's eyes. "Where have you been? How did things end up like this?" Initially intending to request a favor, he felt he should adopt a gentler demeanor. However, upon seeing the distinct red marks on his daughter's arm, he could not help but become agitated. "Did my mother not tell you? I went to join the crowd and witnessed the scene of a murder." Tang An dismissed it nonchalantly. Confined at home all day was suffocating him. There had been no progress in Liangtian town, and Heifeng was preoccupied with his two little followers, even beginning to neglect her. "I asked how you got hurt. If the raincoat is damaged, just replace it. Didn't you buy plenty?" Sensing her father's concern, Tang An ceased to argue. "I understand. Dad, is there something you need? Can you still take me into your system? I want to practice shooting. In case anything happens, I could protect you." From the last experiment, it was evident that if Tang An brought someone into the system, they could only remain for 5 minutes. However, it seemed possible to extend that time by refreshing the count. Although the security situation outside was currently stable, who could predict how long this peace would endure? The forthcoming weather would only worsen, and the transportation of supplies would become increasingly challenging. "All right, but once you enter, you must obey my instructions. You will exit when I tell you to." Tang Jinggua did not elaborate on his daughter's arrangements in matters beyond his scientific understanding. It was always prudent to heed her guidance. Having previously experienced entering the system, he felt much more composed this time. Inside, the landscape remained an endless expanse of crops, indifferent to their growing conditions, presenting themselves before him in an astonishing manner. Tang An instructed his father to engage in interaction with Meow Meow for a while, he sought to communicate with the system through the power of thought, aiming to create a shooting range. "Greetings, Master. It has been detected that you require a shooting range. However, as you are currently in farming mode, this function cannot be activated. Considering your needs, it is recommended that you acquire new land, which requires merely 500 affinity points." This was quite a bargain. Earning 500 affinity points could be achieved simply by petting the head of the Black Wind. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, causing Tang Jinggua to feel a surge of fear. Could it be that an earthquake was imminent? Yet, within mere seconds, everything returned to normal. The spring breeze was gentle, and the sun shone brightly. This was indeed a place suitable for living. Tang An beckoned Black Wind over. Black Wind was happily playing with Meow Meow and Mimi around Tang Jinggua. Upon hearing Tang An's call, it felt somewhat disheartened, but still trotted over eagerly. For after all, it was its master. "Why aren't you happy anymore?" Black Wind huffed. "You came in without even glancing my way, just busying yourself. You must not love me anymore." "Oof. I don't like my sister either." Of course, it couldn't speak, but raised its head, wearing a proud expression on its face. Tang An gently cupped the face of Black Wind, placing a soft kiss upon its forehead. "Wow, wow, wow. I shall continue to cherish my sister." Black Wind's spirits soared instantaneously, its affection visibly escalating. Truly, It was an innocent little bear. Please don't be upset with your sister, all right? She has been quite busy lately. Would you be willing to lend her a hand? Once you finish, she will have ample time to spend with you. Was this not akin to painting grand illusions for kindergarten children? Black Wind earnestly nodded, seemingly comprehending his sister's words. Would you accompany me to tackle some tasks? The system merely provided an expanse of empty land to engage in shooting practice at the very least. A surrounding barricade and a scarecrow to serve as a target were required. If she were to undertake this endeavor alone, it would likely consume her an entire day. Work such as this could certainly involve her father and Black Wind. Upon hearing of the need to establish a shooting range, Tang An promptly declared that he required rest after overseeing the personnel at Villa number 13 for the night. Tang An harbored doubts about her father's desire to evade labor, yet she refrained from voicing her objections. Having not been nurtured within a cocoon of parental affection, her subconscious dictated that obedience was the pathway to earning her parents' love. Thus, she endeavored to avoid contradicting their wishes. Now, I shall escort you outside. Her gaze held not a trace of melancholy. As if this were but a natural course of events, Tang An merely intended to jest with his daughter. However, witnessing her earnest demeanor stirred a pang of compassion within him. I was just teasing. Come on, let us join in. Bring your mother along, too. Anin, your obedience is not what I seek. I desire your comfort and happiness. Though his daughter remained silent, it did not imply that their abandonment had not inflicted wounds upon her heart. Regret began to seep into Tang An for this jest. Chapter 43. The mischief of the Black Wind in Liangtian town. Crops could be sown and harvested almost instantaneously, with mere seconds separating the two actions, an interval scarcely worth noting. She grasped her mother's hand with one, while holding her father's hand with the other, preparing to enter the game together. Yet she faltered. Greetings, esteemed player. The system is severely overloaded. Only one individual can be admitted to the game at a time. Thus, Tang An relayed this information to her parents, prompting Tang An to voluntarily accompany his daughter into the game world, allowing his wife to continue her writing. Tang An is tasked with harvesting the straw, while Tang An employs his imagination to fashion scarecrows. Heifeng is responsible for clearing the crops surrounding this land. Tang An controlled with her mobile phone, densely planting a layer of poplar trees on the land that had been uprooted by the Black Wind. This began to resemble a shooting range. Assisting her master, the enthusiasm of the Black Wind surpassed that of 90% of laborers. Tang An decisively resolved to reward the Black Wind. Yet she rummaged through her thoughts and could not conceive of anything novel to offer. However, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of not providing a reward. Unbeknownst to the Black Wind, which nudged her with its head, Tang An was lost in contemplation. Ever since Meow Meow and Me had been brought in, the Black Wind seemed to have taken on a more pungent odor. Perhaps a bath for the Black Wind was in order. Acting swiftly, Tang An retrieved the pet shampoo her mother had prepared from the system's warehouse and led the Black Wind to the stream. Meow Meow and Me, curious, scampered over to join in the commotion. Whether it was one bear or two dogs, Tang An resolutely pushed all three into the water. The Black Wind, unaware of what was happening, felt no fear as it entered the water, standing on its hind legs and gazing innocently at Tang An. Meow Meow and Me emitted wretched cries, hastily paddling with their little legs to swim back to safety. The fur of the Tibetan Mastiff is exceedingly dense. Even when wet, a simple shake would suffice to dry it off. Silly dog. The water that flew off them landed right back on themselves. The water from the system was cool, causing Tang An to shiver. It seemed she needed to wash the Black Wind promptly. Once the Black Wind's fur was thoroughly soaked, she lathered it with shampoo, the overly fragrant scent inducing several sneezes from the Black Wind. During the first wash, the foam that emerged was grayish. Only by the third wash did it yield white foam. After rinsing clean, as Tang An turned to fetch a towel from the warehouse to dry the Black Wind, it playfully nudged her back into the water. Originally, her clothes had only been dampened by Meow Meow and Me, but now she was completely drenched. The little rascal had learned to play pranks. Fortunately, the water was shallow, allowing Tang An to easily climb out. Lying on the shore, she felt a wave of relaxation and comfort. Since the apocalypse, she had not basked in the sun for quite some time. Unbeknownst to her, she had dozed off in the water. In Liantian town, day and night were indistinguishable, with a perpetual spring-like ambience. When Tang An awoke, it was still daytime, and she found herself covered by a nearly 2-meter-wide lotus leaf, with the black wind obediently lying beside her, offering its soft belly as a pillow. The freshly bathed black wind emanated a delightful fragrance. Although its fur remained somewhat coarse, it felt significantly smoother to the touch. Meow meow and Me lounged a slight distance away, quietly observing. Yet, how was it that Tang An appeared unscathed? It had been barely a day, and with the rain-as corrosive nature so potent, even she bore numerous scars. How could she have recovered so swiftly? Miss Tang, you seem to have recuperated quite quickly. With the intended gift still unpresented, Shen Huang felt a twinge of regret. It was only upon Shen Huang's remark that Tang An realized the blemishes on her skin had vanished. Even the scar from when Tang Jing had cut her as a child with a shard of glass has vanished without a trace. Her skin is now as smooth and fair as that of newborn. Indeed, my health is rather robust. Has the murder case been solved? Tang An speculated that it might be due to her falling into the water in the system during the day and then taking a nap. Whether it was the fall or the sleep that had such an effect remains uncertain. Regardless of which, it must not be disclosed lightly. Thus, she deftly shifted the conversation. Of course, Brother Shen Huang is exceptionally astute, managing to extract the truth in mere moments. Everyone presumed that Wang Xiangwen had murdered his father for money. In reality, it was his wife, Li Shirue. TSK. How chaotic it is that a daughter-in-law would kill her father-in-law. Wanya had watched numerous crime dramas, where couples conspired to kill their elderly fathers for financial gain, yet she had never encountered a scenario where a daughter-in-law committed such an act against her father-in-law. Wang Xiangwen claimed he merely intended to intimidate the old man, compelling him to part with his money. However, to his astonishment, the old man lashed out at him with harsh words. Knowing that her husband needed money that day, Li Shirue rushed to assist him. The old man, in his fury, even went so far as to curse Li Shirue, calling her a barren hen, having given birth to 2 daughters. He accused her of being a harbinger of the Wang family's extinction. To his surprise, his son stood by indifferent. In despair, he chose to relinquish his life and cease resisting. And what followed? Would he be imprisoned? No, he was executed on the spot. I have already sent the interrogation video and evidence to my superiors, awaiting instructions. The order is to execute him immediately and bury the body in situ. Such a hasty decision regarding life and death does not align with standard procedural norms. However, exceptional circumstances necessitate exceptional measures. It is not only the Teo Weiyuan community that is suffering. Many other neighborhoods are also engulfed in turmoil. The death toll in Anding City reached 30,000 within a week, and this figure only accounts for the bodies that have been discovered, with many more remaining hidden. It is crucial to note that the entire population of Anding City numbers only a few million. Chapter 44. Let the torrential rain fall. Considering the timeline, it has barely been half a month since the apocalypse began. The rampant lawlessness and criminal activity have become utterly appalling. Tang An recalled her uncle Tang Jinya, who had been incarcerated. What fate awaited those already within those walls? The country was currently engaged in the construction of secure facilities, with these individuals serving as the primary labor force. Rather than expressing concern for Tang Jinya's well-being, it seemed more pertinent to ponder whether he might meet an untimely end. In this chaotic world outside, sending Tang Jinya into confinement might ironically spare him from a greater peril, rendering her, Tang An, the unwitting architect of a benevolent act. Following the resolution of the case, after Li Shirue was shot and her body temporarily buried in the hillside, her husband Wang Xiangwen, though not fatally wounded, was also conscripted to undertake the most rudimentary construction tasks at the secure facility. Their daughter was entrusted to the care of Li Shirue's sister, who had been contacted to assist. However, due to inconvenient transportation, the 2 young girls remained under the guardianship of Feng Yun for the time being. Tang An Yuan believed that the case had come to a conclusion and that Shen Huang would soon depart. She did not wish for Shen Huang to leave, for the rain would soon intensify, leading to the riverbanks bursting and vast stretches of land being submerged. He too would find himself in peril. Fortunately, Shen Huang had come at Wang Mian's behest, tasked not only with investigating the case, but also with safeguarding Guanya. He chose to remain in the Peach Blossom Source community. Tang Jinghua, wary of Shen Huang's investigative abilities, feared that if he resided in the basement, he might uncover more secrets about the family. Consequently, he arranged for him to stay on the first floor, providing a small air conditioning fan in his room. Although it could not eliminate humidity, it was certainly an improvement compared to the other areas lacking electricity. After setting up the shooting range in Liangtian town, Tang An seized a moment to invite his parents into the space for practice. Kuya frequently declined, as if intent on dedicating herself entirely to her writing, while only Tang Jinghua displayed keen interest, focusing intently during shooting practice. Tang An secretly conducted her experiments, stealthily stepping out of her home to let the rainwater scorch her skin before subsequently submerging it in the stream. Regrettably, the injuries on her skin did not diminish as a result. This conundrum stemmed from her resting within the confines of the system. It was paradoxical. The system permitted her to bring only one person inside, and for a mere 5 minutes, lest it risk overload. How could she avoid such overload? Expanding the space. Yet, the area within the system was already vast. Even if one were to drive in, it would take hours to navigate through. Was it an issue of system upgrades? Following the previous bathing incident, her rapport with Black Wind had surged to over 100,000 points. She had presumed that surpassing this threshold would elicit a response. Yet to her dismay, there was none. Did she require even more? Surely it could not be 1,000,000? Should she perhaps show deference to Black Wind? No. Dignity was paramount. Since the introduction of resource supplies in their community, life had significantly improved for the residents. Liu Yong, leveraging connections with old comrades, procured 2 hand-crank generators, finally enabling the charging of mobile phones. With phones in hand, Guanya no longer needed to canvass each household for resource purchases, marking a semblance of technological advancement. However, this advancement did not yield convenience, but rather engendered further dissent. Rice, a staple priced at 50 yuan per pound, was limited to 2 pounds per person each week, merely sufficient to stave off starvation, but utterly inadequate in terms of nutritional fulfillment. Tang An understood that, even at prices several times higher than usual, this was the government's utmost effort. As for other fruits, vegetables, fish, meat, eggs, dairy, and instant foods, they were exclusively supplied by a logistics company named Danhong. Prices range from 3 to 400 yuan per pound for the cheaper options, while more expensive could soar into the thousands. Furthermore, the delivery radius was limited, forcing residents of Tao Weiyuan to drive to the city center for purchases. To facilitate the community, Feng Yun proposed that residents submit their desired purchases for collective procurement by the neighborhood self-defense team. Initially received as a commendable idea, it quickly soured when individuals learned of the exorbitant prices outside, leading to accusations of profiting off the national crisis. Discussions within the group became incessant, leaving Guanya at a loss for words. They were merely performing their duties for the community, yet it seemed as though they were the ones exploiting their neighbors. The foremost critic among them was the young master of the Li family. With supplies scarce for so long, the average household would be on the brink of starvation. However, Li Hongtu's mother was a hoarder, stockpiling various unpalatable foods in their basement: moldy bread, expired beverages, damp crackers, and rotten meat. He had long grown weary of such items, and when he heard of the possibility of ingredient supplies, he was the first to register. Little did he expect that the cost would be so exorbitant. Merely requesting a few bags of instant noodles and ham sausages would set him back 8,000 to 9,000 yuan. Was this not tantamount to demanding his life? Such prices implied that survival was unattainable, and he would not partake. Li family young master, for this little bit, you're asking for 7,000 or 8,000. Whether or not this is worth purchasing, I'll leave it to everyone to decide. Lingli, these are the prices outside. Purchase as needed. I fervently hope that this infernal acid rain ceases at once. Sister Zhao, they say that the prices outside are universally the same, but how much is it really? Who can say for certain? After all, we did not venture out to make the purchases ourselves. Tang An continued to observe from home, having long anticipated the emergence of such circumstances. She disapproved of Feng Yun's meddlesome behavior, yet felt powerless to intervene. All she could do was to repeatedly advise her father and Guanya to refrain from becoming entangled in the matter. The days of abundance did not last long. Within 2 months of incessant rain, the previously gentle drizzle escalated dramatically. Many low-lying areas in Anding City became submerged, displacing numerous residents. Do not cause a scene. This is not the moment for your temper, she admonished. Wang Mian found himself exasperated by Guanya. He recalled how understanding she had been in her childhood. Why had she grown so rebellious in her maturity? Guanya maintained her previous stance. Either Wang Mian consented to her enlistment, or she would refuse to leave. Tang An, engrossed in his phone, discreetly observed Guanya. Should she enlist? He harbored no concerns regarding her safety. In her current situation, with the protection of the military, Guanya would be considerably safer than she is now. However, with the impending flood, one wonders if Guanya were to have a child, would Shen Huang also depart? Aware that he could not stand against Guanya, Wang Mian chose to acquiesce. Although he was not in Anding City at present, his connections there were sufficient to safeguard Guanya. It was far preferable to her residing alone in that desolate wilderness, relying on others for support. How splendid! But whom shall I report to? Thus, could it be that she remains unable to alter Shen Huang's fate? Chapter 45, The Mighty Leg. Tang An's expression was somber. In regarding Guanya's situation, she felt no stance to judge right from wrong. Have you made up your mind to leave? She asked, her demeanor reflecting a poignant reluctance. This reluctance stemmed partly from her feelings for Guanya and partly for Shen Huang, both of whom had been her saviors in a previous life. Guanya appeared elated, exclaiming, "Yes, I've longed to enlist. My parents died under such mysterious circumstances, and Wang Mian has told me nothing. There must be something amiss. The more he tries to keep it from me, the more I yearn to uncover the truth." Realizing the depth of this connection, Tang An swallowed her words of persuasion. "Then go ahead. I support you." If she could not dissuade Guanya, at the very least, she would prepare her for the journey ahead. Aware that their group was equipped, she still packed 2 raincoats, along with several tubes of erythromycin ointment she had hoarded at home, and filled a bag with provisions. After the acid rain, the heat would be intense, and uncertain if she'd ever see Guanya again, she stuffed a large supply of fever-reducing patches in her bag. The departure was set for the following morning, necessitating a handover of responsibilities at the resident self-defense team, as after Guanya's departure, only Lin Dalian would remain. The work naturally fell to her. Upon hearing of Guanya's impending departure, Zheng Qian appeared troubled. "I want to go with you," he said, having long grown weary of a life shrouded in darkness. This suffocation lingered until he entered university. Yet, a single bout of acid rain had once again confined him with his mother. Should this light leave, he would rather become a seeker of illumination. "Why would you want to come with me?" Guanya chuckled, surprised by Zheng Qian's desire to leave with her. "To defend our country," he declared earnestly. "Natural disasters are unavoidable, but the spine of youth can stand tall." Zheng Qian's heartfelt words resonated with everyone present. Shen Huang patted his shoulder, saying, "Come with us." Yang Haokong, affectionately known as Jelly Uncle from Villa 14, was 2 years younger than Zheng Qian and still minor. However, he shared the same fervent spirit. "I want to join you." Despite the mere 2-year age difference, Shen Huang firmly declined him. It was not a matter of distrust. He simply deemed the boy too young. Tang Jingguo remained silent, his mind repeatedly savoring the events of the past, ultimately swallowing his thoughts. If one could thrive at home, within the homeland, who would willingly forsake their roots and abandon their daughter? As he watched them depart, a sense of emptiness enveloped Tang, and was she being excessively selfish? The tribulations of her previous life had profoundly impacted her, leading her to magnify the darker facets of human nature while neglecting its inherent beauty. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a halt. Shen Huang alighted with hurried steps, rushing towards Tang and Shen Huang. Tang met his gaze, pondering the fate of their relationship in this lifetime. "Miss Tang, I have more to say to you." The heavy raincoat concealed his emotions, yet Tang nodded, indicating for him to continue. Thus, she was acutely aware that declarations of love amidst the whimsical world of infatuation were certainly non-existent. Shen Huang glanced at the multitude surrounding them, grasped Tang An's arm, and pulled her away from the throng. This young man, Tang Zhenghua observed Shen Huang's expression, which bore a subtle nuance. What words could warrant such discretion in his presence? Why would he speak privately with his daughter? Miss Tang, I must apologize. I have ventured into your basement. Though I am unaware of how you accomplished such a feat, I assure you that I will keep your secret. Should you wish to share or assist others, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Shen Huang had initially not intended to voice this, for he respected Tang An's desire for self-preservation. Tang An was taken aback. The basement housed only a brand-new diesel generator and several large-capacity power boxes. The generator, devoid of any signs of use, could not possibly have charged so many power boxes. She had thought that locking the door would keep others oblivious. Yet she was astonished by Shen Huang's heightened vigilance as he had stealthily entered the basement to investigate. If circumstances allowed, she would undoubtedly strive to assist others after completing the system upgrade. However, at present, she found herself incapable of doing so. Recklessly producing such an abundance of food would only plunge her into peril. Shen Huang nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Tang. Shen Huang, live well, she uttered, unaware of how such an ominous phrase escaped her lips. Perhaps it was witnessing each fine inch of Shen Huang's skin in his past life, steadfastly holding the line against floods, that inspired her hope for this life. May he bear his responsibilities while also thriving. The mask obscured Shen Huang's expression, concealing his smile from Tang An's view. He had a strong intuition that they would meet again. Just as he reached his doorstep, a disheveled woman burst forth, brandishing an umbrella with the intent to do him harm. You took my son? Wretched woman, return my son to me. Her voice was piercing, and as the umbrella fell to the ground, her face was exposed, drenched by the rain. The relentless downpour reddened her skin in an instant as she howled in a frenzy. Seeing this, Tang An kicked her away and turned to leave. Although she engaged in regular exercise, her strength was insufficient to propel an adult woman 3 to 4 meters away. Yet astonishingly, the woman had indeed been sent flying that distance and lay on the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 46. Initiating the village mode. It was inconceivable that she possessed such strength. Tang An halted in her tracks, gazing at the woman writhing in pain on the ground, unable to resist the urge to approach and assess the situation. The woman's face was grotesquely burned, oozing a dark red liquid that appeared exceedingly horrifying. Tang An picked up the umbrella from the ground and sheltered the woman beneath it. Who is your son? Is there some misunderstanding? Perhaps it was the sting of pain that roused the woman from her stupor, for she swiftly rose to her feet and snatched the umbrella from Tang An's grasp. Zheng Chen, where has Zheng Chen gone? Did you force him to leave me? I have lost everything, absolutely everything. Tang An truly wished to ignore her. Yet Zheng Chen possessed commendable character. Curiously, the language of these individuals was strikingly deficient. How could they resort to such vulgarity, incessantly hurling insults like scoundrel? It was evident that she had done nothing wrong and remained utterly innocent. As the torrential rain poured down, Tang An secured her firearm and, with a sense of reassurance, delivered the erythromycin ointment to the adjacent villa number 17. Following the power outage, the doorbell had long ceased to function. After a prolonged period of knocking, Lingli finally answered the door. The blood had been thoroughly washed away, revealing that her forehead and arms bore more severe injuries, while other areas were merely reddened. In such a deluge, it felt akin to being submerged in an acidic solution. One could easily imagine the excruciating pain it would entail. Guanya, my son has expressed a desire to join the military. Does this concern you? Lingli had heard from her son that the 2 young women residing next door were the ones responsible for her husband's investigation and for inciting online harassment against Kinlulu. Tang An, possessing a reserved disposition, seldom conversed with him, while Guanya was extroverted and straightforward, particularly adept at fighting. After receiving a kick, Lingli felt as if all her bones were about to shatter, yet she did echo her son's assertion about being remarkably skilled in combat. You have mistaken me for someone else. I am Tang An, and Zhang Chen's decision to join the military is entirely his own. Tang An's demeanor was icy, and she made an effort to convince herself not to stoop to the same level as her. Ling Li's expression was one of pity. How could that be? He has never mentioned it to me. Misjudging the situation, Ling Li's aura diminished considerably. She had no inclination to engage in heartfelt conversations with a madwoman. Isolated at home each day, it was evident that a person could indeed fall ill. For many subsequent days, Ling Li did not make another appearance. Only the supply request forms from Feng Yun served as evidence of Ling Li's continued existence. Since Guan Yu's departure, Tang An had taken to residing within the system daily. She even relocated her bed inside, powered the small dwelling with solar panels, and filled the space with aromatic fragrances, transforming it into her dream jungle cabin. After moving in, she decided to allow Black Wind to join her for companionship during sleep. Several attempts by Black Wind to climb onto the bed were thwarted by Tang An's kicks, forcing him to curl up at her feet instead. Meow Meow and Mimi also wished to enter, but were driven away by Black Wind's fierce demeanor. Their master belonged solely to them. They were not permitted to share a bed. Previously, while gaming, there was an anti-addiction system in place, and Tang An had not anticipated that Liangtian Town would also have similar restrictions. Upon experimentation, she discovered that a single entry into Liangtian Town could not exceed 12 hours. This made sense. If entry were unrestricted for 24 hours a day, Tang An would undoubtedly remain there indefinitely. Sharing her bed seemed to bring Black Wind immense joy. Within less than a week of cohabitation, his affection level surged to an impressive 150,000 points. Greetings, Master. The affection level has reached 150,000. It is advisable to exchange for the town mode to unlock further functionalities. The long-anticipated town mode was finally about to be activated. She had been eagerly awaiting this moment, to the extent that she found the mechanical tone of the system notifications endearing. What functionalities would town mode provide? Town mode allows for the establishment of inns, restaurants, and department stores, enabling the entry of outsiders for consumption. The expenditure will be converted into affection points at a proportional rate, and accumulating a certain number of affection points will permit the exchange for small town mode. So, there's indeed another level. Alas, it seems the path to advancement is long and arduous. Having a goal makes the journey worthwhile. Opening an inn requires 3,000 affection points. A restaurant necessitates 1,000 affection points, and the department store function demands a heftier 8,000 affection points. Tang An opted to first redeem a restaurant. If it were possible to teleport outsiders in for consumption, perhaps he could remotely bring Ya into the fold. However, as for further exchanges, he found his resources insufficient and decided to bide his time, for accumulating several thousand points of goodwill was a relatively effortless endeavor. Recently, Tang Zhenghua has been exceedingly busy, as the extensive urban area of Anding City has been severely inundated. Consequently, the distribution of national supplies has been forcibly halted. In stark contrast, Dan An Company has once again seized the opportunity to profit from national calamity, directly escalating food prices to over 10,000 yuan, while mandating that goods must be collected from specified locations. Tang Zhenghua yearned to take action, yet upon witnessing Feng Yun's plight, he resigned to inaction. Linda continued to report instances of individuals succumbing to heat stroke or various ailments. Feng Yun, feeling helpless, could only rally everyone to persevere through these trying times. The first to respond was the young master of the Li family from Villa 30. Even the moldy provisions hoarded by my mother have been consumed. She has ingested too many spoiled items and has been suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress for several days. Recently, her complexion has turned a sickly yellow, and it appears she is on the verge of collapse. The young master of the Li family declared, "I am willing to provide transportation." Officer Feng Yun, could you procure a set of raincoats for me? Should anyone require my assistance in purchasing, please feel free to reach out. Tang An found it peculiar. Had he not been the most selfish in their previous discussions? When the fruit mother from Villa 14 had offered to procure items for him, he had been reluctant to even go outside to collect them. What had prompted such eagerness this time? Chapter 47. Do not blindly trust others. The residents of the community were able to access electricity thanks to 2 hand-crank generators procured by Lu Yong. While these devices could indeed charge mobile phones, the process was exceptionally slow and labor-intensive. Consequently, the residents had tacitly agreed to use their phones solely for the purpose of purchasing supplies. Upon witnessing someone voluntarily offering assistance in procuring items, The community members eagerly responded with messages detailing their needs for various goods. Tang An originally intended to disregard the situation, for she lacked nothing in her life. Moreover, the young master of the Li family might not be a commendable individual. It was best to avoid any entanglements. However, to her astonishment, she spotted a familiar name among the group. Li Wenjing. Was she not the insufferable wife of her cousin? What could possibly bring her to the community group of her neighborhood? In her previous life, Li Wenjing had always resided with her uncle's family in her own home, and their only interaction had been when Li Wenjing once offered her half a box of cookies during a moment of hunger. In this life, in exchange for that half box of cookies, she had ensured Li Wenjing clearly saw the true nature of her uncle's family. Unexpectedly, fate had led Li Wenjing to her neighborhood. She hastily inquired of her father about the situation, and Tang Jinghua informed her that Li Wenjing was the younger sister of the murderer, Li Shirui, from Villa 13. Since Li Shirui's death, and after Wang Xiangwen had been dispatched to repair the safety base, a notification had been sent for Li Wenjing to come and care for her sister's 2 children. Having left her marital home, Li Wenjing had moved back in with her parents along with her son. Her parents had given birth to 7 daughters, and despite their efforts, a son had never graced their family. Before marrying Tang Jing, she had donned her sister's hand-me-downs, never having owned a single new piece of clothing. Fortunately, her sisters had all fared well, either marrying into good families or striving diligently on their own, leading to a comfortable life for them all. The elderly couple managed to sustain themselves in their twilight years. Initially, Li Wenjing had planned for her parents to assist with the children while she sought employment in a southern metropolis through her second sister's introduction. Yet, with the onset of the acid rain, she found herself confined to her home, unable to provide for her living expenses, living daily under the cold gaze of her parents. Upon hearing of her 5th sister, Li Shirui's misfortune, she voluntarily offered to take care of her 2 nieces. The rain had worsened, and she surmised that her family home was now likely submerged. Thankfully, she had moved out, thus escaping disaster. However, her 5th sister's household was devoid of food, making mealtime a considerable challenge. Within the group, the young master of the Li family generously offered to use his vehicle to assist in procuring food. She quickly sent a red envelope, beseeching him to bring back some provisions. "I will bring it for you. There's no need to send a red envelope now. Once I made the purchases, I will inform you of the costs. Rest assured, I shall not take a single extra penny from anyone," he replied. Li Wenjing felt a surge of gratitude. As a woman caring for 3 children, life was indeed arduous. This affluent neighborhood was markedly different, exhibiting a warmth of human connection far superior to that of their impoverished rural surroundings. The young master of the Li family, of course, would not accept the red envelope, as even a maximum limit of 200 yuan within was insufficient to purchase a single cookie. Tang An was inclined to assist Li Wenjing, though she found it hard to believe that the notoriously selfish and unreasonable young master Li would suddenly exhibit kindness. Upon learning that Li Wenjing resided in Villa number 13, not far from her own home, she donned a raincoat and retrieved a can of instant noodles from the storeroom, placing it into a bag. As the clock struck 11 and the night deepened, the street lights lay dormant, and the rain blurred her vision. With a flashlight in hand, Tang An trudged towards Villa No. 13. She vaguely heard a knocking sound, sending chills down Li Wenjing's spine. Earlier, while conversing with young Master Li, he had persistently inquired about her circumstances. Was he attempting to break in and cause her harm? The knocking grew increasingly insistent, and fearing it might awaken the children, Li Wenjing hesitated before approaching the door. "Who is it?" she called out. "I've heard you've been having a tough time. I've come to bring you something. Take good care of the children, and do not place blind trust in others." Upon recognizing the voice of a young woman, Li Wenjing's anxiety dissipated. She carefully stepped outside with her umbrella, only to find that the visitor had already departed. Beneath the eaves lay a substantial package, tightly wrapped. Li Wenjing peered out, but there was no sign of the woman. Was life truly so exhilarating for those who seemed to be thriving? At dawn the following day, Li Wenjing prepared 2 packets of instant noodles. The aroma wafted through the air, delighting the children, who consumed every last drop of the broth. The provisions were sufficient to sustain them for several days. Remembering the advice to refrain from blind faith in others, she promptly informed young Master Li that they no longer required supplies. Having delivered the goods, Tang An felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. As she savored a piece of steamed yellow croaker, the exquisite flavor brought her immense joy. To indulge in such tender, wild fish during these apocalyptic times was something she had never dared to dream of in her previous life. Tang Zhengguo wiped his mouth after a satisfying meal and proceeded downstairs to continue his fitness regimen. Recently, the distribution of supplies had ceased, leaving them devoid of other tasks. Tang An resumed her exploration of the village model of Liangtian town. The restaurant feature, activated during the last session, was now accessible, and she entered a dining establishment through her thoughts. The entrance displayed the capacity, 100, indicating that it could accommodate a maximum of 100 diners simultaneously. Yet currently, the number of patrons stood at 0. Tang An pushed open the door to the restaurant, yet the number of diners at the entrance remained unchanged. The moment she stepped inside, the dining regulations were printed on a small ticket, appearing in her hand. 1. Take less, avoid waste. A penalty of 50 yuan will be imposed for every 10 grams of waste exceeding 100 grams. 2. The restaurant does not serve food to those who engage in fights or brawls. 3. Dine-in only. The dining duration must not exceed half an hour. Why did it feel as though she had inadvertently stumbled into a world reminiscent of a novel, filled with peculiar rules? Nevertheless, these regulations seemed quite reasonable. Tang An contemplated the idea of testing his system on a close acquaintance, and once again his father, Tang Jinghua, became the unsuspecting subject of his experiment. At that moment, Tang Jinghua was engaged in bench pressing at the gym when, in an instant, he found himself inexplicably standing at the entrance of a restaurant. Before him loomed a glass door, revealing a space adorned with minimalist decor and soft lighting, while behind him lay an abyss of darkness that compelled him to push the door open. How peculiar! Could it be that he had traversed into another realm? As he opened the door to the restaurant, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Dear Father, welcome. Chapter 48. The Mother's Mental Struggles at His Advanced Age. Tang Jinghua has encountered an array of peculiar occurrences. Yet, his daughter consistently manages to astonish him. Are you implying that this restaurant exists within your system? How then? Did I find my way in here? Tang An could hardly explain how she managed to bring her father into the system. It seemed as though a mere thought had summoned him. Regardless, he had entered. Give it a try. If it truly works, we could assist many more people, she encouraged. Having already explored the system, she noted the absence of chefs or waitstaff. Despite having just dined, Tang Zhengguo remained intrigued and ventured inside. The restaurant was devoid of culinary personnel, and there were no visible dishes within sight. The father and daughter seated themselves at a table, whereupon a display screen materialized before them. Tang An recognized it. The screen was identical to the cooking page within her system. However, what once required a few goodwill points for a dish had now transformed into meals averaging around 100 yuan. This seemed reasonable, considering it was a profitable venture for her. Although she was not hungry after her recent meal, Tang An ordered a fruit platter, eager to observe its presentation. Upon confirming the order, Tang Zhengguo received a payment notification on his phone. Congratulations! You have ordered a fruit platter at Liangtian restaurant. 99 yuan has been deducted from your account. We look forward to your next visit. Simultaneously, the table split apart, revealing an expanse of darkness. From within this void, a beautifully arranged fruit platter was elegantly presented, emerging from above. The table then rejoined, placing the platter in its entirety before them. A countdown appeared on the table. 28:08, 28:07, 28:06. Marking the dining time, Tang An picked up a piece of fruit and savored it. The flavor was exquisite, boasting a unique taste only found within the system. Priced at 99 yuan for a platter outside, she would gladly pay if the taste remained this delightful. Tang An, while enjoying some fruit, brought up the matter of delivering items to Li Wenjing the previous night to Tang Jinghua. In his past life, Tang Jinghua had little interaction with Li Wenjing. He recalled that she was either engaged in household chores or caring for children. Her complexion was sallow, and she appeared exceedingly gaunt, her demeanor timid, scarcely uttering a word in his presence. A single act of assistance sufficed. Yet in this lifetime, should you fail to donate a kidney to Tang Jing, it is likely she may harbor resentment towards you. Indeed, I ensured she did not see me this time. Father, what do you think my mother has been occupied with lately? What kind of book is she writing? Tang An found it quite peculiar that her mother had been sequestered in her room for over a month, engrossed in her writing. Initially, she permitted others to enter. But eventually, even Tang An's knocks on the door were met with silence. After enduring the devastation of an apocalyptic event and subsequently being reborn, she was once again plunged into chaos, causing her to worry deeply about her mother's mental state. As time passed, Kuya's condition deteriorated further. She remained oblivious to her daughter's desperate cries of hunger, instead sitting vacantly in the courtyard, lost in thought. Tang Zhenghua was filled with dread, scouring for loans in a frantic effort to seek treatment for Kuya. The doctor advised him that the sole remedy for Kuya's recovery lay in removing her from this oppressive environment. Tang Zhenghua, resolute in his decision, entrusted his child to his parents and ventured south with his wife to seek employment. As the doctor had predicted, Kuya's condition improved remarkably after their departure from home. Together, they toiled in a factory, gradually accumulating some savings before embarking on their own business venture. As their enterprise flourished, they shifted their focus overseas. Life became increasingly prosperous. However, Kuya's anxiety about returning to her hometown grew ever more pronounced. Nonetheless, these sentiments were ones he could never share with their daughter. A psychiatrist, you say? Is it true that her mother is genuinely unwell? Tang An inquired uncertainly of his father. Dad, how did my mother die in my previous life? No, she did not die. Indeed, I died, yet she did not. Why would she be reborn alongside me? Tang Zhenghua vividly recalls that he perished during the blizzardy year after the onset of the apocalypse while constructing a base. At that time, Kuya had traveled north to seek refuge with her younger sister, accompanying the military personnel, which should have posed no threat. How could one die and then be reborn? Perhaps you could inquire further, and I shall contemplate a means to locate a physician. Tang An currently possesses leverage, and summoning a physician is hardly a challenge. As the time arrives, before Tang Zhenghua could exit the dining hall, his form abruptly vanished before Tang, and simultaneously, the table was rendered impeccably clean. Tang An departed from the restaurant, yearning for a more profound conversation with her father. Upon returning to the real world, just as she was about to ascend the stairs to seek him out, her gaze flickered towards the surveillance screen, revealing a throng of vehicles and people gathered at the entrance of Villa 19. What calamity had befallen them? The chat records within the group elucidated the entire situation. Is there still a semblance of law? Indeed, Mother Guo from Villa 14 proposed that everyone convene at Villa 19 to seek out Officer Feng. The circumstances at Feng Yun's home were equally dire. Rainwater had infiltrated, rendering it uninhabitable, and food supplies were gravely scarce. He had just procured some provisions, bringing his wife, children, and parents to the villa. The elevated terrain of Peach Blossom Source Community offered a glimmer of hope for safety. However, upon arriving home, other residents of the community approached him to voice their grievances. Feng Yun had no choice but to send his wife upstairs with their parents and children, while he faced the troubles that plagued the community alone. Chapter 49. Severing the path of survival beneath the small eave stood a multitude of people. Had they not been truly desperate, they would not have braved such inclement weather. As Feng Yun opened the door, they surged inside, each voice clamoring to criticize the actions of the young master of the Li family. I requested he bring me some herbal essence, something that typically costs a mere dozen yuan at the pharmacy. Even with a markup, how could it possibly be priced at 15,000 a bottle? Gold isn't even this exorbitant. It's as if he's lost his mind over money. Is there truly no law left? Officer Feng, such a person deserves to be executed. Otherwise, how can we quell the public outrage? We, the common folk, merely wish to survive, yet he has severed our means of livelihood. Everyone, please remain calm. The government is already devising strategies to overcome these hardships. Food supplies will soon be restored. I implore you to exercise patience. His words were feeble and utterly ineffective in soothing the crowd. Soon, they retorted, is there even a precise timeline? Our homes are devoid of provisions. Otherwise, we would not be here seeking your help. My spouse suffers from heart disease, and requires medication. Feng Yun, his head bowed in defeat, felt the weight of his inadequacy. He was merely a police officer, not a deity capable of conjuring medicine or food. The sustenance he possessed had been procured from a designated sales point of Dan Han Company, where a few boxes of compressed biscuits and pure chocolate had cost him an entire year's salary. Who would willingly spend such exorbitant sums on such unpalatable fare if they were not genuinely starving? Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out. "Let us go to Villa 30 and demand an explanation." The crowd then erupted, dispersing in a frenzy, leaving Feng Yun in a state of bewilderment. He could foresee the chaos that would ensue if the occupant of Villa 30 were to open the door, yet his duty had never been to uphold justice. The scales quietly tipped, and he chose to let events unfold. Thus, a mass of individuals, driven by madness, armed with axes and cleavers, forcibly breached the door. The courtyard of Villa 30 was merely enclosed by a fence, which fell easily beneath their might. Initially, they knocked, but soon they resorted to smashing the door, hacking at it with axes. Unbeknownst to whom, a large stone was lifted from the ground, and with a resounding crash, the glass in the living room shattered. A group of individuals rushed in, trampling the shards of glass beneath their feet. Li Hongtu, the young master of the Li family, was thoroughly panicked. He had already taken refuge in the basement with his mother. They barricaded the door with the furniture in the room, which contained the last remnants of their food supply. "Son, why don't you share a bit of this with them?" Li Hongtu's mother implored. Having endured famine in her youth, she was acutely aware of the frenzy that hunger could incite. The notion of cannibalism was not mere hyperbole. Li Hongtu was repulsed by his mother's saintly demeanor. In such apocalyptic times, who could afford to be altruistic? A touch of selfishness was essential for survival. If you share with them, we could all persevere. Why would they attack us? Mother, we cannot be devoid of conscience. Had it not been for the kindness of others back then, providing your mother with a bowl of gruel, I might have perished in that famine, and you would not exist, she reminisced, her mind drifting back to the harrowing days of starvation, the haunting gaze of desperation in people's eyes, an indelible memory. Li Hongtu, weary of his mother's incessant pleas, retorted sharply, "That was due to my grandfather's lack of capability. I am capable now." "Enough of your words," he commanded. The cacophony outside grew increasingly closer, causing him to hold his breath in trepidation. Clutching a baseball bat tightly, he resolved that if they charged in, he would strike them directly on the head. His mother, too fearful to utter a sound, gazed at their stockpile of provisions with anxiety. Seizing a moment of distraction, she stealthily opened her clothing pocket, gathering 2 handfuls of flour and secretly stashing them away. The 30th villa was not as spacious as the prestigious 18th villa, and once the upper levels had been thoroughly searched, the crowd surged downward to the basement. The subterranean area was cloaked in darkness, yet it harbored potential for concealment. Lacking electricity, they illuminated their surroundings with their mobile phones, ultimately discovering a tightly locked door. "Hand over our possessions, and we will not harm you. We simply seek a means of survival. If you cut off our path to sustenance, we shall ensure your demise. Open the door. Give us the goods." Agreed to pay. How can you be so untrustworthy? Raising the price excessively. Standing before the door, the group's demeanor unexpectedly softened. Concealed faces meant they need not fear direct confrontation. Yet, when faced with one another, it was wise to leave a sliver of hope for future encounters. Li Hongtu's mother advised, "Son, we cannot act in this manner. You must give them the supplies. Accept the payment due. They'll be grateful." Li Hongtu understood that he had left no room for negotiation. Even if he were to open the door now, he could only anticipate the wrath of fists. "No, you need not concern yourself. Just heed my words." Li Hongtu pressed firmly against the door, his last line of defense, drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat of recent days. He wagered that these intruders could not endure much longer. If the door would not yield, he would resort to chopping it down with an axe. The thin wooden door was swiftly breached with a few blows, and the furniture used to barricade it was unceremoniously kicked aside. Li Hongtu was taken aback. His nerves frayed as he brandished the baseball bat in his grasp. "This is my home. You all need to leave." The basement was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a mobile phone. In the flickering light, Li Hongtu's mother perceived the wild, beast-like gleam that ignited in the eyes of everyone present. "We will compensate you. Hongtu, just state your price." Her trembling hand grasped Li Hongtu, desperate to prevent him from remaining stubbornly deluded. Yet, Li Hongtu remained steadfast in his conviction. Those intruding, however, paid no heed to his words. Shrouded in darkness, one among them lunged forward, landing squarely upon the supplies, followed by an ever-growing throng that began to seize everything in sight. "No one is allowed to take anything. Put it down. I command you, release it." Li Hongtu swung his bat, only to have it snatched away with ease. Ultimately, an axe descended, severing the lifeline for all present. "You shall perish." Chapter 50. Liangtian Restaurant Tang and learned that this incident transpired a day later. Li Hongda's mother, trembling with fear, rushed to Villa No. 19 to report that her son had been brutally beaten to death by the residents of the community. Feng Yun was taken aback. His moment of indulgence had led to such dire consequences, with the surveillance cameras rendered inoperative and the basement shrouded in dim light. The elderly woman could not clearly identify the assailants. Feng Yun once again reported the matter to his superiors, yet the news was far from optimistic. The majority of the city's police force and personnel had been deployed to assist in flood relief efforts. Ensuring the safety of citizens affected by the disaster was of utmost urgency, leaving this case to be solely handled by Feng Yun. He had no choice but to temporarily enlist members of the resident self-defense team for the investigation, which is when Tang Zhenghua became aware of the situation. It was difficult to ascertain who was right or wrong. Tang had heard that all the food in that house had been completely looted, and not a single person in the group dared to discuss the matter. As for who was involved, it seemed that only those directly engaged were privy to the truth. Tang An regarded this incident merely as a regrettable mishap. She possessed unwavering confidence that, irrespective of the external circumstances, she could safeguard her parents with her system. And that was sufficient for her. Malevolence begets malevolence. This Li Hongtu was no virtuous individual, and the one who intruded to rob and kill was even less so. In her quieter moments, she lamented that with this breach, the tranquility of the community would likely be forever disrupted. Her thoughts were wholly consumed by her mother, Kuya. The most viable approach she could conceive for locating a psychologist was to utilize the restaurant feature of her system, inviting Guanya in, confiding in her, and imploring Guanya to leverage her connection with Wang Mian to find a psychologist to speak with her mother. However, she had yet to ascertain whether Guanya was a trustworthy individual. Furthermore, there was another question that required Tang An's experimentation. What type of person could gain entry into the system? In her previous attempt, she had merely thought of it, and her father was transported from the external reality into the system. Yet, the system had a maximum capacity of 100 diners, implying that Tang An could bring 100 individuals into the system. But what about the identities of these 100 individuals? It was conceivable that they might not all be acquaintances of hers. If she did not know them, how could they enter the system? These queries necessitated empirical exploration. To avoid alarming anyone, Tang An preemptively called Guanya to ascertain her recent schedule. After determining that Guanya would be resting at 3 in the morning, she chose this moment to transport her from the reality. Guanya, evidently still immersed in slumber, had yet to open her eyes. Clad in an olive-green short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her skin marred by numerous scars inflicted by acid rain. "Guanya, what has happened to you?" Tang An Yuan initially believed that Guanya would be safe under the protection of Shenhuang. With such a guardian, she thought they would surely avoid disaster and remain unscathed. However, in the end, she found herself bearing numerous injuries. Guanya groggily rose from the ground, and upon catching sight of Tang An, her expression brightened instantly. "Why is it you? And do you have any idea how much I've missed you?" She clung to Tang An like a koala bear. "What about the medicine I brought for you? Why haven't you used it?" Guanya nonchalantly shook her head. "I gave it to others. There are too many in the team who are in worse condition than I am. They're in so much pain that they can't sleep, so I distributed it all." Tang An felt a pang of concern, but was unable to procure any additional medicine. She resolved to expedite the activation of Ian's functions in Liangtian town, hoping that Guanya could enjoy a good night's rest, perhaps enabling her to recover overnight, just as she had. Guanya's attention was captivated by the restaurant before her. It had been an age since she had savored a hearty meal. The conditions were quite limited. The food supply was already insufficient, and they often found it difficult to part with even a fraction of their meager provisions for the victims. "Come on, let us go. I'll treat you to a meal," Guanya exclaimed, pulling Tang An's hand as she entered, her lips mumbling. "When did this restaurant open?" Has the rain outside stopped? Once inside the restaurant, Guanya devoured her food with great enthusiasm. Tang An seized the moment to broach the main subject. "Guanya, do you know a psychologist?" Guanya, gnawing on a chicken leg, shook her head in confusion. "No, I don't. Is something the matter? It seems my mother was acting strangely just now. Could you ask Mr. Wangba for me?" Without lifting her gaze, Guanya replied, "Sure, he must know. I'll let you know once I ask him. By the way, which restaurant is this? How'd I end up here?" Overthinking can often shatter dreams. Tang An was unprepared to divulge everything to Guanya. The fewer people who were privy to the system's secrets, the safer it would be. The following morning, Guanya recalled the peculiar dream from the previous night, and the more she pondered it, the more real it seemed. Thus, she sent Tang An a message. "I had a strange dream where we went to a particularly high-tech restaurant together. During the meal, you asked me to help you find a psychologist. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall the restaurant's location. Yet she distinctly remembered what she had eaten and the words Tang An had shared with her." Tang displayed a look of astonishment. "Goodness, how did you know? I truly wish for your assistance in seeking a psychologist. My mother." As Tang recounted her tale, Guanya increasingly felt that Aunt Kuya was indeed peculiar. When she first moved in, she was warm and welcoming, yet subsequently retreated into solitude, making it quite difficult to encounter her despite sharing the same roof. Guanya readily agreed to attempt to contact Wang Mian, though she was uncertain whether he could be of any assistance, given the exceedingly harsh conditions outside. Tang An expressed her gratitude, and then began to contemplate how to bring a complete stranger into the system. Just as she was about to set her phone down, a news alert appeared. The persistent drizzle had abruptly transformed into a torrential downpour, resulting in flooding across 14 low-lying areas, including Anding City. Among those affected, several patients and medical personnel at Anding Third Hospital had become trapped, their fates uncertain, as our military was engaged in urgent rescue operations. A pang of anguish struck her heart. The acid rain had persisted for so long, yet the hospital remained open to treat the ill. The white-clad angels should not meet their demise here. With a flicker of thought, she located the list of medical staff from the hospital through the public account. She gazed at the names, silently reciting their faces in her mind. In an instant, the image of Liangtian restaurant materialized before her. Individuals, drenched and pale, adorned in crimson coats, stood at the entrance. Chapter 51. Anding Third Hospital rather than entering Liangtian restaurant. She observed as they transitioned from fear and trepidation to timidly taking their seats, ultimately indulging in their meal. It was as if they had climbed from the depths of a well to finally bask in the sunlight. Though darkness would inevitably descend again, having filled their stomachs would surely empower them to confront the looming shadows. However, despite her recitation of 100 names, only 79 individuals entered the restaurant. The others, she feared, had already departed from this world. With this thought, Tang An swiftly dialed her father, Tang Jinghua. "Dad, do you have the list and photos of the residents in our community? If so, please send me a copy immediately. If everyone in the community can fill their bellies, then they will all be safe." The community was too small for her ambitions. She aspired for everyone to have enough to eat. All she needed were the lists and photographs. Meals must be consumed bite by bite, and tasks approached step by step. Tang An first focused her efforts within the confines of her community. At this moment, Tang Zhenghua was preoccupied with the case of Li Hongtu, feeling overwhelmed by the mounting pressures. They had identified several potential suspects. However, they remained tight-lipped about the particulars, fearing that inquiries might lead back to them. They harbored the belief that the law does not hold the masses accountable, and since Li Hongtu had erred first, they felt assured that as long as they protected one another, Feng Yun would merely turn a blind eye. "I possess the list. You might find the photos among the group avatars or elsewhere. Try your luck." He tossed the community members list to his daughter, a compilation originally assembled by Guanya, though it was likely that many names had since been omitted. Tang An took the list and began to read aloud the names of those she was familiar with. The individual known as Fruit Mother was revealed to be named Tang An, her profile picture depicting a lively young woman. As anticipated, Fruit Mother appeared in the dining hall, her expression equally bewildered. Behind her lay an abyss of darkness, compelling her to step into the restaurant. Once Fruit Mother finished her meal, Tang An allowed the others to enter, mindful to prevent any conversation that might inadvertently unveil threatening information during their dining. Meanwhile, on the military front, Guanya faced the unappetizing meal before her, unable to swallow even a morsel. She felt no hunger, as if the intensity of her hallucinations had rendered her appetite non-existent. The mere act of belching brought forth the taste of last night's dinner. Guanya, what's wrong? Can't eat? Zheng Chen's gaze remained fixated on her. She was usually not picky, yet today she seemed despondent over the food. Not hungry, you go ahead, Guanya replied, pushing her food into Zheng Chen's bowl. In times like these, food was a precious commodity, and waste was simply not an option. Seeing Guanya refuse to eat, a boy nearby shamelessly extended his bowl towards her. Xiao Guan, share some with me. Guanya smiled bashfully. If you don't mind, I'll serve you. However, Zheng Chen could not share in her lightheartedness. He worried for Guanya's well-being. Despite her fierce demeanor during competitions, she was still just a girl. How could she endure such hardship? Xiao Zheng, why aren't you eating? Those who finish should gather. We need to head to the 3rd hospital soon. Upon hearing the announcement, Zheng Chen hastily took a few bites. With food in his belly, he would have the strength to continue his tasks. The 3rd hospital was situated near the bay, typically serving chronic patients. Originally, it was also slated to close due to the acid rain, yet many families of patients refused to come and retrieve their loved ones. The hospital had no choice but to keep the doctors on duty in shifts. Life had been manageable. The hospital cafeteria received regular food supplies, and the convenience store had stocked provisions. Even if all else failed, glucose solutions remained available to sustain life. However, as the rainfall intensified, the 1st floor of the hospital was swiftly inundated, followed closely by the 2nd and 3rd floors. Now, the remaining individuals were crammed into the cramped space of the top floor, with the 4th floor already succumbing to rising waters. A dire situation indeed. Shen Huang personally led the team, navigating a kayak forward with great difficulty. Should they encounter a leak or slip, there would be no chance of escape. Shen Huang arranged for Guanya to share a kayak with him, wary of any potential mishaps that might complicate matters with Wang Mian. The elevated water levels kept them on edge, fearful of striking streetlights or trees that could puncture the kayak's hull. Fortunately, they arrived safely. Surveying the surroundings, Shen Huang commanded the team to enter through the 5th floor windows and bring people out. Yet, the medical personnel were nowhere to be found. Only a few patients remained, their faces etched with terror, embracing the rescuers as if they were long-lost family. You finally come. They have vanished. The elderly lady trembled as she covered her face with her hands, her eyes clouded with despair and anguish. How could there be only patients and no medical staff? It was inconceivable. Hadn't it been reported that both healthcare workers and patients were trapped? Without time for further contemplation, Shen Huang promptly commanded a rescue. While tending to the victims, he inquired about the situation, aware that the water level was continuously rising. They could not afford to wait. Guanya nimbly climbed through the window, assisting an elderly gentleman wearing an oxygen mask to his feet. The gentleman, hindered by frailty, was incapable of navigating the window on his own. Her gaze shifted, removed the curtains. Recognizing the urgency, she bit through the fabric, tearing it into strips. She bound the elderly man's legs to her own, securing her waist, and instructed him to rest his hands on her shoulders, finally tying his hands together at her chest. Bearing the weight of another, she struggled to climb back through the window. Guanya nodded, understanding that in such dire circumstances, there was no room for modesty. One must obey the superior's orders. With 2 bedridden elders in tow, she swiftly paddled away in a kayak. Shen Huang dare not pause for even a moment. He called for his companions to join him. Upon turning around, he was astonished to see the medical staff had appeared out of nowhere. This was impossible. The rescuers had come for them. I knew we couldn't give up. We would survive. Shen Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. How did you all get here? Chapter 52. June in nursing home after grasping the situation. Shen Huang couldn't help but question the scientific knowledge he had acquired throughout his life. This defied logic. Was this dining hall operated by extraterrestrials? Despite his confusion, he reminded the rescued individuals to remain silent about their ordeal. We truly have no idea how we got in here, but I assure you, we consumed everything. You can feel my belly. I am quite full. Indeed, and frighteningly, I've noticed notifications regarding debits from my bank card. It's strange, but the amount deducted perfectly corresponds to the cost of the meals I dreamt of. Could it be that we were abducted by aliens? This acid rain must surely be their doing. The individuals exchanged incredulous remarks, each adding to the bizarre narrative, leading Shen Huang to genuinely question the existence of extraterrestrials. Guanya listened to their accounts, her heart racing as they echoed her own experiences. Guanya, what are you dawdling for? Pack those medications and take them with us. The director of the hospital had demonstrated foresight by relocating all medication, food, and medical equipment to the top floor as soon as the rain began to inundate the building, which had allowed them to endure these many days. Guanya promptly acknowledged and followed suit, hastily packing and organizing. Just before the water breached the 5th floor, all personnel and supplies were evacuated from the 3rd hospital. On the return journey, Shen Huang and Guanya carried a device of uncertain nature, arriving last. Their mission has been successfully accomplished, and the absence of casualties is indeed the most favorable outcome. As Shen Huang navigated the boat, he pondered the authenticity of the extraterrestrial theories. Guanya hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose her own experience of visiting that restaurant to Shen Huang. Each harbored their own thoughts, enveloping the vessel in an unusual silence, punctuated only by the sound of falling rain. "Help me, we have people trapped," cried a middle-aged man. Upon hearing the desperate plea, Shen Huang quickly halted and began to search for the source of the call. In the distance stood a white house, nearly submerged, leaving only 2 stories visible. On the roof, a middle-aged man clutched an umbrella, swaying precariously in the wind, a pitiful sight indeed. "Stay put. Contact the headquarters and report the situation." "I am heading over now," Shen Huang instructed. A nagging suspicion gnawed at him. He had not been informed of any additional individuals trapped in this area when he accepted the mission. However, neglecting those in peril was not in their team's ethos, compelling him to investigate further. As he paddled closer, the man's voice grew clearer. "We are from Junin Nursing Home. We have 9 staff members and 6 elderly residents trapped. Please, we beg you to save us." "Captain Shen, I've heard of that nursing home," Guanya remarked. Shen Huang nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Let us assess the situation. Have you informed the headquarters?" "Yes, the report has been made." With a window opened, Shen Huang promptly sent in the necessary equipment. The director had warned that this device must not be exposed to water, or it would cease to function. It was indeed a precious asset. Upon entering the house, they found over a dozen individuals huddled together, clearly distressed. Guanya was taken aback to see Tang An's grandmother in such dire circumstances. Upon the arrival of the rescuers, the trapped individuals hastily began to gather their belongings. Shen Huang merely inquired about the situation before instructing Guanya to lead the others to safety. The principle of rescue prioritized the elderly and those with limited mobility. Shen Huang intended to let the 2 visibly older men exit first, but was abruptly halted by the black-haired Tang matriarch. "Why should they go first?" Tang matriarch demanded, fiercely clutching her belongings, fearful of being deprived by others. Shen Huang, accustomed to such scenarios, reassured them, "Everyone will escape. There is no need for haste. Our rescue team is on the way. Let us prioritize the elderly." Just as the elderly man, permitted to leave first, was about to climb through the window, Tang matriarch pulled him back. "Laoan, didn't you promise to leave with me? Don't go." The man, named Laoan, hesitated, torn between his survival instinct to flee the nursing home and the desire to maintain dignity in front of his old companion. "Suchin, just as Laoan faltered, another short-haired elderly woman emerged, having gathered her belongings. "Laoan, if you wish to leave with Suchin, I shall depart first." Having spoken, the elderly lady nimbly ascended the window, subsequently alighting flawlessly upon the kayak. Witnessing the loss of their chance for escape, Olden's patience waned as he regarded Tang Laotai's expression, Well then, it seems neither of us shall be leaving. Guanya, upon glancing at Tang Laotai, was reminded of the money nestled within the chocolate box. Though she wished to admonish the wicked old woman, her current obligations compelled her to escort the two elderly individuals away first. She dialed a number, but Tang An did not answer. At that moment, she sought out a psychology professor online, having preemptively invited him into the Liantian restaurant, promising to facilitate psychological counseling for a lady in exchange for 3 hearty meals daily. Although the professor was equally befuddled, he acquiesced. Tang An promptly dragged her mother inside. In such times, what was deemed normal had become the epitome of the abnormal. Tang An was thoroughly perplexed, uncertain of how to proceed. Concerning matters related to her mother, it was imperative to communicate more with her father. She departed from Liantian restaurant early and conveyed the professor's findings to Tang Zhenghua. Furrowing his brow in deep concern, Tang Zhenghua remarked, "If there are no issues, let's extend our care towards her." At present, a more pressing challenge awaited. Taoyuan village had undertaken the responsibility of accommodating the displaced individuals. Chapter 53. The arrival of the displaced. Must we accept the displaced so soon? The Taoyuan community indeed possesses some unsold properties available for their habitation. Yet the influx of these individuals could potentially exacerbate the disorder within the community. What specific arrangements are to be made? If each household is to accommodate a displaced person, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Tang Zhenghua sighed deeply. The number of disaster victims has yet to be reported. We are still in the process of coordination. Please take some time to tidy up the house. Tang An understood that her father would find it difficult to speak. Intentionally, she decided to share this matter with her mother, hoping that they could tidy up together while engaging in conversation. At this moment, she was eager to discern her mother's thoughts. Although human memory is inherently limited, she wished to assist her daughter as much as possible within that constraint. There were certain matters that should not be revealed to her too soon. Are you saying that the disaster victims will be moving in? And then perhaps we should consider relocating. When Kuya learned of the impending arrival of the disaster victims, her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. It seemed she could foresee the events that would unfold, thus exhibiting a profound level of concern and trepidation. Where we move to? It is quite challenging for us to leave Anding City now. Mother, why do you suddenly wish to relocate? Tang An initially dismissed her mother's thoughts, finding them rather perplexing. In the face of an impending apocalypse, everyone yearns to remain within the sanctuary of their homes, where they possess ample supplies and spacious dwellings. It seemed illogical for her mother to contemplate moving unless she harbored knowledge of something significant. It's just that I believe relatives should maintain closer ties. I've recently been in touch with your aunt a lot. We could consider relocating to the north. Aunt? In truth, Tang An had scarcely interacted with her Aunt Tang Ting. By the time she could recall, her aunt had already married and left their rural home. Over the years, there had been no communication with her maternal family. Her only memory of her aunt was of her grandmother frequently scolding her as a heartless ingrate, warning Tang and not to emulate her. Unexpectedly, her mother had been in contact with her aunt recently. It appeared that secrets lay hidden within that connection. Writing, of course. This is the perfect time for it. And then, what have you been up to lately? I heard from your father that your system has been upgraded, and a restaurant has appeared. Kuya swiftly shifted the conversation. Mother, if you believe we should move, then let us do so together. Just don't abandon me. These words struck Kuya like a dagger, piercing her heart. Her daughter harbored resentment towards her. Yet, what justification did she have to prevent her daughter's grievances? The amiable conversation had soured, leaving Tang in a state of vexation. She desperately sought solace from Hei Feng to mend her troubled spirit. Hei Feng's fur was coarse, yet its body radiated warmth. It always resembled a child, with a pure heart, carefree and innocent. To win Hei Feng's affection, she simply needed to bestow upon it ample love. Tang An, accompanied by Hei Feng and Meow Meow Mimi, indulged in fruits for a considerable time in the vast expanse of the crop cultivation area. She reminisced about the world before the apocalypse, when numerous pet bloggers dyed their pets with vibrant colors using various plants. Gazing at the 3 charcoal-like creatures before her, she could only resign herself to the situation. The weather was deteriorating, yet the residents of the community exhibited an unusual tranquility. Tang An surmised that her Good Harvest restaurant had made a positive impact. Guan had previously hinted at the news that she would be departing from Anding City with the group, heading towards Ban City in the north. This was indeed auspicious news. Wang Mian had been stationed in Ban City for years, making Guan Yu's journey there considerably safer. According to her father, the list of displaced persons had nearly been finalized. Additionally, several households that had purchased homes in Taoyuan community but had not yet moved and would also relocate alongside the displaced. The displaced individuals faced two options. One was to provide rent to the community residents and reside in their homes, while the other was to dwell for free in unsold properties. As a bus entered the community gate and halted at the property management center, the resettlement of the displaced individuals finally commenced. Tang An had not enlisted in the resident self-defense team and was originally not required to engage in resettlement work. However, driven by the possibility of encountering Shen Huang, she volunteered to assist. As soon as the car door swung open, a nauseating stench assailed the senses. The individuals disembarking from the vehicle appeared exceedingly disheveled, their faces and bodies marred by red lesions, oozing pus, and emanating an unpleasant odor. Their complexions an abnormal shade of crimson. Their eyes were deeply sunken, bloodshot, resembling beasts released from a cage. Feng Yun hastily endeavored to maintain order, urging everyone not to panic and to form a queue, assuring them that accommodations will be provided for all. His voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, yet his efforts seemed futile. It was only when Shen Huang, the last to disembark, fired a shot into the air that he managed to awaken a sense of moral consciousness among the crowd. In just half a month, Shen Huang appeared to have aged considerably, lacking the time for grooming. His beard had grown unkempt, and the skin around his eyes was severely reddened, likely from exposure to the rain. He was clad in long garments, and his shoes were in a state of disrepair. Shen Huang, Tang An called, stretching up on her toes to greet him amidst the throng. Upon spotting Tang An, Shen Huang quickly maneuvered through the crowd. You're here to help too? This resettlement task is quite heavy. We have 3 more vehicles arriving shortly. There were 31 unoccupied villas, and 18 families had agreed to rent out spare rooms in their homes. Even to squeeze, they could find accommodation. Tang An had already familiarized herself with the preliminary work and was well aware of the circumstances of each household. In Shen Huang's eyes, she exuded confidence. That's good. Miss Tang, thank you for your hard work. In his heart, Shen Huang regarded Tang An as a person with a strong sense of self-preservation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was wary of her surroundings. He genuinely did not expect her presence here. You will still stay at my home. It's settled. And please just call me Tang An. He had a habit of referring to her as Miss Tang, which she found uncomfortably distant. Tang An, let us first help settle the residents who have already purchased homes. Shen Huang retrieved 2 copies of the list of disaster victims from the vehicle, handing one to Feng Yun while opening the other for himself. And Chang, Lu Chongming, her.What, please step forward with your families. Shen Huang called out loudly, and the crowd instantly stirred. A figure emerging as an elderly man raised his hand. Make way, we are here. Tang An was about to call them over when he looked up and saw a face filled with disdain. What surprise! Hadn't his grandmother gone to a nursing home? How did she end up here? Chapter 54. Aunt Tang, Ting's grandmother, had come with an elderly man named Chang. Seizing the opportunity, Tang An inquired about their relationship. This is my late companion. We met at the nursing home. This house was purchased for me by my daughter, and it is just the 2 of us. Could you kindly let us in for some rest? After a long journey, Chang appeared somewhat fatigued. His grandmother busily fetched water and carried luggage, her obedient demeanor a stark contrast to her previous sharp-tongued self. Certainly. Have you considered renting out any extra rooms to the disaster victims? Given your age, it would be beneficial to have someone around to assist you, Shen Huang suggested, as he routinely registered their information and inquired about their willingness to rent. His grandmother quickly interjected, Old and let us remain just the 2 of us. Living with these people, who knows if they might steal from us? Upon hearing this, the nearby victims grew agitated. Who are you accusing of theft? Do you think anyone wishes to live in your house? In the face of disaster, where does your sense of superiority come from? We may be impoverished, but our dignity remains intact. We would rather share close quarters with everyone else than endure such humiliation in your home. In a moment of collective outrage, the disaster victims rallied together, and Chang, sensing the rising tension, quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. No, that's not the case at all. We welcome everyone to stay with us. Shen Huang, wishing to avoid further complications, suggested, let us discuss this as we walk. How do you both feel about renting out the rooms? Tang An remained silent, following behind with a spare key in hand, awaiting the moment to unlock the door. And Chang cast a sharp glance at the elderly woman before declaring, we are willing to rent it out. Such a spacious house left unoccupied is a waste. It would be better to allow everyone to reside here and collectively combat the calamity, wouldn't it? The other two chimed in, expressing their agreement to lease the property, motivated by the desire to secure some income in these dire times, as food prices had skyrocketed to exorbitant levels. Shen Huang walked ahead of the group, engaging in casual conversation with Tang An. What about your home? Will you also be renting it to the disaster victims? Shen Huang pondered that if Tang An's residence needed to accommodate those in need, he would consider assisting in reinforcing the basement door to separate the Tang family from the outside disaster-stricken populace. My mother enjoys peace and quiet, so we won't be renting it out. Tang An used her mother as a shield, unable to admit that her family had ample resources, food, and electricity, fearing it might attract unwanted attention. Shen Huang nodded in response, choosing to remain silent. With so many people residing in the house, how would they manage the essential supplies? Tang An could not help but feel a sense of unease. Our team will transport the necessary supplies, which Officer Feng will distribute on our behalf. Distribution? Does that mean it will no longer be in the form of sales? Will it be distributed directly? Are there any restrictions? One may purchase with money or opt to earn it through labor. Recently, the situation near the dam has become perilous, requiring personnel to fortify flood defenses. In truth, these actions are born out of desperation, for not only is Anping City in jeopardy, but the entire nation, indeed the whole of Blue Star, faces a grave threat. Currently, the country is entirely submerged beneath the deluge. Tang An understood, after all, it was the same in her previous life. The reinforcement against flooding was of paramount importance. The method of distributing resources was indeed reasonable. It seemed overly lenient towards the affluent. Shen Huang did not anticipate that Tang An, as a traditional wealthy individual, would harbor such sentiments. Once they had settled the displaced individuals, the two continued to diligently accommodate the disaster victims. Each room housed 2 individuals, and families consisting of 5 members or more were granted exclusive access to an entire floor of a residence. With such arrangements, most of the housing was fully occupied. Yet, the demand for free accommodations remained higher. Initially, 18 households expressed interest in renting out rooms, but with the addition of 3 more families, only 9 households truly found residence. The stipulated rent was set at 1,000 yuan per week. Although residing under the same roof, Tang had found it difficult to encounter Shen Huang. The diesel expenses were shared among the households, which temporarily alleviated the challenges of electricity usage. Once the external calm returned, Tang An turned her attention to the system. After entering the village mode, she still had the functionalities of an inn and a general store yet to be activated. Following her previous encounter with Guanya in the restaurant, she had been eager to enable the inn feature, but delays arose due to her mother's situation. Uncertain if it was a consequence of her earlier remarks, she had noticed her mother venturing out of the study more frequently of late. Her mother even took the initiative to request ingredients from Tang An, preparing meals for her. Though the dishes were primarily American fast food, it was a sign of progress. Tang An felt considerably more at ease regarding her mother. She could now focus her thoughts on the system. There was no need to accumulate points. Merely opening the restaurant for business over the past few days had garnered sufficient points to activate the inn's functionality. She planned to invite her biological father to stay at the inn for 2 days in order to conduct an experiment and ascertain whether the inn possessed healing and vitality-enhancing properties akin to those of the system. Following this, she would consider a broader implementation. You claim that your strength has increased due to sleeping within the system? Does that imply that if I and your mother reside there, we could attain immortality? It is not merely a fear of death. Rather, the yearning for eternal life flows through the veins of the people of the divine land like an intrinsic essence. Tang An was genuinely unaware. After all, It had only been a little over 3 months since the advent of this system. Perhaps he should give it a try. Yet it was highly likely that there would be rent involved, along with time constraints. Much like my previous experience, if I wished to rest within the system, I could not exceed a maximum of 12 hours. The golden bowl of self-cooked meals was merely sufficient to satiate hunger, without allowing one to overindulge and evade the realities of life. Tang Jinghua found the system's parameters to be quite reasonable. What have you told your mother? I feel her mental state has noticeably improved lately. Tang Jinghua inquired with curiosity. Tang An found herself momentarily speechless. She had uttered words that left her mother feeling disheartened and cold. Her mother expressed a desire to relocate to the north to be with her younger aunt. Tang An replied, "Moving is fine, just don't abandon me." "Father, I did not mean to say that." Tang Jinghua's face revealed an expression of guilt. "It was indeed our fault to abandon you back then. And then, your mother." "Oh, it's nothing. I'm doing quite well now. Haven tea turned out badly at all. By the way, Dad, it seems that my mother has recently been in touch with my aunt." "What exactly does my aunt do in Bayan City?" Tang Jinghua lowered his head. "Tang Ting is in Bayan City, serving as a stepmother." Chapter 55. Moving into Villa number 18. Tang Jinghua had been aware of his sister's predicament for several years. Previously, a shipment had been held up at customs, causing significant delays. With no avenues for assistance, Tang Jinghua had mentally prepared himself for a potential loss due to breach of contract. Unexpectedly, his wife managed to get in touch with Tang Ting, and thus the shipment was successfully cleared. In a gesture of gratitude, Tang Jinghua took Kuya to Bayan City to visit Tang Ting. At that time, Tang Ting was just in her early 30s, yet she had married a man in his 50s and had two 20-year-old twin daughters. He had already established himself as a somewhat successful businessman. Observing his sister wed to such an older man, he assumed the role of an elder brother and pressured Tang Ting to divorce her husband. This led to a fierce argument between the siblings, who had finally reunited, resulting in an unhappy parting. To his surprise, several years had passed, and Kuya still maintained close contact with Tang Ting. Perhaps his sister-in-law had her own struggles, and it was possible that she was not as unhappy as he presumed. Tang An offered his words of comfort. Tang Jinghua now reflects on his past attitude towards his younger sister, realizing it was excessively extreme. Fortunately, his wife offered him some comforting words at that time. However, due to this incident, he has seldom shown concern for his sister over the years. His sister has recently maintained a close relationship with his wife. What could be the reason behind this connection? Tang Jinghua intended to directly call his younger sister, aiming to mend their estranged relationship and inquire about her well-being. He wished to extend his support should she require any assistance. Moreover, he sought to subtly glean the reasons behind his wife's recent communications with his sister. However, before he could make the call, a series of urgent and forceful knocks reverberated from the door. Just as Tang Jinghua was about to respond, Tang An restrained him, saying, "Dad, hold on. Let me assess the situation first." Approaching the door, the screen revealed none other than Ling Li, the mother of Zheng Chun from the neighboring Villa number 17. Not long ago, when Zheng Chun and Guanya had joined the military, Ling Li had confronted him at his doorstep, irrationally accusing him of being a scoundrel who had stolen her son. This recent encounter had left Tang An with little patience. What brings her here? Has her family also rented rooms to the disaster victims? Tang An furrowed her brow, harboring a profound aversion towards Ling Li. Even during the last occasion when she delivered medicine, it was solely out of consideration for Zheng Chun. "No, and please open the door and let her in. We have Shan Huang residing in our home. Perhaps she has come seeking him." Tang Jinghua's marksmanship could ensure that within a 10-meter range, he would never miss his target. Dealing with Ling Li would be a mere trifling matter for him. Allowing her to continue her frantic shouting at the door might attract the attention of other residents or even Feng Yun, which would be undesirable. In these tumultuous times, the presence of numerous onlookers could complicate matters. Tang An opened the door, and Ling Li immediately rushed in with a look of panic, her eyes darting towards the outside as if someone were pursuing her. The moment the door swung open, the howling of the wind and rain mingled with Ling Li's desperate cries for help echoed from outside. One must admit, the newly installed doors and windows provided exceptional soundproofing. "Help me. 2 ruffians have invaded my home and are attempting to lay hands on me. I barely managed to escape." "What ruffians?" Tang Jinghua instructed Ling Li to enter. then stepped outside, making his way directly to villa number 19. Feng Yun was still inside. Who would dare to commit a transgression beneath his very nose? Tang An's expression was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, her impeccable character compelled her to offer a seat to Ling Li and pour her a glass of water. Ling Li, as if grasping a lifeline, wept openly, her voice trembling with emotion. I have no idea where they came from. This evening, while I was lighting candles at home, someone knocked on my door asking to borrow one. I assumed they were newly displaced individuals who had just moved in, so I prepared to lend them a candle, only to discover it was those two. The implication was clear. Ling Li had seen those two individuals before. I had no choice but to come to your house. Annie misunderstood you, and I apologize on her behalf. Please help Annie, one to you? Ling Li cried, her tears resembling those of a delicate pear blossom. Once beautiful, her current state of distress made her appear particularly poignant. My fate is cruel. Zheng Chun has gone to the military, and my husband has divorced me. I'm left with such a vast empty house, and now I'm being targeted. She sobbed, causing Tang a throbbing headache. Andy, do you recognize those two individuals? Are they both lovers of Kinlulu? Tang An recalled the prominent figure during Kinlulu's livestream, the imposing man who had blocked their exit from the community. It seemed that Kinlulu was indeed a persistent specter. Upon learning that they were merely opportunistic paramours, Tang An felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, they were not victims of disaster. Ling Li tearfully recounted her husband's infidelity and his infatuation with a female streamer, including the extravagant purchases he had made for her. Although Feng Yun had heard whispers of this affair, hearing it from the source was still shocking. Do you have any evidence? Ling Li, now animated, rose to her feet. Those two are currently in my home. If you don't believe me, we can go ask them right now. Ah, how audacious they were, thinking they could act without consequence. Not only had they forcefully entered her home, but they also refused to leave. Feng Yun immediately decided to accompany Ling Li, while Tang Zhenghua attempted to follow, only to be restrained by Tang An's firm hand. I will go. Tang Zhenghua felt somewhat inept in his role as a father, yet his daughter's tone brooked no argument. Thus, he acquiesced. His daughter had honed her skills to a formidable level, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances. She could swiftly extricate herself from danger. The door of the Ling family home stood ajar, allowing rainwater to cascade in with the wind, rendering the floor both damp and treacherous. Indeed, there were footprints belonging to an adult male. However, a thorough search of the interior revealed no sign of the two men she had mentioned. They had undoubtedly fled. Officer Feng, I no longer feel safe living alone. Could you possibly? Ling Li cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Feng Yun. Tang An casually interjected, Auntie, are you hoping Officer Feng can help you contact your son? That might prove somewhat challenging. Alternatively, I could ask Shen Huang to reach out on your behalf. Ling Li was momentarily taken aback, then vigorously shook her head. My son is currently contributing to our nation. As his mother, I should not hinder his efforts. I understand that fully. However, I am living alone now, and it truly frightens me. Officer Feng, might you permit me to move into villa number 18? I could then offer my home to those affected by the disaster. What nonsense are you thinking? Tang An's gaze towards Ling Li instantly turned icy and menacing. Chapter 56. Do you believe in light? Feng Yun's expression grew somewhat awkward. Villa number 18 is already occupied. If you require assistance, you may stay in villa number 19, where my family and I reside, and there are indeed vacant rooms that are relatively safe. There are far too many comings and goings at villa number 19. I believe villa number 18 would be considerably safer. Tang An let out a cold snort. Why don't you just move to a certain seaside location? Go wherever you please. Who do you think you are? I believe the notion of thugs coming to seize your house is a fabrication. You're the true rogue yearning to snatch someone else's home. Ling Li wore a pitiful expression. That's not what I meant. Officer Shun resides in villa number 18. I believe it would be safer to live in the same house as him. I can pay the rent. No need. I'm not in want of money. Tang An suppressed the impulse to strike. Feng Yun spoke again, urging, perhaps you should consider moving to villa number 19 instead. After all, villa no. 18 is a private residence. At this, Ling Li collapsed to the ground in tears. This is my fate. My son has departed, and my husband no longer wants me. I live in constant fear, and I'm being schemed against by a mistress. My life is wretched. There's a diesel generator in the community. I could bring you a hand crank generator. If you sense any danger, please call me at any time. Observing Tang An's indifference, Langley could only resign herself and nod. Thank you, officer phone. After returning, Tang An was not in the mood to attend to systematic matters. She headed straight into the surveillance room. The current power usage in the community was limited to specific time zones. This particular time did not fall within the usage hours for villas number 10 to 20. Therefore, the surveillance would not capture anything. However, the camera at her doorstep could slightly cover the entrance of villa number 17. She adjusted the surveillance footage to this afternoon. Langley had not lied. Indeed, two suspicious individuals were loitering near villa number 17. However, both figures were rather slender, unlike the burly man who had blocked the community entrance last time. They had indeed knocked on Ling Li's door an hour ago. After she opened it, the three exchanged words for a while before she let them in and closed the door, remaining entirely calm throughout. Half an hour later, Ling Li suddenly bolted out to the entrance of villa number 18. Soon after, the two individuals stealthily emerged as well. Who could these two be? Reviewing previous surveillance footage, Tang An discovered that over the last 5 days, these two had frequently appeared near villas number 17 and 18. While their presence near villa number 17 was understandable, what could explain their appearance near villa number 18? She promptly exited the surveillance room and summoned Shen Huang. I need your assistance. Shen Huang had just shed his raincoat and was staying at Tang An's residence. His complexion gradually returned to normal. After shaving, his angular face was revealed. I've already checked the surveillance. They are two very slender individuals. Shen Huang was taken aback by Tang An's installation of surveillance in her home. Noting how professional the setup was, he found himself increasingly unable to fathom Tang An's depths. The surveillance footage was retrieved, but Shen Huang had no leads. The two figures were bundled up tightly, making it impossible to discern their gender. It seemed they would have to rely on Ling Li's account. Have you had any dealings with them before? Tang An inquired. That is rather peculiar. Today, she expressed her intention to move into Villa 18, claiming that your presence here provides her with a sense of security. Shen Huang pondered for a moment and spoke. Regarding the electricity situation at your home, has she discovered something? Tang An, I implore you to be truthful with me now. How does the electricity in your household come about? And what are the other supplies? How did they suddenly materialize? Tang An fidgeted, uncertain how to respond. Did you not promise to respect my secrets? I do respect you, but you are currently under scrutiny. If that woman from Villa 17 starts spreading rumors in your community, do you believe you can continue living here in peace? It was a reasonable point. Tang An had previously contemplated the idea of requesting Shen Huang to provide as many photographs and names as possible, which would allow more individuals to access the restaurant. She had calculated that, with the restaurant operating around the clock at full capacity, it could accommodate up to 800 diners. Tang An speculated that the restaurant could also upgrade its capacity, much like the system. However, since she did not possess enough individuals to bring to the restaurant, she had no opportunity to facilitate its expansion. Given this, it seemed wise to divulge some information to Shen Huang. If possible, the forthcoming hotel and department store functionalities could also broaden their usage. Do you believe in the light? In the ensuing half hour, Tang An, under the guise of her extraordinary abilities, recounted her capacity to create new dimensions and procure resources within them, as well as establishing restaurants and other ventures. Shen Huang felt as though he were reading an imaginative online novel. This is the secret I carry. Did you not say that if I wish to share and assist others, I could contact you at any time? I believe I am now in a position to help others. Would you be willing to assist me in finding ways to do so? Shen Huang felt himself being ensnared by Tang An's words. Did he appear to her as a naive child, believing in the light? Well, he had indeed once held such beliefs. Yet he would never accept the notion of creating new dimensions and all that nonsense. Tang An, cease this nonsense. If you truly know something but choose not to share it widely, I can understand. In such circumstances, hoarding resources without revealing them is quite normal. There is no need for you to waste your imagination to deceive me. Shen Huang's expression grew somewhat serious, hinting at a trace of anger. Tang An, unsure how to clarify, decided to transport him directly to the restaurant. The moment they entered the restaurant, Shen Huang was left speechless. Could this truly be real? I told you I would not deceive you. I do not lie. Deceiving you would be beneath me. If you provide me with photographs and names, I can ensure that individual is granted access to the restaurant. I saw online that the third hospital was struck by a flood, so I searched for medical personnel information on public platforms and transported them to the restaurant for a hearty meal. Tang An felt that no explanation would suffice. Only reality could speak for itself. Shen Huang happened to be aware of this matter, having previously reported it to senior leadership. An investigation is currently underway, and, to his astonishment, the remarkable restaurant owner was right before him. Chapter 57. The Black Wind Hotel. Shen Huang vowed that his sole intention was to test the authenticity of Liangtian restaurant, not out of hunger or a desire for food. He sat down and ordered several dishes, which were indeed somewhat pricey. However, compared to current market prices, they were still quite affordable, and the ingredients were remarkably fresh, absolutely delicious. Is it also possible for you to bring in people I have never met before to Liangtian restaurant? Shen Huang pondered while swiftly consuming the food on his table, thinking of his brothers who often went hungry. Yes, it is possible. Shen Huang took out his phone, the wallpaper displaying a group photo. These are my team members. I will tell you their names, and you can bring them all in. Tang An nodded, not to mention that there was not even a hint of preparation. She had already lived an entire life in her mind. Before Shen Huang could greet her, Tang An had vanished from sight, observing the pallid and emaciated faces around her. With skin oozing, she realized that the opening of the inn could no longer be delayed. After paying the requisite goodwill points, a five-star hotel materialized before her eyes. Greetings, esteemed host. Congratulations on launching the Village Inn. Please bestow a name upon your establishment. Naming was never her favorite task. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang An declared, "Let me call the Black Wind Hotel." The name undoubtedly referred to her beloved Black Wind treasure. Thus, the Black Wind Hotel commenced its operations seamlessly. The once dark and dreary hotel building transformed into a beacon of light the moment it acquired its name. The grand sign bore the four characters, Black Wind Hotel. Alas, the name seemed ill-chosen, exuding an ominous vibe akin to a shady establishment. However, having settled on this title, it bore no connection to the Liangtian restaurant, thus minimizing the chances of association. Upon entering the hotel, she was greeted by a row of plush sofas in the lobby. There was no reception desk, only a robot standing at half her height. Upon noticing Tang An's arrival, the robot rushed toward her with exuberance. "Thank the heavens. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. Dear master, welcome to the Black Wind Hotel. I am the little steward, K'ing. May I assist you with your check-in?" Well, that was unexpected. Tang was at a loss for words. She glanced around, noticing that the hotel usage rules were affixed to the wall tiles. 2. The room usage limit is 12 hours. Exceeding this limit will result in automatic eviction. 3. Any occurrence of fighting or other inappropriate behavior will be at your own risk. 4. Leaving the room is considered checkout. The rules bore a striking resemblance to those of the restaurant. How many guests could this hotel accommodate? Greetings, esteemed host. This hotel can accommodate up to 300 guests. Upon following the robot's instructions, Tang An entered the elevator and input the number 001. The elevator doors then opened, revealing her at the threshold of room 001. The door bore no lock. With a gentle push, she stepped inside. The arrangement of the furnishings mirrored that of her own chamber with remarkable precision. Even the garments in the wardrobe and the view from the window were identical. It seemed that the room was inherently tailored to the individual. At the moment she opened the door, a mechanical voice resonated. "Exiting the room will be considered as checking out. Are you certain you wish to leave now?" Tang An was about to depart when he suddenly recalled the matter of money. "How much does it cost to stay here for 12 hours? He inquired. "Greetings, esteemed guest. Of course, your stay incurs no charges," came the reply. "This hotel belongs to you, as do I. However, for others who wish to stay, a fee of 500 yuan is required. Do you think the price needs adjustment? Am I permitted to adjust the price myself?" Tang An was astounded. Such treatment was unparalleled. Even in restaurants. The restaurant, which cost an additional 4,000 points of goodwill to unlock, truly surpassed expectations. Tang An was taken aback. Could it be possible to vary the prices based on the individual, with some being more expensive and others less so? The robot chuckled playfully, of course. The hotel is yours, and so am I. This robot had an endearing charm. Where had it learned such colloquial flirtations? If Shen Huang spoke to her in a similar manner, she might reconsider her feelings of secret admiration for him. After departing from the hotel, Shen Huang found it was time for him to leave the restaurant as well. The fullness in his stomach confirmed that everything he had experienced was indeed real. Such extraordinary phenomena truly existed. As soon as he exited the restaurant, he eagerly sought out Tang An. I actually had something to eat. It's real, astonishingly real. I am now applying to the higher-ups to provide you with a list. You must ensure our warriors are well fed. Upon learning of this, Shen Huang's first thought was of his undernourished comrades. They performed the most arduous and demanding tasks, yet struggled to secure even a single hearty meal. Now, however, they could finally enjoy better provisions. As for the cost, it was merely a bit expensive. A few $100s was insignificant to him. If permitted by the higher-ups, he could even apply for funding from the organization for this expense. Wait a moment, Shen Huang. I have more to discuss with you. Tang An was poised to share details about the hotel. If they could secure accommodations there, his comrades might find relief from the heat, perhaps even improve their health or aid in healing their wounds. This was a significant benefit for both the nation and the people. Just as she was about to speak, a clattering sound echoed from outside the door. Was someone knocking? Tang An's spirit suddenly tensed as she hurried into the house to inform her mother not to come out. She then followed Shen Huang into the surveillance room to assess the situation. The footage clearly revealed that it was indeed the same two individuals from before. They wielded a chainsaw, targeting the door lock. Were they unable to succeed at Villa 17 and now set their sights on Villa 18? Shen Huang prepared to don a raincoat and venture out to apprehend them, but Tang An firmly restrained him. There was also the possibility that they were in cahoots with Ling Li. Chapter 58. A touch of handsomeness, Shen Huang was reluctant to harbor excessive malice towards others. He cleared his throat, stating, "It's not certain. I will capture them first and then inquire." Tang An and Shen Huang found themselves at an impasse regarding the matter at hand. She believed that it was best to confront such individuals directly. There was no necessity for endless inquiries. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. While she did not consider herself a villain, she would certainly not grant them the opportunity to rise again. No need to worry about it. Just leave it be for now, she insisted. Upon hearing Tang An's words, Shen Huang felt a flicker of irritation. What do you mean, leave it be? Don't forget what my role is. His affinity score plummeted. -1, -1, -1. In truth, Shen Huang had a point. He had his responsibilities. Their relationship was merely budding, and Tang An's subconscious dramatizations were misguided. She mentally chastised herself for indulging in romantic fantasies before finally saying, "I appreciate your willingness to help, but I am capable of protecting myself. Moreover, you cannot be expected to remain by our side indefinitely. I trust your judgment." Shen Huang was taken aback by her words. An image of her standing barefoot in the gentle morning rain flashed in his mind. Stubborn, resilient, yet strikingly pure, like a flower blossoming amidst the rain. "As long as I am here, there is no need for you to take on such burdens. If I am absent, I will still endeavor to safeguard you. Just wait." The affection score rose, 1-1-1. The timeless narrative of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress never waned. It perpetually tugged at the heartstrings. Tang An obediently positioned herself before the monitor, eagerly awaiting Shen Huang's response. After exiting the room, Shen Huang kicked the door open and swiftly incapacitated the man wielding a chainsaw, dealing with two assailants in mere moments. He stripped the masks from their faces and escorted them into Villa 19. Witnessing this, Tang An first informed her mother that the danger had passed before hastening to Villa 19 herself. Inside, Feng Yun's wife had already taken her family upstairs to rest. The living room was bustling with energy. Ling Li was firmly grasping Feng Yun, lamenting that the two individuals Shen Huang had apprehended were the very rogues who had intruded upon their home. As the hats and masks were removed, two unfamiliar faces emerged, and it was evident that Ling Li was equally unacquainted with them. The two men cowered, pleading for Feng Yun to spare them, yet remained silent when interrogated. Aunt Ling, do you recognize these two? Shen Huang inquired politely. Of course. They claimed they needed to borrow candles, but once in my home, they turned aggressive. This is undoubtedly an act of revenge orchestrated by that wretched Kin Lulu. Ling Li fumed, astonished that Shen Huang had indeed captured them. Shen Huang regarded the two men with an imposing demeanor and asked, Is that so? Who is Kin Lulu? The men remained mute. In a flash of inspiration, Tang An stealthily approached them from behind and delivered a forceful kick. To her astonishment, the man she struck coughed up blood. Even Ling Li, who had been weeping, was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Tang An had shown restraint when kicking her earlier. Feng Yundu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that old Tang's daughter possessed such remarkable prowess. Shen Huang, on the other hand, was less taken aback, having recently encountered an extraordinary event that had left him unperturbed by the current spectacle. Cough, cough, cough. You are killing me. I shall file a complaint. A complaint. File a complaint. You banana peel. I assure you, should you meet your demise here today, no one would be the wiser. Therefore, it is in your best interest to disclose who instigated your actions. The individual who had been kicked coughed, struggling to articulate his words, while the other, seized by fear, readily confessed, Yes, it was Kin Lulu. They instructed us to raid Villa number 17 and even to vandalize Villa number 18, claiming that they held a grudge against you. It truly was a case of equitable distribution. Tang An had assumed that once Kin Lulu moved away, she would quietly perish in this apocalypse. To his astonishment, not only had she survived, but she was also frolicking amidst the torrential rain. How utterly infuriating. When did they even attempt to break in? Tang An had significantly lowered his vigilance of late, to the extent that he had not even noticed the assault on his own door. Tang An glanced at Shen Huang and Feng Yun, both of whom had been apprehended. It was now a matter of how they would be handled. Shen Huang had captured them, while Feng Yun was devoid of any plans. Shen, why not request the leadership for guidance? Let us see how we should proceed with this situation. Shen Huang's brows furrowed, his imposing demeanor exuding a certain charm. No need for that. The leadership is preoccupied. I'll take them tomorrow to assist with the dam repairs. The gravity of their crimes did not warrant death. However, more crucially, they were in dire need of manpower for the dam restoration. The residents of Taoyuan community were predominantly affluent, leading to a scarcity of individuals willing to lend a hand. Shen Huang bound the two of them and deposited them within Villa 19. Villa 17 had become unsuitable for Ling Li due to the pried-open front door, prompting her to relocate to Villa 19, where the threat had been neutralized. The reasons behind her initial insistence on residing in Villa 18 seemed inconsequential now. I seemed to perpetually assume the worst of others. Ling Li, it appeared, was not as malevolent as he had imagined. Tang An was taken aback by the simplicity of the matter. She was neither entirely wicked nor wholly virtuous. Although he never fully understood her motivations for choosing Villa 18, he resolved to afford her some space moving forward. I had believed I could protect you, but it seems you no longer require my protection. Shen Huang felt somewhat disheartened. He had not anticipated Tang An's remarkable capabilities. According to Guanya, Tang An was a delicate princess, incapable of bearing burdens or performing labor. Was Guanya merely jesting? Of course, it's necessary. Who says it isn't? Shen Huang inquired. How old are you this year? Tang An suddenly recalled that he had never inquired about Shen Huang's age or marital status. What if Shen was already married? Wouldn't his romantic endeavors then seem rather laughable? At 29 years of age, with no parents and little financial means, he had been preoccupied with work in recent years, leaving him no opportunity to seek a girlfriend or consider marriage. Time was slipping away. Tang An remarked, This setup is truly a perfect match with Guanya. Here, there are no in-laws, and there are none over there either. It's still a family of military and police. The screenwriter must have made a mistake in the script, allowing her to develop feelings for Shen Huang. Tang An, am I rather ordinary? Upon seeing Tang An hesitate to respond, Shen Huang lowered his head slightly. His personal attributes were lacking. He was not particularly eloquent and was significantly older than Tang An. Ah, who said that? You looked quite handsome while fighting. Chapter 59, Agreement to Move. Flattered by Tang An's compliment, Shen Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He seldom had the opportunity to interact with girls of his age, And it was his uncle's concern for his personal matters that led him to secure this chance to protect Guanya. His uncle intended to matchmake him with Guanya, a fact he was well aware of. However, the more he sensed his uncle's intentions, the less he wished to comply. Besides, he was perceptive enough to notice Zheng Chen's affections for Guanya. Zheng Chen was nearly a decade younger than him, and Guanya was 7 years his junior. The two were indeed well suited for one another. Why should he play the villain in between? Moreover, he felt no spark with Guanya. We are professionally trained and generally refrain from using force. Yet, I have not heard Guanya mention your skills before. The young lady possesses considerable strength, albeit lacking in training. If you're interested, I could accompany you for some practice. This was indeed an unexpected yet effective way to bridge the gap between them. Shall we do it now? As they stepped through the door, they were greeted by Kuya, who was uncharacteristically waiting on the sofa for their late return. Shen Huang suddenly felt an awkwardness akin to a son-in-law meeting his mother-in-law. Rest assured, Auntie, Shen Huang replied. Everything is fine. Those two have already been apprehended. Kuya's brow furrowed. Their words did not seem to truly alleviate her concerns. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude. Descending to the basement, the house was brightly lit, creating a comfortable atmosphere. Tang An retrieved some fruit and milk from the system space. Mom, you need not worry. I am here. Nothing will happen, Tang An reassured her, flexing her arm muscles for demonstration. She had certainly reaped the rewards of her training. Kuya urged her busy daughter, who was washing the fruit, to sit on the sofa. What have you thought about my previous suggestion to move to Bayan City? Kuya calculated the days. In half a month, the acid rain would cease. That would be the ideal time to relocate. If they missed this window, they would face the forthcoming sweltering temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees outdoors. A new round of hardships would begin. Only during those 1 or 2 days after the rain ceased could they venture outside. Yet, it seemed that both her daughter and husband were quite fond of their current residence. If she were to propose moving abruptly, even if they agreed, it would surely bring them displeasure. If you decide to relocate, we shall move, mother. However, I wish to understand why we must move to Beijing City. They possess no properties there, nor do they have any substantial connections. Even in the absence of an apocalyptic scenario, choosing to reside in an unfamiliar city requires considerable courage. Moreover, given the current circumstances, a reinforced villa undoubtedly serves as the finest sanctuary. If that is the case, why must we depart? Tang An found herself perplexed. While she could profess her intention to adhere to her mother's wishes, she felt compelled to seek clarity. The city of Bayan was destined to evolve into a bastion of international security, yet the aftermath of extreme heat rendered outdoor excursions quite inconvenient. Thus, she resolved to depart at the earliest opportunity. As she broached the subject of the future, she tentatively inquired about her mother's past life. Mother, I only lived until the extreme heat in my previous existence. I am eager to learn what transpired thereafter. Her inquiry, cloaked in the guise of curiosity about the future, was, in reality, an attempt to gauge the extent of her mother's knowledge. Following the extreme heat, biological catastrophes would ensue, leading to an onset of extreme cold, blizzards, and a plummeting temperature that could reach a chilling 60 to 70 degrees below zero. It was during this harrowing period that your father met his demise in his past life. As she spoke, Kuya suddenly grasped her daughter's true intent, and thus resolutely chose to refrain from further elaboration. Having endured this once, we find ourselves inevitably facing it again. It is only prudent that we devise appropriate countermeasures. Is it not? The knowledge that her mother was aware of her father's death in the depths of extreme cold implied that she must possess an understanding of what transpired in the aftermath of that frigid period. What then lay beyond the extreme cold? What events unfolded? Tang An, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiries. After the extreme cold comes the plague, and I perish within its grasp. During the plague, there existed safe zones and quarantine zones. The area where your aunt, Tang Ting, resides, Bayan City, was a safe zone. And it was your uncle who led the efforts in drug development. Therefore, in this life, it is imperative that we seek refuge with your aunt as soon as possible for our safety. However, that seems implausible. My mother does not possess such high qualifications. And drug research undoubtedly requires experimentation. The study was devoid of any pertinent chemistry texts or experimental materials, aside from a few obscure literary tomes. Mother, what about after the plague? Kuya's expression became somewhat strained. She feigned anger, crossing her arms. What are you thinking? Do you believe your mother could die and become a ghost, knowing everything? My mother is omnipotent. If we have made up our minds, let us proceed to Bayan City. From the outset, Tang An had never rejected her mother, even though at first she had difficulty understanding and later doubted. Nonetheless, she firmly believed that in an apocalyptic world, it would be foolish to dismiss the existence of a reborn individual. At the very least, she could rely on the system to carve out a path for survival in this desolate world. With this thought, she felt a sense of acceptance. Observing her daughter's rationality, Kuya could not help but exhale in relief. With her daughter's agreement, her husband would likely concur. Their prompt relocation to a stable city would allow him to rest easier. Upon returning to his own quarters, Shen Huang swiftly reached out to his previous contacts. Although the two fools who had attempted to saw through the door with a chainsaw were no cause for concern, the individuals behind them warranted thorough investigation. Ken Lulu, the one who had falsely accused Guanya of poisoning a puppy, had now set her sights on Tang An. This Ken Lulu was reportedly just a female streamer, at most a former mistress of a certain director Zheng Hao. How could she possess such audacity to seize others' properties in the wake of the apocalypse? Chapter 60. Ken Lulu. After being cast out at this moment, capturing Ken Lulu posed significant challenges, yet he refused to remain passive. He focused his efforts on investigating Ken Lulu's background, primarily through her relationships. Currently, the subject of investigation, Ken Lulu, was in an air-conditioned room, catering to a burly man. She crouched submissively, kneeling at his bedside, carefully wiping his large feet. On the bed lay another striking woman, her lower limbs atrophied, presenting an exceedingly abnormal slenderness. Her head rested on the man's thigh, her crimson lips delicately holding her finger, a pose that sparked the imagination. After washing his feet, the man waved his hand, signaling Ken Lulu to quickly take the basin away. With trepidation, Ken Lulu spoke. Chunga, there's been no news from the people who went to Teo Weiyuan community. Could you please inquire on my behalf? Upon hearing her voice, Chung Yu's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, resembling a demon plummeting into the abyss. His gaze rife with cruelty and brutality. Ken Lulu's hands trembled violently, splashing water from the basin onto the floor. She hastily set it down, kneeling before Chung Yu. Clutching his legs, her voice quavering, Chunga, I beg you, spare me. Chung Yu remained unmoved, while Su Xian, seated on the bed, rose and grasped Chung Yu's back, resting her head submissively on his shoulder. Brother Chung, if you release her so easily, what will the other sisters think, right? Ken Lulu gritted her teeth. Were it not for Chung Yu's protection, how could a mere paralyzed Su Xian contend with her? Chung Yu, rather pleased, patted Su Xian's chest, akin to caressing a kitten or puppy. Upon hearing the mention of General Su, Ken Lulu's eyes reignited with determination. I shall heed your words, Brother Chung, and take my leave. With that, she picked up the footbath and prepared to exit. However, Su Xian insistent, playfully complained to Chung Yu, Brother Chung, I don't wish to accompany others. Could you not let Sister Lulu go instead? I only desire to be with you. Indeed, you are to visit Mr. Wen this afternoon, are you not? I suggest you proceed. Placating Mr. Wen will yield benefits for you. Reluctantly, Su Xian nodded, unwilling to display any petulance in Chung Yu's presence. Despite his current affection, she feared he might be captivated by another. Take, for instance, the older woman, Ken Lulu, who was thoroughly determined to ascend by leveraging men's influence. Once Ken Lulu departed, Chung Yu lifted Su Xian into a wheelchair, allowing her to maneuver herself outside. Had she known that Ken Lulu would pose a nuisance beneath her very nose, she would never have sought to bask in the limelight alongside her for a live broadcast. The situation unfolded following Ken Lulu's public exposure. Initially targeted by online outrage, she was soon informed that Zheng Hao was under investigation. Before she could escape, Zheng Hao's wife, Ling Li, and son, Zheng Chun, cornered her at her doorstep. Upon hearing of Zheng Hao's downfall, Ken Lulu resigned herself to despair. On a drizzly day, she watched helplessly as her belongings were cast out of the villa, feeling utterly defeated. Dragging her luggage, she resolved to find a hotel and devise a new plan. However, just outside the community gate, Chung Yu's men intercepted her. Chung Yu had initially intended for Kanlulu and Su Xian, both on the same side of the incident, to jointly participate in a live broadcast, even having prepared the script for their performance. However, the corrosive nature of the rain became the focus of discussion, overshadowing the toxic dog incident, leaving Kanlulu and Su Xian without a platform. Meanwhile, Chung Yu swiftly capitalized on the situation, embarking on new ventures. Having spent considerable time under Chung Yu's auspices, Kanlulu depleted her remaining funds. She presumed Chung Yu would dismiss her, yet he cheerfully inquired, "Would you like to earn some money?" Thus, she became one among many women under Chung Yu's command. Regardless of the type of man she accompanied, Kanlulu soon grasped the essence of her situation after a brief period of indulgence. Yet, her realization came too late. The prime opportunity had already been seized by the paralyzed Su Xian. Consequently, she became one of the women in a foot bath establishment, while Su Xian was thrust into the spotlight, entertaining the interests of powerful figures. One must ponder the peculiar psychology of these influential men. They seemed to favor a paralyzed woman over a perfectly capable one. Day after day, Kanlulu had grown weary of being trampled underfoot, unable to glimpse a brighter future. She had heard that many disaster victims were now residing in the Taohua Yuan community, where she once lived, which filled her with a potent sense of envy. That was clearly the home Zheng Hao had purchased for her, yet it had been usurped by that elderly woman and her son. In light of this, Chung Yu dispatched a couple of subordinates to investigate. However, after a full day and night had elapsed, there was still no sign of any progress. Once the two women had departed, Chung Yu donned a suit and made a dignified appearance in the office of Su Yu, the head of the medical department at Dan Hong Company. Outside, the heat had become unbearable for many, yet within Dan Hong Company's walls, the air conditioning was perpetually set to a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Su Yu, feeling the chill, even draped a black trench coat over his shoulders. "Mr. Su, the population density in the Taohua Yuan community has surged. I wish to gather a selection of young women, filtering out those who are less favored. Do you have a particular type you prefer?" Chung Yu's task at Dan Hong Group was to assist the mid to high level executives in sourcing attractive women from the entire Inding city. Each leader had their own definition of beauty. Some favored sultry allure, while others leaned towards gentle and nurturing qualities, and yet others preferred innocent charm. Chung Yu had to cater to each individual's taste. Uniformity is rather dull and lacks excitement. Just find someone younger, perhaps in their early teens. Chung Yu had few moral scruples and readily agreed. Finding women was secondary. His primary aim was to see what kind of individuals resided in Taohua Yuan, capable of eliminating his two subordinates. However, Dan Hong Company operated purely on commercial principles, and even he had no justification for leaving at will. The legitimate wife who could drive Kanlulu away might prove to be quite intriguing. Age was of little consequence. If he could procure someone, he would offer them up to those who desired them. If no one was interested, then it would be a matter of disposing of them. Chapter 61. Dan Hong Company in Villa 18. Shen Huang received news from his superiors. Kanlulu was currently under protection, making her elusive to find. Consequently, a small team had been dispatched to guard the Taohua Yuan community. As for the situation at Liangtian Restaurant, after the higher-ups had been brought into the fold, they had finally come to believe the reports. Defying the odds, he sent the military information to Shen Huang. Tang An was currently unable to alter the restaurant's pricing, prompting the issuance of subsidies from above. As the quality of meals improved, hope gradually returned to the daily lives of the residents. With support now available, Shen Huang remained in the Taohua Yuan community to protect the residents and maintain order. He earnestly requested Tang An's assistance in providing a generator, allowing the entire community's surveillance system to be restored. At the entrance of the monitoring room of the Tang An family, the solitary figure had transformed into two. Tang An, indulging in an assortment of fruits, continued to nibble incessantly. Despite Shen Huang's repeated refusals, he ultimately found himself compelled to accept her offerings. "If you feel tired, you ought to rest. I can manage the watch here alone. It's easier for you to succumb to fatigue when you're by yourself. By the way, let me introduce you to something entertaining." Since the Black Wind Hotel had opened, no other guests had checked in. Tang An was unable to abruptly bring someone from the list Shen Huang had provided. What sort of entertainment? Shen Huang tilted his head, intrigued. The delightful surprises Tang An had presented were indeed numerous and unexpected, so his curiosity regarding the amusements she mentioned was piqued. Tang An remained silent, instantly transporting Shen Huang to the entrance of the Black Wind Hotel. Just moments ago, Shen Huang had been seated on the sofa. Now, he found himself unceremoniously landing on the ground in surprise. Ignoring his disarray, he gazed in astonishment at the opulent hotel that had materialized before him. Step inside. Allow me to show you around. Upon entering, Tang An promptly elucidated the hotel's specific regulations, thoughtfully adjusting the accommodation fee to a mere 10 yuan. To access a room, one simply needed to enter the designated room number in the elevator. If one wished to return to the real world, all it took was to open the room door. Shen Huang decided to experiment alone. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sights of his childhood home. Where his family once ran a breakfast shop, life had been arduous then. The three of them had lived in the shop. His bed was fashioned from 2 tables pushed together, and he had often stumbled in the dark while making midnight trips to the restroom. On the wall hung a handwritten price list from his mother, and upon lifting the bamboo steamer, the familiar aroma of buns wafted through the air. He reached out to grasp one, but as soon as his fingers brushed against the steaming bun, it dissolved into mere foam. It was but an ephemeral illusion. With closed eyes, Shen Huang soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, his parents were alive, and his uncle had yet to enter university, rising early each day to lend a hand. The family was harmonious. Though their circumstances were modest, hope filled their hearts. Shen Huang was awakened by a mechanical notification sound. After all these years, he had never experienced such a deep and restful sleep. Upon opening his eyes, everything appeared unchanged, leaving him uncertain whether he was still in a dream or had returned to reality. 5 minutes later, Shen Huang was expelled from the Black Wind Hotel. In the monitoring room, Tang An had fallen asleep, curled up like a kitten in the corner of the sofa, exuding a captivating charm. When she finally stirred, she was unaware of when she had succumbed to slumber. How was the experience? Shen Huang was about to express how rejuvenating his sleep had been when he stretched, only to discover that the wounds on his arms had significantly healed. The pus-filled areas had scabbed over, and the less severe injuries were barely visible. Tang An, I feel so much better. Did your hotel truly work wonders? If it did, you must help my teammates. They are severely injured, and the medication provided by Dan Hong Company is exorbitant, making timely treatment impossible for us. Tang An readily agreed, her original plan being to have Shen Huang experience the Black Wind Hotel and subsequently designate it as a military supply hub, thereby contributing a modicum of service to the nation. However, she could not suppress her curiosity. What is the origin of this Dan Hong Company? It had never been mentioned during the auditions in Anding before. It seemed to have materialized only after the rain. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Tang An had heard the name Dan Hong Company numerous times. Guanyao had mentioned it, her father had brought it up, and Officer Feng had also referenced it. Dan Hong Company monopolized the supply of all food, medicine, and other essential goods within Anding City. As for their origins, we are currently investigating, yet they appear to have emerged from thin air. What perplexes Shen Huang the most is the fact that, although everyone is aware of Dan Hong Company's monopolistic practices, not a single individual from top to bottom has voiced opposition. This raises suspicions regarding whether Dan Hong Company enjoys some form of protection. Naturally, these matters are beyond the purview of a mere police officer. The military and police are closely intertwined, especially now that the extreme weather conditions have led to their direct integration. Shen Huang himself is at a loss as to which authority he should heed. In her past life, Tang An had never even heard of the name Dan Hong Company. At that time, she was merely a university student who had chosen to pursue further studies rather than enter the job market, thus remaining largely ignorant of the enterprises in Anding City. When she first encountered the name Dan Hong Company, she felt no sense of unease. However, upon reflection, how could a company that seemingly appeared out of nowhere monopolize the food and pharmaceutical industries in Anding City? This was indeed perplexing. After a brief conversation, Shun Huang went to report the situation regarding the Black Wind Hotel to his superiors, advising Tang and to keep an eye on the surveillance. Yet, Tang An was far too preoccupied. She wished to inquire further from her parents about Danhong Company. Was it a case of her misremembering, or did Danhong Company truly not exist in her previous life? Recently, there had been a surge in the residential population of their community, and Tang Jinghua was exceedingly busy. When Tang An knocked on their bedroom door, her father had just fallen asleep. Reluctant to disturb him, she sought out her mother instead. At that moment, Kuya was exercising. Despite being a mother in her 20s, her physique was taut, devoid of any excess flab, which made her appear remarkably youthful. Mom, have you heard of Danhong Company? Chapter 62. The villain is surprisingly close to me. Kuya smiled awkwardly. What brings this question on so suddenly? Tang An was completely oblivious to the change in Kuya's expression. I don't recall ever hearing the name of this company in my previous life. Mother, are you aware of it? Perhaps you have forgotten. There was indeed a Danhong Company before. It is said that their formidable owner is a significant figure in Bayan City, enjoying considerable protection. Currently, Danhong Company monopolizes the supply of resources in many regions across the nation, engaging in a wide array of ventures while maintaining an exceptionally high level of confidentiality. Tang An, regardless of your reasons for inquiring about Danhong Company, your mother hopes that you prioritize your own safety above all else. Tang An instinctively retreated 2 steps. How could her mother, who was home every day, possibly know about Danhong Company? A wave of foreboding surged within her heart, as if it were gripped by an immense force, causing sharp pain to radiate through every nerve. I understand now. She fled in a panic, forcibly halting her rapidly approaching thoughts of the truth. It couldn't be. Her mother had no connection to Danhong Company. Yet, in Bayan City, her mother had been in frequent contact with her aunt, who resided there. Moreover, when she first received the system, her exploration of its functions was still in its infancy. Her mother had once guided her on how to access the system and its inventory methods, claiming she had learned it from a novel. At that time, Tang An had doubted whether her mother truly possessed the system. Now, everything made sense. Perhaps her mother had long had her own system, using it to amass supplies and monopolize resources across much of the nation. She could then control the sale of these goods through the personnel of Danhong Company, profiting immensely. Her mother's daily seclusion in the study suggested she was manipulating the system and the company from behind the scenes. As for the obstacles to resource monopolization, they were likely handled by her aunt and uncle, who lived far away in Bayan City. Recently, her mother mentioned moving, likely to be closer to the headquarters of Danhong Company. The entire chain of events flowed seamlessly. Yet, one question lingered in Tang An's mind. Why was she doing this? Shun Huang applied to the higher-ups regarding the matter of Heifeng Hotel, and with the high prices of Liangtian Restaurant as a comparison, the low rates of Heifeng Hotel became quite popular. However, the available spots for residency were exceedingly limited, necessitating a meeting to decide who could gain entry. What are you thinking? I've taken care of it on my end. Tomorrow, I'll provide you with a list. Tang An, our leader, has said that this time, your contributions will be recognized, and you will surely receive a grand reward once all is settled. Regarding the promised reward, Shun Huang felt uncertain, given Tang An's background. The few thousand offered likely would not impress her. Well, that's good news. She appeared noticeably distracted. Tang An distinctly remembered that in her previous life, there was no such entity as Danhong Company. In this life, her mother had been reborn, and Danhong Company had seemingly materialized from thin air. All evidence pointed towards her mother, Kuya. Should I confront her directly? Even if I did, what could I possibly do? Tang An maintained a superficial closeness with Kuya, yet deep down, she was acutely aware that she held no rightful place in her mother's heart as a daughter should. Otherwise, her mother would not have forsaken her for so many years. Only by swiftly upgrading her own system to rival Danhong Company could she possibly gain the capability to stand before her mother. What troubles you? You seem rather disheartened. Shun Huang inquired, taking a seat opposite Tang An, his gaze imbued with concern. Since moving into Tang An's home, Shun Huang's appearance had notably improved, especially after a restful night at the Black Wind Hotel, which had dramatically elevated his attractiveness. With his complexion now fair, his distinctive features became more pronounced. high cheekbones, bright eyes exuding a sense of justice, a prominent nose, and lips tinged with a rosy hue. At 29, he bore no excessive wrinkles or gray hair, only the calmness and accumulated vigor that came with the passage of time. What lingered in Tang An's memory was the striking brilliance of his eyes, so full of righteousness, which offered an undeniably reliable aura. Yet, their relationship could at best be classified as friends bound by shared secrets. The matters concerning her mother were merely conjectures on her part, making it impossible for her to vocalize her thoughts. Shen Huang, I will strive to assist you as much as I can. Moreover, I have a premonition that unforeseen calamities may yet befall us. It would be wise to prepare for further eventualities. Will there truly be more occurrences? This one storm has already claimed so many lives. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Yet, is not such terrifying extreme weather already a manifestation of the end times? Shen Huang's expression darkened as he gazed out the window, not at the rain-soaked dusk, but at an unseen dawn. How much longer would they endure such days? In the brief moment that the two of them had neglected the surveillance, an incident had transpired in the Peach Blossom Source community. An SUV, whose origin was unknown, had entered, occupied by 3 or 4 burly men, their bodies tightly wrapped to shield against the rain. Upon their arrival, they headed directly for Villa 17. By the time Shen Huang took notice, this group had already entered the villa. Something was amiss. There were people inside Villa 17. Hadn't Tizheng Chun's mother moved to Villa 19? Who were these intruders? Without hesitation, Shen Huang donned a raincoat, preparing to investigate the situation. Upon hearing that there were people in the neighboring villa, Tang An set aside her melancholy and quickly put on her own raincoat beside him. Stealthily, she retrieved a handgun from her system, placing it atop her raincoat. From the window, it was evident that the interior of Villa 17 was bustling with a crowd. It was certainly not the dwelling of a solitary individual. Don't go. It's dangerous. Stay here and monitor the surveillance. If anything arises, contact Officer Feng, Shen Huang urged, blocking Tang An as she was about to step outside. The SUV at the entrance had not been photographed, suggesting that the situation might be dire. Tang An possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. If worse came to worst, she still had the gun at her waist. Since Andre had delivered the weapon, she had only practiced against the scarecrow within the confines of the system and had yet to engage in a real confrontation. No matter, she reassured herself as she patted Shen Huang's shoulder and stepped out of the villa ahead of him. Despite their cautious maneuvering around the side of Villa 17, they were nonetheless spotted by the ever-vigilant Chang Yu. As the door closed, he noticed someone had entered. Lowering his voice, he addressed his 2 subordinates, who were rummaging through the bedroom. The vile woman, Kin Lulu, had claimed she had hidden numerous luxury items in this drawer, yet after searching for quite some time, he had only uncovered a few shabby bags. Not a single piece of pure gold jewelry was in sight. At this moment, gold held far greater value. Those bags worth tens of thousands were nothing more than worthless debris. He should never have trusted Kin Lulu's deceitful words. Chapter 63. The secret door. The footsteps drew nearer, and Chang Yu felt a sense of unease regarding the identity of the approaching individuals. Just days prior, he had dispatched a group of men, and their whereabouts remained unknown. Cautiously, he refrained from making any rash moves. Upon hearing the footsteps reach his door, one of his subordinates whispered, "Brother Cheng, should we go out?" Cheng Yu shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. "Go out? We don't even know who they are or what weapons they possess. What do we have? A couple of outdated handguns?" According to his knowledge, the Taoyuan community was guarded by both military and police forces. A character like him could not expect the Danhong Company to offend higher authorities for his sake. The clearer his self-awareness, the more he understood that preserving his life took precedence. He leaned back against the cabinet door, pressing his ear against it in hopes of catching more sounds from outside. If the intruders entered, they would need to be prepared. As he leaned closer, his body inadvertently tilted, and to his surprise, the cabinet door shifted mysteriously. A secret door. How amusing that the little vixen was still playing such tricks in her own room. Was she afraid of being caught in the act? Cheng Yu scoffed inwardly, but nonetheless slipped through the secret door with ease. Inside was a bathroom, featuring a grand circular bathtub that was electric, a clear den of debauchery. As Chung Yu entered, his two subordinates followed suit. They had barely been inside for 3 minutes when Shen Huang and Tang An arrived to search the room. The pair moved stealthily, uttering not a word, lest they alarm the unsuspecting. Yet, despite their thorough search inside and out, they found no trace of the group. How peculiar! Despite the heavy rain outside, the ground bore not a single sign of moisture. Tang An found herself momentarily at a loss for ideas. Perhaps you should check the surveillance footage. It's possible they left while we were circling around, she suggested. The vehicle remained, but Shen Huang was convinced they were still within the confines of the house. However, they had thoroughly searched every conceivable location without uncovering a single trace. Even if they had departed, there should have been some signs of rainwater left behind, a notion that puzzled Shen Huang. Maybe you misinterpreted what you saw, Tang An remarked casually. Aside from the jeep parked in front, she had noticed nothing amiss. She merely turned to don her clothes upon hearing Shen Huang mention the presence of individuals. Typically, Shen Huang never doubted his instincts. He was certain he had witnessed more than 2 people inside the residence, all impeccably attired, resolute in his determination to search further. He was met with Tang An's insistence to review the surveillance. Their quest had proven fruitless thus far, but the footage recorded everything. If it could be confirmed that the individuals who disembarked from the jeep were still within the house, it would not be too late to join forces with Feng Yun in the search. Go ahead. What could possibly happen to me? I can handle 10 of them. Tang An escorted Shen Huang outside. Her skills were indeed commendable. Had Tang An delivered a kick to one of those 2 ruffians, striking herself instead. Shen Huang could hardly guarantee her own resilience in such a scenario. Nevertheless, leaving a young girl alone in a house that potentially harbored dangerous individuals was something Shen Huang could never bring herself to do. Tang An nodded, recognizing that such an arrangement could indeed expedite matters. Yet, something felt amiss. The land area of Villa Number 17 was identical to that of Villa Number 18. She recalled that during the home purchase, the sales representatives had indicated that the layouts of Villas Number 10 through 20 were the same. It was merely that Villa No. 18, occupying the prime position, had 2 additional floors. Given that the houses were of equal size, why did their 3rd floor contain only a single bedroom? If the occupants had not departed, they must surely be on the 3rd floor. Villa Number 17's 3rd floor featured merely a bedroom and a gym, the latter filled with an abundance of exercise equipment, presumably left behind by Kinlulu. These items took up considerable space, and their visibility rendered them unsuitable for concealing anyone. Thus, it could only be the bedroom in question. Tang An pushed open the bedroom door once more, and a profound silence enveloped the space within. The room was of modest dimensions, akin to that of his own abode. It was evident that this had once been the dwelling of Kinlulu. Subsequently, after Ling Li moved in with her son, Zhang Chun, the sanctity of this chamber had been compromised, though they ultimately did not reside here. The pervasive mold that had taken root in this space rendered it largely overlooked during their inspection. Tang An suspected that someone was concealed within the cabinet. This cabinet appeared exceedingly peculiar, with a thickness of merely 30 centimeters. It was improbable that a wardrobe would be constructed so slenderly, unless it served as a hidden door. As she gently caressed the surface of the door, just as she was about to push it open, the cabinet door abruptly swung around, and a burly man lunged toward Tang An. She realized it was too late to pull the trigger. The man seemed to have been prepared, seizing the gun from her grasp in an instant and pinning her firmly beneath him. Damn it! There was indeed someone here. Regret was futile now. Under the weight of his 200-plus pounds, Tang An found herself utterly immobilized. Curse it, he was rather clever. Fortunately, I had a trick up my sleeve. You little brat, where are our 2 companions? Just then, a subordinate behind her hastily provided a rope, binding her hands behind her back against the wall. I have no idea what you're talking about. Tang An struggled desperately, realizing that these individuals were indeed lured by Kinlulu. It was truly unfortunate for her to find herself alone in this predicament. Alas, they were merely women. Brother cherishes beauty. Allow me to behold your visage. If you are sufficiently lovely, I shall treat you to a lavish feast, Chung Yu exclaimed, an expression of lewd anticipation illuminating his face. He had often heard that the residents here were affluent and beautiful, having fabricated numerous instances of such women before the camera. Yet this was his first opportunity to interact with a genuine beauty. If he could indulge himself, it would not be a wasted visit. Moreover, Suyu, that old rogue, incessantly complained about the lack of excitement. This young lady, armed and capable, promised to bring some thrill. Observing Cheng Yu's exuberance, his subordinates chimed in, "Little girl, do not resist. It is your fortune to be noticed by our elder brother. Do you know what he does? He is affiliated with Dan Han Company. Following him means enjoying the finest luxuries." Chapter 64. 50 levels below, Tang An was uninterested in indulgence, yet she held a keen interest in Dan Han Company. "Show me your face, little one. Your voice is rather sweet," Cheng Yu remarked, as he ruthlessly tore off Tang An's mask. Tang An's fair face was revealed, a visage untouched by the corrosive rains of time. Her skin was translucent and flawless, with exquisite features that exuded a certain spirited charm. Cheng Yu prided himself on his keen perception. This girl appeared to be merely in her 20s, perhaps even a maiden of innocence. Indeed, luck seemed to favor him. "Brother, what is your profession?" After the mask was lifted, Tang An's voice took on a more delicate and affected tone, clearly eager to present herself. The young lady had piqued her own interest, and Cheng Yu, lowering his guard, gently assisted her onto the bed. "My dear, I am employed by Dan Han Corporation. The specifics are not for you to concern yourself with. Just know that my presence ensures your future comfort and sustenance. Whatever delicacies your heart desires, I shall provide." Were it not for the presence of his two companions, Cheng Yu would have been tempted to thoroughly explore the depths of the girl before him. Is that truly the case? Tang An blinked her eyes, her lashes naturally angled and thick, resembling a doll. Of course, her brother would not deceive her. "What is your name?" "Well, I can't give you my real name." Tang An casually fabricated a name. "I am Zhao. I came here to find something to eat. I'm terribly hungry. There's nothing at home." If Cheng Yu had been a bit more observant at that moment, he would have noticed that Tang An's complexion was rosy and radiant, completely unlike someone who had been starved. However, Cheng Yu was entirely consumed by thoughts of the new girl, leaving no room for other considerations. Disgusting. Tang An suppressed her urge to strike him and obediently followed Cheng Yu into the car. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair. At worst, she could retreat into the system and emerge with destructive weapons to break free. With an escape plan in mind, she could advance fearlessly. The vehicle navigated around puddles and then entered another suburban area, a place even Tang An could not name, a county town surrounding Anding City. Likely not far from her rural hometown. She gazed out the window, trying to memorize the route, but in this remote countryside, every road appeared strikingly similar. Even as a semi-local, Tang An could not discern where the car was heading. Upon entering the factory compound, a different world unfolded within. Dozens of luxury cars of various brands were concealed inside what seemed to be a dilapidated workshop. Despite this seemingly shabby exterior, there was strict security from the moment they arrived. The individuals inside appeared to be engaged in outdoor work, all clad in raincoats. These raincoats were unlike any available on the market, made from a material of exceptionally high density. Even when raindrops fell upon them, they would quickly slide off without leaving a trace. Such technology is rarely utilized unless, within a system. "Park the car. I'll take EE upstairs to inspect the goods," Cheng Yu remarked with a lewd grin, the implication of inspecting the goods unmistakable. Naturally, the two lackeys dared not disrupt their boss's plans and hurriedly parked the car at the elevator's entrance. The elevator descended, extending 50 floors below. This kind of structure could significantly mitigate natural disasters, and its construction must have taken considerable time. It seemed that the owner of this place had been preparing for a long time. Although Tang An does not often follow the news, he is aware that such an extraordinarily challenging architectural feat is exceedingly rare worldwide, perhaps even unheard of. This technology might very well stem from the system itself. Thus, the entity behind Dan Han Company must be anything but ordinary. Tang An observed Cheng Yu pressing the button for the 10th floor in the elevator, which presumably indicated the 10 levels below. "Cheng Yu, could you possibly show me around some other floors? I have never visited a residence with multiple subterranean levels before." The woman's composure was astonishingly serene. "Cheng Yu, however, could not help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Which apartment do you reside in within the Peach Blossom Source community? How is it that I have never encountered you before? Why are you venturing out alone in search of food? She feigned a delicate and haughty demeanor, embodying the archetype of a wealthy heiress. Therein lies your error. We are all citizens of the Shinjo nation. When one is in trouble, we ought to offer mutual assistance. See, I am indeed helping you. Have you contemplated how you will repay me? Mutual assistance, or perhaps mutual exploitation, seemed more fitting in this context. Tang An stifled her nausea, choosing to disregard the unwelcome presence of the coarse hand on her waist. That ultimately depends on how much you care for me, Brother Chung, she said, her tone imbued with a playful charm. The address of brother rendered Chung Yu utterly disarmed. He had anticipated that a girl who brandished a weapon would possess a certain strength, not yield so easily. Yet, it seemed she was remarkably compliant. After all, those who understand the times are the true heroes. What dignity could possibly stand against the need to sate one's hunger? Oh dear, let me take you for a proper meal, and then you can pamper your brother, he declared. I serve your uncle. Tang An felt her boundaries being gradually tested. Just as the unwanted hand approached her bosom, the elevator doors opened at the perfect moment. Chung Yu once again placed his hand on Tang An's waist. I brought her. Take her to change into another outfit. Upon seeing Chung Yu, the waitress's face betrayed an awkward fear. Brother Chung, I was wrong. I'll take her right away. Following the waitress, Tang An entered a vast dressing room bustling with young, attractive women chattering as they selected their preferred gowns. Rows upon rows of dresses hung neatly, each labeled with size information. On the opposite side, dozens of makeup stations stood, reminiscent of a backstage area. You can change here. Feel free to use anything inside. Quickly remove that tattered raincoat. The dripping water has sullied the floor. Chapter 65. Mr. When the waitress was deferential before Chung Yu, yet her demeanor shifted entirely in Tang An's presence, revealing an expression of disdain mixed with envy. Tang An remained unfazed, pulling the waitress aside. Sister, I'm new here and not quite familiar with the place. Could you assist me in selecting an outfit that Brother Chung would like? Tang An casually retrieved a piece of jewelry from the system's repository and stealthily placed it into the hands of the waitress. It was a rather modest golden necklace. Yet the waitress felt an overwhelming sense of delight. She had never anticipated that someone would willingly present her with a gift one day. Adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, she accepted the gift, and accompanied by Tang An, she navigated through the shelves to the section where satin gowns were displayed. Choose something suitable for yourself. Brother Chung Yu does not favor overly extravagant attire on girls. With your fair complexion, satin will undoubtedly complement you beautifully. As she spoke, the waitress extracted a gown from the rack and handed it to Tang An. Take this and try it on. There's no need to wear that raincoat anymore, as you want to be going out again. What do you mean I want to be going out? What does that imply? Tang An feigned a frightened expression and pressed. But Brother Chung Yu merely said he would bring me here for a meal. Upon witnessing Tang An's innocent and naive demeanor, the waitress resolved to disclose the truth. Stop pondering. No woman brought here by Brother Chung Yu ever leaves. He is merely a collector of beautiful women for the company as higher-ups. With your delicate, fair skin and striking beauty, should Mr. Wen take an interest in you, a brighter future awaits. Why the silence? You appear to be a university student, correct? It is understandable that one might struggle with such a revelation after receiving higher education. However, considering the state of the world outside, isn't it true that those who come here do so out of desperation? You should feel fortunate to have encountered Brother Chung Yu before reaching that point of despair. The waitress offered her counsel, her words reminiscent of the brothel madams of a bygone era. Tang An heard about a pivotal figure, Mr. Wen. Sister, who is Mr. Wen? Is he a formidable person? The waitress leaned close to Tang An's ear and whispered, Mr. Wen oversees our entire Dan An company. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Recently, Mr. Wen has taken a liking to a paralyzed man. With your beauty, if you adorn yourself well, there's a chance you might win Mr. Wen's favor, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Tang An silently noted the arrival of other girls nearby who were also selecting dresses. She feared that her inquiries might draw unwanted attention. so she refrained from speaking further and turned to change her outfit. The dress recommended by the attendant indeed suited her exquisitely. The deep crimson satin accentuated her regal beauty, and her flawless, fair skin shone like that of a porcelain doll. The attendant, having benefited from her, was eager to extol her virtues. "Let me do your makeup. I used to be a wedding makeup artist. Trust in my skills." With that, the attendant gently urged Tang An to sit at the makeup table. The array of cosmetics before them was, without exception, from high-end brands. The attendant transformed into a makeup artist, meticulously sculpting Tang An's features. This scene captured the attention of several girls around them. "Pay them no mind. You are unlike them. Look at how pristine and fair you are. Mr. One will surely be captivated by you. Don't forget to remember me when you rise. I am O-Chun, a server from the 10th floor." Tang An reveled in the humble flattery with an air of haughty grace. In the presence of onlookers, one must perform with full conviction. "I understand. Proceed with the makeup. Chung Yu is still waiting for me. The one who pays is the master." O-Chun replied with a beaming smile, dismissing any notions of attitude. For Tang An, who was already stunningly beautiful, makeup was merely an embellishment. O-Chun took the time to style her hair up, revealing her bare back, smooth and pale, with hints of muscle definition bestowed by the system. With this transformation, O-Chun felt increasingly confident in Tang An's potential. If she could win over Mr. One, it would indeed be a fortunate turn of events, marking the end of that paralyzed man's proud days. Tang An rose to select a pair of suitable high heels. Adorned in a fiery red dress, she exuded a captivating allure that instantly drew numerous gazes. It was evident that this newcomer possessed an intriguing background. Otherwise, how could she receive such special treatment from the female attendants, who were busy helping her choose garments and apply makeup? Where had O-Chun gone? She needed to come and assist me with my makeup. Mr. One is to meet me this afternoon. Su Xian'er was pushed into the room, commanding the attendants with an air of haughty superiority. Among this assembly of women, she held the position of a favored concubine, both cherished and resented, yet untouchable. "I'll attend to Su Xian'er first. You go find Chung Yu in the restaurant once you're done with your shoes." "Su Xian'er is here too?" Tang An discreetly retreated behind the makeup table, silently observing the unfolding scene. This was her first encounter with Su Xian'er since leaving school. Her face remained unchanged, still radiating a pure beauty, cloaked in a facade of benevolence. Seated in a wheelchair, she was being pushed through the racks, searching for an appropriate outfit. Soon, she discovered a charming apricot-colored tulle skirt, enhancing her delicate appearance. Tang An watched quietly from the back. Outside, another attendant entered, calling out, "Who is Zhao Yi? Chung Yu is looking for you." Suddenly summoned by the name Zhao Yi, Tang An felt unprepared. The occupants of the changing room exchanged glances. This unfamiliar name did not belong to any of the young women present. O-Chun's gaze swiftly landed on Tang, and "Chung Yu is calling for you. Hurry up." Su Xian'er was taken aback by the unexpected chance to see Tang An again. "Tang An, it's you." Her eyes erupted with a torrent of hatred. "You are still alive. I will kill you." She forcefully propelled her wheelchair towards Tang An, who realized her cover was blown. All eyes now fixed upon them. Indeed, seeing an enemy ignited a fierce intensity. Instantly, Tang An transformed her expression, feigning surprise and confusion. "You must be mistaken. Who is Tang An?" Feigning ignorance was futile. Su Xian'er had shared a room with Tang An for 4 years. Even in the form of ashes, she would undoubtedly recognize the remnants of Tang An among the others. Chapter 66. Su Xian'er bows down, having been recognized. Tang An boldly stepped forward. "You are truly stunning. Just the kind of girl Mr. One adores." "Sister O, you were right. This is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen." Su Xian'er regarded Tang An with a wary gaze as she approached, her hands resting heavily on Tang An's shoulders, the pressure so intense that it rendered her momentarily speechless. Where had she acquired such strength? "Tang An, what do you intend to do?" Su Xian'er suspected that if she resisted, Tang An would surely crush her collarbone. "Sister O, Xian'er often misidentifies people. Allow me to take her somewhere else to recognize properly." "Where's the restroom?" Tang An's face beamed with a smile, sweetly addressing her as sister with a crispness that resonated. As O-Chun observed Su Xian'er being controlled by Tang An, A sense of satisfaction welled up within her. "Allow me to escort you to the restroom," she declared. "Ying, please inform Brother Chengyu that Yi is still applying her makeup," striving to present herself beautifully before her audience. The waitress, referred to as Ying, acknowledged her request. Under the watchful gaze of the other women, Tang An and Ochuan together guided Su Xian'er into the restroom. With a smile, Tang An conversed with Ochun while firmly covering Su Xian'er's mouth. Helplessly, Su Xian'er struggled, but her physical disability rendered her unable to pry Tang An's hand away, despite exerting all her strength. Ochun smiled faintly, reassured, "Do not worry." Yi. To Ochun, this girl before her, whether named Yi or Tang An, bore no significance. As long as she could deal with Su Xian'er, that was sufficient. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang An took Su Xian'er away. By the sink in the restroom, Su Xian'er's hands began to tremble imperceptibly, cold sweat soaking her gown, her earlier bravado dissipating in an instant. "Tang An, I do not seek revenge against you. I understand that I brought this upon myself. I've already faced my retribution. Please let me go. We have been roommates for 4 years. Do not treat me this way." Tang An found this woman utterly perplexing. She had no intention of causing her any harm. After stealing her necklace and being caught, before Tang An could utter a word, she cried out in protest and even leapt from a height. It was truly a sign of mental instability. Today, upon hearing Ochun mention that Su Xian'er served Mr. Wen, the proprietor of Danhong Company, she sought a quiet place to inquire about Mr. Wen's affairs. Little did she expect this would unfold. Was it a case of severe paranoia? "Su Xian'er, how did you end up here?" After sharing the same dormitory for 4 years, Tang An hardly dared to hope that Su Xian'er would believe her half-hearted claims. The denials were merely for the ears of those outside. I have been working for Brother Chengyu all along, and after the apocalypse, I followed him here. Tang An, please don't hit me. I have some influence here. Whatever you want, I can assist you." Su Xian'er pleaded with a pitiful gaze directed at Tang An keenly grasped the ominous significance of the term apocalypse. It was merely a matter of an additional half-month of rain, yet the discourse surrounding the end of days had not proliferated widely. "What apocalypse?" Su Xian'er exclaimed, her eyes widening. "You haven't heard? Didn't Brother Chengyu tell you? This rain signifies the apocalypse. Even if it ceases, other calamities will inevitably follow. That is precisely why the company established a safety base here. Tang An, how could you be unaware of this and yet have made your way in? Those who arrived here generally vied for the opportunity to enter. Some sacrificed their life savings, while others presented their knowledge or physical prowess as their ticket in. They had all heard through various channels of the impending doom. So how had Tang An managed to enter without knowledge of this? Clearly, it must have been through her looks. "Tell me about Mr. Wen. What is his background?" Su Xian'er's gaze shifted. Could it be that Tang An was truly here for her? The entire company was aware that since she had graced Mr. Wen's bed, she had become his exclusive possession. It was due to Mr. Wen's fondness for her that she enjoyed numerous privileges, including residing alone in an 80-square-meter suite, with her needs catered to, even in the most private moments. "Tang An, please do not covet Mr. Wen. You have hands and feet and other avenues available to you. I am paralyzed. Without him, I cannot survive," Su Xian'er implored, tears brimming in her eyes. The role of attending to an older gentleman was not one she wished to contest. "What is Mr. Wen's full name? Where is he from? What is his background?" We do not even know his name. We simply refer to him as Mr. Wen, and he seems to be from Bayan City, but his background remains a mystery." Tang An pondered, "What are you planning to do?" Of course, she could not divulge her intentions. At present, it appeared that while Su Xian'er was indeed under Mr. Wen's wing, her knowledge was limited. Thus, Su Xian'er held little value. Yet, she was undeniably a nuisance. If Chengyu discovered that she had altered her name to gain entry, his vigilance would undoubtedly intensify. After all, it was just the two of them present. Tang An resolutely resolved to teleport Su Xian'er to the Black Wind Hotel. Ochun smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I will go find her. Brother Chengyu is waiting for you. Do not keep him in suspense." A living person vanishing into thin air, albeit with only herself and Su Xian'er present, was still a remarkable feat after all. She was merely a delicate young girl. Tang An felt confident in evading suspicion. Chengyu had been waiting for quite some time, and As his patience waned, Tang An appeared clad in a dark red satin gown. Her noble demeanor, graceful swan-like neck, and a blend of innocence and elegance exuded both chastity and allure. Brother Chengyu, I am so frightened. Sister Sienna asked me to accompany her to the restroom, and after I emerged, she had vanished. With the Earth's core so close, could there be ghosts lurking? Having already taken advantage of Chengyu, she decided to fully commit to the act. As she feigned fear, Tang An deliberately nestled closer into Chengyu's embrace. Chengyu's heart instantly softened. Had it not been for the disappearance of Su Xian'er, he would have shown no concern whatsoever. Please do not rush. Take a seat and have something to eat. I will go and assess the situation. The table was already laden with exquisite dishes, including a variety of fresh fruits that were unattainable outside. Tang An casually picked a strawberry from the spread. Its flavor paled in comparison to those she cultivated within the system, lacking in sweetness, yet still refreshingly palatable. In the restroom, Oh-chan initially intended to witness the aftermath of Su Xian'er being dealt with by Tang An. To her astonishment, the room was utterly empty, with even Su Xian'er's wheelchair having vanished. Chapter 67. A Gift from Mr. Wen. Oh-chan had even inspected every tank in the stalls. Surely, if something terrible had occurred, there would be at least a trace of blood. Chengyu stormed into the changing room, his gaze sweeping over the exposed women without lingering. This afternoon, Mr. Wen had specifically requested Su Xian'er. Brother Chengyu, I truly do not know. It was Miss Yi. She. Oh-chan hesitated. If she were to betray the newly arrived Miss Yi at this moment, she would offend both Yi and Su Xian'er, leaving herself with no recourse. Miss Yi had refused to lend her gown to Su Xian'er, leading to an argument. Yi claimed she needed to use the restroom, and upon emerging, she handed the dress to Su Xian'er. Fearing that Yi might escape without giving her the dress, Su Xian'er insisted on accompanying her inside. Then, a shriek pierced the air. After Yi fled in terror, Su Xian'er had vanished. Due to the brevity of time, Oh-chan's words were somewhat disjointed. She hoped her fabricated tale about the dress might deceive Chengyu. Fortunately, Chengyu was preoccupied with contacting the security team to locate Su Xian'er and paid little attention to Oh-chan's excuse. Damn it. That wretched woman has never encountered anything worthwhile. Is a mere rag worth fighting over? If it weren't for Mr. Wen's fondness for her, I would have disposed of her long ago. A cripple is of no use in bed. Chengyu had once held a certain fondness for Su Xian'er, a tender college girl with an innocent appearance and a soft-spoken manner that evoked sympathy. She was playful, extravagant, and open to new experiences. However, since ascending to Mr. Wen's bed, Su Xian'er had grown increasingly spoiled, truly believing herself to be the emperor's favored concubine. TSK. She was nothing more than a harlot. Displeased as he was, it could not be denied that Mr. Wen had recently taken a keen interest in Su Xian'er. The uncertainty of what troubles might ensue if Su Xian'er remained unfound weighed heavily on him. Yet, when the call came through, the security personnel reported, "We are unable to locate Su Xian'er. There are no records of her departure at the entrance." This posed a significant dilemma. Chengyu lost his appetite and instructed Oh-chan to confine Tang into her room, rallying his brothers to scour the entire building. Meanwhile, Su Xian'er lay in a luxurious overseas hotel she had previously visited with her wealthy boyfriend, the ocean visible beyond the window as spring blossomed outside. She had also attempted to open the door, but was met with an impenetrable darkness outside. After several reminders from Mr. Wen, Chengyu still had not located her. He hesitated, torn between informing Mr. Wen or resorting to a deceptive substitution. "Chengyu, shall I take Miss Yi there?" Seeing Chengyu in distress, Oh-chan proactively offered to escort Tang An. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he lacked the audacity to defy Mr. Wen. Should Mr. Wen express his displeasure, he would lose his position at Dan Hong Group, leaving him with nothing. "Very well, take Yi there. I will call Mr. Wen first." After much contemplation, Chengyu finally devised the most plausible excuse, fledgling. He hoped that when Mr. Wen inspected the goods, Zhao Yi would not let him down. Tang An sat in the room, where outside the window, a simulation of the natural alternation of day and night played. The environment here was almost absurdly pleasant, and she increasingly wished to linger a few more days. If only she could seize the opportunity to approach Mr. Wen, it would be even better. as she dozed off. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected opportunity delivered by Oh-chan. Miss Yi, you're truly fortunate. Su Sienna has gone missing, and Chung Yu has requested that you accompany Mr. One in her stead. Is that so? Should I retouch my makeup? Perhaps I ought to bring along a Gatling gun that fires blue flames? In an instant, Tang had devised a strategy for dealing with Mr. One. First, restrain him. Then administer a thorough beating and demand clarity regarding the situation at the headquarters in Ban City. Ultimately, she would leave with a bullet in hand. After committing so many heinous acts, profiting from the chaos of the apocalypse, forcing people into displacement, and even sending out agents to select a consort, 10 deaths would not suffice to quench her thirst for vengeance. No need. You're so beautiful. There's certainly no need for makeup, Oh-chan reassured. I know nothing of this Tang and business. All I am aware of is that Su Sienna attempted to steal your gown, leading to a dispute that brought you both to the restroom, correct? It was crucial to synchronize their testimonies. Otherwise, any slip under Chung Yu's scrutiny would spell trouble. Though numerous women were present, none captured Chung Yu's attention. They were all of inferior quality, and he would surely disdain engaging with them further, which reassured Oh-chan. Yes. After I entered the stall, I emerged to find Su Sienna gone. Tang An recognized Oh-chan's intent to align their accounts and continued accordingly. That should not be the case. I heard you scream inside. Did you witness something? Oh-chan prompted. Indeed, I saw it. I beheld a man suddenly appear and take Su Sienna away. Tang An smiled faintly and then whispered to Oh-chan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I will provide you with what you desire. In Tang An's eyes, Oh-chan had adapted to the rules of Danhong Company. Thus, it was evident that she harbored aspirations beyond the position of a mere waitress. Tang An surmised that Oh-chan sought an opportunity to ascend within the ranks of Danhong Company. If she could eliminate Mr. One and diminish the current power of Danhong, it would not be overly ambitious for Oh-chan to indulge in a life of abundance and authority here. Oh-chan smiled subtly, resumed her role in assisting Tang An with her makeup, and then accompanied her to Chung Yu, who would escort her to the 15th floor via the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, Chung Yu did not step out immediately. Serve Mr. Wen well, and your future standing shall not be inferior to that of Su Sienna. I hope you do not forget your roots, as she has. Rest assured, thank you, Brother Chung Yu. Tang An excitedly stepped out of the elevator, entering a spacious and expansive office. A man clad in a tailored suit sat at the desk before her, his gold-rimmed glasses obscuring his eyes, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Chapter 68. The faux overbearing CEO, isn't he the very embodiment of a domineering CEO? Yet, it seems this particular figure of authority is somewhat older, appearing to be under 40, with a beard that suggests he fancies himself quite charming. Zhao Yi, is it? Come closer, so I may observe you properly. Are you nearsighted, or perhaps suffering from presbyopia? Tang An's expression soured as she approached. Madam, you believe yourself to be unique, daring to regard me with such a countenance. Tut, has this overbearing CEO misphrased his lines? What he ought to have said is, Madam, splendidly done. You have indeed captured my attention. Tang An donned a cheerful fa-ade, approaching Mr. Wen while inwardly mocking him. At least for now, this red dress suits you well. Have you never had a boyfriend? Oh, would you like to be my boyfriend? Even she found her own words revolting. Yet, upon hearing her declaration, Mr. Wen inexplicably grew excited. He removed his glasses and leaned closer to her. Boyfriend? You truly are unaware of your own naivety. Did this Mr. Wen indulge in cliché romance novels? Every word he uttered seemed borrowed. Tang An forced a smile and asked Mr. Wen, what is your name? I am Zhao Yi, she replied, the E that signifies reluctance to part. Me? Mr. Wen lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her intently. Indeed, if you were to be my boyfriend, you ought to share your name with me. Reveal your name to me, and then we shall converse leisurely within the system. I shall eventually uproot your Danhong group. Tang An has changed her mind. Eliminating this Mr. Wen serves no purpose. He is likely just a facade for the Danhong group in Anjing City. As for the reason, residing on the 15th floor speaks volumes. And me? Remember this. Your man's name is Wen Yangxiu Tang An. That's sufficient. There is no need for further discourse with this insipid man. Just as the man was about to extend his lecherous hands, Tang An swiftly kicked him in the chest. When Yangxiu fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. 5 minutes may not seem long, yet it is ample time. Heroine, heroine, I'm unsure how I've offended you. I implore you, spare me. I can offer you anything you desire. How does the current demeanor of this woman, exuding arrogance, align with the notion of pitiable? As the dutiful big sister, Black Wind finally sensed her sister's need for assistance and promptly stood before her, unleashing a bear-like roar at the villain. Roar! The little minions, Meow Meow and Me, witnessing their leader's display of power, became agitated and joined in, threateningly screeching at Wen Yangxiu. Their deep growls intensified Wen Yangxiu's trepidation. I'll tell you everything, just ask, but please don't let them harm me. Wen Yangxiu, overwhelmed with fear, was on the verge of kneeling before Tang An, completely devoid of the domineering executive aura he had just exhibited. Where does the Dan Hong company source its materials? How are they transported? Who else is above you? Upon hearing the inquiries, Wen Yangxiu's previously tense demeanor surprisingly relaxed. What is your purpose? Risking it all merely for fame and fortune? It's not worth it. I can provide you with whatever you seek. What do I desire? Wealth, power, and a sense of righteousness. It matters not what you wish to offer. I can procure it all. To be candid, the depths of the Dan Hong company are far beyond your imagination. Regardless of your position, you will not be able to effect any change. I advise you to refrain from wasting your efforts. Wen Yangxiu regarded Tang, and with a hint of disdain and mockery. Are you not afraid of my killing you? What would that achieve? You would still be unable to obtain what you desire, only burdening your conscience. You should recognize that my capabilities alone cannot elevate the Dan Hong company to its current stature. I am but a trivial pawn. My demise would not offer you solace nor alter the present circumstances. It would only burden you with a life taken, a stain upon your soul that can never be cleansed. When Yangxiu believed he had discerned Tang An's thoughts, he dismissed her as merely a passionate youth, possessing some skill and unique abilities, yet harboring a naive idealism of saving the world, rendering her endeavors a mere farce. He was certain Tang An would not dare to bear the weight of innocent blood. When Yangxiu, do you truly consider yourself innocent? Who in Bayan City serves as your pillar of support? Tang An's impatient past tightened its grip around Wen Yangxiu's neck, instilling within him a profound sense of fear. An unexpected, formidable figure. Kill me, go ahead, and you shall bear the burden of a life taken. Wen Yangxiu retorted with a mocking smile. TSK. After reading so many novels about domineering CEOs, how could he not understand that villains often perish due to their excessive loquacity? Does he truly believe himself to be particularly dashing in this moment? I shall grant you one final chance. With that, Tang An stepped back, allowing the dark winds to advance. The approach of the colossal black dog made Wen Yangxiu swallow hard. He was certain that Tang An would not take a life. He mistakenly believed Tang An to be a police officer, educated in the law, and thus harboring a reverence and fear for human life. Yet, that beast comprehended nothing of the sort. The 15th floor descends another 35 levels, half occupied by distinguished elites and high-ranking officials, the other half by peculiar individuals like yourself. My authority does not extend to such depths. Release me, and I shall serve as your informant. Had you recognized this sooner, it would have been far more advantageous. Tang An waved his hand toward Black Wind, signaling him to withdraw. At that moment, Wen Yangxiu suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. Black Wind, fiercely protective of his master, leaped forward and bit down on Wen Yangxiu's head, while Miaomami pounced simultaneously. Before Wen Yangxiu could even struggle, he met his demise. Gasping his last breath, the entire event unfolded so abruptly that Tang An had yet to fully comprehend it. He watched as Black Wind pranced over, proudly clutching Wen Yangxiu's head in his mouth. For the first time, she truly understood that Black Wind was indeed a ferocious beast. Chapter 69. The man emerging from the light when Yangxiu's death came as a shocking surprise. Tang An gazed at the grotesque, bloodied corpse before her and the proud countenance of Black Wind. In her helplessness, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Black Wind, please. From now on, let me handle it. If you get yourself dirty, sister won't like you anymore. Do you understand? She tenderly stroked Black Wind's head with trembling fingers and then grasped at Wen Yangxiu's head, attempting to pry it from Black Wind's jaws. The scene was too gruesome. It seemed Black Wind realized that Tang An disapproved of his actions and swiftly discarded what he held in his mouth, awkwardly wiping his jaws with his paw, fearful of her disdain. Meanwhile, the less discerning Myoamami continued to gnaw and tear at Wen Yangshio's corpse until Black Wind called out, prompting them to finally release their grip. Tang An sat at a distance from the corpse, disregarding the Black Wind's insistence for affection as it nudged against her. She remained still, seeking to calm her tumultuous thoughts. When Yangshio was truly dead, what was she to do? She needed to descend below the 15th floor. It turned out that his name was Wen Tao, not Wen Yangshio. According to the records, he was indeed a complete novice in every aspect. His pastime consisted of indulging in Clich D, domineering CEO novels. Feeling that his own name was too pedestrian, he had chosen to adopt the name Wen Yangshio, inspired by a beloved male protagonist. He was indeed a resident of Bayan City, yet merely the overlooked third son of a prominent family. Employed at Dan An Company, he was relegated to the obscure and Ding City, serving merely as a superficial scapegoat for the company. While the Dan An Company above the 15th floor profited from the common populace, the operations below it were focused on siphoning wealth from the state. They sold limited resources to the government at exorbitant prices, exchanging them for unwarranted advantages, which also entailed numerous international dealings. Although she was merely a wedding makeup artist, she possessed the skills to style hair. Tang An did not expect to transform into an exact replica of Wen Yangshio. She merely hoped to evade detection by the surveillance systems. When summoned to the 15th floor for the first time, Oh-chun was taken aback. She had prepared herself for the worst, even if Mr. Wen were to unleash his wrath upon her. A dismal life was better spent with dignity in death than enduring torment at the hands of Su Xian'er. As the elevator doors opened above, however, none of her apprehensions materialized. She did not even catch a glimpse of Mr. Wen. Tang An approached Oh-chun with measured calmness. "Are you skilled in special effects makeup? Where is Mr. Wen gone? Did you kill him? Were you also responsible for Su Xian'er's demise? Who on earth are you?" The unfolding events surpassed Oh-chun's expectations, instilling a sense of trepidation towards this seemingly innocuous young girl. "I am your benefactor. If you possess the talent for special effects makeup, I can facilitate your transformation into Mr. Wen. I can do that. We are now bound together like grasshoppers on the same string." Tang An smiled faintly, adopting an inscrutable demeanor that only heightened Oh-chun's fear. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a pristine emptiness, akin to an unrenovated shell of a house. Devoid of even a single pillar or beam, a young man stood within. His hair, as well as his eyelashes and eyebrows, were white. The harsh light caused him to squint, and despite Tang An's presence before him, it was as though he could not see her at all. This individual appeared to be an albino. Tang An recalled having learned in books that albinos are sensitive to sunlight and possess weakened vision. Perhaps the recent exposure to bright light rendered him incapable of seeing. In the system, Wen Yangshio had once mentioned that the 15th floor housed both prominent figures and extraordinary individuals like Tang An. This somewhat peculiar albino boy must be one of the extraordinary beings Wen Yangshio referred to. The man struggled to bring his phone close to his eyes, managing to make the call only after much effort. Tang An stood at a distance, hesitant to make sound. The man across from him, after finishing his phone call, leisurely meandered towards the elevator. Tang An quietly shifted his position to avoid being directly in front of the elevator entrance. As the man approached, he pressed the elevator button, and at the very moment he was about to step inside, he drew a dagger and lunged directly towards Tang An's chest. Tang An swiftly evaded, yet the assailant's movements were alarmingly swift. She never anticipated that someone with such poor eyesight could detect her presence and launch an attack. "Who are you? How did you gain entry?" Though he struggled to see clearly, his sense of smell was exceptionally acute. From the moment he emerged, he had discerned the faint scent of powder in the air. "You've hurt me, you wretched brother," Tang An drawled, her voice laced with feigned petulance to capture his attention. As he hesitated in contemplation, she endured the pain and drew her pistol, aiming it at the same spot on his shoulder. "Very well, we are even now." Chapter 70, A Reunion with Shun Huang. Tang An harbored no inclination to bully the vulnerable. Struck by a bullet, The boy felt an unprecedented surge of pain coursing through him. With a quivering lip, he succumbed to uncontrollable tears. "Why are you crying? Was it not you who initiated the violence against me?" For the first time, Tang An beheld such fragility in a perpetrator. When he had previously inflicted harm upon himself, it had been with genuine intent to end his own life. "What is your purpose? Who sent you to ambush me here?" "Ambush? It's rather difficult to clarify," came the reply. "Do you truly believe I stumbled upon you by chance?" Tang An felt at a loss for words, yet a sense of unease lingered. Why should he feel compelled to defend himself? Why offer justification? It was clear that the boy had been the first to act against him. Had he not initiated that action, he would never have resorted to confronting a stranger. "Who dispatched you? Was it from the third family or the second? What does any of this even mean?" Tang An rolled his eyes and remarked, "I have already stated that it was merely a coincidence. What nonsense about being the second or third? I am the eldest." To which he retorted, "Nonsense. The eldest has long since passed away." Tang An felt disinclined to engage further with the weeping little boy. Judging by his demeanor, he surely could not be a prominent figure. It was highly likely that he had mistaken the person he was seeking. Tang An pressed her hand against the wound as she ascended in the elevator. Upon drawing her dagger, crimson blood swiftly stained her blouse. Her vision blurred, and her grip was surprisingly forceful. She mused that had the boy exerted a bit more strength, he might have pierced his shoulder. Given her injury, she knew she had to leave immediately. Before her departure, Oh-chun inquired what assistance Tang An required. Tang An merely replied that they would reconnect in the future. Yet she left without even providing a phone number, hurrying away. The raincoats from Dan Han Company indeed proved to be remarkably effective. The raindrops cascaded off the surface without leaving a trace to corrode the fabric. In her interactions with Dan Han Company, she observed that women held a subordinate status, often relegated to roles as service providers and companions. Chunyu was responsible for managing these women. Beyond that, she remained unaware of significant operational aspects concerning essential supplies. This venture in apparel seemed hardly worthwhile. Fortunately, she had successfully placed an informant, Oh-chun, within Dan Han Company. Her instincts suggested that this woman harbored considerable ambition and would play a pivotal role in the future. As Tang An walked, she pondered everything about Dan Han Company. Suddenly, she heard the sound of tires crushing the muddy ground. Instinctively, she sought refuge in the thicket, knowing that any vehicle approaching must belong to Dan Han Company. Shen Huang was on the verge of madness. Just as he emerged from Villa Number 19, he discovered that the off-road vehicle at the entrance of Villa No. 17 had vanished. In a frenzy, he sprinted towards it, yet found nothing but emptiness. Meanwhile, Tang An's phone became unreachable. Feng Yun was still devising ways to contact superiors for assistance, while Shen Huang hastily jumped into his car to search for her. If anything were to happen to Tang An, he would have no explanation to offer anyone, including himself. The rain fell relentlessly, washing away the traces left by the vehicle's passage. The community surveillance could only reveal when the car departed, leaving Shen Huang to rely solely on luck to locate her thereafter. After searching for over an hour outside, he had nearly scoured the entire urban area of Anding City without sighting the unlicensed jeep. In the wake of the calamity, he reluctantly reached out to his uncle for the first time. "Wang Yang, I need your help to find someone." Despite his deep-seated resentment towards his uncle, he recognized that only Wang Yang could assist him in this dire situation. Wang Yang, holding a position not far beneath Wang Mian, instinctively assumed that the girl his nephew sought was likely to be his future niece-in-law. While tracking the girl's location, he also delved into her background. However, he found a match lacking. Yet, recognizing the importance of rescuing a life, he promptly sent the location information. Upon pinpointing the phone's location, Shen Huang initially believed he could locate Tang An from there, only to discover, to his dismay, a completely wrecked phone lying there. Its owner had vanished without a trace. Finding the phone at least confirmed a general direction. Tang An must have passed through here. But where could it lead? Shen Huang could only rely on chance, exploring every road in search of her. Fortune smiled upon him, for not long after, he unexpectedly encountered Tang An, who was flagging down his vehicle. Upon spotting Shen Huang's bus, she swiftly dashed from the underbrush, vigorously waving her arms and calling out loudly. Two individuals, wrapped securely in their own burdens, intuitively found each other. Shen Huang turned his vehicle around, inviting Tang An inside. 1,000 questions surged in his mind, all clamoring to escape. Yet he could only manage to utter, "How are you?" Tang An longed to assert that she was fine, yet the wound continued to seep blood, and she could even feel it trickling down her thigh. Despite being tightly ensconced in a raincoat, the external temperature hovered around a sweltering 40 degrees. Yet an inexplicable chill coursed through her. It was the sensation of excessive blood loss. Her voice was frail, each breath gripping Shen Huang's nerves with an unsettling intensity. "The clothes are off. I have medicine in the car." Tang An took off her raincoat, revealing the clothes that Cheng Yu had already discarded. She now donned a white short-sleeved shirt given to her by Ochuan, which had turned crimson in places. Her shorts were also soaked with blood, which trickled down her thigh to just below the knee. How could such a severe injury occur? Shen Huang retrieved a medical kit from the back of the car and used scissors to cut away half of the sleeve and shoulder of the shirt, exposing a gruesome, gaping knife wound. The injury was not large, but exceedingly deep, likely severing tendons and bones. Such a grave injury necessitated a visit to the hospital for professional medical attention. "I will take you to the 3rd hospital," he stated. Chapter 71. You are also involved. Shen Huang's hands trembled as he gripped the steering wheel. Over the years, he had witnessed countless harrowing and bloody scenes that evoked fear, fervor, and profound sorrow within him. Yet, it was Tang An's injury that felt as if a piece of his heart had been violently wrenched away. Her fragile demeanor rendered him hesitant to utter even a single word. Tang An resembled a wounded fawn curled up in her seat. He yearned to drive faster, yet feared the jostling of the vehicle would cause her further discomfort. Shen Huang cautiously inquired, solely motivated by the desire to minimize any delay in her treatment. At last, the car entered the neighborhood and came to a gentle stop in front of Villa number 18. Tang Zhenghua, for the first time, utilized all his connections both domestically and abroad. It had only been 7 or 8 hours since his daughter went missing, a time frame far from meeting the criteria for a formal investigation. Feng Yun was unable to secure sufficient police support, but fortunately, Shen Huang had set out to find her. Kuya was utterly distraught. She understood her daughter's stubborn nature. When she inquired about Dan Hong Company, she had repeatedly urged her to ensure her own safety. Now, she was filled with profound regret, lamenting the misallocation of her time. As the car moved forward, Tang An had already taken the hemostatic medication. Yet, for reasons unknown, bright red blood continued to seep from the wound, the dark crimson scabs and fresh blood incessantly assaulting Kuya's vision. What was happening to her? What had happened to Shen Huang? In a moment of overwhelming dread, it felt as though all the blood surged to her head, and without warning, she fell backward. Upon hearing a commotion, Tang Zhenghua emerged to witness Shen Huang carrying Tang An toward the bedroom. In a frenzy, he shouted, "Annie has collapsed in the garage." Noticing Tang Zhenghua's stillness, Shen Huang repeated his urgent plea. This time, Tang Zhenghua grasped the gravity of the situation. He hurried over, only to find his wife lying motionless on the floor. He attempted to rouse her, but as he cradled her head, he was confronted by the stark, crimson pool of blood beneath her. Fortunately, Kuya stirred back to consciousness amidst Tang Zhenghua's desperate calls. She had struck the back of her head on the ground, and blood flowed freely. Ignoring her own injuries, Kuya grasped Tang Zhenghua's hand and staggered along after him. Tang An retrieved some iodine from the drawer of her room, applied it to her wound for disinfection, and then restopped the bleeding with a simple dressing. She sent Shen Huang out of the room, determined to clarify the matters concerning Dan Hong Company, as well as her own doubts regarding the system. She intended to seek answers all at once. Tang Zhenghua and Kuya sat on either side of Tang An's bed, weeping like heartbroken souls. One might mistakenly believe that Tang An had met a tragic end. "And then, where have you gone? What has happened? Does it hurt? Who has taken you away? Just tell Dad, and I will fight for you." During the treatment, Tang An had already numbed herself from the pain. Yet, seeing her parents in such distress brought a warmth to her heart. "Dad, Mom, no one has abducted me. I willingly followed the people from Dan Hong Company. They monopolize not only the essential resources for survival in Anding City, but also abduct young girls and engage in numerous international dealings. That is why I chose to join Dan Hong Company. I wanted to uncover the truth behind them. Indeed, I have discovered that there is someone behind it, and they too possess a system. Her voice remained frail, yet every word she uttered was strikingly clear. Tang Zhenghua could not comprehend why his daughter had come into conflict with Dan Hong Company. And then, can we not simply close the door and lead our own little lives? Must we concern ourselves with the outside world? Upon learning that the matter involved Dan Hong Company, Tang Zhenghua's resolve faltered, and the fierce determination he had just exhibited dissipated entirely. Why should we interfere? If those who ought to take charge neglect their duties, then let me, an unwarranted interloper, take it upon myself. Upon hearing that his daughter had gone to Dan Hong Company, Kuya's taut nerves relaxed slightly. With his head bowed, he wiped away his tears, saying, "You cannot intervene either. Listen to me. Once the rain has passed, we shall head to Bayan City. By then, none of this will concern us." Tang An could not comprehend the meaning of indifference. Could it be that all the people in the world had perished, yet her family could survive alone? She was no savior, yet she found it unbearable to witness countless lives succumb to calamities when she possessed the ability to save them. "Mother, please speak truthfully with me. Does Dan Hong Company have any connection to you?" Tang An amplified her voice to embolden herself. She fixed her gaze intently on her mother, Kuya, keenly discerning the nuances of her expressions. Was it guilt or shock? "Tang An, that is your mother. I am aware she is my mother. How do you know the system so well? Unless you have been part of it yourself. How do you possess such knowledge of Dan Hong Company, unless you are involved? Why do you isolate yourself? Because once you shut the door, you manipulate Dan Hong Company from the shadows." Kuya had not anticipated that her daughter perceived her in this light. "Since you have already concluded the truth in this manner, why do you still question me? Why must you risk so much? Tang An, there are many things I cannot divulge to you, but I must make it clear that everything I do is to protect you." Trapped in the car together, Kuya initially intended to defuse the situation. Yet Tang An dashed out with the ferocity of tempest, her action of shutting the car door indicating she was no longer the child in need of protection. In the face of danger, her first instinct was to safeguard her mother. Kuya felt a sense of pride, yet also concern for her daughter's recklessness. She would inevitably pay a price for her sense of justice and stubbornness. This realization compelled her to accelerate her plans. Tang An's emotions were so tumultuous that they exacerbated her wound. The feelings of abandonment that had been suppressed for years surged forth in that moment. And then, "She is your mother," Tang Zhenghua reiterated, attempting to awaken Tang An from her turmoil. Yet, this only intensified her resentment. She scoffed coldly, "You abandoned me, and you're equally culpable. You may go to Bayan City. I shall not accompany you." Chapter 72. Converging enemies. It was unclear what had transformed the once obedient daughter into a tempestuous individual. For a moment, Tang Zhenghua found himself at a loss for words. Yet he firmly believed that Dan Hong Company had nothing to do with his wife. He nudged his wife's arm. "Kuya, please explain to our daughter. It has been so difficult for our family to reunite. Let us not allow misunderstandings to lead to discord." Kuya bore a wound on her head, leaving her mind clouded and unable to comprehend the so-called evidence mentioned by her daughter. She could scarcely grasp the situation, let alone formulate a rebuttal. "And then, I assure you that everything I have done is to protect you." Her words, however, only fueled Tang An's disdain further. "Do I not make myself clear enough? I do not require your protection. Your so-called protection is stained with blood and death, and I cannot afford it." The atmosphere was fraught with tension when Shan Huang's timely knock at the door shattered the oppressive silence. There's someone at the door. "Uncle Tang, the person claims to be your nephew." "Oh dear. Annie, why is your head bleeding?" It was at that moment that Tang An realized blood was trickling through her mother's hair, soaking her back and collar. She yearned to utter words of concern, yet having just expressed her anger, she found herself unable to voice them. Ultimately, she could only watch as her parents left her room, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Shan Huang retrieved the necessary medication from the drawer where Tang An had just stored her supplies, intending to tend to Kuya's injuries. Dragging her wounded body back into the Black Wind Hotel, she pushed open the familiar door, only to find that it no longer led to her current room, but had transformed into a university dormitory. Nestled in her small bed, she succumbed to a deep slumber, weakened from blood loss. The wound on her shoulder quietly began to mend. However, it was only a short while into her sleep when the incessant ringing of her phone disrupted her rest. Squinting, Tang An answered the call. She could almost envision the frail version of herself being abducted and enduring all manner of abuse before managing to escape. Her heart ached terribly. Had she been by Tang An's side, she would have done everything in her power to protect her from harm. It's nothing. How did you find out? Of course, it was Wang Yang who was inquiring, having received information through Wang Mian. Wang Mian had met Tang An and was aware of her close relationship with Guanya. Thus, he sought assistance from connections in Anding City to help locate her. It was then that Guanya made the call. Don't worry, I'm fine. How are you? Are you eating enough over there? What is the living situation like? Guanya lamented, don't even get me started. As soon as I arrived in Bayan City, Uncle Wang had me by his side. It's hardly different from living in a military compound. But this is not my ambition. I want to go out and save people. In the wake of this natural disaster, there are far too many in need of rescue. Tang An managed a weary smile. How she wished she could save more lives as well. And what about Zheng Chun? Is he in the family quarters too? No. He is tasked with responsibilities at the base. It's quite demanding. Did Wang Mian send him there? When will Tang An be unable to forget about the CP? It must be because Wang Mian still harbors affection for Guanya and does not wish for Zheng Chun to grow too close to her, which is why he assigned Zheng Chun to another location. Perhaps that is the case. And then, I miss you dearly. Guanya does not enjoy life in Bayan City. Wang Mian has no time to attend to her, and Zheng Chun is scarcely able to meet her even once. The only thing she can do is assist everyone in preparing food and distributing supplies. So, could you do me a favor? But let it be clear that the condition for your assistance is that you must protect yourself. Upon hearing this, Guanya instantly perked up. You can count on me. I will certainly help. From monopolistic behavior of Danhong Company in Anding City to Tang An's deep dive into Danhong Company, uncovering their abduction of women, as well as Mr. Wen's mentions of the foreign and supernatural aspects, Tang An spoke candidly about everything he knew. Tang An was uncertain whether dragging Guanya into the water was right or wrong. She only knew that Guanya was of the same ilk as herself. If even individuals like them chose to prioritize their own safety and refrain from taking action, who else would dare to do anything? I provide you with two names, Tang Ting and Wen Tao. Beyond that, I remain uninformed. Indeed, Tang An had mentioned to Guanya that she had a little aunt, yet she had not disclosed the name of this aunt at that time. Consequently, Guanya did not associate the name Tang Ting with Tang An's biological aunt. After hanging up the phone, Tang An found herself utterly unable to sleep. Her shoulder throbbed with pain, the wound having scabbed over, causing both discomfort and itchiness, a sensation often described as the flesh's regeneration. Feeling somewhat hungry, she turned and made her way to the Liangtian restaurant. It was only after she had satiated her hunger that she recalled the system provided sustenance. Thus, she had not stocked up on food at home. This implied that if she were to be truly away from her parents, they would struggle even for their meals. Contemplating this, she steeled herself and exited the restaurant. She recognized that her emotions had been particularly sensitive and unruly that day. As she stepped out of her room, she recalled Shun Huang mentioning that a certain nephew of her father had arrived. Presumably, he was a cousin from her grandmother's side, having come to seek assistance upon learning that her family resided there. Before she could reach the living room, she overheard the insincere greetings exchanged among relatives. Xiao Bai, how is your mother's health? She is managing, the condition is under control. The cancer cells have not spread, yet the tumor's location renders it inoperable. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Tang An treaded lightly, continuing to eavesdrop on the commotion in the living room. My dear younger sister has truly suffered. Having escaped from that impoverished mountain valley, just as she began to enjoy a few years of good fortune, she fell ill. Xiao Bai, do you think your uncle and I could be of any help? We will certainly do our utmost. The doctor also, suddenly, a sunflower seed was hurled accurately in her direction. Tang An emerged from the staircase, and before him stood a figure radiating an ethereal glow. It was that albino man who had nearly pierced him through. How unfortunate! Chapter 73. A crimson visitor. When adversaries meet, their enmity intensifies. Just as Shun Huang was conveniently absent, Tang An swiftly drew his firearm. The ominous sound of the bullet being chambered struck terror into the heart of the white-haired man. "Uncle, what on earth is happening?" Tang Zhenghua never anticipated that events would unfold precisely as Tang An had described. He had maintained minimal contact with his younger sister for an extended period. Instead, it was his wife who had recently been in frequent communication with her. This sudden revelation sparked a flicker of doubt regarding his spouse. Could it be that Kuya genuinely had ties to this so-called Danhong company? And so what if I am associated with Danhong company? My mother sent me here. Had I known I was coming to rescue you, I would have stayed away. You're not the only one who has suffered. The gunshot wound on my shoulder has yet to heal. Nevertheless, in comparison, Tang An's injuries are far more grievous, having bled profusely. Although the bullet had pierced Liu Bai's body directly while he was at Danhong company, the wound was treated promptly and has since ceased to bleed. With a coat on, it is nearly impossible to discern that he had been injured. This company, which only emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse, had been voraciously hoarding resources even before the catastrophe struck, leading to a severe depletion of essential supplies for the nation and rendering life exceedingly difficult for the populace. It is astonishing that such a nefarious establishment, reviled by society, could indeed be linked to him in any capacity. All this time, he had been blissfully unaware. I told you, Danhong Company was established by my father, and now my sister is assisting him. My aunt has been in contact with my mother, informing her of your current hardships and the need to relocate to Bayan City. Hence, my mother requested that I come and fetch you. If you have yet to reach a consensus, please do call me once you have. After finally arriving at his uncle's home, he was dismayed to discover that the woman who had ambushed him was none other than his cousin, despite being the one who had been implored to offer assistance. It seemed there were internal conflicts within the family. What a futile endeavor. Seeing Liu Bai prepare to leave, Kuya became frantic. Disregarding the gazes of her husband and daughter, she rushed over and grasped Liu Bai's arm. Having just sustained a gunshot wound and being abruptly tugged by his aunt, Liu Bai, who was not particularly resilient, found tears streaming down his face. As he turned to exit, intending to drive away, Kuya, in a state of confusion, immediately apologized. "It's all my aunt's fault. She didn't mean any harm. Please, don't go just yet." Tang An felt that it was only today that she truly recognized her biological mother before her. She could not comprehend why her mother would so humbly apologize to the white-haired man, nor could she fathom why, despite knowing the notorious reputation of Danhong Corporation, she insisted on going to Bayan City. Liu Bai smirked twice, saying, "If you want me to stay, he must apologize to me." As he spoke, Liu Bai lifted his chin, looking at Tang An with a sense of pride. Tang An did not buy into his nonsense at all. If it weren't for the presence of her parents, she would have undoubtedly taken action against this feeble kinship that she had never encountered before. There was no room for negotiation. He should leave at once. We are no longer going to Bayan City. It was a self-inflicted embarrassment. Liu Bai, however, felt no sorrow, humming a tune as he settled back onto the sofa. "It's quite all right. I shall wait here for you, or perhaps stay for a few days. Your accommodations do not seem so dismal, and I find them rather appealing." Upon hearing Liu Bai's declaration of intent to remain, Kuya appeared quite pleased. "Then you shall stay here. Once the rain ceases, we shall depart. There are rooms upstairs. You may go on up." With that, Kuya moved to assist Liu Bai. Since childhood, his vision had always been unclear, and over the years, he had grown accustomed to the haze of his sight. For him, reliance on vision was no longer significant, and the inability to see clearly did not hinder his daily life. Nevertheless, he brushed off Kuya's hand. "Aunt, I would prefer my cousin to assist me. Is that all right?" Tang An was filled with such rage that she felt as though she could crush her teeth in frustration. "Well, dear brother, I truly wish to draw closer to you," she said, though the tone suggested otherwise. It seemed as though Tang An wanted to devour herself in despair. Meanwhile, Liu Bai remained quite pleased. Residing here meant he would have ample opportunity to torment Tang An and exact his revenge, especially since they were dependent on him. At that moment, Tang Jingwa stepped forward, saying, "Xiao Bai, you go upstairs first. I will assist you." It was somewhat tedious, but as the head of the family spoke, Liu Bai felt compelled to show him some respect. Tang An's countenance was shrouded in gloom, for she could never fathom her mother's actions. Previously, she had believed that their hard-won reunion warranted her instinctive desire to safeguard this precious maternal affection, rendering her hesitant to voice her concerns. Now, when she posed her questions directly, her mother merely responded that her actions were meant to protect her. But could it truly be protection to allow malevolence to proliferate and the populace to suffer? This was not protection at all, but rather a license for wrongdoers to thrive. Tang An could not reconcile herself with her mother's perspective. Tang Zhenghua hurriedly descended the stairs, and the atmosphere in the living room was distinctly eerie. Kuya silently wiped away her tears, as if she had borne an immense grievance. Tang An, on the other hand, was emotionally charged, nearly on the verge of slamming her hands on the table. She yearned for a genuine answer, not a dismissive response, nor any so-called protection. Tang An, where does this system of yours originate? At that time, it was our neighbor Donier who gifted me a ruby, claiming it could be activated in times of peril to harness the energy that would safeguard the world. In my past life, I discovered this secret only after the apocalypse had begun. Regrettably, I realized it too late. By then, your father had already passed away. For the sake of self-preservation, I had no choice but to entrust the ruby to your uncle, Lu Huasheng. Chapter 74. Not going this was a secret that belonged solely to Kuya. When the apocalypse first transpired in my past life, Kuya was consumed with thoughts of how to survive in this foreign land. The two of them united many non-native residents to jointly resist the natural disasters, including Andre, who raised giant pandas, and the wizard Donier. Despite the frigid weather outside, Tang Jinye was unwilling to provide them with sufficient warm clothing. The prolonged, arduous labor, compounded by the biting cold, ultimately led to Tang Zhenghua's demise. After losing her husband, Kuya's situation became increasingly dire. Fortunately, at that time, there was a group of volunteers traveling from Anding City to Bayan City, and Kuya proactively signed up, boarding the vehicle bound for Bayan City. She remembered that Tang Zhenghua had a sister residing in Bayan City, whom he had visited alongside her a few years ago during a business crisis. It was from that moment that Kuya took up residence in Tang Ting's home. Tang Ting had 3 children. 2 were twins born to Lu Huasheng's ex-wife, already in their 30s and married, and thus did not live with Tang Ting. The third was Tang Ting's son, Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai suffered from albinism and seldom ventured outside, being excessively pampered by his family. As a relative seeking refuge, Kuya became Lu Bai's dedicated caretaker. One day, Lu Bai noticed a ruby bracelet adorning Kuya's wrist and insisted on taking it to gift to his girlfriend. Kuya, recalling that it was a present from her old friend, the wizard Donier, declined Lu Bai's request. Fortunately, she promptly provided Lu Bai with other jewelry as compensation. Coming from a wealthy family, Lu Bai had encountered all manner of fine treasures, and after a few days of sulking, he did not pursue Kuya any further. It was then that Kuya examined the ruby bracelet closely and uncovered the secret of the system. With the advent of the system, Kuya, filled with gratitude, endeavored to help Tang Ting's family acquire more resources. She believed they were a family united, yet little did she expect that her generosity would incite Lu Huasheng's ambition. He plotted to kill Kuya to seize the ruby. Unbeknownst to him, before the apocalypse, both her husband and daughter had also been reborn. After hearing her mother's words, Tang An found herself unable to process the overwhelming influx of information. But I still do not understand. Why must we go to Bayan City? I conjecture that the energy of this system remains constant. Thus, once you obliterate the ruby in Lu Huasheng's possession, your power will exponentially amplify. In parallel dimensions, there cannot exist 2 rubies. Kuya is uncertain whether the system truly operates as she has described. However, at least during her control of the system, its energy was formidable, with resources sufficient to satiate the entire population of Bayan City. Tang naturally aspires for her system to grow in strength. In doing so, the functions she wishes to realize and the endeavor she longs to pursue would materialize. Yet, must she truly venture to Bayan City to destroy another ruby? Such an act would be akin to offering herself directly to Lu Huasheng's line of fire. Should she meet her demise, would it not inadvertently augment the power of the ruby in Lu Huasheng's possession, given that 2 rubies cannot coexist in parallel dimensions? This implies a dynamic of mutual strength and weakness. If she were to enhance her own prowess, would it not render her adversary weaker? Presently, A journey to Bayan City seems fraught with the risk of being discovered by Lu Huasheng and his family. Thus, it would be prudent to remain concealed in Anding City for the time being. She firmly believes that through her own abilities, she can fortify her system further. In Tang An's perspective, the system evolves through her affection for Heifeng. However, a chasm now exists between them, a divide that must ultimately be bridged. Perhaps when this rift is mended, her love for Heifeng will intensify, and the system will grow even more formidable. Kya no dote. Regarding Tang An with approval, I trust your judgment. Moreover, Tang An has become quite independent and no longer requires her protection. If you wish to heed my advice, then let Lu Bai depart without delay. Tang An was infuriated with Lu Bai. If it were not for his own inadequacies, he would have contemplated directly detaining Lu Bai to compel Lu Huasheng to surrender the ruby. However, he decided against such drastic measures. After a family discussion, Tang Zhengwu took charge and led Lu Bai downstairs. Xiao Bai, I truly appreciate your help. Your aunt and I have conferred, and we're doing reasonably well, so we won't trouble you and your family in Bayan City. The swiftness of their decision surprised him. He had anticipated a protracted deliberation. Was it truly out of fear that they might let Tang and be bullied? Lu Bai expressed his disappointment. Uncle, but my mother has been diagnosed with lymphoma. Aren't you even going to come and see her? She's your own sister. How can you be so devoid of familial affection? No wonder you were able to send my uncle to jail. Chapter 75. Unable to resist Tang and discovered that she had indeed underestimated this white-haired second-generation heir. His information was surprisingly well-informed. He even knew clearly about her sending Tang Jinye inside. It seemed that, despite not being in Anding City, they had not ceased to pay attention to the happenings there. With this realization, Tang An's resolve to distance herself from Lu Bai grew ever stronger. Do you also wish to enter? Tang Jinye deserves his fate. By the way, I recall you share a blood relation with Tang Jing, right? I should have called you back then for a matching test, to see if you would be willing to donate a kidney. This remark indeed struck a chord with Tang Jinjuan. Over the years, since his sister's marriage, he had seen her only a handful of times. Now that she had fallen ill, how could he not be concerned for his own flesh and blood? What was this about just meeting? It was clearly an attempt to deceive him into going to Bayan City. Having offended Lu Bai so gravely, what fate awaited them in Bayan City? Upon seeing his daughter's objections, Tang Jinjuan had no choice but to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within him. But you know the situation outside. We truly cannot bear to add more trouble to our little sister. His heart remained conflicted. If he truly refused, perhaps their next meeting would indeed be a parting for eternity. Tang Jinjuan held little affection for his elder brother, Tang Jinye, but his feelings for his younger sister, Tang Ting, ran deeply. Shen Huang did not hasten to reveal his circumstances, as there were relatives visiting besides the Tang family. Thus he spoke, I will tidy up first and then discuss it with you. Lu Bai sensed that he had become a burden, an unwelcome presence. After all, as a relative, Tang Jinjuan could not bring himself to utter the words that would bar Lu Bai from staying in his home. Kuya was particularly considerate, bringing fresh bedding and adjusting the air conditioning to ensure Lu Bai could reside comfortably. The couple busied themselves around Lu Bai incessantly. Tang An seized the opportunity to enter Shen Huang's room. Shen Huang had just changed out of his soiled garments and was cleansing his wounds with disinfectant. Most of his injuries were superficial, not penetrating deeply. Tang An sat at the edge of his bed, deftly tearing off gauze to dress Shen Huang's wounds. She averted her gaze, trying not to look at Shen Huang's physique. It must be said that despite being several years her senior, Shen Huang possessed a rather commendable figure. There is nothing to worry about. You need not be concerned. They used laser guns with a very low intensity. They do not seek our lives, merely wishing to drive us away. This could indeed be regarded as a stroke of good fortune. Initially, Tang An had presumed that someone had accepted bribes, which explained the indifference towards the reckless conduct of the Danhong Company. That is good. You should rest at the Black Wind Hotel. Perhaps your wounds will heal swiftly. Upon mentioning the Black Wind Hotel, Shen Huang hesitated before addressing Tang An. Tang An, is it possible to expand the Black Wind Hotel? We have many injured brothers. Theoretically, it should be feasible, but I am currently unable to make it happen. I will give it a try. If it can be accomplished, I will inform you. Tang An nodded slightly. Shen Huang stood and solemnly saluted her. On behalf of my brothers, I thank you. Given that the Danhong Company was currently engaged in a firefight with the military, it was certain that Chun, who occupied Mr. Wen's position, was aware of this matter. After leaving the Danhong Company, she had yet to contact Chun. Thus, she brought Chun to the Liangtian restaurant. Upon her arrival at the Liangtian restaurant, Chun quickly grasped that she, much like the missing Su Xian, had been transported to another world by Tang An. However, she did not find this place unappealing. On the contrary, it felt far more humane than the Danhong Company. She entered the restaurant, where only one person was present, Tang An, who was seated at a table adorned with a lavish spread of delicacies awaiting Chun. Miss E, you wish to discuss something with me, do you not? Tang An wore a mysterious smile. The battle outside Danhong Company has concluded, has it not? The opposing forces have retreated, and all weapons have been confiscated. Does this imply that the troops led by Shen Huang have suffered defeat? Who are they? And how can their armament be more formidable than that of the state? Chun had been eyeing the delectable dishes on the table for quite some time. However, she was not the type to lack awareness. With her superior discussing serious matters, her longing for food could only be suppressed with a gulp. Let's dine first, and we shall converse as we eat. Tang An felt hunger as well. Although the meals provided by Danhong Company were indeed exquisite, she had not yet had the chance to savor them. Miss E, what would you have me do? Chun was acutely aware that there exists no such thing as a free feast in this world. Miss E's kindness towards her undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Naturally, what could she possibly desire from her? The only thing of interest could only be Danhong Company. Please compile a list of personnel and relevant information regarding Danhong Company and send it to me. Gather as much incriminating evidence against them as you can. For the time being, do not contact me. I shall reach out to you in this manner when I require your assistance. Chun nodded, partially understanding. It was essentially an undercover operation. Having never been an undercover agent nor seen infernal affairs, she could only imagine. Very well, Miss E. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your cause. And what of Su Xianer and Mr. Wen at present? Chapter 76. Sister or mother at this moment. The most pressing matter was to expedite the system upgrade. Ever since the village town mode was activated, Tang An had yet to unlock the department store feature. She had long accumulated enough goodwill to enable this feature, yet various circumstances had caused delays. Once confirmed for activation, the department store function would emerge within Tang An's mobile device, akin to how the system of Liangtian Town developed through a smartphone. An application named Liangtian Shop appeared directly on her phone. It did not require Tang An to enter the system. Merely opening the app allowed her to access all product information from a shop. The offerings were comprehensive, covering all essential food and daily necessities typically available in a supermarket. These products bore no extravagant packaging, with all production information clearly stating they were produced by Liangtian Town. Beyond the usual supermarket items, what astonished Tang An were the various items such as furniture, houses, vehicles, and even some extraordinary medicines not found in the real world, all available within the system. Tang An selected a bottle of acne treatment pills, which claimed that only one would suffice to eliminate blemishes from the skin. Although her complexion was generally good, she bore a couple of minor spots. She purchased the pills with her own money, and upon swallowing one, she felt an itch on her face. To her astonishment, a thin layer of dead skin peeled away from the angle of her jaw. After this shedding, her skin transformed remarkably, appearing flawless and radiant, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Greetings, esteemed owner. Congratulations on the establishment of the Liangtian Shop. All patrons who have visited the restaurant and hotel will have the app automatically downloaded to their devices. Upon placing an order, the shop will facilitate automatic delivery. This establishment does not entertain negative reviews, and you hold the authority to blacklist customers. It seemed that from the Liangtian restaurant to the Heifeng Hotel, and now to the Liangtian Shop, Tang An's dominion over the system was increasingly formidable. With the shop's automatic access to people's devices, she had no concerns regarding marketability. After activating the complete functionalities of the village and town mode, Tang An re-entered the system. At that moment, Heifeng sat despondently on the ground, resembling a child burdened with grievances. Observing the sorrow of her little companion, Tang An realized her instinctive reactions, born from fear, had inadvertently harmed this innocent creature. Witnessing her three little ones in such distress filled her with guilt. Having lived within the confines of the system, Heifeng was oblivious to the cruelty of the human world. It merely wished to protect its sister. With this understanding, Tang An beckoned to Heifeng, cradling in her arms as she used to, gently stroking its large head. "Greetings, esteemed owner. Heifeng has sent you a communication request. Do you consent?" The mechanical voice startled Tang An. Could Heifeng truly communicate with her? Although she had always sensed a certain intelligence in the little bear, she had never envisioned it could converse with humans. Consent. Upon her affirmation, Heifeng's whimpering transformed into the sweet, innocent voice of a child. "Mommy, are you angry? I'm sorry. I want to eat that dirty thing again. Please don't be mad at me. Don't be afraid of me." A black bear was indeed speaking before her. Tang An found it hard to grasp this reality. However, she did not display overt fear or astonishment. Instead, she responded with delight, "I'm not angry anymore. In your heart, am I truly your mother? I always thought of myself as your sister." Typically, pet owners often regard their pets as children. Yet Tang An felt that Heifeng was different. Their bond was one of comradeship, and to refer to herself as a mother seemed to undervalue their relationship, hence her choice of calling herself a sister. "Indeed, you're my mother. Without you, there would be no me. Mother, that filthy thing, I have been very well behaved and did not touch it. If you wish, I can remove it to a place where you cannot see it." Suddenly, the black wind howled, and the skeleton on the ground vanished in an instant. Meow Meow and Mimi gazed in astonishment at the heartfelt exchange between the human and the bear. Meow Meow Mimi, "So, your black wind is a fake bear, while we two dogs are the genuine dogs, right?" As a young bear, the black wind struggled to convey emotions through facial expressions, attempting to smile like a human. To express his affection for his mother, the black wind nuzzled against Tang An's chest and gently licked her wound through her clothing. "Black wind, have you always been able to communicate with me? If you could always communicate, then misunderstandings would not have arisen, would they?" At this moment, however, the black wind shook his head. "No, mother. Ever since I was born, there has been something called affection value. The more I accumulate, the stronger my abilities become, and the faster I grow." Although the black wind could now speak, his cognitive level was still akin to that of a 3-year-old child. He did not comprehend the nature of the affection value and its relation to himself. He simply longed to converse with his mother, prompting the system to enable communication. Upon hearing the black wind's words, Tang An grasped the situation. This affection value was her bond with the black wind. As the black wind stated, the higher the affection value, the stronger his abilities would be. Her love would nurture the black wind's growth, while the love he bore for her would enhance the system's capabilities. "Black wind, would you be willing to accompany me to the real world? Companionship is the most effective way to rapidly increase our affection value." Initially, Tang An had contemplated bringing the black wind into the real world, but at that time, he was too small to adapt. Upon entering the real world, he was frightened by the electric socket. Now that they could communicate, it was possible for him to venture into the real world. "I would certainly like to, mother. Please do not leave me and Meow Meow and Mimi behind. They are too foolish." "Meow Meow Mimi, is that what you say about us behind our backs?" "Well, it seems that someone indeed mentioned that the intelligence of the Tibetan Mastiff breed is not particularly high. However, it is also quite pitiful for them to be dismissed by the black wind." As soon as she exited the system, Tang An encountered Tang Jinghua, who burst into her bedroom in a state of panic. "Not good. Your mother has disappeared." Chapter 77. Lu by speaking human language, how could a living person suddenly vanish? Tang An could not believe her father's claim that her mother had inexplicably disappeared from the study. Could it be that Lu Bai informed his family that we no longer wish to go to Bayan City? Hence, Lu Huaxing summoned her mother using the system. If that were indeed the case, the dining time at Liantian restaurant is only half an hour, and the resting time at the Black Wind Hotel is limited to 12 hours. The system cannot accommodate others for more than 5 minutes. In other words, if Kuya remains unfound after 12 hours, it would truly signify her disappearance. However, Tang Jinghua, concerned for his wife, did not find solace in his daughter's comforting words. Why not inquire with Shen Huang to see if he could offer any assistance? Tang Jinghua is not a man prone to unfounded worries. Furthermore, the words spoken by his wife, urging him to live well and take care of their daughter, resonated with him as if they were parting words. The study door stands directly opposite to the bedroom door. Should his wife exit the study, it would be impossible for Tang Jinghua not to notice. Tang An's initial instinct was to seek assistance from Shen Huang. However, before her departure, she had just placed the injured Shen Huang into the system for rest. It would take some time before he could be extracted. Even within the community, there were scarcely any passers-by, save for a few familiar military vehicles transporting essential supplies. Tang Jinghua and Tang An spoke with somewhat elevated voices. Liu Bai, possessing remarkably keen hearing, caught wind of their conversation from a distance and emerged to witness the commotion. Liu Bai's inquiry carried a hint of schadenfreude. He had grasped the gist of the situation. It was only by hearing of others' misfortunes firsthand that he felt truly exhilarated. Liu Bai, if you cannot offer assistance, then be on your way. This household does not welcome you. Tang An was utterly incensed, feeling an overwhelming urge to tear Liu Bai apart. When others faced tribulations, he merely observed with a smile, reveling in their misfortune. Yet, when he himself encountered difficulties, he wailed incessantly, lacking any semblance of fortitude. He exhibited the demeanor of a petty individual rather than a man of honor. Alas, this is my uncle's abode. A woman once married is akin to water that has been spilled. Sooner or later, you too shall be cast aside. What right do you have to utter such words to me? Are you not a privileged heir from the prosperous and advanced Beicheng? Why then do you still chew on the remnants of your own shortcomings? Should you wish to provoke me further, I would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of blood upon you. Tang Jinghua grew increasingly irritable as he listened to the two children bickering. Fengyan, what could he possibly do? In the entire Peach Blossom Source community, he was the sole individual tirelessly attending to everything, visibly having lost a considerable amount of weight. Seeking his assistance was no better than turning to Guanya. That scoundrel finally uttered his first coherent words upon entering. Tang An also made a promise here. If you help me find my mother, I will consider myself indebted to you. I shall spare your life. Such a bold proclamation. One wonders who truly holds the power of repayment. Tang Jinghua was already feeling vexed. The quarrel between the two children only intensified his irritation. He slammed the door behind him, muttering a few curses under his breath. For many years, he and his wife had been each other's sole companions, and he found it utterly incomprehensible to accept her sudden disappearance. At Dan Hong Company, Su Yu lazily rose from his bed, a delicate woman nestled against his chest. Having just indulged in a fervent encounter, Su Yu felt an exhilarating satisfaction, surprised that Cheng Yu could procure such a captivating beauty. The woman he referred to as a treasure was none other than Qin Lulu, who had long possessed the ability to enchant men. However, due to Su Xian'er's interference, she had only managed to secure a position as a lowly waitress at Dan Hong Company. With Su Xian'er now absent, she found an opportunity to become involved with Su Yu. Su Yu, the head of the medical department, controlled all pharmaceutical transactions in Anding City. This meant that he held the power of life and death. Those he wished to save would find a chance at survival, while those he condemned would suffer from ailments without hope of cure. They were still basking in the warmth of their shared bed when a sudden, urgent alarm echoed throughout Dan Hong Company, signaling that important directives were to be issued from above. Get lost. I have serious matters to attend to. The alarm summoned all mid-level and senior executives of Dan Hong Company, including Mr. Wan, a guise adopted by Oh-chan. Despite all her efforts to disguise herself, Oh-chan felt she still fell short of the original Mr. Wen's presence. Therefore, she wore a mask to the emergency meeting, and fortunately, no one seemed to find it peculiar. He spoke succinctly, displaying Kuya's personal information and photograph on the large screen. Everyone go find this person, and do it quickly. Report directly to me upon discovery, and I shall reward you with a promotion. The allure of advancement at Dan Hong Company far outweighed any monetary gain. Given the gravity of the situation, Oh-chan firmly believed it necessary to inform Miss Yi. However, she possessed no information about Miss Yi, despite the latter's previous insistence that she should not seek her out. Yet, this was the first incident to occur at Dan Hong Company since Oh-chan had become an undercover agent for Miss Yi, and she felt compelled to demonstrate her worth. Oh-chun purchased a product called a voice-changing pill through a shopping app, spending a substantial sum of 5,000 yuan. Fortunately, it proved to be remarkably effective, successfully altering her voice to sound identical to Mr. Wen's. However, after acquiring this, she lacked the funds for a disguise pill, but Mr. Wen rarely ventured out, making him less recognizable. Wearing a mask further obscured her identity. As she exited the meeting room, Oh-chun paused for a moment. When Qingyu approached her, she took the initiative to speak. "The girl you sent over, I find quite appealing. She's impressive." Chapter 78. Urgent Mission. Qingyu smiled obsequiously at Mr. Wen. Oh-chun's heart skipped a beat. Had he uncovered Miss Yi's whereabouts? That would certainly spell trouble. What of Su Xianer? Oh-chun witnessed Su Xianer vanish into the restroom. Yet Miss Yi had informed her that Su Xianer was not deceased. How curious. She assumed her obscurity would render her unrecognizable. To her surprise, her disappearance was promptly noted. Is there such a person? I have not heard of her. She feigned ignorance, for her past identity was merely that of a waitress. Hardly worthy of Mr. Wen's attention. It is only natural for the esteemed to forget. After all, she is but an inconsequential figure. Nevertheless, with such occurrences becoming frequent, it is inevitable for discontent to arise, complicating management. Might you consider using Oh-chun's situation as a cautionary example? Mr. Wen nonchalantly waved his hand. This trivial matter is yours to resolve. Regardless, Qingyu would never fathom that the elusive Oh-chun, whom he desperately sought, stood before him disguised with a man's makeup. A cautionary example? I shall quietly observe your methods. I have heard that Oh-chun possesses a rather attractive sister. Would you care for me to bring her forth for your amusement? Qingyu smirked with ill intent, his demeanor as lewd as could be. Huh, his sister? By all means, bring her. However, I currently lack interest. To frighten the monkey, the chicken must be slaughtered thoroughly. You comprehend the task at hand, do you not? Do not let her escape. That must not happen. Though Oh-chun and her sister are biological siblings, their parents have always favored the latter. Oh-chun ventured to Dan Company, weary of toiling endlessly at home for meager sustenance. At least in Dan, she could fill her belly. Unfortunately, she encountered Su Xianer, who trampled upon her dignity. Thankfully, the appearance of Tang An rekindled a flicker of hope within Oh-chun. Rest assured, Mr. Wen, I understand completely. Would you like Su Xianer to accompany you shortly? Forget it. The mere sight of her induces a visceral disgust within me. I desire none but Qingyu, feeling disheartened and unwilling to defy Mr. Wen, retreated reluctantly, realizing he must hasten to locate that wretched woman. At the Black Wind Hotel, Shen Huang shed his weariness, finally relishing a moment of tranquility. Since Tang An's disappearance, he had been consumed with worry, searching in vain, lost and helpless. The ringtone of his phone pierced the silence. It was his former superior. Could this be news of victory? Shen Huang, where are you? Dan Company is laden with weapons, and many of our brothers have perished there. Did you not claim they possessed only low-efficiency laser guns? The voice on the other end was frantic, and Shen Huang felt a chill grip his heart. How could this be? He sensed his blood rushing to his head, his heart racing madly within his chest. Speak, Shen Huang. Shen Huang's complexion turned ashen, and after a prolonged moment of stupor, he slowly moved his lips to utter a feeble apology. I am truly sorry. I was unaware. The water level was rising, soon to encroach upon the city. You must attend to the disaster relief efforts. The affiliated high school of Anding University reported that over 400 boarding students and more than 70 staff members were trapped in the dormitory building, now facing imminent peril. Beyond them, many other areas were also besieged by flooding. We are short on personnel and boats, so you must devise a solution. There is no need for you to concern yourself with Dan Company and Taoyuan community. Focus on saving lives first. The voice on the other end transformed from urgency to lamentation. Indeed, such circumstances were beyond Shen Huang's anticipation. However, had he not disseminated erroneous information, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Upon hearing the dial tone, Shen Huang despondently placed the phone down. How could this be happening? He had barely managed to exit the Black Wind Hotel. The injuries on his body seemed to have healed, He quickly gathered his belongings and contacted comrades working at the safe base to head towards the disaster relief site. Tang An was organizing her mother's personal information to send to Guanya, seeking assistance in locating someone. As she looked up, she saw Shen Huang hurriedly exiting the room with his bag in tow. At this moment, their farewell signified an uncertain future meeting. Shen Huang's mood was somber, and he preferred to keep his words to a minimum. He merely told Tang An that he had an urgent mission before swiftly departing. A mission entails confidentiality. Thus, Tang An could neither inquire further nor had the right to do so. She could only watch as Shen Huang stumbled away, wondering if his injuries had healed. After sending her mother's information to Guanya, Tang An soon received a call. Such a significant matter. Why did you wait so long to inform me? I will reach out to Uncle Wang for assistance in finding someone. However, at this moment, sigh. I've heard that the flooding in Anding is nearing the urban area. How are things on your end? In this critical situation, everyone is engaged in rescue and disaster relief. And with so many casualties and missing persons, finding one individual is no simple task. Has the water level risen so rapidly? The recent downpours have intensified, and only elevated areas like Taoyuan community have managed to escape the calamity. If the city is submerged, then Anding will truly be beyond salvation. Tang An forced herself to calm down. She was a methodical individual and surely could devise a plan. System, what is my current favorability score with Blackwind? Greetings, Master. Your favorability score with Blackwind stands at 75,820 points. Additionally, the total sales revenue from all your properties in Liangtian town amounts to 157,200 yuan, which can be converted into favorability points. This implied that he possessed over 230,000 favorability points. What can such a substantial amount of favorability points accomplish? Is it possible to upgrade the system? Unfortunately, it is still insufficient. Please continue your efforts, Master. An upgrade of the system was not feasible. What other options were available? Just as Tang An began to feel despondent, her phone rang. Tang An, do you still have any kayaks or boats or anything else? Chapter 79. Choices before the apocalypse. Tang An had indeed stockpiled several kayaks, which had proven unnecessary due to the elevated terrain of Taoyuan community. However, they could now be utilized. But would there be enough machines? She recalled that she had also stored 5 jet skis, which might come in handy. The dilemma remained. How would she retrieve these items, and how would she deliver them to Shen Huang after their prolonged acquaintance? If even Tang An could not produce the kayaks at this moment, who else could possibly do so? Never mind, I will think of another solution. As the call ended, Tang An had yet to fully process her disappointment when the troublemaker Lu Bai descended the stairs, casually gripping the handrail. Tang An, do you have anything to eat? I am hungry. Has your aunt been found? What do you mean eat? You might as well starve. At that moment, Tang An's mood plummeted to an all-time low, as if a wave of misfortune had crashed upon her without regard for her ability to cope. Why should she be left to starve? Let me tell you, to assist you in finding your pitiful tadpole mother, I mobilized the resources of the company. You need not thank me excessively. Just prepare me a 4-dish and 1 soup meal. The more Tang An suffered, the more pleased Lu Bai became. After all, she had trespassed onto his floor without permission and had set a trap for him. Lu Bai held no curiosity regarding Tang An's intentions. She had likely come to ambush him upon hearing he would be in Anding City, hoping to coerce him into yielding gold coins. Alas, he never wished to be born with a silver spoon. His father had provided too much. Perhaps being resented for his wealth was simply his destiny. A tadpole seeking its mother? She was the type to brandish a gun at people, yet she would weep over such trivial matters. Hey, where is my 4-dish and 1 soup meal? If you refuse to prepare it, I shall demand an upgrade. Bring me a full Manchu Han imperial feast. Suddenly, she recalled that Liangtian commercial shop had an abundance of goods. Perhaps they possessed items related to teleportation. If she could teleport to Shen Huang's side and then procure a significant quantity of kayaks, boats, and jet skis, whatever it may be, perhaps they could be utilized by Shen Huang and his team. Without hesitation, Tang An perused the special items section for quite some time, ultimately discovering a coveted item priced at 200,000 favor points, the master exclusive instant delivery pill. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that, aside from the first 5 pages, The remaining items were all designated exclusively for the master, signifying that only Tang An could wield their power. As for the specifics of these items, she lacked the inclination to examine them in detail. After all, what was 200,000? A mere trifle to acquire. Once the transaction was complete, a small pill, not unlike a Milky Way candy, materialized in the palm of Tang An's hand. The description of the pill bore a notable inscription. Silently envision the person and location you wish to summon. This pill will grant your heart's desires. Tang An hesitated as she thought of her vanished mother. She had never been an extraordinary person. Everything she desired throughout her life was obtained solely through her own hard work. Thus, when Guanya extended a helping hand to her, she reciprocated. She also opened her heart to assist Shen Huang. Yet now, this uncontrollable train was destined to crash onto one of the tracks. Should she choose to aid Shen Huang in rescuing more people or prioritize the mother who had once abandoned her? As she ran barefoot to open the door for Shen Huang, she questioned whether she had become a love-struck fool. However, when faced with the actual choice, her mother's safety took precedence. Although young Tang An often deemed her mother irresponsible, she now found herself in a dire situation. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. It was Shen Huang. Tang An, please, I need you to send me some money. Dan On Company is selling kayaks, each costing 500,000. Every member of our team has emptied their savings. Nearly 500 people are trapped at the school, and the water level is almost reaching the top floor. We don't have enough supplies. The cacophony on Shen Huang's end was palpable, indicating he was outside. I have some. Find a secluded spot and wait for me. Gripping the pill in her hand, Tang An bit her lip. After waiting for Shen Huang's signal, she swallowed a whole. She felt the scenery around her shift rapidly. Everything unfolded so suddenly that the black bear, Hei Feng, whom she had cradled in her arms, was inexplicably brought along. Mom, where are we? In the system world where Hei Feng lived, the environment was perpetually sunny, with clear skies and fragrant birdsong. This was his first encounter with the reality of acid rain. Wow. Shen Huang stumbled back in shock, taken aback by the unexpected scene. Where did Tang An emerge from? Was she not just a home? And what about this bear? How could it speak? Mom, I'm fine. Since Shen Huang had already witnessed it, Tang An decided to drop the pretense. If you want to get to the kayak, just turn your back. Shen Huang stood frozen, his mind reeling from the profound shock. That was a bear, a genuine bear that spoke human language. Forget it. Do as you wish. Losing interest in the immobile Shen Huang, Tang An swiftly retrieved all the kayaks and motorboats from the warehouse, using her remaining goodwill to purchase a master-limited motorboat at 1,500 each. She cast them all onto the surface of the water in one go. With that, Tang An elegantly mounted the motorboat, racing away with the black wind. Mom, this thing is so much fun. Black wind. The bear's fur is going to be blown away. Chapter 80. Donier Farm Tangjinhua had been searching outside for a considerable time, yet he found no trace of Kuya. He sat in the study chair, often occupied by his wife, gazing at the 2 notebooks she had left behind. The first tome, dedicated to the future, meticulously chronicled the various natural disasters she had foreseen since the apocalypse, detailing occurrences across the nation and the globe. Each entry had been followed by potential countermeasures conceived by later generations. Kuya's documentation was nothing short of meticulous. The other notebook was somewhat cryptic, yet he understood that his daughter must know the essence of her writings. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, prompting Tang Jinghua to dash outside with excitement. However, he was met with the sight of his daughter accompanied only by a bear. Upon hearing her words, a wave of sorrow washed over him, transforming his initial anger into profound grief, as if he had aged several years in a single day. In the twilight of their lives, the couple, who had traversed the journey of youth together, had lost each other to the passage of time. Their hair, now touched with gray. It matters not. Perhaps it truly is a matter of time and space. Do not dwell on it too much. I shall find her, he silently vowed, embodying a resolute spirit that proclaimed that even if the world surrendered, he would persist in his quest for her. Seeing the glimmer of hope in her father's eyes, Tang An refrained from revealing the truth, that her mother was no longer present in this dimension. By continuing the search, she ensured that her father would always harbor hope. With this aspiration, she resolved not to succumb to despair or indulge in misdeeds, striving instead to become an exemplary individual. "Grandfather, please do not be sorrowful," the bear softly communicated, its gentle voice starkly contrasting its imposing physique. Tang An was nearly frightened into illness. "What? This bear can talk. This is convenient for my communication with Black Wind." "Dad, you need not be afraid. Black Wind is quite gentle, although it sounds well-mannered." The sight of a nearly 1 meter tall, juvenile black bear, regardless of its amiable demeanor, is indeed quite terrifying. Upon witnessing a talking bear, he suddenly recalled the book left behind by his wife. Perhaps it contained a record of this very incident. With that thought, he promptly handed the book written by Kuya about the system to Tang An. This was a relic from their mother, and Tang An studied it intently, while even the illiterate Black Wind gazed on eagerly. Within the pages of their mother-esque notes, the system was referred to as the dote farm. The fundamental environment of this farm was nearly identical to that of Liangtian town, differing only slightly in the livestock and poultry raised. Upon entry, all the observable basic functions closely resembled those of Liangtian town. Its primary economic source was the rearing of a giant panda named Reunion, aimed at garnering affection points, which was essentially akin to Black Wind. The book also mentioned that Reunion eventually learned the human language, but that occurred long after the apocalypse, far beyond the current timeline of Black Wind. "Mom, what are you reading? I don't understand anything," Black Wind lamented, as the written word posed quite a challenge for a bear with the intellect of a mere 3-year-old child. Nodding obediently, Black Wind then looked at Tang and with a pitiful gaze. "But you must remember to find me." Tang nodded thoughtfully. Shun Huang mentioned that Dan Hong Company was selling kayaks, with each priced at an astonishing 500,000. This was evidently a case of profiting from national calamity, a blatant act of exploitation. In the past, the less capable Tang An would have endured such exploitation in silence, but times had changed. Inside Liangtian restaurant, Tang An summoned Chun, who had been masquerading as Mr. One at Dan Hong Company. Upon her reappearance, Chun no longer seemed anxious. Instead, she appeared somewhat excited, as if she had been eagerly anticipating this moment to see Tang An once more. "Miss Yi, I have something of great importance to share with you." Although she was already aware that the name Yi was merely a pseudonym, it mattered little to her whether the name was real or fabricated. The person before her was genuine enough. "Please, proceed with your revelations." "Today, I participated in a meeting on behalf of Mr. Wen. There was a man with albinism who appears to be the true leader of Dan Hong Company. He instructed us to seek out someone named Kuya." Chun promptly divulged the details, as if presenting a treasure, recounting everything faithfully. "Wasn't Lu Bai out today? How could that be?" Indeed, she should have anticipated this. Lu Bai's first appearance was stepping out into the light, and perhaps the ruby was indeed in Lu Bai's possession. A wave of regret washed over her at that moment. Her thoughts had been consumed by what her mother had said, entirely neglecting to connect the dots with Lu Bai before her. The initial transport might have been orchestrated by the individual holding the ruby, yet the instantaneous move from home to Dan Hong Company was clearly beyond the foresight of that person. "I am now aware of this matter, but I have other inquiries for you." Chun scrutinized Tang An's expression. There was neither surprise nor astonishment, only a serene demeanor. Did her information hold no value for him? Would there be any need to report such matters in the future? She dismissed these chaotic thoughts and stated, "Just give your orders. Has Dan Hong Company always been hoarding kayaks? I did not previously observe any involvement in the kayak business. Why has the price suddenly surged to 500,000 today?" It was well known that Mr. Wen was merely a fade of an overbearing CEO, utterly detached from the actual affairs. Financial matters had naturally not been reported to him. Among the entire company, only Chung Yu regarded Mr. Wan as a true leader. Thankfully, within this shell resided the astute Chun. As for the accumulation of goods, I shall investigate and inform you. The kayaks had indeed not been sold before. The recent price increase is primarily due to the approval from a business department manager named Ma Qingyun, who directly liaises with Bayan City. I will commence an investigation into him. Tang An waved his hand dismissively, expressing, "No need, I am familiar with this individual." Have you heard of Anding University? He is one of the board members there. The news describes him as a beacon of hope in the education sector, having generously donated a plethora of sophisticated experimental equipment, thereby fostering academic advancement. Oh-chun found herself perplexed. Could he truly be a virtuous individual? Yet, if he were indeed benevolent, why would he seek to profit amid national calamity? This notion was utterly incongruous. At that moment, she noticed the expression on Tang An's face contorted with considerable discomfort. In my freshman year, I was awarded a scholarship. My advisor discreetly reached out to me, urging me to express my gratitude to Principal Ma Chung-yun. As soon as I opened the door, there stood Principal Ma Chung-yun, his face alight with excitement, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Tang An was filled with a seething rage, as he endured the most harrowing experience of sexual harassment in his life at the tender age of 19. Chapter 81. The Rules of the Game. Tang An's scholarship was earned through her diligent studies and active participation in various activities. She held it with a clear conscience. However, if the price of obtaining the scholarship was not merely hard work and engagement, but rather the sacrifice of her body as a 19-year-old girl, she felt that the situation had taken a disconcerting turn. The choice lay before her, to either accept the scholarship along with the dubious rewards from Ma Chung-yun, or to bid farewell to the scholarship she had labored so hard to attain. In the cramped and suffocating room, Ma Chung-yun drew ever closer. Tang An felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. Ultimately, in her youthful naivety, she merely uttered, "I will no longer accept the scholarship," before turning and fleeing. Yet, the distribution of scholarships should never hinge upon a student's willingness to acquiesce to unspoken rules. Upon returning, Tang An penned an anonymous letter and personally delivered it to the upper echelons of the institution. However, what awaited her was not the arrival of justice, but rather a warning from her advisor. Despite the anonymity of her letter, the advisor seemed unmistakably aware of its authorship. Was there perhaps an underlying issue of vested interests at play? Although 3 years have elapsed since that day, Tang An vividly recalls the advisor's words. "Girls like you are a dime a dozen at our school. Do you think you are special? Let me tell you, no one is exempt from a norm. If you choose not to comply, rest assured there will always be others eager to do so. That is simply the nature of the game. To hell with your so-called rules." Tang An could not swallow her indignation. Fortunately, this time she had learned her lesson. She recorded the conversation with her instructor and directly posted it on the school's official website and public account. The outcome was evidently favorable. The instructor was dismissed, and Ma Chung-yun was investigated. Students whispered among themselves, speculating that most of the girls who received scholarships that year had been involved with the notorious Ma. Their tone was filled with mockery and frivolity, yet devoid of sympathy. Initially, she believed she would never encounter the despicable Ma Chung-yun again. To her surprise, he resurfaced rather quickly. Recently, try to establish a rapport with Ma Chung-yun. Inquire about who is responsible for the pricing issue above him, and let me know what you find out. This was not the kind of thing Liu Bai would typically do. Although Tang An held Liu Bai in low regard, she acknowledged that he had genuinely attended a meeting at Danhong Company to assist her in locating her mother. This indicated a degree of integrity. Moreover, regarding the disaster situation in Anding City, Liu Bai had remained indoors, as the media was entirely paralyzed. He was unaware of a demand for kayaks outside. How could he possibly justify a sudden hike in kayak prices? Tang An was uncertain whether his thoughts were subconsciously aimed at exonerating Liu Bai. "I shall go at once. Do you have any further instructions? The information you provided today was invaluable. I appreciate your efforts. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. There are indeed matters that require help." Each time Oh-chun encountered her colleagues, she felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. Her special effects makeup skills were rather mediocre. If one were to draw closer and was familiar with Mr. One, it would be evident at first glance. "I am unsure if you have an app named Liang Tian Shop on your phone. I wish to purchase a disguised pill from there. Will this expense be reimbursable?" Tang An chuckled softly, truly a child born of misfortune. He decisively transferred 100,000 yuan to Oh-chun for reimbursement, and also, "My salary is quite generous. Whenever you need funds, simply reach out to me." Oh-chun nodded in gratitude, her phone buzzing with the notification that the funds had indeed arrived. She had certainly chosen the right ally. Tang An could no longer afford to linger within the confines of the system. The sky outside had darkened, and a glance at the phone revealed it was already past 1 in the morning. It was a night shrouded in darkness, a time often associated with treachery. Though Tang An had no intentions of committing murder, it was indeed prudent to ascertain the situation at hand. Should it turn out that Liu Bai possessed the coveted ruby, seizing it would effectively sever Dan Hong Company's supply line. In that eventuality, my peaceful town could harness a sufficient energy, potentially sustaining not just a single stable individual, but perhaps even the entire world. This venture was one of thievery, and Tang An had no plans to resort to violence. However, given the formidable nature of the adversary, he deemed it essential to caution both Black Wind and the Meow Meow sisters about the dangers of this undertaking and to discuss strategies for coping with the impending challenges. Black Wind listened with utmost seriousness. If Tang An could gauge comprehension at 30%, he would consider himself fortunate. Having made all necessary preparations, Tang An acquired a sound concealment device from the system, which he affixed to his person, rendering footsteps, collisions, friction, and even the sound of his heartbeat imperceptible. The next concern was how to mask his scent from Liu Bai. The simplest solution was to apply perfume. Tang An, typically devoid of the habit of wearing perfume, made a special trip to his mother's room to procure a seldom-used fragrance. After liberally spritzing it upon himself multiple times and enduring the olfactory assault, he felt confident that this time he had succeeded. Liu Bai's room, situated on the 2nd floor, is a modestly sized secondary bedroom. However, the spaciousness of the room seems to hold little significance for Liu Bai. He leisurely reclines on the bed, listening to the radio while humming a soft tune, embodying the essence of an old-time opera enthusiast from Bayan City. The scent was masked and the sound was muted. This time, he was curious to see how Liu Bai would discern his presence. A strong aroma wafted into the room, causing Liu Bai to wrinkle his nose in discomfort. Soon after, he drifted back into a deep slumber. Tang An approached step by step, her hand gripping a dagger as she sought direction in the darkness. When Liu Bai arrived, there was nothing to be found. Searching the house proved futile. The ruby was most likely adorned on Liu Bai himself or carried among his personal belongings. As she drew closer to Liu Bai, he glowed faintly in the gloom. It was her first time witnessing that a person with albinism possessed white eyebrows and eyelashes as well. He appeared as though he had been drenched in white paint, emanating a sense of sorrow and fragility. The more she looked, the more he resembled a brooding youth. Yet, unlike the typical brooding adolescent, his thoughts were more sinister, and he harbored a deep-seated grudge. Liu Bai wore no adornments. While sleeping in the room, his arms and neck lay bare. Could be a foot or waist chain of some sort. Tang An cautiously lifted a corner of Liu Bai's blanket. A flash of white light surged forth, accompanied by a roar emanating from within Liu Bai's body. Chapter 82. The Tragic Demise of Meow Meow. That was the growl of a bear. Could it be the Black Wind? But isn't the Black Wind currently supposed to be obediently awaiting in the system? How could it possibly materialize so unexpectedly? Tang An was jolted by the bear's roar, causing a sharp pain to resonate in his eardrums. Instinctively, he released the dagger from his grip and pressed his hands tightly against his ears. Greetings, Master. Black Wind requests to exit the system and enter the real world. Do you consent? In stark contrast to the plump figure observed in the zoo, this creature bore formidable fangs, exuding the foul stench of decaying flesh from its gaping maw. The immense jaws of the bear seemed capable of effortlessly severing his head, reminiscent of Mr. Wind's fate at that moment. Decline. Tang An trembled with fear, acutely aware that she stood no chance against the colossal panda. He, the Black Wind, was a guardian to her, yet she did not wish to suffer a loss that would cost her both her ally and her soldier. After all, Black Wind had affectionately referred to her as mother. Greetings, Master. Black Wind requests permission to exit the system and enter the real world. Do you consent? Hello, Master. Black Wind requests to leave the system and enter the real world. Do you grant permission? As Tang An steadfastly refused, Hei Feng grew increasingly insistent. This exchange transpired swiftly. After her 4th denial, she received a notification from the system. Greetings, Master. Hei Feng is attempting to breach the system's isolation and depart from Liangtian Town. Would you like to initiate defense? Defense. Tang An pulled the trigger. Yet the bullet failed to penetrate the panda's thick fur, as if it had struck a mass of cotton, producing not even a sound. Lu Bai, startled from his slumber, sat up abruptly, his spine chilled by the sight of Tang and brandishing a firearm in the darkness. However, upon turning to see the panda, Tuan Yuan, behind him, he quickly regained his composure. This time, you must surely be doomed, Lu Bai thought with a smug grin. Tuan Yuan, struck by the bullet, let out a furious howl, raising its broad paw and advancing step by step towards Tang An. A blow from that paw could send Tang An's head spinning at an unimaginable angle. With the gun proving ineffective, Tang An had no choice but to flee. Sprinting towards the door, Lu Bai, you scoundrel. From their first encounter, it was clear he intended her demise. Fortunately, she had dodged just in time, sparing her heart from a fatal stab. This marked the second time Lu Bai had sought her life. What a wretched fate. Mother, here I come. The dark wind shattered the confines of the system, bursting into the real world. It met Tuan Yuan's paw head-on, only to be swiftly knocked down, crashing into the ground with such force that it broke through a load-bearing wall. Black wind. The turn of events was so sudden that Tang An had no time to react, watching helplessly as black wind was struck down by the panda. Shortly after, Meow Meow and Mimi emerged through the gap created by black wind's entrance. The combat prowess of the two Tibetan mastiffs was astonishing. Perhaps due to their upbringing within the system, they seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, coordinating seamlessly. Meow Meow lunged at Tuan Yuan, demonstrating impressive biting strength and swift attack speed, overwhelming the panda. Meanwhile, Mimi circled around to attack from behind, tugging at Tuan Yuan's tail with all its might. Under the combined assault of the two Tibetan mastiffs, Tuan Yuan found itself genuinely challenged. Just as Lu Bai intended to assist, he was rendered immobile by Tang An, who aimed her gun at him. Having been cornered, Black Wind shook off the debris and dust from its fur, charging directly at Lu Bai. Unaware of the principle of capturing the leader first, it only knew that its mother had informed it that Lu Bai likely possessed something of great importance. If it could strip away Lu Bai's blanket and clothes, the secret would be revealed. As the nearly man-sized black bear charged towards him, Lu Bai's earlier amusement vanished in an instant. Tuan Yuan, come save me. Mimi sank its teeth into Tuan Yuan's rear, prompting a pained howl from the panda. Just as it prepared to retaliate, a commotion erupted on Lu Bai's side. Frustrated and alarmed, Tuan Yuan swatted Meow Meow on the head. Upon colliding with the wall, Meow Meow's neck snapped instantly. It let out a faint whimper before falling silent. Tang An immediately resolved to pull the trigger. The bullet was already chambered. Whether it was the panda Tuan Yuan or Lu Bai, she had determined to eliminate them both. Bang, 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 following a series of gunshots. A flash of white light pierced through the darkness, momentarily blinding Tang An. Within that blinding radiance, Lu Bai and Tuan Yuan vanished without a trace. This was troublesome. Releasing the tiger back into the mountains would surely lead to an untroubled existence in the future. However, at that moment, Tang An had no inclination to ponder the troubles that awaited her. She distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing as Meow Meow collided with the wall. Rushing over to investigate, she found Meow Meow's mouth and nose oozing dark blood, already lifeless. Yet, all these efforts seemed futile. Mother, am I too foolish? The anguished voice of Haifeng lamented. You're not foolish. It is Mother who is the fool. Tang An mistakenly overestimated her own abilities while underestimating Lu Bai. In her eyes, Lu Bai was merely a delicate boy prone to tears in the face of danger, lacking any semblance of bravery. However, the reality was far more complex. Upon hearing the commotion from within the house, Tang Zhenghua hurriedly rushed over. The place was in utter disarray, resembling a site of demolition, with three dark figures huddled together as if they had committed some grave mistake. Tang Zhenghua was still oblivious to the unfolding events, mistakenly believing that it was Tang An who had unleashed the three destroyers from the system, resulting in the disarray of their home. After all, in this apocalyptic era, finding someone to carry out repairs was exceedingly difficult, especially as Tang Zhenghua had yet to emerge from the shadow of his wife's disappearance. Even when faced with his beloved daughter, he found himself lacking in patience. Tang An seeks to provide an explanation to his father, but certainly not at this moment. Tang Zhenghua continued to ramble on about how one should not treat guests in such a manner. After all, they were also distant relatives. Mother, Meow Meow is very brave. Isn't she? Black Wind remained oblivious to the concept of sorrow. He only understood that after his companion had passed away, his eyes began to shed small pearls. Indeed, both Black Wind and Mimi are quite courageous. Black Wind, from now on, you must heed your mother's words. If she forbids you from going out, then you must not go out, understand? Chapter 83. The Tibetan Mastiff Captures Live Prey. Tang An never anticipated that, under such circumstances, Black Wind would harness its own power to shatter the constraints of the system and infiltrate the realm of reality. In that fleeting moment, Lu Bai's indifference plunged her into despair. Everything was a fade, a mere illusion. A child nurtured on the blood of others could hardly possess a benevolent heart. She dared not contemplate the dire possibility that had Black Wind not broken free from its confinement, it might have been her lifeless body lying here instead. After burying Meow Meow, Tang An silently inscribed the names of everyone connected to Dan Han Corporation onto her list of targets for vengeance. Initially driven by a sense of justice and the desire to uncover the truth, she found herself ensnared in a web of peril. First, she was abducted by Cheng Yu, then nearly met her demise at the hands of Lu Bai. Subsequently, her mother's mysterious disappearance pointed directly to Dan Han Corporation. If this sequence of events was insufficient to awaken Tang and to the gravity of her situation, then witnessing Lu Bai's triumphant demeanor as he prepared to kill her and the tragic death of Meow Meow today served as stark reminders. The people of Dan Han Corporation could not be spared. Yet, before embarking on her course of action, she needed to deliberate her strategy carefully. The most pressing concern now was ensuring her father's safety, with her mother already vanished. She could not afford to lose her father as well. Tang Zhenghua remained fixated on the 2 books left behind by Kuya, lost in memories of her. He paid little attention to the whereabouts of Lu Bai. Before his wife departed, he had never considered the spaciousness of their home. Now, it felt hauntingly empty. With so many rooms, Lu Bai could wander wherever he pleased. Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing of the perilous situation involving his daughter, with the perpetrator directly implicating Lu Bai, Tang Zhenghua was seized by a wave of dread. Dad, please contemplate this carefully. If you are willing, I can find you the safest place in this world. And where might that safest place be? In her heart, the only person capable of assisting her was Wang Mian. Given her current predicament, a transaction with Wang Mian seemed feasible. He was well aware that the Dan Hong Company wielded immense power. Surviving amidst their relentless pursuit was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet, he was reluctant to leave so easily. Dad, I truly hope you can go to Ban City. Guanya's uncle can protect you, Tang An implored earnestly. We can address this matter afterward. Tang Zhenghua acknowledged the truth in his daughter's words. Yet, the thought of departing so easily left him with a sense of reluctance. Unable to sway his father, Tang An chose to relinquish his efforts. Should misfortune arise, Tang An still had one final recourse: his father's teleportation to the Black Wind Hotel, which could at least offer a temporary respite from calamity. At the entrance of Taoyuan Community, the sales office lay in disarray, a scene of devastation with remnants of decay scattered everywhere. Rubbish piled up along the roadside, unattended, emanating a pungent stench that was utterly nauseating. It is worth noting that this area was once among the most affluent in Anding City. Now, the number of refugees residing here far surpassed that of the original inhabitants. The free villas were crammed with dozens of individuals, while food scarcity, insufficient electricity, and oppressive heat rendered survival a formidable challenge, leaving little room for dignity. As she passed by a window, Kinlulu spotted a woman, resembling a broken doll, lost in despair and sprawled upon the ground. Beside her lay the decaying body of a child, now infested with maggots, a sight that was particularly unsettling. Damn it, how tragic. Even in death, they are not disposed of. With merely a glance through the window, Kinlulu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. The woman had likely lost her sanity, cradling the maggot-ridden child in her arms. Let us not concern ourselves with others. We are here for a purpose, Chung Yu cautioned. Kin Lulu fell silent, intimidated by Chung Yu's authority. The vehicle arrived at the entrance of Villa number 30, now occupied by disaster victims. Shortly after Li Hongtu's demise, his mother also passed away under mysterious circumstances. Feng Yun assumed that the elderly lady had succumbed to grief over her son. Kin Lulu held no interest in her neighbor's plight. Her heart raced, recalling how Zheng Hao, the old man, had promised her this villa. She had devoted days to serving him, only for the house to be seized by his legitimate wife as soon as trouble struck. Zheng Hao had since been incarcerated, and most had perished. All her resentment was directed towards Zheng Hao's wife, Ling Li. Did you see his wife during your last visit? If we encounter her this time, I shall not let her escape, Kin Lulu declared. Observing her lingering attachment to the house they once inhabited, Chung Yu interjected, warning her against causing a scene. Should Kin Lulu provoke trouble, Chung Yu would not hesitate to deal with her decisively. Pointing towards Villa number 18, Kin Lulu sought to claim credit. Chung Yu recalled this place. During the first mission, Kansas Lulu had mentioned that the girl in Villa number 18 had poisoned her dog, a grudge that demanded retribution. For that reason, he had even lowered himself to indulge a lowly minion for an entire night. Preserving a single life meant inviting further complications. As Chung Yu intended to break through the door, he was halted by Kin Lulu, who cautioned, "Brother Chung Yu, be careful. Her family keeps 2 Tibetan mastiffs, and they can be quite fearsome." Upon hearing about the mastiffs, Chung Yu suddenly chuckled. "I actually have a fondness for those creatures. Tibetan mastiffs prefer to capture their prey alive." Chapter 84. Li Wenjing is rescued. Every movement of the two outside was clearly observed by Tang An. She initially intended to check the surveillance footage of Lu Bai's arrival at home, hoping to glean some clues. However, she unexpectedly caught sight of Chung Yu and Kin Lulu conspiring clumsily at the entrance, eager to act. These two fools shall be the first to face the consequences. Tang An elevated the voltage of the electric grid at his residence to a perilous level. The moment the hands of two fools grazed it, their lives would be at stake. Chung Yu had to be eliminated, and the very presence of Kin Lulu here indicated her collusion with him. According to Ochan, their family's whereabouts had likely been divulged by Kin Lulu. After numerous attempts involving prying and smashing the door, Chung Yu still failed to gain entry. The adjacent wall, though towering, was no obstacle for Chung Yu, a robust and agile figure. With a mere lift of his hand, he could reach the top of the wall. Propelling himself upwards, half of his body dangled precariously. The instant his fingers made contact with the electric grid, a searing pain coursed through him from an unknown source. Damn! What treasures could this family possibly be safeguarding to warrant such a menacing electric barrier? He had indeed glimpsed what lay beyond. Yet he had never anticipated that the grid would be electrified, and with such formidable power. Outside, the two individuals were murmuring to one another, presumably devising strategy. Tang An could no longer endure the weight. On the rooftop, she steadied her rifle, aiming at Chung Yu's head. The shot rang out, but the rain obscured her vision, allowing Chung Yu to narrowly evade disaster. However, the bullet fortuitously struck Kin Lulu's arm. This predicament posed a significant challenge, although Chung Yu was also armed. His handgun paled in comparison to the opponent's sniper rifle. The assailant occupied a high vantage point, scanning the surroundings with his head tilted back. But the rain rendered his search futile, concealing the source of the gunfire. Despite the initial missed shot, Tang An remained unperturbed, reloading with unwavering focus. Once again targeting Chung Yu's head. "Spare me, please. I have not a morsel to eat. Help me." Chung Yu feigned weakness, harboring skepticism. He could not fathom that it was Tang An who had fired from such a lofty position with a sniper rifle. He surmised that it was likely her boyfriend or father behind the attack, believing such actions were the domain of men. Unfortunately for him, this time he was gravely mistaken. Tang An was utterly devoid of compassion. The memory of the hand that had caressed her skin filled her with revulsion. She could only imagine how many young girls had fallen victim to Chung Yu's nefarious grasp, unaware of how many beautiful maidens he had ensnared for Dan Hong Company. Such crimes, which violated a woman's will, led Tang An to believe that even giving him a bullet would be a merciful reprieve. Bang! This time, the bullet found its mark, piercing through Chung Yu's skull with unerring precision. Blood erupted with a splatter, quickly diluted and erased by the rain, leaving no trace behind. Kinlulu was rendered speechless by terror. How could a living being suddenly perish? Gritting her teeth against the pain, she crawled from the back seat to the driver's position, her foot trembling uncontrollably on the accelerator. He was dead. Chungyu was dead. What was she to do now? The villa number 17 still stood empty. Perhaps she could take refuge there. Yet aside from this house, she possessed nothing. Aside from Dan Hong Company, it seemed she truly had nowhere else to go. After circling the neighborhood, she ultimately chose to drive away. As she passed by villa number 13, she couldn't resist stealing another glance through the window. It was within these very walls that she had witnessed a woman cradling the corpse of a maggot-infested child on the floor. Now, as she passed again, both the woman and the child's body had vanished. Compelled by an unseen force, she halted the car. Sounds of clattering and commotion emanated from the yard. The woman was wailing, akin to a bereaved mother beast who had lost her offspring. The door was flung open, and the woman, along with the child she held, was unceremoniously kicked outside. What bad luck! So what if a son has died? What is there to lament? Someone scoffed. It's just a dead child you carry around every day, and yet you let anyone speak. Who would want to live with a dead child? If you choose to die, don't blame us. Humans have their way, and spirits have theirs. If you don't wish to live, we still want to survive. Watching the woman being cast out, Kinlulu was suddenly reminded of the day it had rained, when she too had been unceremoniously expelled by Ling Li. What had she done wrong? Why must she endure such humiliation from a man that she could not control? Li Wenjing was compelled to set down her child and pounded on the door. Hearing the woman claim the house had been left to her by her sister, Kinlulu's heart was once more stirred. It was as if she were witnessing an alternate version of herself confronting the very tribulations she had once faced. Lowering the window, Kinlulu called out to Li Wenjing, "Hey, stop begging them. Come with me." Li Wenjing turned to look, her face obscured, revealing only that she was a young woman by the sound of her voice. "You should leave. We'll take good care of your niece. Don't worry. The men will surely cherish her." Upon hearing these words, Li Wenjing became even more agitated. Beasts. Beasts. They're still children. Are you even human? Could you treat your daughter that way? Are you leaving or not? Follow me, and I shall aid you in seeking vengeance. Kinlulu sounded the horn as she spoke. Li Wenjing was bewildered by this person's unexpected offer of assistance, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. Beyond this grand door lay her last refuge. She would have nowhere to go. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a kind soul. Betrayed by her husband, scorned by her family, and mourning the loss of her son, she was acutely aware of the peril faced by her niece, yet felt utterly powerless to assist. Resigned to her fate, she thought, how much worse could her life possibly become? With unwavering determination, she opened the courtyard gate and stepped into Kinlulu's vehicle. When one has lost everything, the days that follow become a struggle to live amidst a semblance of death. Even until her dying day, Kinlulu would remain oblivious to the consequences that would arise from the kindness she extended this time. Yet, that is a tale for another day. After Chungyu's body was disposed of by Tang An and Tang Jinghua, her resolve to contact Guanya for protection grew even stronger. However, she knew she needed her father's consent for this course of action. Just as she was about to call Guanya, it was Guanya who reached out to her first. "I sent you a Weibo message. Take a look. There are reports online about a place called Liangtian Store where one can order and have items delivered. It's all the rage right now, though not everyone can download the app. I'm not sure how it happened, but I managed to download it. Is there anything you need at home? I can purchase it and have someone deliver it to you." Chapter 85. Sold out. This was already the second time Tang and had heard about the Liangtian Store app from others. The first time was when Oh Chun approached her for money to buy cosmetic pills. The basic survival supplies from Dan Hong Company were abundantly stocked. Hence Oh Chun's interest in these somewhat fantastical items. Guanya had initially held little hope for this app, considering the current state of affairs. Every mode of transport was crippled, and home delivery seemed a distant dream. However, she was taken aback when, in a moment of desperation for sanitary pads, a pack of unknown sanitary pads miraculously appeared. Following this incident, Guanya nearly depleted her funds to purchase food and essentials for her comrades in the military, even daring to ask Wang Mian for money on rare occasions. After informing Uncle Wang of this matter, he took it very seriously. They attempted several times to contact the company through the app, but for reasons unknown, they had yet to succeed. Since Tang An activated this feature, she had scarcely monitored the sales. However, prompted by Guanya's reminder, she opened the Liantian store app, only to discover that items were flying off the shelves, with dozens of orders being placed every second. Guanya, are you free to talk now? Tang An resolved to reveal the truth to Guanya, as she required her friend's assistance. Even among close friends, tangible actions are necessary to demonstrate one's capabilities. Guanya, uncertain of Tang An's intent, instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety and replied, "I'm available. Please share what you need." In truth, the proprietor behind the Liantian shop was none other than herself. No way. Could it be that my dear friend holds the economic reins of the entire Anding city? Although she was aware of Tang An's wealth, she had never fathomed the extent of it. To possess such an establishment at this time surely meant millions at stake. Noticing her friend's stunned silence, Tang An reiterated, "It is indeed true, though I am unaware of the circumstances. It feels as though a bag of money has simply descended from the heavens." Explaining the system to others proved to be quite challenging, so Tang An opted for a straightforward interpretation. "Sister, truly, you are remarkable. What do you intend to do? Are you willing to collaborate with us? Rest assured, the funds will be ample. Currently, all goods nationwide are monopolized by Dan Hong Company, with its influence extending even abroad. It is not that we lack the will to intervene. Rather, we have been powerless. But now, with you on our side, we can certainly contend with Dan Hong Company." Guanya envisioned a day when, under a clear sky, she and Tang An might stand upon the podium of accolades, receiving praise. "We express our gratitude to these two exemplary young women for their contributions to our nation. We now present them with awards." I share that ambition, yet I find myself under the scrutiny of Dan Hong Company. From my mother's disappearance to today's encounter with Chung Yu and Kin Lulu, and most importantly, Liu Bai, these events have instilled a profound fear within me. I must ensure my father is placed in a secure location. I understand. I can call Uncle Wang to send someone to protect you and your father. If you are willing, it would be best for you to come to Bayan City. The thought of Tang An's mother's disappearance sent shivers down Guanya's spine. If anything were to befall Tang An while she was miles away, she would be powerless to assist. Now that she learned of Tang An's ownership of the Liantian shop, it confirmed her eligibility for protection. This way, she could rest easier with Tang An under her watchful eye. I do not require it. My concern lies solely with my father. I have other matters to attend to. Once resolved, I will seek you out. Guanya refrained from probing further, knowing that Tang An had other important matters indicated a sense of urgency. After ending the call, Guanya promptly proceeded to report the situation to Wang Mian. Upon hearing Tang An's name, Wang Mian initially felt perplexed, but after Guanya's explanation, he recalled that there was indeed such a person in Anding City. What struck him more was Tang An's mention of a divine curse. Little did he expect that her words would indeed manifest, as calamities soon befell not only the Xinzhou nation, but other countries as well. Are you speaking the truth? Wang Mian pondered the possibility that the individuals behind the prosperous shop could be researchers from foreign nations or even extraterrestrial beings. However, she never anticipated that it would be a university student from the small city of Anding. I trust her. If you have doubts, you might inquire with Shen Huang. Shen Huang has resided at her home for an extended period and may possess insights. Guanya understood that Wang Mian did not distrust her. It was merely the connection to this individual that sparked suspicion among others. I shall ask right away. He swiftly dialed Shen Huang. Shen Huang had completed the rescue mission and was currently engaged in the placement of displaced individuals within the urban area of Anding. This task proved to be more challenging, as many claimed there were no available accommodations for the evacuees. Tensions often escalated on site. Shen Huang, I have something to inquire. Find a quiet space to take the call. Upon recognizing it was Colonel Wang Mian on the line, Shen Huang promptly sought permission from his superior to step away for a private conversation. They conversed for nearly 20 minutes. Initially, Shen Huang categorically denied the queries from his superior, fearing that revealing any information could jeopardize Tang An's safety. Wang Mian discerned Shen Huang's apprehensions and proactively shared what she knew. Only then did Shen Huang inform Wang Mian that the rescue supplies in Anding were controlled by Dan Hong Company, with a single kayak priced at 500,000. The allocated funds were insufficient, but after reaching out to Tang An, who generously donated several motorboats, the immediate crisis was alleviated. Upon grasping the situation, Wang Mian felt a surge of emotion. With her newfound abilities, she had engaged in the heroic deeds reminiscent of Marvel's champions. As for Tang An, she was unwilling to come, and there was little that could be done. Chapter 86. The town model Shen Huang was perplexed by Colonel Wang Mian's remarks. Since they were already aware that these supplies originated from Tang An's gifts brought from another dimension, shouldn't the priority be the protection of Tang An's safety? Why then? Was Tang An's father being sent to Beicheng? Was this a form of coercion? Orders were to be followed without question. He held no right to challenge them. Following the directive, he immediately contacted Feng Yun of Tao Weiyuan community to confirm whether Tang Jinghua was at Villa 18. Shen Huang did not elaborate on the reasons. Merely confirming the individual's presence was sufficient. At Villa 18, a dispute between father and daughter commenced once more. Tang An insists on persuading Tang Jinghua to leave Anding City, as their current residence has become increasingly perilous. While it is challenging for Tang An to cope alone, what will she do if the adversary targets her father? Are you implying that you believe I am a burden to you? Tang Jinghua never anticipated that one day he would be regarded with disdain by his own daughter. I did not say it explicitly, yet it is true that Bayan City would be a safer option. I have already spoken with Guanya's uncle. He will provide you with protection. I am an adult now. I can take care of myself. Tang An's demeanor left Tang Jinghua feeling stifled. It now appeared as though the facade had been stripped away, revealing that all the previous pretenses were merely a charade to placate the couple. This signaled that soon, waves of adversaries would convert upon them. My abilities extend only to safeguarding myself. If you insist on remaining, then I must resort to risking my life to shield you. A life for a life. Is this truly what you desire? Tang An's tone was resolute, leaving no room for even the slightest doubt. Tang Jinhua's heart began to waver. If his daughter were merely an ordinary girl, he, as her father, would undoubtedly bear the responsibility of caring for her. However, given his daughter's current predicament, he found himself unable to provide her with the protection she required. I understand now. When do you need me to depart? In that fleeting moment, Tang Jinghua felt the weight of age upon him. After the departure of his wife, he now faced the impending separation from his daughter. He had never anticipated that the term lonely elder would so soon be attributed to him. Once Shen Huang had arranged his work, he arrived at Villa 18 in the Peach Blossom Source community before dusk fell. Tang An did not allow Tang Jinghua to carry much. Food could be procured through the Liangtian Shangpu app, and he could also enter the system at designated times to eat and rest, thereby strengthening his physique. As the days passed, the acid rain would soon subside. At least in the short term, life would be a bit more bearable for everyone. The last gunshot wound had been exceedingly severe, and even now, Tang An had not fully recovered. Shen Huang noticed that a thick bandage was still wrapped around Tang An's shoulder. Although his complexion was rosy, a sense of melancholy lingered in Shen Huang's heart. Our team comprises over 20 individuals. Here is our roster, and I kindly ask for your care. We will need to take a detour and estimate that it will take about 5 days to reach Anding City. Rest assured, I will strive to keep you updated on our safety each day. Shen Huang earnestly detailed the plans for this operation to Tang An. I am certainly at ease with you. I apologize for the trouble. After witnessing Tang An's injury, Shen Huang felt a deeper unease. He instructed the comrades nearby to assist Tang Jinghua onto the vehicle, as he had more he wished to discuss with Tang An. There is no trouble at all. We need not stand on ceremony. Tang An, if anyone coerces you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will certainly assist you. Coerce? Tang An thought that Shen Huang must have misunderstood something. It was not as he believed. Yesterday, individuals from Danhong Company came to my home. I managed to deal with one, but inadvertently let another escape. I worry that the one who escaped may pose future troubles. It is only prudent to ensure my father is sent away first, were it not for military orders. Shen Huang would have preferred to remain by Tang An's side to face everything together rather than escort Tang Jinghua to Bayan City. I can manage on my own. Observing Shen Huang's earnest demeanor, Tang An responded somewhat perfunctorily, nodding. All right, I understand. You may go. Shen Huang reluctantly departed. Now, in the empty house, only Tang An remained. He directly brought out the injured Hey Fong and Me, aiming to enhance their intimacy through daily interactions, while also reviewing the income from the shop over the past 2 days and exploring the possibility of a system upgrade. System, my total income stands at 1.7 million now. If converted to favor points, can I upgrade the system? Hello, Director. After conversion, you may directly upgrade to town mode. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Transitioning from village mode to town mode means entering the city. If I upgrade, what benefits will I receive? In town mode, you can initiate industrial production and expand the scope of existing functions. The outcome of this upgrade seems somewhat vague. Tang An did not continue to question further. Instead, he promptly paid the sum of 1.5 million in goodwill. Instantly, a transformation occurred within the system space. Outside the farm area, a town-like zone emerged, where individuals could be seen laboring. These individuals bore a striking resemblance to the NPCs found within the game. As for their functionality, it remained to be explored. In terms of quantity, there appeared to be around 7 or 8, varying in height and gender, including one peculiar figure clad in a black robe with horns. Congratulations, Master, on the successful upgrade of the system. The new features are as follows. The Goodfield restaurant has expanded its capacity to accommodate up to 10,000 diners simultaneously and has introduced price adjustments along with a one-way invisibility mode. Tang An comprehended both the 10,000 diner capacity and the price adjustment feature. However, what did the one-way invisibility mode entail? One-way invisibility means that guests arriving at the Goodfield restaurant cannot see or converse with other patrons. This feature was indeed quite appealing, as it mitigated the fear of gossip. The Black Wind Hotel has expanded its capacity to serve 50,000 guests simultaneously. The Goodfield shop has activated the NPC dispatch function, allowing designated users to access it as per the master's assignment. NPCs possess capabilities beyond those of ordinary humans, with dispatch fees determined by the master. Could it be that he now had hireable subordinates? Chapter 87. Freedom. If Tang An were to require that individuals be brought to the Goodfield restaurant every half hour, it would indeed be quite cumbersome. This was also the reason she found it difficult to promote these two features on a broader scale. The NPC settings were rather peculiar. She chose one that closely resembled a meticulous and versatile character named Yongyu. Shortly thereafter, a young girl in a suit skirt appeared before Tang An. Upon receiving the list Tang An provided, she immediately entered a work mode, intelligent and devoid of a salary requirement. With the system upgraded, Tang An fulfilled her promise to Wang Mian, and now she contemplated how to take action against Dan Hong Company. Dan Hong Company. Ken Lulu drove at breakneck speed, narrowly avoiding collisions with roadside barriers on several occasions. Li Wenjing remained silent throughout the journey, speculating about the identity of her savior, too apprehensive to inquire where she was being taken. After halting the vehicle, Ken Lulu led Li Wenjing into a descending elevator. With Cheng Yu deceased, Ken Lulu was at a loss regarding whom to report to or how to do so. The only higher-ups she could reach, apart from Cheng Yu, were Su Yu from a medical department, whom she had previously served. Thus, she proceeded to the floor where Su Yu resided. Even if serving the higher-ups was not an option, she reasoned that working as a waitress here would at least prevent her from starving. Today, Su Yu had not summoned a girl. When the door opened, he was engrossed in his work. Mr. Su, something has happened. What should we do? Ken Lulu, tears staining her face, suddenly threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. Two individuals have recently grown quite close. In the moment when Su Yu was approached by Ken Lulu, he exhibited an unmistakable expression of disdain, yet ultimately refrained from pushing her away. Take your time. What transpired? Su Yu inquired, his gaze piercing through the woman in his arms to scrutinize the one who stood at the elevator entrance, her head bowed in a display of discomfort. She appears rather unkempt, yet her figure seems decent. Cheng Yu is dead. I witnessed his head explode from a bullet. It was utterly horrific. The memory of blood erupting and ultimately dissipating in the rain sent chills through Ken Lulu's bones. It's terrifying to realize that my neighbor is such a person. After all, she even killed Bei Bei. They say murderers often start by torturing animals. Upon hearing of Cheng Yu's demise, Su Yu immediately pushed Ken Lulu away, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. How could this happen? Cheng Yu took you out today? He didn't bring anyone else? Su Yu believed Chung Yu to be bold and meticulous. Under normal circumstances, he would not venture out alone or with someone incapable of contributing to his tasks. After being shoved aside, Ken Lulu fell to the ground, appearing even more pitiful. Li Wenjing hurried over to assist her. As Ken Lulu sobbed, she recounted the unfolding events. It seemed Chung Yu had underestimated the situation. Su Yu promptly summoned Li Lingyan from the security department. Within the Danhong Company in Anning City, Chung Yu's status was not particularly high. His death was regrettable, yet they could find someone else capable of such tasks. However, Chung Yu had recently ingratiated himself with Mr. Wen, making his death likely to attract Mr. Wen's attention. Rather than await Mr. Wen's inquiries, Su Yu preferred to earn some merit for himself. Though Li Lingyan was not particularly familiar with Chung Yu, he was averse to female company and found the responsibilities of the security department quite demanding. Managing a crew of former outlaws was no easy feat nevertheless. As a company employee, Li Lingyan felt compelled to pay a visit. Upon arriving at Su Yu's floor, the moment he stepped out of the elevator, his eyes fell upon the disheveled woman. Simultaneously, Li Wenjing regarded Li Lingyan with keen interest. "Are you Li Wenjing? What are you doing here?" Upon hearing this question, Li Wenjing became certain that the person before her was her former high school classmate, Li Lingyan. "Lingyan," she stammered, struggling to suppress her overwhelming emotions. Still reeling from fear, encountering someone familiar caused her tears to flow freely. Li Lingyan, unfazed, enveloped her in an embrace, allowing her to release her pent-up emotions in a fit of sobs. This scene, witnessed by Su Yu, took on an entirely different significance. "I have lost everything. Lingyan, I have nothing left. Please, take your time. What truly happened?" As it turns out, due to my financial situation, I rented out my house to disaster victims. They had scarcely moved in when they sullied my 2 nieces, seized my food, and my son succumbed to heat stroke. They deemed my presence, mourning a deceased child, to be ill-fated and thus expelled me. Her experiences are undeniably tragic. Li Lingyan never imagined that the seemingly foolish classmate beside her would encounter such harrowing events. Yet, with a child lost and a husband ailing, could she not be considered free as well? Li Lingyan's heart wavered. "It's all right. You shall reside here from now on. Mr. Su, let us discuss Chung Yu's affairs later. I must first ensure my old classmate is settled. Perhaps we should inquire about Chung Yu's situation with her. I've heard he was lured by her this time." Chapter 88. A fate sealed. Li Lingyan seldom engaged socially with her colleagues. Nonetheless, she was astute, observing the myriad happenings within the company. For instance, the directive given was to locate a woman named Kuya. Yet Chung Yu seized the opportunity to curry favor with Mr. Wen and pursued women instead. The woman whom Mr. Wen had taken an interest in resided at the place provided by Ken Lulu. Originally, Ken Lulu was not supposed to accompany Chung Yu, but through relentless persuasion, he acquiesced. As Lulu herself claimed, it was due to a personal vendetta against that woman. Yet, who could truly discern the situation? It was hard not to suspect that Ken Lulu harbored ulterior motives. Upon realizing the suspicion directed at her, Ken Lulu hastily denied any connection. "No, I have nothing to do with it." Should they link Chung Yu's demise to her, all that she had recently attained at Danhong Company would dissolve into nothingness. She had just begun to see the light, having climbed into Su Yu's bed. Her good fortune had not yet commenced. The price she might pay could extend beyond mere reputation, perhaps even to her life. She understood that she was gambling with Tiger. One misstep could lead to her downfall. Li Wenjing continued to weep softly. The matters discussed bore no relation to her, and she chose not to interject. Instead, listening intently to their conversation, contemplating the unfolding events. "Wenjing, how did you encounter Ken Lulu?" Li Lingyan speculated that perhaps Li Wenjing might possess some insights. "I had just been cast out when I encountered her. She beckoned me to get in the car, promising to help me seek revenge. I had no choice but to comply," Li Wenjing recounted, reflecting on her own trepidation. She was uncertain of Ken Lulu's origins or her motivations for assisting her. But at that moment, she had no alternative but to trust her. The news of Chung Yu's death swiftly reached Oh-chun. The first to inform him was Tang An, who explicitly told Oh-chun that Chung Yu was killed by her, while Ken Lulu had narrowly escaped by hiding in the car. However, Tang An did not intend to let Lulu off the hook. Instead, she entrusted the task to Chun. Thus, at that moment, Mr. Wen appeared in Su Yu's office. I have brought milk tea. If there are matters to discuss, let us converse while we enjoy our drink. Do not feel overly anxious. If you are innocent, the Danhong Company will provide you with an explanation. Mr. Wen, feigning a rather greasy demeanor, patted Lulu's backside and exhibited considerable interest in her. Lulu was subjected to relentless questioning by the two, and soon found herself drenched in sweat. The chilled milk tea indeed helped to revive her senses. Previously, Lulu had never interacted with Mr. Wen and was unaware of his true identity. However, observing Su Yu and Li Lingyan yielding their seats to him, it was apparent that he held a position of great significance. Mr. Wen, you have arrived. I came to see what the situation is, Su Yu stated, first seeking to clear his own name. This woman approached me abruptly, claiming that Cheng Yu is dead. I promptly reported this matter to Li Lingyan, and we both concurred that Cheng Yu's demise is inextricably linked to Lulu. Oh, it seems we need not intervene. They have willingly ensnared themselves. Lulu mistakenly believed that Mr. Wen was infatuated with her, and thus her demeanor hardened. This has nothing to do with me. It was the villa number 18, where they possessed a sniper rifle. The first shot missed Cheng Yu, but struck my arm. I hastily fled to my vehicle, and then the second shot struck Cheng Yu in the head. Li Lingyan scoffed. Do you believe you have entered some sort of crime thriller? Does an ordinary household possess a sniper rifle? Please, when fabricating excuses, at least align them with national realities. Faced with Li Lingyan's scrutiny, Lulu found herself at a loss for words. Mr. Wen then spoke up. You claim the bullet struck your arm, so there must be a gunshot wound. That individual, please come forward and remove her outer garment. Aside from Lulu, the only other woman in the room was Li Wenjing, who was naturally the one Mr. Wen referred to. Li Wenjing recalled that Lulu had sustained an injury, as she had struggled while driving. However, the raincoat had concealed the wound. Yet, upon removing Lulu's clothing, no trace of any gunshot wound was visible on either her left or right arm. Only some suspicious bloodstains remained. How could this be? I was truly shot, Lulu exclaimed in disbelief. She had seen her injury in the vehicle, and her clothing bore wet, partially dry blood. So how could there be no wound? Li Lingyan, this matter is quite clear. The Danhong Company cannot tolerate such individuals. You shall handle it as you see fit. Cheng Yu is dead. His women must find someone to manage them, but do not hire outsiders, understood? Chun, having accomplished what he intended, hastily departed. He had always maintained a hands-off approach at Danhong Company, and should he suddenly become overly involved, it would inevitably lead to exposure. Li Lingyan nodded, deeming it sufficient to eliminate the woman discreetly. As for the women who provided companionship, in his view, it would be best to keep them under his own control. Su Yu was perplexed as to why Mr. Wen had chosen to involve himself in this matter. However, upon Mr. Wen's arrival, he remained silent, allowing Su Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. Lulu, despite her docile demeanor, was not particularly striking and had aged somewhat. There were numerous compliant women within Danhong Company, and he had no desire to offend Mr. Wen over a mere woman. It was prudent to consult with influential figures. Thus, Lulu's fate was sealed, and Li Wenjing exhibited no inclination to advocate on her behalf. She had already secured a formidable backing. Tang An, you poisoned my dog, and now you wish to take my life. It is unfortunate that I did not perish at your hands, but I assure you, even in death, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Su Yu, you spineless wretch, despite my devoted service to you, today you will witness my demise without lifting a finger. And you, I saved you. Perhaps I should have left you to your fate, you ungrateful wretch. Li Wenjing's complexion turned ashen. Is it Tang An, the cousin of Tang Jing? The one who claimed the house is hers? Suddenly, she recalled that when she first moved in, someone had brought her a plethora of food. At that time, she had considered many people, yet never once thought of this Tang An, whom she had only met once. Could it be that the resident of Villa No. 18 is indeed Tang An? Only Chun knows that what Lulu said is entirely true. He had merely added a healing pill to the milk tea, one that accelerates wound recovery. Lulu's survival is now in jeopardy. Thus, the next target is Ma Qingyun, who oversees the marketing department of Danhong Company. Chapter 89, Bringing Second Brother Home. On the third day after Tang Zhenghua followed Shen Huang's departure, he awoke from his slumber in the early hours, around 3 o'clock, to an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the incessant chirping of insects that rendered sleep elusive. Why was it so noisy? Where did such a cacophony of insects come from? He quickly sat up, realizing that the vehicle was still traversing the national highway, with the driver drowsily listening to a radio drama. "Hey, young man, has the rain ceased? If we can hear the chirping, it must have stopped," Tang Zhenghua exclaimed with immense joy, relishing the thought of the downpour finally coming to an end. The young driver, startled by the sudden conversation, instinctively pressed the brake pedal, jolting the passengers awake. They all sat up alertly, swiftly chambering rounds in their weapons, scanning for any signs of danger. It's all right. The elder said the rain has stopped. It seems to be true. The rain has indeed ceased, the driver proclaimed excitedly, rolling down the window to let in the raucous symphony of frogs, insects, and birds that filled the air, adding a touch of humanity to the previously desolate night. The rain had stopped. It truly had. Unbeknownst to him, someone in the crowd was the first to push open the car door and step out, followed by others who eagerly disembarked. The crimson moon cast an eerie glow, while the sky was devoid of any clouds, as if the nearly 2-month deluge had never occurred. The ground remained a quagmire, the scent of acid rain still permeating the air. Yet, they all understood that this putrid odor would soon dissipate. Dawn, was it truly breaking? Observing the commotion ahead, Shen Huang also exited the vehicle. He had already noticed that the rain had ceased, although he remained skeptical that its cessation signified a true conclusion. That crimson moon served as undeniable evidence of the contrary. Upon reaching their destination, Shen Huang promptly informed Tang An that the rain in Anding City had not yet stopped, though its intensity had significantly diminished. Regarding his eye, Tang An harbored no concerns that Wang Mian would mistreat his father. Currently, their associates were dining at the Black Wind Hotel and the Liangtian restaurant, while their everyday necessities were sourced entirely from the Liangtian General Store. Upon disembarking, Tang Zhenghua was met with a reception of the highest order. They offered him delicacies from the Tang An system, the finest provisions they could muster after 2 months of acid rain. Wang Mian informed Tang Zhenghua that he had already dispatched individuals to search for the missing. But the devastation wrought by the acid rain had led to widespread flooding, resulting in many individuals from various regions being unaccounted for. Their manpower was insufficient, and progress would inevitably be slow. "Major, there is someone outside to escort Mr. Tang." Tang Zhenghua had recently arrived in Bayan City when someone came to seek him. Wang Mian instructed his subordinates to detain the visitor for questioning, and once the inquiries were complete, they were to be released. "Who is it that has come to find me?" Tang Zhenghua, inebriated, stepped out of the dining hall. Despite being fully aware that the person awaiting him would not be his wife, Kuya, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Tang, perhaps it would be best if you did not go," said Guanya, who promptly seated herself beside him. "Uncle Tang, allow me to check instead. Having spent considerable time in your household, if it were indeed Aunt Kuya, I would surely bring her in. Would that be acceptable?" Tang Zhenghua expressed his gratitude repeatedly, feigning that he had indulged too much and that the individuals outside were likely not acquaintances, thus rendering a visit unnecessary. However, he was acutely aware that most of those outside were probably from Danhong Company. Outside, Tang Ting sat in a wheelchair, her frame reduced to a mere skeleton. She wore a slightly oversized wig and had meticulously applied makeup, yet it did little to conceal the pallor etched on her face. "Mother, I have already told you. My second uncle is quite well. Why must you insist on coming to see for yourself?" Lu Bai muttered, unable to comprehend why his mother was so preoccupied with Tang and his father. "They're just siblings, after all. I share the same blood with my elder sister and second sister, yet they secretly wish for my demise. What difference does it truly make if I see him or not? My second brother used to treat me well. I'll take a glance just to ease my mind." Tang Ting felt that the years had aged her remarkably quickly, and her physical condition was evidently deteriorating year by year. Her existence was entirely sustained by Lu Huaxing's financial support, and although she was only in her early 40s, she felt as if she were in her 70s or 80s. "Well, just wait and see. If he doesn't come to see you, I shall take you to meet him," Lu Bai said. Upon hearing this, Tang Ting promptly refused, saying, "Do not say such things. I have taught you what is appropriate and what is not. Do not let my demise be overshadowed by mere appearances." Ever since her mother fell ill, the word death had become a constant presence in her conversations. Lu Bai was unwilling to hear such utterances, which was also a reason for his desire to escape this place. All right, I understand. I will keep you company for a while. If we do not see him, I shall accompany you again tomorrow." Tang Ting gazed at her reflection in the puddle beneath her feet, appearing painfully gaunt. It had been years since they last met, and she wondered if her second brother would still recognize her. Has he turned gray? She pondered. After over a year of chemotherapy, her hair had long since vanished. She recalled that even when she had hair, it was streaked with gray. Her elder brother was older than she. Perhaps he had even more gray hair. "I didn't pay attention, anyway, not as much as I have," Lu Bai whistled nonchalantly. Observing him, Tang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. "You might just manage, aging much like you are now. But alas, I will not witness your aging visage." The mother and son engaged in a casual conversation while awaiting any signs from within. After a prolonged wait, a lively girl with short hair emerged. "Are you here looking for Tang Jinghua?" Guanya's voice had an unmistakable accent from Anding City, which Lu Bai, with his keen ear, immediately recognized. Fortunately, she had recently learned that some military personnel were escorting Tang Jinghua to Bayan City. Chapter 90. The rain has stopped. How could I not have a sister? Here's my ID. My name is Tang Ting. My elder brother is Tang Jinghua, and my second brother is Tang Jinghua. Young lady, please take this to my second brother and see if he no longer recognizes me. In a moment of panic, Tang Ting attempted to rise from her wheelchair. However, her legs lacked any strength, and she nearly fell as soon as she stood. Regardless of whether the woman was indeed Uncle Tang's sister, Guanya could not bear to witness her tumble to the ground. Especially with the puddles left behind by the acid rain, a fall could certainly result in considerable pain. Lu Bai, unable to discern the direction in which his mother was falling, relied solely on instinct to reach out, but his hand only brushed against her sleeve. Fortunately, Guanya managed to steady Tang Ting's frail form. She was taken aback by how emaciated a grown woman could be. It felt as though she bore almost no weight at all. Tang Ting could not articulate what weighed on her mind. Since childhood, her parents had held her in disdain, and having endured countless hardships, she had long since harbored a deep-seated resentment toward her family. When her mother sought to marry her off for financial gain, it was her second brother who intervened, providing her with a way out. Eventually, she wed Lu Huasheng, who was nearly 20 years her senior. Tang Jinghua believed his sister deserved a partner closer to her age, rather than marrying an elderly man and assuming the role of a stepmother. If only they could meet again. Guanya had heard of Tang Ting through the fragmented conversations of Tang An, as well as from her grandmother and uncle, which allowed her to glean the trials this woman had endured to rise from adversity and escape that nightmarish existence. "I shall return tomorrow to check on her," she resolved. Lu Bai assisted Tang Ting in departing, with the driver helping to maneuver her wheelchair into the vehicle. They drove away. Standing at the entrance, Guanya pondered whether to inform Tang Jinghua of Tang Ting's current circumstances. She decided to first call Tang and to share the news. At that moment in Anding City, the rain had finally ceased. The setting sun painted the sky in vibrant hues of red, and as the storm clouds dispersed, people rushed out from their homes, eager for the precious sunlight to dissipate the gloom and anguish brought by the acid rain. Although the rain had stopped, everyone understood that the floodwaters, which had inundated several floors, would not recede easily. Feng Yun wearily dismissed them, only to be approached again by Ling Li. He attempted to defer Ling Li's concerns, as his duty was to maintain public order rather than address the myriad trivialities of the community. Moreover, since Ling Li had moved in, his wife had frequently engaged him in quarrels, leading to a personal aversion toward her. Before departing, they needed to conduct a secondary assessment of the number of disaster victims and their health conditions. Should anyone go missing, die, or encounter other issues, it would require thorough investigation. Overwhelmed with tasks, Feng Yun found himself with only Yang Hao from Villa Number 14, as well as Lin Dalian and Peng Hongba from Villa Number 6, as available resources. Having interacted with Tang and several times and recognizing her as a compassionate individual, he decided to enlist her assistance. Tang An's plan to infiltrate Dan Hong Company was momentarily interrupted, yet she remained unperturbed. Li Wenjing and her grandmother still resided in the same community, and she was curious about their current circumstances. The issue of missing persons must be taken seriously, akin to the disappearance of Kuya from Villa number 18, which had been reported by family members. If no report had been made, it was imperative to ascertain the timeline of the disappearance and to conduct thorough inquiries with families that had missing individuals. Every person one encounters could potentially be a suspect. Despite Feng Yun's daily inquiries regarding the residents and disaster victims, he was but one individual and could not possibly check on the well-being of each household. Thus, this investigation was indeed necessary. Kuya? Missing? Lingley keenly grasped this information. The personnel structure of Villa number 18 was rather simple. As far as she knew, it consisted of a couple, their daughter, and a friend of their daughter. After Guanya left with her son, only 3 remained in the household. This implied that the lady of the house had vanished, prompting the man to relocate. She remained silent and, upon ascending the stairs, immediately initiated a video call with her son. Just a few hours after the rain had ceased, the power supply across the city had been restored. She could hardly contain her eagerness to see how her son was faring. When the video connected, her son's rugged visage appeared on Ling Li's screen. After relocating to Bayan City, Zhang Chun had been assigned by Wang Mian to work at a safe base, enduring the elements with considerable hardship. His unkempt beard made him look far older than his years. Son, oh my son, what has happened to you? Are they treating you poorly? Ling Li burst into tears upon seeing her son. Although Zhang Chun found his mother's display of emotion bothersome, he refrained from uttering any harsh words. I'm doing fine. The rain has stopped. We're not so tired anymore. How about you, Mom? I'm well, don't worry about me. You've lost weight. Do you have any money? If not, I can send you some. Son, did you know that the woman from Villa number 18 has gone missing, and her husband has moved away? Do you think? Could it be that the man harmed her? Chapter 91. Find another Zhang Chun thought he had misheard. He looked again at the video feed and the image of his mother to confirm that it was indeed her. What are you talking about? This makes no sense. Ling Li found herself at a loss for words. If she were to reveal that she had recently been the victim of a home invasion and had narrowly escaped with her life, Zhang Chun would surely be alarmed. I'm merely speculating. Please don't jump to conclusions or speak carelessly. I assure you, the lady of the house is indeed missing, but it has nothing to do with Uncle Tang. Guanya is currently in Bayan City, and Tang An has entrusted her with the care of her father, bringing Uncle Tang to Bayan City. Your assumptions are unfounded, so please refrain from discussing them. He had always believed that the family residing in Villa No. 18 held a rather extraordinary status. Ken Lulu had carved out a niche for herself as a minor internet celebrity and still possessed a degree of influence online. She lamented the tragic loss of her dog, which had been poisoned, and public sentiment overwhelmingly sided with her. In this scenario, unexpectedly, Tang An swiftly shifted the tide of public opinion, even leading to the incarceration of his own father. The speed of these developments was astonishing, taking less than 48 hours. Such efficiency is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He conveyed this matter to his mother, hoping to dissuade her from directing her intentions towards the individual residing in Villa number 18, lest they incur consequences beyond their capacity to bear. Rest assured, what can I say? Besides, I have only just settled into this community. Who could I possibly confide in? Villa number 18 is indeed formidable. She became increasingly convinced that seeking assistance from Villa number 18 was a judicious decision. Yet, Tang An proved to be rather cold-hearted, adamantly refusing to allow her entry. Otherwise, she might have had an opportunity. It is indeed impressive. Mother, now that the rain has ceased, you should promptly procure some food and daily necessities. It's truly unwise not to have provisions at home. Zhang Chun echoed sentiments he had heard from others. They were unaware of the source of the information, which suggested that after acid rain, further disasters might ensue, making life increasingly difficult for everyone. Regardless of its veracity, he deemed it prudent to offer a word of caution. However, it was evident that Ling Li did not heed her son's advice. Her thoughts were consumed by the disappearance of the lady of the house, contemplating whether this could present an opportunity for her to gain entry. I understand. Son, I shall come to see you. You have been away for so many days, and I miss you dearly. By the way, How did you learn that Tang An's father went to Bayan City? Is it close to you? Upon hearing that his mother intended to visit, Zheng Chun felt a surge of anxiety. What did she think this was? A military installation? Did she believe it was a place one could enter at will? No, you must not come. After receiving that phone call, Zheng Chun sensed something amiss. He had always known that his parents' relationship was strained, leading his mother to focus all her attention on him. Yet today, she engaged him in conversation about the Tang family. Could it be that she had developed feelings for Tang An's father? As a son, Zheng Chun did not oppose his mother remarrying. In fact, he hoped she would find someone who genuinely cared for her, someone who would love and look after her. However, if it were Tang An's father, the situation would take a different turn. Zheng Chun had gleaned from her words that his mother was drawn to the Tang family's influential background. I cannot accept this. Can you not focus on your own life instead of fixating on others? Do not forget that the lady of the house is merely missing, even if she were deceased. It has no bearing on you. I do not require you to secure any future for me. Your best contribution would be to avoid causing me trouble. Zheng Chun rarely spoke so sternly. Within his new team, he was industrious, enthusiastic, a university student with knowledge and refinement, and his cheerful demeanor made him quite popular. Thus, when he exhibited such anger, everyone was taken aback. What is wrong, Zheng Chun? Upon hearing this, the class monitor hurried over to inquire about the situation. The young man was known for his fiery temper, and it was clear to him that Zheng Chun, who was usually the most easygoing, must have encountered something particularly severe to be so upset. Zheng Chun abruptly ended the video call, as he found it impossible to articulate the matter. He merely stated, "It's nothing, just a quarrel with my mother." Consequently, the class monitor initiated a counseling mode, but Zheng Chun's mind was preoccupied, as if weighed down by a heavy stone. The following day, before Tang An had fully awakened, the doorbell rang, rousing her from slumber. Linda Lien was partnering with Tang An this time, and together they were tasked with the investigation of the disaster victims. Tang An discovered a common characteristic among the deceased. Each had registered with Feng Yun, their bodies abandoned in the yard or elsewhere, leaving traces to follow. In light of this, Tang An conducted a thorough backup investigation. Upon arriving at Villa 13, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to let Lin Dalian enter first to assess the situation. This was primarily due to the presence of Tang Jing's wife, Li Wenjing, whom he had previously dismissed. He was uncertain whether she still remembered him, and preferred to avoid an awkward encounter. Better to err on the side of caution. Once Lin Dalian entered, Tang An remained outside, scrutinizing the information available. The registered occupants of the villa included Li Wenjing, her son, and two nieces. The former head of the household, Wang Xiangwen, along with his wife, Li Shirue, had been implicated in the murder of Wang's father and their daughters. Subsequently, a family of disaster victims moved in, a mother with 3 sons and a recently married couple. When housing was allocated, consideration was given to Li Wenjing's situation as a single mother with 3 children, thus avoiding placement of families with multiple adult males in Villa 13. Typically, under normal circumstances, the 2 women would conclude their investigation swiftly. However, this time Tang An waited an unusually long time for Lin Dalian to emerge. Tang An, perhaps you should come inside with me. I sense something is amiss. Li Wenjing has vanished, and so has disaster victim Chu Yaoyao. Chu Yaoyao was the wife of the newlywed couple that had been resettled. Chapter 92. Do you like candy? Despite the fact that each villa housed numerous residents, it was uncommon for multiple individuals to go missing from a single household. Upon closer examination, they realized that 3 individuals had disappeared from this residence. Li Wenjing, her son, and Chu Yaoyao. Li Wenjing, alone with her children, had a son who was merely 1 or 2 years old, still at the babbling stage. Chu Yaoyao was in the early stages of pregnancy, and when she moved in, her condition was hardly discernible, at most 5 months along. They represented the vulnerable demographic within this villa, and now they had mysteriously vanished. Let us proceed together. If anything happens, you must leave and seek officer phone. Do not concern yourself with me. Tang An spoke with sincerity, yet Lin Dalian, feeling a twinge of fear, chose to walk ahead of her. Rest assured, dear sister, with me by your side. You need not worry. Indeed, Lin Dalian was a few years older than Tang An. With a faint smile, Tang An said nothing and proceeded into the house. It was evident that this abode bore ill omen. Not long had passed before another tragedy struck. The individuals present remained silent, and it was Lu Yin, the mother of the three sons seated on the sofa, who broke the silence. Wenjing's son has passed away. The child succumbed to the oppressive heat and died of heat stroke. Before his demise, he developed numerous rashes, a sight most unsettling. In such sweltering weather, the death of a young child was indeed plausible. However, Tang An remained cautious. She beckoned Li Wenjing's two nieces to approach. Did you witness your younger brother's demise? Being younger, they could easily be coerced into fabricating a tale. The two little girls turned their gazes toward Lu Yin, and upon her nod, the elder of the two spoke up. Our little brother died from the heat. His body was infested with maggots. It was quite horrifying. Maggots? How could that be? Lin Dalian assumed that the children were merely confused about the distinction between rashes and maggot infestations. Yet, Tang An sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. I see. And what your aunt? Once again, they uniformly directed their eyes toward Lu Yin. Lu Yin, without a hint of hesitation, maintained an exceptionally cooperative demeanor. Our aunt was with our brother the entire time. She paid us no mind. We do not know when she left. This statement seemed truthful, yet was it not Li Wenjing's purpose to care for her nieces? It was illogical for her to neglect the children. Based on her understanding of Li Wenjing, such neglect was inconsistent with her character. Lin Dalian shook her head, disapproving of Li Wenjing's actions. If your aunt neglects you, then who has been caring for you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yin became animated, regardless of the parent situation. Children must not be neglected. Recently, they have been living with me. Lu Yin appeared quite ordinary and did not seem to possess the wealth one would expect. In a time when essential survival supplies were exorbitantly priced, how could she afford to spend so much on unfamiliar girls? And what of Chu Yaoyao? Where has she gone? Tang An directed his gaze towards Chu Yaoyao's husband, a man named Wu Leqing. He stood at just over 1.60 meters, and his physique suggested he weighed around 200 pounds. Breathing appeared to be a considerable effort for him. Had he departed? Yet, there had been no reports regarding this matter during the distribution of physical goods. Tang An cast a questioning glance at Wu Leqing, who promptly nodded in affirmation, indicating that Lu Yin was indeed correct. Tang An scrutinized the four men beside him. According to the information, Lu Yan's three sons were aged 11, 15, and 17. However, at a glance, there was no discernible age difference among the three boys. All were quite tall, with one standing at a remarkable height of 1.9 meters, while the other two also exceeded 1.7 meters. Have children today truly benefited from such abundant nourishment? An 11-year-old can reach a height of over 1.7 meters. Li Shirui's two daughters were aged 4 and 6, appearing quite dark and thin, their skin flushed and seemingly wrinkled. They looked rather pitiable. So this villa is solely under your care, Tang An remarked sarcastically. The well-meaning Lu Yin, beaming with pride, replied, by being kind to others, calamity will steer clear. Tang An pondered for a moment, then crouched down and gently lifted Li Shirui's little daughter into his arms. What is your name, dear child? The little girl trembled with fear, and Tang An could feel her tiny body quaking. My name is Rongrong. Rongrong, do you enjoy sweets? Upon hearing the word sweets, Rongrong's eyes sparkled with delight. She could hardly remember the last time she had tasted candy. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Not only was the younger daughter excited, but Li Shirui's elder daughter also became animated, albeit with a greater sense of caution. Annie, are you a good person? Mother has always warned us not to accept food from strangers. Tang An crouched down and spoke in a gentle tone. Annie is a friend of the police officer. The police officer asked me to come and assist you. Do you think Annie is a good person? In the minds of children, the police officer is undoubtedly an absolute authority. Upon hearing that this aunt claimed to be a friend of the police officer, she immediately embraced Tang An's thigh. Tang An took out 2 candies from his pocket and, in front of everyone, fed them to the mouths of the 2 children. Sister Lin, please take care of the children. I will go inside for a moment. By the way, I recall that a person once died in a certain room. Does anyone among you reside in that room? Tang An surveyed the surroundings, having already sent a message to Feng Yun urging him to arrive promptly. Dead people? We have not heard any news of fatalities. Could there be a misunderstanding? Lu Yin appeared visibly alarmed, attempting to prevent Tang An from entering the room. However, her efforts were futile. Tang An ascended the stairs with remarkable speed. The scene above left her utterly astonished. The floor was cluttered with a haphazard assembly of mattresses, scattered clothing, and bed linens, alongside numerous dried and even moldy bloodstains. This was undoubtedly a crime scene. Chapter 93. Acts of Valor Where There is a Scene. There must be a body. Tang An's heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped, each breath a painful gasp. Whose blood is this? Is any of it Li Wenjing's? Could the supplies she delivered have caused her harm? A sudden, intense pain surged through her head. She had once believed that the morsel of food Li Wenjing had provided her balance their debt after she had repaid her with so much sustenance. Yet, if her assistance had instead led to Li Wenjing's suffering, she would indeed be a sinner. What is this? Lu Yin visibly tensed, with the raging storm outside. The children are terrified, so we brought the mattresses together and are all staying in the living room. There aren't many daily necessities in the house, and we women have our monthly cycle to contend with. We had no choice. The bloodstains could indeed be attributed to menstrual issues. There were no large patches of blood on the bed, but there were indeed numerous small specks scattered about. Tang An, having spoken, turned and walked away. It was not fear that compelled her departure, but rather the thought of Lin Dalian and the two children still remaining downstairs. She could not bear the thought of others leveraging the lives of two innocent souls against her. Observing Tang An's retreat, Lu Yin finally exhaled in relief. What she had initially perceived as formidable proved to be rather mundane. After indulging in the sweets offered by Tang An, the two girls developed a strong fondness for her. Lin Dalian also cherished these two children dearly, despite the prolonged hardships of the apocalypse that had stripped away their youthful plumpness. She firmly believed that love has the power to nurture and restore vitality. Tang An had not anticipated that Lin Dalian genuinely wished to adopt the two children. After all, the act of adopting a child is no trifling matter. Respecting the destinies of others, Tang An observed Lu Yan's expression. She appeared somewhat displeased, yet refrained from uttering a word. Instead, it was Wu Leking beside her who spoke up. No, you cannot adopt these two children. Lin Dalian intended to argue further, but Tang An urged her to depart. Let's discuss this matter later. For now, you two should accompany Annie to the house to get some candy. Is that agreeable? If they were to be taken away, so be it. After all, we are leaving soon. My home has many children, and it is truly overwhelming to care for them all. As she watched them leave, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Once outside, Tang An instructed Lin Dalian to take the children immediately to Villa number 19. Having to check her phone to see that Feng Yun had already arrived, Tang An stood beneath the adjacent wall, awaiting Feng Yun's arrival. There was already commotion inside the house, where the occupants were hurriedly gathering their belongings. They were planning to flee. The garage door swung open, revealing Lu Yan's son at the wheel, with Lu Yin herself in the front passenger seat. In the rear, the stout Wu Leking and Lu Yan's other two sons were crammed together. The driver pressed the accelerator with force, and Tang An was taken aback by their swift decision to escape. Where could they possibly go? Tang An emerged from the side and, with a single powerful punch, shattered the car's window. The sheer force startled the man in the driver's seat, who slammed on the brakes. Meanwhile, Lu Yin in the passenger seat exclaimed, "What are you doing? Hurry up and leave." Leave? Don't even think about it. Tang An has truly become adept with the pistol. In an instant, she shot out a tire, causing the vehicle to emit smoke and rendering it immobile. Where do you think you're going? Did I not mention that a car would come to take you away? Why are you just standing there? Get out. Do something. What are you thinking? Lu Yin chided. Yet she had no intention of exiting the vehicle. What a folly. That woman is armed. If she steps out, it would be tantamount to courting death. It wasn't just Lu Yin who was terrified. The others in the back seat remained frozen in place. After muttering a curse in frustration, Lu Yin retrieved a long dagger from the glove compartment and thrust it into the hands of the hefty Wu Leking. The Li Yugo, Wu Leking, referred to as the Li by Lu Yin, steeled himself and pushed open the car door. Brandishing the dagger, he prepared to confront Tang An. No matter how strong he was merely a girl. However, To his astonishment, Tang An delivered a swift slap to De Li's head, leaving him dizzy and tasting blood as he spat out 2 yellow teeth. What are you waiting for? Don't be afraid. Under Lu Yan's command, they surged towards Tang An. Faced with 4 tall and robust adult men, Tang An remained unflinching. As she struggled to fend them off alone, she unleashed her companions, Hei Feng and Mimi. Hei Feng roared mightily, causing neighbors to peek out from their beds in alarm, while Mimi lunged at one of the men, aiming for his leg. With a mouth as large as a basin and razor-sharp teeth, a single bite could fracture a thigh. Witnessing this, Lu Yan hastily attempted to flee. Yet, as she opened the car door, she locked eyes with Tang An. Where do you think you're running to? You owe a life and still dare to escape? Tang An let out a cold laugh. Lu Yan felt an icy chill penetrate to her bones. It wasn't me. It was those few who acted. I did nothing. I am a woman. Please let me go. A woman? In this hierarchy, you are nothing more than a beast. As Lu Yan barely poked her head out, Tang An firmly held the car door shut, preventing her escape. Her arms and head became stuck in the door crack, causing her to grimace in pain. Meanwhile, Yang Haokong from Villa number 14, disregarding his family's objections, rushed out. His sister, who raised Tibetan Mastiffs, and Uncle Tang from the neighborhood self-defense team were both good people, and they had mentioned Tang An to him. Now, he finally saw the true face of the situation. Witnessing a girl like Tang An face so many with her 2 dogs, his blood surged uncontrollably. Sister Tang An, I am here to help you. As he noticed someone approaching from a distance, Mimi barked at Yang Haokong, while Hei Feng sensed the newcomer was an ally and called out to reassure Mimi. Recognizing that the person had emerged from Villa number 14, Tang An understood his identity. With Hei Feng and Mimi by her side, she could easily handle the situation. Yang Haokong, however, disregarded all warnings and charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to Wu Leking, Big Li's chest. Wow, what a kick. It rivals hers. Chapter 94. Clean up inside Villa number 19. Yang Haokong stood proudly behind Tang An. In front of Tang An were Hei Feng, who was larger than an average Tibetan Mastiff, and the handsome Mimi's sister. You are incredible. I never expected you to have such 2 magnificent Mastiffs. So intelligent that they didn't even bite me when I approached. Yang Haokong's blood boiled at the memory of what had just transpired. After he had kicked the fat man to the ground, Hei Feng used his massive paw to knock him out cold. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on them was met with a fierce beating from Hei Feng. Yang Haokong could never have imagined that there would come a day when he would be protected by such a magnificent dog. Hei Feng proudly lifted his head. Who are you calling a dog? Since the last time he spoke in front of Shen Huang, Tang An had strictly forbidden Hei Feng from speaking in front of outsiders. Otherwise, he would surely engage in a spirited debate with Yang Haokong. Never mind. I'll let it go this time. It was quite pleasant, having such an enthusiastic little admirer. Tang An couldn't help but feel a bit proud. If one looked closely, Hei Feng's demeanor mirrored that of Tang and S in the present. A bond between species had been undeniably established. While one side was filled with laughter, the other was clouded with worry. Upon verification, it became clear that these individuals were not the original residents who were supposed to inhabit this area. This posed a significant problem. The relocation was organized on a family basis, with the community arranging for each household to move to various neighborhoods. Their presence here was merely a disguise, easily uncovered, and should their true identities be revealed, it would spell trouble. They all had warrants out for their arrest. Inside the refugee camp, Miao Yani had her eye on a woman of similar age, who appeared particularly aged. Her name was Lu Yan, known for her warm-hearted nature and her humorous and witty conversation. Despite the harshness of her surroundings, a smile invariably graced her face. Observing Miao Yani frequently in the company of a group of men, she grew concerned that Miao might face difficulties in life and feel out of place. Consequently, she often invited Miao to join her in gathering daily necessities. Through this, Miao Yani became acquainted with Lu Yan. Initially, she assumed that Lu Yan's perpetual smile and vibrant demeanor stemmed from a life filled with ease and prosperity. However, as their friendship deepened, she learned that Lu Yan's husband had passed away a few years prior, leaving her to single-handedly raise 3 sons, a burden that was particularly arduous. When it came time to relocate, Miao Yani made a point to inquire about Lu Yan's new residence and they exchanged contact information. Shortly after settling in, Liu Yin reached out to Miao Yani to assure her of her well-being. Unexpectedly, Miao Yani, following the trail, led a group directly to Liu Yan's then residence, Villa 13, where Li Wenjing was residing with her son and niece. What transpired next was gruesome. Miao Yani orchestrated the murder of Liu Yan's 3 sons and the cohabitant, Wu Leking. Liu Yan, a truly kind-hearted individual, never intended to harm Miao. Yet, she overlooked a vital truth. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. After witnessing the murder of her sons, Liu Yan resolved that, even in death, she would ensure that Miao Yani and her associates would not escape unscathed. The bloodshed occurred as Liu Yan attempted to strike while they slumbered. Regrettably, Liu Yan was merely a homemaker, ill-equipped to contend with ruthless killers. Witnessing the horror unfold, Chu Yaoyao initially sought assistance, but ultimately met the same fate. And what of Li Wenjing? Tang An furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Liu Yan had perished, and so had Chu Yaoyao. Thus, it was highly probable that Li Wenjing had also fled. Yet, that was not entirely the case. We had no intention of harming her. Ever since the death of her son, she had become increasingly unstable, clutching the lifeless child daily, which was quite unsettling. Consequently, they had driven her away. Miao Yani spoke nonchalantly. When did this occur? Tang An found herself at a loss, pondering where Li Wenjing could possibly go if she were to be turned away, especially after such torrential rain just days prior. It was only a few days ago that a woman had parked her vehicle right at the entrance of the house, and they had witnessed Li Wenjing entering that very car. Driving? A woman? Could it be Kinlulu? Yet, Ochun had mentioned that Kinlulu had passed away. Was it conceivable that during Kinlulu's last visit, she had inadvertently taken Li Wenjing to Dan Han Company? How to deal with these individuals was a matter for Feng Yun, and Tang An had no intention of intervening further. Just as she contemplated departing, Feng Yun called her over. You should just take care of those people, he advised. They've claimed to have seen you with a firearm, and if this escalates into a deeper investigation, it won't bode well for you. He had long been aware of the presence of firearms in Tang An's household, having previously inquired about it with Tang Jinghua. In matters of personal relationships, he had complete faith in both Tang Jinghua and Tang An's character. They would never resort to indiscriminate violence. However, if these individuals were to expose the truth, the repercussions would extend beyond the Tang family to implicate him as well. Resolving the issue was relatively simple. Silencing these brutes would suffice. Their demise would be of little consequence. After experiencing this natural disaster, Feng Yun genuinely felt that these creatures were a waste of resources and their existence squandered the land. Tang An smiled faintly. All right, rest assured. Uncle Feng, I will handle it thoroughly. Even if he doesn't learn any skills, taking care of the dogs for me would suffice. Please help me send these individuals to my residence first. Certainly, master. With a series of thuds, more bodies appeared within the system. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. But after burying these remains, Tang An sensed that the growth of the plants had accelerated markedly. Today's tasks were temporarily set aside due to the situation in Villa No. 13. However, Tang An had no intention of halting her efforts. She still needed to verify with Ochun whether Li Wenjing had indeed gone to Dan Han Company. Chapter 95. Seeking support after the demise of Cheng Yu. Dan Han Company underwent a brief period of turmoil. Su Yu initially aimed to seize Cheng Yu's business, but his subordinates proved inept, allowing Li Lingyan to take control instead. Ultimately, the spoils remained firmly in the hands of Dan Han Company. Although Ochun, masquerading as Mr. One, appeared to be oblivious, he was keenly aware of the internal affairs within the company. Upon being contacted by Tang An, Ochun assumed she intended to negotiate with Ma Chong. However, Tang An inquired about Li Wenjing instead. No one could have anticipated that Li Wenjing not only managed to survive, but also swiftly ingratiated herself with Li Lingyan, the head of the security department. When Cheng Yu was alive, he was a favored figure in Mr. Wen's eyes, who was the nominal owner of Dan Han Company in Anding City and possessed a notorious penchant for beauty. Cheng Yu delighted him by sourcing lovely women. However, following a change in leadership, the Mr. One portrayed by Ochun exhibited no interest in such allure. Rumors circulated that Mr. One had indulged excessively, leading to deteriorating health. While others speculated that he had become infatuated with Missy E, it was during his pursuit of her that he met his untimely demise. Missy E was rumored to hail from an exceptionally powerful background, one that even Mr. Wen could not contend with. So, you say Li Wenjing has secured the favor of Li Lingyan? Who exactly is this Li Lingyan? Through Chun, Tang An had managed to grasp a substantial understanding of the middle and upper echelons of Dan Hong Company. However, this Li Lingyan was a name she had only recently encountered. It was said that Li Lingyan and Li Wenjing were high school desk mates, and whispered rumors suggested a mutual attraction during their school days. Wang Xianwen? That name sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? After much contemplation, Tang An finally recalled. Li Wenjing's fifth brother-in-law. Is he not the male proprietor of Villa 13? It dawned on him that at that time, Wang Xianwen sought to invest in Dan Hong Company. What role does Li Wenjing currently play in Dan Hong Company? She has taken over matters from Cheng Yu, and with Li Lingyan's protection, no one in the company dares to challenge her. Since Su Xian'er vanished last time, her legs have inexplicably healed. While this initially seemed fortunate, Li Wenjing's suppression of her has pushed Su Xian'er to the brink of expulsion. This situation has also been subtly influenced by Chun. However, Mr. Wen has not sought her out for several consecutive days, and her pride, lacking the support of corresponding power, has inevitably made her a thorn in Li Wenjing's side. At present, Li Wenjing, having been forcibly elevated to her position, is eager to assert her authority. Consequently, Su Xian'er, who stepped forward, has directly captured Li Wenjing's attention. After entering Dan Hong Company, Li Wenjing has also heard whispers that the apocalypse has not yet concluded, although she is uncertain of what may transpire once the rain ceases. She is resolute in her intent to expel disobedient individuals and establish her own influence. These directives have been entrusted to her by Li Lingyan. What then do you propose? Annihilation? Tang An did not express a definitive stance, but instead inquired about Chun's intentions. Chun presumed that this was a test imposed upon her by Tang An. Her current obligation was to serve Miss E, rendering others irrelevant to her considerations. There was no need for such trepidation. She was free to act as she wished. As for Li Wenjing, it was advisable to refrain from taking any action against her. Assisting Su Xian'er, Tang An, naturally, was not so benevolent. She bore no deep-seated animosity towards Su Xian'er, and if Chun did, she had no desire to play the role of the self-righteous advocate imploring mercy. Chun had never encountered a woman like Li Wenjing before, typically taciturn and frigid toward men. Yet, before Li Lingyan, she appeared innocent and pure, unmistakably resembling a little white rabbit. However, this seemingly innocuous creature managed to drive Su Xian'er away in full view of everyone, swiftly garnering the loyalty of all of Cheng Yu's subordinates and earning the support of Ma Chengyun. Chun had once attempted to place herself in Li Wenjing's position, only to realize that she could not measure up. Miss E was formidable and might just succeed. However, she speculated that Miss Yi's ambitions encompassed the entire Dan Hong Company, positioning them as adversaries. Being merciful was not an act of kindness, but rather a sign of indecision. Rest assured, I merely owe her a small favor that needs repaying. Continue with your tasks, and should any developments arise regarding Li Wenjing, do not hesitate to inform me. I have matters to attend to, so for the time being, I shall refrain from any actions concerning Ma Chengyun. Tang An was overwhelmed with her responsibilities in the residence self-defense team. However, once the matters in the community were resolved, she intended to delve deeper into the inner workings of Dan Hong Company. The following morning, while Tang An was still in slumber, the sound of small pebbles tapping against the window echoed from downstairs. Mimi, with her keen hearing, was the first to rise from the floor. She wobbled her way to the windowsill and beheld Yang Hao Kong, clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, grinning in the sunlight as he hurled pebbles at the window. To relay this information to her owner, Mimi required the assistance of the Black Wind translation assistant. Still drowsy, Black Wind was roused from sleep when Mimi nipped at his tail, dragging him from his bed. Woof, woof, woof. Huh, Mom. The person who wanted to acknowledge you as a master is downstairs. He is so annoying, throwing pebbles at the window. Black Wind, stretching his large furry paws lazily, had no inclination to rise. Tang An, struggling against the drowsiness, rose and made his way to the door, with Mimi trotting eagerly behind him. Heap remained soundly asleep on the bed, basking in the warmth of the sun. Why are you only getting up now? Master, let me take the dog for a walk. Why just one? Where's the other? Yang Haokong, brimming with excitement since Tang An had not turned down his request to take him on as a disciple the previous day, felt as if he had been invigorated. He was so elated that he hardly slept a wink, and as dawn broke, he was eager to assist Tang An in walking the dog. The other one is still sleeping. If you want to take a dog for a walk, go ahead. Its name is Mimi. This big one, this fierce Tibetan Mastiff, named Mimi? Are you serious? Yang Haokong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why on earth is it called Mimi? Isn't that a name for kittens? Does it think it's adorable? Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Mimi, oblivious to the jest, merely gazed at Yang Haokong with a silly grin. At that moment, a distant elderly lady let out a startled hey, before plopping down onto the ground. Oh my, what a big dog. You scare me to death. Mimi thought to herself, this old lady looks somewhat familiar. Chapter 96, Life happily, die joyfully Canines possess an exceptional memory. The elderly lady had only stayed at Tang An's home for a few days. Yet Mimi had already memorized her scent. Instantly on high alert, she raised her rear and lowered her body, barking at the elderly lady. Oh dear, this creature is so fierce. Who lacks civic sense to keep such a beast? The elderly lady retreated, her face ashen with fear. Yang Haokong kindly approached to assist her, inadvertently revealing Tang An, who had been obscured from her view. Tang An, is that you? You're still alive? Tang An was greatly vexed. She had long been mentally prepared for the inevitability of encountering the elderly woman living in the same community. However, the woman's tongue was as foul as if it had just been scrubbed with a toilet brush, spewing curses the moment she opened her mouth. Grandma, oh dear, what brings you here? Tang An feigned ignorance, offering her assistance to the old lady alongside her cat, Mimi. Mimi bared her teeth, glaring at the woman with evident disdain, displaying her keen ability to judge character. Anyone her owner disliked must surely be a villain. Get lost. Why are you still alive, you wretched dog? Tang An, you are truly an ingrate, sending your own grandmother to a nursing home while keeping a beast at home, treating it like a beloved father. First, she cursed Tang An, then turned her vitriol towards Mimi. Truly, one could tolerate a lot, but this was beyond reproach. How is it that my having a dog can provoke you so? Do you think Mimi resembles my uncle? Spare me, for Mimi is far more well-behaved than he ever was. Your mouth reeks as if you've consumed 10 pounds of something vile, and you dare question why I'm still alive. With such behavior, sending you to a nursing home would be a benevolent act. Tang An would not easily succumb to moral coercion from her grandmother. It is often said that those who criticize others for showing affection to their dogs rather than to their parents are actually drawing a comparison between the lives of dogs and their own parents. Such individuals are unlikely to extend the same kindness to their own parents, nor do they possess the capacity to treat them well. Consequently, when they witness others caring for their pets, they become swiftly defensive. You, dear old lady, have spoken at length yet conveyed little of substance. The commotion has attracted the attention of neighbors, with public opinion leaning towards the notion that age equates to righteousness. How can one behave in such a manner? Sending the elderly to nursing homes while keeping dogs at home is utterly reprehensible. Millennia of cultural heritage seem to be severed at the hands of the younger generation. One day, you too shall grow old. There will be consequences. What is wrong with the youth? Do they deserve such scorn? Are they consuming your rice or drinking your water? Why must the ire be directed solely at the younger generation? Tang An understood that the thoughts of these individuals could not be swayed by mere words. She merely shouted, "Whoever wishes to meddle in others' affairs may, as well, take it home." Just as she intended to depart, Mimi, still unsatisfied, began barking at the crowd of onlookers. It was utterly infuriating. So many people were ganging up on her master. Look at this. These are the spoiled children you have raised. They only know how to take and have no understanding of gratitude. How pitiable. The granddaughter would rather keep a beast at home than care for her own grandmother. Is there such a thing in this world? With the support of outsiders, the elderly woman sat down on the ground. The phrase "putting on a show" seemed to fit her perfectly. Tang An initially intended to let the matter rest. However, witnessing the elderly lady's dramatic performance once more was simply a testament to her seasoned craft. She was courting her own demise. Do clarify, I am your granddaughter, not your daughter. Both of your sons and your one daughter are alive. Why should I, as a granddaughter, bear the responsibility of your care? Furthermore, when my elder uncle neglected you, was it not my father who provided the funds to place you in a nursing home? Paying the maintenance fee suffices to fulfill the obligation of support. Do you even comprehend the law? It is one thing to show favoritism towards my elder uncle, but to pressure me into donating a kidney to my cousin, what gives you the audacity to demand my support? Tang An spoke with clarity, her logic impeccable, each word resonating distinctly in the ears of the onlookers. And Chang had been observing for a while. Initially, he shared the crowd's sentiment, perceiving the younger generation as unfilial. However, upon hearing Tang An's assertions, he contemplated the notion that it takes two to tango. If the youth are lacking in filial piety, then the elders must also bear some responsibility. This young lady certainly had sharp tongue. Where did she reside? And Chang inquired of a bystander. She lives at number 18. Her father is part of the resident self-defense force. Quite impressive. I hear she has military connections. If one were to ask others, they might not be so well acquainted with Tang An's family's circumstances. But fortune favored in Chang, for he had just asked the grandmother for villa number 14, who happened to be Yang Haokong's mother. That is indeed remarkable, and Chang remarked in astonishment, not expecting the granddaughter of his late companion to possess such a background. Upon the mention of her sorrowful memories, the elderly woman began to weep anew. Oh, my poor son, wrongfully imprisoned due to your slander. And my grandson, you little girl, how dare you refuse to donate a kidney to him? Tang An let out a cold laugh. Do you recall taking something that you ought not to have? I forgot to mention, my family's restaurant is equipped with surveillance. The elderly lady's gaze shifted as she pondered whether he referred to the 20,000 yuan. Do not seek money from me. That wretched woman Rendahua has already swindled it from me. Go and find her. Do not approach me. I have no part in this. With that, the elderly woman propped herself up and attempted to make a hasty exit. Their conversation was neither too loud nor too soft, yet everyone nearby heard it distinctly. Is that how you're leaving, Grandma? Aren't you stopping by for a visit? Tang An gently patted Mimi's head, signaling her to cease her calls, for the villain had already been dispatched. When called out by his elderly companion, and Chang felt a pang of embarrassment. Suqin, is this your granddaughter? Under the astonished gaze of the old lady, and Chang slowly approached Tang An, extending his right hand. Greetings, I am Chang, the former director of the gear factory in Anding City. I met your grandmother at the nursing home. Our relationship is entirely genuine, a romance blossoming in our twilight years, and I hope to receive your blessings. Wishing you both a life filled with joy and a delightful journey ahead. Tang An truly could not comprehend the peculiar motives of this elderly man speaking to her in such a manner. Had he not discerned the strained relationship between them? What was the purpose of such discourse? Was he attempting to assume the role of her grandfather? No, she had no time for that. Rejected by a mere young girl. And Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment. During his tenure as the factory director, no one had ever dared to address him in such a way. Nevertheless, this only deepened in Chang's impression of Tang An as an enigmatic figure. He had once commanded respect wherever he went, so he had never before experienced such treatment. If Tang An were to learn of Chang's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a confident old man." However, in his own mind, he has elevated the position of a mere factory director to that of a local monarch. In the era when Chang served as the director of the gear factory, the role indeed resembled that of sovereign ruler. All right, my dear, do visit when you have the time. With a warm smile that belied his irritation. And Chang refrained from expressing anger in front of Tang An, yet he redirected his frustrations towards the elderly lady. Suing, why did you not inform me that you had such a capable granddaughter? It's baffling that you treat her poorly, allow her to donate a kidney to your inept grandson. You truly cannot distinguish between the virtuous and the vile. The elderly woman was momentarily taken aback by Chang's reprimands. Who is capable? Tang An? She's merely a student. What made Chang perceive her abilities? Did you not see how she treated me? One might think I was her enemy. Her parents abandoned her when she was young. I was the one who raised her. Such ungratefulness. Previously, Chang held a favorable view of the elderly Lin Suqin, though she occasionally had a penchant for small gains. She was quick and attentive in her service. At his age, he no longer sought a partner based on beauty or erudition. Mutual support was what defined companionship. Yet, he was astounded by Lin Suqin's lack of discernment, favoring her financially struggling eldest son and his inept grandson, while neglecting her affluent second son and astute granddaughter. Let us not linger. We should leave quickly. Really now, after adopting 2 girls, Lin Delien found himself overwhelmed, lacking the energy to participate in the community self-defense team. The entire neighborhood took 3 days to navigate, primarily due to the uncooperative disaster victims and the overwhelming number of missing persons. Some even discreetly informed Tang An that the hills behind the neighborhood had become a makeshift graveyard, where many deceased from illness, or those whose cause of death was unknown, had been discarded. Upon receiving this lead, Feng Yin promptly mobilized the team to excavate the area. As expected, the bodies of Liu Yan's family of 4 and the couple Chu Yaoyao were discovered there. Fortunately, aside from this grim finding, no other cases of murder or body swapping among the disaster victims were reported within the community. The corpses of those missing or perishing from other ailments were cataloged and stored at the Property Management Center, awaiting transportation. Despite the incessant rain over the past 2 months, it was peculiar that merely 3 days after the skies cleared, not a drop of water remained on the ground. The sun hung unusually close. Its harsh rays felt like an intense heat wave upon Tang An, who likened himself to a piece of meat being roasted. Even the strongest sunscreen seemed ineffective at that moment. Yang Haokong, who was even more sensitive to the heat, removed his shirt, allowing the sun to bathe his face and body directly. Yang Hao incessantly lamented, recalling the previous rain-soaked days that were oppressively humid. Now, with the sun shining brightly, the heat felt akin to being subjected to a relentless flame. You ought to don more clothing, otherwise, you risk suffering from sunburn. Tang An kindly advised, it's nothing to worry about. A grown man can afford to be a bit sun-kissed. It adds to one's vitality. Master, our school's opening notice has arrived. In just 4 days, classes will commence, and I shall no longer be able to take the dog for morning walks with you. Yang Haokong lamented, visibly reluctant. However, Tang An was aware that what he truly cherished was not the companionship, but the dog itself. Black Wind was a slothful creature, rarely venturing outside in the mornings. While only Mimi would rise early, standing in the courtyard, wagging her tail in anticipation of Yang Haokong's arrival. Could this be the phenomenon of same-sex repulsion and opposite-sex attraction? Tang An felt that Mimi held a particular fondness for Yang Haokong. No worries. Academics take precedence. Yang Haokong let out a hum and began to sing a little tune he had composed. The sun shines brightly. The flowers wither away. The little birds chirp, oh grass, why do you too seem to fade away? Tang An chuckled softly, finding a peculiar joy amidst adversity. Should she inform this mischievous child that learning to drive was not feasible? The current temperature had reached a sweltering 45 degrees Celsius. And according to her recollections in the documents left by her mother, it was projected to soar to 60 degrees by next week. At that point, not only would attending school be a challenge, but mere survival could become daunting. Presently, they were still in a state where air conditioning was a viable option. Residents, while vocal about their discomfort with the heat, were primarily focused on the plight of the disaster victims. Due to the unbearable weather, the return of the displaced individuals had been scheduled for 3:30 in the morning, a time when the air would be comparatively cooler. Tang An, with dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, was forcibly roused from his slumber by Yang Haokong. He bore an expression of resentment akin to someone emerging from a well. It had been quite some time since Shen Huang had last seen Tang and Tang An. Tang An, indeed, you are here. Shen Huang greeted him with palpable enthusiasm. Thanks to Tang An, Shen Huang was fortunate enough to find rest at the Black Wind Hotel almost every night. His sleep quality had improved exponentially, resulting in a robust constitution, heightened immunity, and boundless energy. Upon hearing Shen Huang's voice, Tang An immediately lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable excitement. In this encounter, Shen Huang appeared even more handsome than before. Indeed, his complexion seemed to have improved slightly, likely due to the recent scorching sun, which lent his face a healthy wheat-like hue, further accentuating his striking features. How could this man look different each time they met? Previously, Tang An had not considered Shen Huang to fall into the category of exceptionally attractive individuals, yet now he appeared increasingly dashing. Chapter 98. A Date. Perhaps it was because their previous encounters had been marred by the harshness of the external environment, with acid rain and extreme heat taking their toll, leaving Shen Huang's true allure unexpressed. Shen Huang's face inexplicably flushed, but fortunately, his deeper complexion masked it well. Is it hot? Here, take this to prevent heat stroke. Tang An provided several boxes of Huaxiang Zhengqi liquid, which were medicines she had previously stockpiled. With the advent of the new system, these would no longer be necessary. However, Shen Huang and his companions would undoubtedly find them useful. In truth, Shen Huang yearned to express the latter sentiment more openly. Now that the calamity had subsided, it was time for him to return to his team. I shall not go. You are well aware of my capabilities. Retreating to Bayan City for tranquility would be a squandering of my potential. I should be engaged in battle. Tang An half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked. Shen Huang could only smile helplessly. He vividly recalled that day when, amidst torrential rain, he stumbled upon the injured and disheveled Tang An on the mountain path. His heart ached at the sight. Tang An was a master of feigning strength, and escaping from the Danhong company alone was no small feat. Could this be an invitation for a date? How sudden it seemed. Tang An's heart raced with excitement. All right, where shall we go? She asked. Had they opened the doors so soon? She tried to suppress her inner exhilaration, yet the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her. To the supermarket. All right, I'll be busy now. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. Following a systematic investigation, the situation of the disaster victims had stabilized considerably. Property manager Yang Kailuan began to feel a headache. The houses occupied by the victims were in a state of utter disarray, and many areas had suffered significant damage. The repair costs were indeed a source of concern. After bidding farewell to the victims, Tang An indulged in a refreshing bath at home. Sitting before her vanity mirror, her thoughts began to wander. It was merely a trip to the supermarket. Would applying makeup seem overly deliberate? Yet, considering that this was their first date, shouldn't she approach it with a touch of seriousness? Through the reflection, it seemed she could perceive two little angels engaged in a playful quarrel, one with a heart for love, the other with a mind for career. At that moment, the love-stricken angel appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Shaking her head, Tang An dispelled the whimsical thoughts. After a quick application of sunscreen, she stepped outside. The dark winds, finding the real world too warm, had long since retreated into the system, and Mimi was forcibly occupied by Yang Hao Kong, leaving Tang An untroubled. At 3 in the afternoon, Shen Huang hurriedly arrived. Clad in a white tracksuit, he exuded vitality. The buses outside Haven T resumed service. So I had a comrade drive me here. I might need to borrow your car later, Shen Huang said somewhat sheepishly. He typically spent his time in the military, leading a life devoid of personal luxuries, hence had neither purchased a car nor a house. Previously, he had not minded, but now, as he prepared for a date with a girl, he realized the inconvenience of lacking a vehicle. Tang An did not think much of it. After all, it was merely a car. The garage at home housed several vehicles, albeit none of them extravagant, yet their performance was quite commendable. Feel free to choose. However, the sun outside remained relentless. Would you not consider applying some sunscreen before venturing out? It had only been a few days since they last met, yet Shen Huang's complexion had darkened considerably. Shen Huang was a rugged man, unaccustomed to smearing sticky substances upon his face. Thus, he resolutely declined. Yet, after his refusal, he felt a twinge of regret, though he could not quite articulate what he lamented. Perhaps it was the sorrow of not leaving behind a trace of her scent upon himself. The supermarket had already opened its doors, yet the shelves for fresh fruits and vegetables were entirely bare, which was hardly surprising. Given the current state of scientific advancement, it would not be long before those fresh produce would reappear, provided that there were no further calamities following the acid rain. Despite the scarcity of items, it did not deter the throngs of people visiting the supermarket. As Tang An entered, he observed that all the spare shopping carts were completely empty. Just as the staff had finished arranging the new merchandise, A throng of customers surged forth, hastily transferring the items into their own carts. Tang An glanced at the items they were fervently purchasing, which were nothing but food and daily necessities. Instant meals, in particular, were exceedingly popular. What would you like to eat? Shen Huang stood beside the shelf, awaiting the next restock. I crave chocolate. Tang An unexpectedly recalled the box of chocolates that Wang Mian had gifted to Guanya. Who could have imagined that within the elegant packaging lay a sum of 20,000 yuan in cash? It made sense. A timely and effective boost of energy was imperative. As Shen Huang walked ahead, Tang An leisurely trailed behind, pushing a shopping cart. Passing by the shelves of drinking water, Tang An was astonished to discover that every bottle had been sold out. This was unexpected. The sweltering heat of the apocalypse had only just begun, and drought had yet to take hold. How could drinking water vanish so swiftly? It was perplexing, especially since the adjacent shelves of beverages still brimmed with stock. Surely, it was illogical for mineral water to be depleted before soda. She approached a replenishing attendant and inquired, "Excuse me, when will the drinking water be restocked?" The attendant, with a face full of resentment, replied, "It's been out of stock for ages. It hasn't been replenished since it sold out last time. There's still sparkling water over there. You might want to buy some." If it weren't for his salary, he wouldn't want to endure such unbearable heat at work. But there are many brands of drinking water, aren't there? Are they all out? Tang An pressed further. "I told you it's gone. Can't you make do with something else?" The attendant shouted at her. Hearing the commotion, Shen Huang squeezed through the crowd, clutching the chocolates. Upon seeing the imposing figure of a tall man approach, the attendant shot Tang An a glare before walking away. Shen Huang placed the chocolates into the shopping cart, concern etched on his face. "It's nothing serious. Let us check out another mall." Tang An felt a gnawing suspicion rise within her. Had the Danhong company acted preemptively? In the car, she voiced her doubts. It's possible that the Danhong company has monopolized the drinking water resources in Anding City. With the heat as intense as it is, a drought could soon follow. How could that be? Didn't the flood just pass? Chapter 99. Could it be the midnight sun? Historically, such a phenomenon had never been documented. A flood had recently occurred within the week, making the likelihood of an imminent drought seem absurd. Yet, the words came from Tang An, lending them an air of credibility that Shen Huang could not ignore. "Let us go check other malls," he suggested. The city of Anding was not large, and soon they had made a round of the major shopping centers, only to find a similar situation prevailing. Either the products were entirely unavailable, or the stock was alarmingly low, with merchants unable to replenish their supplies. The shelves merely displayed what little inventory remained. Tang An discovered the contact information on the official website of a certain bottled water company and suggested collaboration in the capacity of a purchaser for the mall. Fortunately, the individual on the other end of the line was indeed present to answer the call. The mere fact that someone picked up was a relief. However, the voice on the other end was particularly impatient, indicating that many others had likely reached out before Tang An, and they were not selling water to the public, urging others not to call again. Tang An was apprehensive that the call might be abruptly terminated, so he hastily introduced a modest sum of money as an incentive. "I can offer more. Any amount will suffice." No, we have strict regulations. At present, even a bottle of water cannot be sold externally. If my superiors discover this, I risk losing my job." Upon hearing the mention of money, the other party's demeanor noticeably softened. Just as Tang An was beginning to lose hope and consider reaching out to another source, an unfamiliar number appeared on his phone. "You wish to purchase our factory's water, correct? Our factory has been acquired, but if you transfer me 1,000 yuan, I shall reveal to you where in Anding City you can procure the water." Was this not blatant extortion? Shen Huang's expression soured. Yet Tang An appeared quite elated. "But you mustn't deceive me. Is this the correct number? I shall transfer the money to you now." The matter of 1,000 yuan could be significant. If it granted access to valuable information, it would not be a wasted expenditure. "Why would I deceive you? Just send me the money, and I'll tell you. I am currently in the restroom. If my supervisor finds out, I am finished, so please hurry." The other party lowered his voice, seemingly fearful. What could he possibly be afraid of? Tang An refrained from further inquiries and promptly transferred the funds. Shen Huang had not yet managed to voice his objections when they became moot. His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet predominantly concern. He believed that at times, Tang An's innocence bordered on foolishness. The other party soon called back. You should seek out He Company. Aside from them, all small to medium-sized firms producing bottled water have either been acquired by Dan Hong Company or had their equipment destroyed. Apart from He, no other company has stock available. He, Tang An realized it had been many years since he had heard that name. In his youth, Tang Jing was particularly fond of the milk produced by He Company, and he would often watch her drink it, enviously unable to partake himself. One day, seizing the moment when Tang Jing was called out to play by other village children just after finishing her milk, he surreptitiously picked up her used bottle and licked it. How sweet! The rich, fragrant taste of the milk compelled him to savor it thoroughly. What you lost and thought about? I found He Company's contact number online. I will call them to confirm. Shen Huang, still preoccupied with Tang An's 1,000 yuan, sought to validate whether the expenditure had been in vain. Shen Huang, if it turns out to be true, do you think Wang Mian could send someone to protect He Company? If what was said holds, it may not be long before He's equipment becomes a prime target for Dan Hong Company's assaults. Tang An couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for the He Company. Was this not a blatant act of forced monopoly? Agree, and all is well. Disagree, and your livelihood is at stake. The Dan Hong Company was indeed exceedingly tyrannical, inciting a deep-seated indignation. Let us first ascertain the situation, if necessary. I shall reach out immediately. Should the sole remaining producer of drinking water fall outside the purview of Dan Hong's control, that company must be protected by the military to truly fulfill its potential. After reaching a consensus, Tang An promptly dialed the He Company, only to be met with a constant busy signal. The nearest branch of He was located in Anding City, and they knew immediate action was imperative. They swiftly resolved to drive to the Anding City branch of He, where the supermarket was bustling with patrons. Shen Huang, tall and commanding, led the way, parting the crowd as he took Tang An's hand and guided her toward the exit. Tang An's face flushed, her heart racing as she trailed behind, embodying the bashful demeanor of a delicate woman. It was their first hand-holding. How thrilling this was. Shen Huang's hand was not soft. It bore the calluses of long-term training, its rough texture reminiscent of a labyrinth from which one could never escape. Yet she found herself reluctant to depart from this maze. Stay close to me. We shall proceed now. Regardless of what transpires, do not act impulsively. And certainly, do not rush into action. Dan Hong Company possesses a significant arsenal of advanced weaponry, and should the need arise, I will request support first. If danger arises, Shen Huang intended to convey that if peril emerged, Tang An should leave first. However, she interrupted him. If danger arises, we shall face it together. Do not entertain the notion of being the sole hero. Allow me to be the heroine who stands behind. Upon uttering these words, Tang An felt a twinge of discomfort. The phrase the woman behind the hero typically referred to the hero's wife. Affection was one thing, ambiguity was another. To refer to her as a wife seemed somewhat excessive. Very well, we shall fight side by side. The weather outside was unbearably hot, with numerous vehicles succumbing to tire blowouts due to the extreme temperatures. Some even ignited spontaneously. Along the route to the factory, there had been at least 7 or 8 incidents. Only after exiting the urban area did the traffic congestion begin to ease. It was already 7 in the evening, and typically, by this time in October, darkness would have enveloped the sky. Yet now, Tang An looked up to see the fiery sun still hanging in the sky, resembling a vengeful eye, loathing the entire world. Have you heard of the phenomenon of polar day? Shen Huang mused. It was a rare occurrence that only transpired in polar regions, where darkness was seized by the divine, compelling people to toil endlessly in an interminable daylight without a visible endpoint. He couldn't help but reflect on polar day, noticing that the days had grown longer recently. However, given the latitude and longitude of Anding City, such an occurrence was impossible. I have heard of it, but the phenomenon of polar day will not occur in the near future. Chapter 100. He Company. There was no time to ponder these thoughts. Tang An was at the wheel, while Shen Huang reported the day's findings to his superiors. When they were merely a kilometer from the factory, Shen Huang, who was on a call, suddenly lost a voice on the other end. At that moment, Tang An's navigation system also went offline. Fortunately, they were quite close. By continuing along this road, they would soon reach the branch factory. Could the signal be jammed? With years of experience, Shen Huang instantly sensed something was amiss. Perhaps? It's fine. I remember the way. Tang An, oblivious to the implications of a jammed signal, remained undeterred. You should turn onto the narrow path and then stop the car. Narrow path? Where else is there to go? It was indeed a fair point, for Lu He's branch factory was situated in such a desolate location, surrounded only by shrubs and farmland, with merely a narrow hill path, barely sufficient for two vehicles to pass simultaneously. Seeing Tang An slow down and begin to hesitate, Shen Huang added, "Let us first drive into the thicket. The underbrush here is not particularly dense. Inside, there are merely some crops, which have already been inundated. Even if you do not drive over them, they shall not survive this deluge." Tang An obediently turned the steering wheel, navigating through a tumult of jolts and obscured vision. It was only after they had driven to a completely concealed area that Shen Huang instructed Tang An to stop. "This is it. Let's proceed on foot." The moment they set foot on the land, it evoked a sensation that lay between softness and hardness, akin to sinking one's teeth into a crispy ice cream. The surface of the soil bore a tough exterior, marked by fissures and cracks. Beneath, it resembled soft, sandy earth, instilling an ever-present fear of sinking into its depths. This land had been rendered barren, incapable of yielding crops for several years. Tang An grew up in the countryside, fully aware of the distinction between fertile and barren lands. The severe acidification of the soil undoubtedly signifies a lack of agricultural viability. It remains to be seen whether experts can cultivate plants that thrive in such acidic soil conditions. Shen Huang responded in agreement, though he was not particularly invested in matters concerning the land. "Shall we proceed?" Tang An treaded cautiously, fearful that she might misstep and find herself ensnared. She had heard tales of such incidents in various video novels before. "As we approach, place all your electronic devices in the car. They possess signal jamming equipment, and I am concerned that, aside from blocking signals, they may also intercept them." As he spoke, Shen Huang instinctively patted his own body. He was out for a date and had not brought a sidearm. "You must have one, right?" Shen Huang asked, uncertainty evident in his gaze as he looked at Tang An. "Indeed," she replied. Tang An placed a heavy handgun into Shen Huang's hands, its weight palpable. The merchandise from the beautiful nation would be disposed of once the calamity had passed. "Do you understand?" With just a glance, Shen Huang accurately discerned the origin of the object. Rest assured, Tang An was about to head towards the sub-factory when Shen Huang tugged at Tang An's arm, urging, "Follow me." This damned sense of security. Tang An suppressed a smile, determined not to reveal the joy blossoming within her. As they approached the entrance, Shen Huang detected a familiar scent of gunpowder. Yet, something felt amiss. There were no signs of gunfire nearby. It could only be explosives. They intended to blow up the happy company. "Wait for me here, and keep your bullets close," Shen Huang instructed. If an explosion were imminent, he would never allow Tang An to risk herself by venturing there. But how could he possibly stop her? After clarifying the situation, Tang An resolutely declared, "If we're going, we go together. We don't have the luxury of time for sentiment." If explosives had been planted and the signals were jammed, then Dan An Company had indeed resolved to ensure the demise of those inside. They searched the vicinity, but found no sign of Dan Hong's personnel. Far from the happy company, a suspicious, unregistered vehicle caught their attention. It was a construction truck, and peering through the window, they could see only two middle-aged men engaged in casual conversation. However, the distance made it impossible for Tang An to discern their words. "They are likely from Dan An Company. I'll go take a closer look. You wait for me here." Tang An addressed Shen Huang, expressing his intent to embark on a perilous venture alone. Upon hearing this, Shen Huang immediately rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation. "Absolutely not. What are you thinking?" His expression was grave, as he found himself utterly perplexed by Tang An's intentions. It was one thing to confront danger, knowing full well that those two individuals were far from benevolent, but it was entirely another to consider leaving oneself behind. "Are you truly willing to employ the allure of beauty as a means to extract information? Must you accompany me in this?" Tang An could not claim to have an intimate understanding of Danhong Company. Yet in Chengyu, she discerned the company's extreme objectification of women. They regarded women as one of the vital resources in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, her beauty stratagem might prove effective. Shun Huang found himself at a loss for words. Ensnared by Tang An's allure. Observing his flustered demeanor, Tang An felt a sense of satisfaction within. She hastily departed, feigning that she was being pursued, and breathlessly ran to the side of the vehicle, exerting considerable force to rap on the door. "Help me, please." From the moment Tang An appeared, the two individuals inside the car became acutely alert. They watched as she sprinted towards them, only to be captivated by the slight reveal of her neckline as she approached. "What a sight!" One of the men in the driver's seat inquired. "Should we let her in?" The man in the passenger seat nodded in agreement. They had been left behind to attend to matters, and with no one else around, the prospect of such a banquet was too enticing to resist, especially when it was presented to them on a silver platter. Tang An presented a pitiable visage, lamenting, "I have been abandoned here by my husband. He has seized my home and threatens my very existence. Alas, it is well known that this place is desolate, and the weather outside is dreadful. To trek from here to the city would take no less than 4 to 5 hours, and even if I were to survive the journey, I would surely succumb to severe heat stroke. Do not weep. We shall find you a place," the man in the passenger seat declared, extending his chubby hand to caress Tang An's face, the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. It became evident that the explosives buried here were orchestrated by these two individuals before her. "Alas, you are truly kind, my friend. I am fortunate to have encountered you." Tang An refrained from inquiring about their presence in this forsaken locale. However, the imbecile in the driver's seat, seemingly eager to showcase his prowess, unwittingly divulged. "What a coincidence it is that we are waiting for the demolition order, and here you are." Once we finish our task, before he could complete his sentence, he received a resounding slap from the man in the passenger seat. Chapter 101, The Rescue. Having brought a fool along, the elder brother in the passenger seat felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the presence of a beautiful girl in the back seat, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. "What explosives? Is there to be an explosion here? We must leave at once." Tang An wore a look of terror, her hand already resting on the car door handle, as she appeared ready to leave. The man in the passenger seat swiftly turned part of his body to reach out to Tang An. Tang An glimpsed an object resembling a remote control from the gap between the car seats. "Don't leave, please stay," he urged. "You should step out and let the sun clear your mind." With that, the man shot him a fierce glance before turning to Tang and with a gentler demeanor. "Do not be afraid, young lady. We are merely executing a task for the organization. As long as you remain calm and do not attempt to flee, you will not come to harm. If you feel frightened, rest assured that my elder brother will take good care of you, and your fears will dissipate." Noticing that his elder brother was about to take action, the man in the driver's seat swiftly exited the vehicle to provide space for the two. Tang An feigned a delicate vulnerability, but as the man lunged towards her, she swiftly grasped his neck. "Where's the explosives buried?" The man was completely unprepared for Tang An's sudden assault, and the immense force caused him to topple over. A fierce sensation of suffocation enveloped him, accompanied by an excruciating pain that felt as though his neck were breaking. In an instant, he believed he was being crushed at the gates of the underworld. He extended his hand in agony, his lips trembling, yet he struggled to produce any sound. What manner of woman is this? She is nothing short of a devil. What about the back? Was it the back door of the company? Tang An eased her grip slightly, allowing him the chance to speak. However, this mere act of leniency ignited a spark of defiance within him. In his struggle, he seized Tang An's hair. Tang An felt a sharp pain as her scalp was yanked, causing her to clench her teeth and emit a muffled groan. Instinctively, she tightened her grip. "Let go. Please." The man pleaded once more for Tang An to release him. Yet this time she did not relent. Instead, she pressed him further. "Where exactly is it buried?" With great difficulty, he managed to utter a few words from his throat. "At the back door of the workshop." Regarding that object resembling a remote control, Tang An also handed it to Shun Huang. After fiddling with it for a moment, Shun Huang shook his head. "This device cannot be turned off. It merely controls the timing. We still need to locate where they have concealed the explosives." Tang An was acutely aware of their location and hastily led Shen Huang to the factory. The structure of the factory was rather simplistic. Upon entering through the main entrance, one would find an ostensibly ordinary office building, with expansive production workshops situated behind it. As they approached, the cheerful company entrance stood wide open. It was devoid of any visible personnel. Despite the absence of people, Shen Huang remained apprehensive. "Listen to me. Don't you have that Black Wind Hotel? Go there immediately." He was entirely ignorant of the quantity of explosives buried and the extent of potential devastation that could ensue. "What does it matter to you now?" he retorted. "You need to figure out how to disarm those explosives while I evacuate the factory employees. There must still be some left here." Shen Huang nodded, refraining from further comment. In that moment, he began to perceive Tang An as his comrade, rather than merely a woman in need of his protection. This shift in identity fostered a newfound trust and reliance on Tang An. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the back door of the workshop. The freshly disturbed soil was conspicuously noticeable, yet disarming the explosives proved to be a formidable task. The signal in the area was jammed. Shen Huang took a shortcut, prompting Tang An to connect him and his allies to the Liangtian restaurant, where the two convened. After delineating the situation, it would not be long before assistance arrived. Meanwhile, Tang An had stealthily infiltrated the office building. Just as he had encountered, the conference room was cluttered with a disheveled group of individuals, their faces displaying an unnatural flush. While their consciousness remained intact, they found themselves unable to move. Upon noticing someone entering from outside, a man sprawled across a desk struggled to lift his head. "Are you here to kill us?" "I am here to save you," Tang An replied. "They have purchased explosives outside and intend to blow up the factory." "Have you been poisoned?" Tang An, with a look of concern, inquired while searching for tools that could assist in transporting these individuals. Typically, such factories are equipped with forklifts or similar machinery. Upon hearing the man's words, the others began to speak in unison. "We will not leave. Mr. Chun, you should go first." It turned out that the man, who was awkwardly sprawled across the desk, was the general manager of the Lu He Company S branch. It must be said that this general manager indeed possessed the demeanor of a true leader, prioritizing the safety of his employees even in such dire circumstances. "Now is not the time for you to demonstrate your principles. Do you have any carts or forklifts? I cannot transport all of you by myself." Tang An felt a surge of emotion within, yet her tone remained resolutely firm. Their will to survive had waned significantly, and it was imperative for Tang An to invigorate their spirits. Chairman Chun had placed all his hopes solely on her shoulders. "Chairman Chun, we cannot afford to lose our equipment. That represents the collective effort of everyone involved. When was it appropriate to still be concerned about the equipment?" Tang An turned away from the office, traversing the iron door as mentioned by Chairman Chun. Indeed, she soon spotted a small trolley positioned on the workshop floor. It could scarcely accommodate a few individuals, and given her unfamiliarity with the company, she was ill-equipped to operate a forklift. Thus, she resolved to utilize the small trolley for the time being. In the matter of deciding who should depart first, the individuals once again showcased their characteristic indecisiveness. Tang An had little patience to wait for them to reach a consensus before rescuing anyone. She seized two slender women from the entrance and unceremoniously placed them onto the trolley, treating them as if they were mere cargo. Observing that there was still space available, she retrieved two more individuals. It was as though she had muted her auditory senses, disregarding their chatter, as her singular focus remained on swiftly transporting them to safety. If explosives were indeed buried at the back door of the workshop, the distance from the main entrance of the factory to the rear of the workshop was still considerable. Tang An resolved to first evacuate everyone to the factory's main entrance before contemplating further actions. Chapter 102. I'm aligned with the nation time and again, fortunately, resting within the system fortified her strength. This enabled Tang An to muster the energy required to escort so many individuals to safety. Counting the heads, there were indeed around 40 to 50 people within the office. Tang An made over 10 trips, nearly exhausting himself, before he managed to pull everyone out of the company. "Director Chun, is there anyone else?" Tang An gasped for breath as he confirmed with General Manager Chun. "There is nothing left. We haven't even begun our workday." The ones here today are those who voluntarily came in to assist with the shipments. We never anticipated such a catastrophic disaster would befall us. How did you become poisoned? A man had approached, claiming he required a substantial quantity of drinking water, and we allowed him entry. However, it took a sinister turn when he insisted on purchasing all of our available drinking water. Sensing the ominous undertone, I immediately reported to the chairman, but by that time, our phones were already inoperable. It's all my fault. As soon as I rejected that man, a group of individuals surrounded us, forcing all our employees into the office. They placed an unknown substance on the table, and we soon felt utterly drained of strength. Everything unfolded precisely as Tang An had anticipated. The nature of the poison remained a mystery, leaving the antidote unknown. After several attempts within the good field shop, he finally discovered an antidote pill valued at 10,000 affinity points. The description read, "Can reverse all reversible, irreversible harm caused by chemical poisons to the human body. Let us give it a try." Since entering the town mode, the system had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, allowing for increased monetary rewards. Extracting 400,000 to 500,000 to assist those in dire need posed no challenge for Tang and General Manager Chun. Well done. The water resources are severely contaminated. They aim to monopolize the drinking water industry, essentially draining the lifeblood of the populace. This antidote will cure you. Take it and leave swiftly. Although the factory entrance was quite distant from the workshop's rear exit, who could truly gauge the extent of the explosion's impact? Moreover, Shun Huang was still attempting to disassemble the explosives, leaving her unable to attend to these individuals. General Manager Chun regarded Tang An with skepticism. She had just single-handedly rescued so many from their factory, and he was genuinely grateful. Yet now, this heroine urged them to flee and gifted them the antidote. How could she possibly know the nature of their poisoning? The antidote in her hand bore an uncanny resemblance to those described in martial arts novels. Noticing the chairman's hesitation, the others began to cast doubtful glances at Tang and little girl. "Are you in league with them?" inquired an elderly man with white hair. "No, I stand with the nation. It is the government that has sent me to rescue you." Tang An uttered a falsehood. The citizens of the divine land hold an unwavering trust in their nation. Upon hearing Tang An's words, General Chun steeled himself and swallowed the medicine. A wave of refreshing coolness unfurled from his chest, instantly clearing his mind, while the vigorous rhythm of his heart was restored and warmth surged through his limbs. Observing General Chen's actions, the onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to ingest the pills as well. The effects of the medicine were swift and potent, rapidly alleviating the mysterious toxins that afflicted them. "Didn't you claim to have purchased explosives? Why then do you venture inside?" Another questioned. "Indeed, you cannot possibly belong to my family. My daughter serves in the military, and they would never permit someone of your appearance. What pretense of virtue is this? Do you think that by dragging us out of the office and feigning to detoxify us, we would express our gratitude?" Tang An found herself at a loss for words. Confronted by this group of individuals, how could she have inadvertently jeopardized the very lives she sought to save? Shun Huang was still inside, and she had no desire to engage with these people any longer. Resolutely, she turned to re-enter the factory. Just then, the man who had been seized earlier grasped her arm with an iron grip, his tone menacing. "Admit it, you have your sights set on our equipment. I will not allow you to destroy it. This water purification system is the lifeblood of our Lu He company." "What equipment?" At that moment, Tang An regretted her decision to intervene. Why were they proving to be so obstinate? "My friend remains inside. He is attempting to disarm the explosives. Release me. I must go in." Tang An anxiously pushed the man's hand away, perhaps unconsciously exerting too much force. The man fell to the ground, attracting the attention of more onlookers. "Do not even think about laying a hand on our equipment," someone warned. "Stop pretending. We all see through your act. I have never encountered anyone so skilled in deceit. Unfortunately, despite your considerable effort, you are destined to fail in acquiring our apparatus. Indeed, even if we were to provide you with the design blueprints, you would be incapable of replicating it. This is the culmination of our hard work. Do you understand?" Tang An's heart illuminated further with each probing question from crowd. Just as she was about to summon the black wind to frighten away these persistent individuals, a siren resembling dawn approached, growing louder with each passing moment. 5 black vehicles came to a halt, and from them emerged a cadre of heavily armored bomb disposal officers. The leaders swiftly identified Tang An amidst the throng, who had become the focal point of scrutiny. Who is Tang An? Has the area been evacuated? What is the location of the explosion? What is the current situation? How much time remains? The man unleashed a barrage of inquiries that left all present in shock. It was indeed true. The explosion was real, and she was genuinely affiliated with the state. The company personnel exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Tang An implored, as these individuals anxiously communicated with one another. At the back door of the workshop, Shun Huang is currently there. All unauthorized personnel have been evacuated. Follow me, and I will lead you there. The timing of the explosion remains uncertain, and I currently possess the remote control. Tang An conveyed the crucial information with utmost brevity and clarity. Internally, she was engulfed in anxiety, causing her speech to become somewhat disjointed and lacking focus. Get in the car. I am Ling Yun, the leader of the bomb disposal team. Let us proceed, he instructed. Lao Ziang, maintain order at the scene and stay in contact. With that, Tang An followed Ling Yun into the vehicle. The car swiftly arrived at the workshop's rear entrance, where Shun Huang, drenched in sweat, had located the main control unit. The pressing dilemma was which wire to choose. Fortunately, professional assistants had finally arrived. Found it, he exclaimed, donning a bomb disposal suit to commence the disassembly. There were indeed challenges beyond Shun Huang's expertise, and he now deeply regretted not having studied circuit knowledge more thoroughly during his academic years. Chapter 103. A change of crash under the blazing sun. Ling Yun donned his bomb disposal suit, his vision blurred by sweat, his entire body soaked. Everyone around him had been evacuated, and he was so tense that he could hear the pounding of his own heart. He had encountered such explosive devices before. Disassembly was not particularly challenging. However, the perspiration had thoroughly drenched his protective gear, rendering his hands slick and uncomfortable. Tang An waited outside, her heart brimming with trepidation. She had done all that she could. Now, all that remained was to await Ling Yun's actions. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was already 11:30 at night. The sky remained unusually bright, with the sun hanging high above, casting a harsh light that unsettled the soul. Inside, Ling Yun remained oblivious to the circumstances. The factory still contained immovable, flammable, and explosive materials. If those most familiar with the factory's layout had already departed, they were left with no choice but to await their fate. At the eerie stroke of midnight, with the dawn looming, Ling Yun emerged unsteadily. The explosives have been dismantled. You all should proceed to excavate the buried charges for unified destruction. Stripped of his bomb suit, Ling Yun was drenched, as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water. General Chun let out a long breath of relief. General Chun, the issue here has been resolved. But what are your headquarters or other branches? Are you aware of their status? From General Chen's words and Tang An's understanding, it was evident that Lu Hehe Company not only possessed integrity, but also stood firm in its principles. Observing the mutual deference between the employees and the general manager, she discerned that the company's treatment of its staff was likely commendable. Such a conscientious enterprise should not succumb to this natural disaster. Prompted by Tang An's reminder, General Chun hurriedly started the car. After exiting the signal jamming zone, he placed a call to the headquarters. Upon returning, he found that the buried explosives had been largely dismantled. The headquarters, protected by the military, had escaped destruction, but other branches had met with tragic fates. Now, only their location and the headquarters in Bain City remained. Reflecting on the fate of former colleagues and friends who had perished in the explosion, General Chun felt a profound sorrow. In those days, they were all aspiring youths, laboring day and night for product development. As the company grew, they became its stalwarts, assuming roles as branch managers across various locations, their futures bright. For them, the company had become a second home. Upon hearing General Chen's words, the employees fell silent. Some wept softly, while others felt relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. The myriad of human experiences weighed heavily on Tang An's heart, leaving her feeling powerless. Leaders, your efforts are commendable. Might you assist me in destroying the equipment? General Chun struggled to respond. The chairman informed me that even if these devices are destroyed, they cannot fall into the hands of those bandits, who would sell water to the populace at exorbitant prices. How do we destroy the equipment? Tang An questioned, perplexed. Your company is the only one in the country still capable of producing potable water. If you destroy the equipment, won't everyone be left without drinking water? She urged him to reconsider, emphasizing the considerable value of the equipment, which had been developed in-house. Its destruction would be a tragic loss. It won't be necessary. General Chun sighed. The chairman has assured me that the military has alternative resources. He then surprisingly smiled with a sense of relief. Since there are others undertaking the same efforts as us, our struggle is not in vain. What other resources are available? Tang An could only conceive of one other resource: her own fertile fields and shops. However, behind these bountiful establishments lies a system that transcends the mundane realities of life. Tang An is oblivious to the origins of this system, and even more so to how long it can function effectively. Moreover, it is imperative to note that Lu He Company's production can afford many individuals employment opportunities, whereas no matter how low she sets the prices, she cannot provide them with a sustainable income. Perhaps it would be prudent to dismantle the equipment. I shall devise a means to transport it to Ban City. Tang An's words ignited a flicker of hope within General Chun, yet that hope was swiftly extinguished. How could you transport it all by yourself? Tang An gazed at Shen Huang, who then spoke. You need not concern yourselves with the mode of transportation. We shall also bear the freight costs. Take your time to ponder this matter. If you find it unnecessary, we shall take our leave. General Manager Chun, seemingly resolved, declared. Then we shall commence the dismantling at once. You must assist us in transporting the equipment to Ban. Tang An nodded, promising that it would certainly be delivered. In that moment, Tang An experienced the brilliance of a midnight unlike any she had known before. As she sat in the car alongside Shen Huang, a fleeting sense of relaxation enveloped her. Perhaps we should sprinkle some water on the tires. Otherwise, they might burst, she suggested. Shen Huang, uneasy about leaving Tang and to sleep alone in the vehicle, felt a twinge of reluctance to accompany her through the night. As Tang An activated the air conditioning, the cool breeze enveloped her, and in that moment, she truly felt as if she had been resurrected. The sweltering heat outside was unbearable. It was the air conditioning that bestowed her with a semblance of life. Yet, this comfort would soon become a luxury. In the early morning, before she had fully awakened, she was roused by the exuberant calls of the mischievous Yang Haokong, who, with his exuberant voice, shouted from outside the window. The spirit of gossip was instantly ignited within her. Master, do you have a new crush? I thought you would end up with Captain Shun. His words were loud enough that anyone with hearing would likely have caught the commotion. Tang Anshuan casually knocked the alarm clock aside, exclaiming, "Be quiet." Mimi was startled, letting out a pitiful whimper, a sound that starkly contrasted with his formidable demeanor. Why are you being so fierce with me? It's merely a change in the crash. It's quite normal. I found this man even more handsome than Captain Shun, though he appeared less gentle. Unlike Captain Shun, whose gaze seemed to linger with tenderness, Tang An wished fervently to seal Yang Haokong's lips with glue. Get in here. She irritably scratched her head and remotely unlocked the door for him, using her phone. Upon entering, Yang Haokong revealed a triumphant smile. Chapter 104. The next one, Ma Chengyan. He speculated that perhaps he was one of Shen Huang's subordinates. What brings you here so early in the morning? Tang An, burdened by dark circles under her eyes, spent the night contemplating the recent acquisition by Danhong Corporation and the obliteration of the water treatment facility. She resolved to verify the situation with O-Chun the following day and ponder how to transport the equipment from the Anding City branch to Ban City. Lost in thought, her mind wandered to Shen Huang. It was not until the early hours of 4 or 5 in the morning that she finally drifted into a restless slumber. Little did she know that at 7 o'clock sharp, Yang Haokong would be calling out beneath her window. Had she anticipated this, she would have opted to sleep in the basement or within the confines of the system. Naturally, he was there to assist her in walking the dog. Tang An's tone was laden with resentment. Master, since you are currently preoccupied with your romantic pursuits, why not entrust Mimi to my care? Yang Haokong gazed at Tang An with eager anticipation. As he spoke, Tang An casually gestured to the corner where Mimi's dog food and an assortment of treat cans were displayed. Rest assured, master, I'm more than capable of taking good care of her. My little nephew adores Mimi. Yang Haokong's nephew was none other than the child of the fruit mom from their group, a child Tang An had only heard of but never met. The moment he learned of the child's existence, Tang An grew even more reluctant to hand over Mimi to Yang Haokong. After all, he himself was still a child, wasn't he? Hearing the firm resolve in Tang An's voice, Yang Haokong could only sigh in resignation. Very well then. After bidding farewell to Yang Haokong, Tang An summoned Oh-chun into the Liangtian restaurant. In Oh-chun's eyes, no noteworthy events had transpired at Dan Hong Company recently. Consequently, she had no updates to report to Tang An. If one were to speak of novelties, the only incident that could be deemed fresh was the fact that Li Wenjing had indeed expelled Su Xian'er. Although Su Xian'er's leg had healed, she found it somewhat uncomfortable after sitting in a wheelchair for such an extended period. Aside from Dan Hong Company, she could not venture anywhere else. Oh-chun had found a kind-hearted individual to provide shelter for Su Xian'er, claiming to the company that she was being cared for externally, while in truth, she was being confined, left for later reckoning. Miss Yi, do you have any instructions? Are you aware of the recent explosion at Lu He Company? Was this matter brought up by Lu Bai as well? Lu Bai? Oh-chun shook her head in confusion. I am not privy to this incident. What has transpired with Lu He Company? To Oh-chun's astonishment, she was unaware of the situation. Tang An proceeded to inform her of the events. I understand now. Li Lingyan and Ma Qingyun have been making moves recently. However, they're not on amicable terms, so it is unlikely they acted in concert. Do you recall what those two individuals looked like? Tang An's recollection of the two was rather vague. The driver was quite slender, while the one in the passenger seat was tall and robust, with a noticeable accent. Neither of them possessed particularly distinctive features. One cannot say they were handsome or ugly. What stood out more prominently in Tang An's memory was the engineering vehicle. Show it to me. Tang An nodded, acknowledging the situation with Ma Qingyun. Previously, she had temporarily set aside matters concerning him to assist Feng Yun in delivering aid to the disaster-stricken. However, it was quite unexpected that within just 2 days, Ma Qingyun had managed to stir up so much trouble again. Fortunately, the situation was discovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Rest assured, he is dead. Next in line is Ma Qingyun. Oh-chun hesitated over whether to divulge the matter of Su Xian'er to Tang An. She had taken it upon herself to detain Su Xian'er without consulting Tang An, fearing that she might inadvertently disrupt any plans Tang An had in mind. Miss Yi, I have something to share with you. Hearing that Su Xian'er had been expelled by Li Wenjing and that Oh-chun had used the excuse of keeping her outside, Tang An was not surprised in the least. She had never inquired, yet the animosity between Oh-chun and Su Xian'er was palpable. Su Xian'er was no virtuous character. In her previous life, she had stolen Tang An's money and jewelry. In this life, she had blatantly taken Tang An's belongings, with irrefutable evidence to prove it. Yet she accused Tang An of slander and resorted to threats of self-harm. Thus, regardless of how Oh-chun treated Su Xian'er, Tang An felt no obligation to intervene. However, with Su Xian'er now out, could she find a pretext to enter Dan Hong Company? With the revenue from the fertile farmland and shops as her foundation, Tang An possessed ample resources to support her endeavors. She was determined not to waste another vehicle on another fruitless outing. Resolutely, she opted to purchase a teleportation pill. In an instant, she materialized at the entrance of Dan Hong Company. In the desolate wilderness, Tang An deliberately fell to the ground, smudging her clothes and skin with dirt. To enhance the effect, she even sprinkled soil into her hair, rendering herself a picture of disarray. This way, surely Li Wenjing would believe her plight. She intentionally staggered as she walked, feigning dizziness from heat stroke, and collapsed before the security station at Dan Hong Company. I need to find Li Wenjing. I implore you to assist me. The security guard had encountered countless individuals like her, each seeking assistance or connections to Dan Hong Company since the onset of the apocalypse. They had their own criteria for filtering requests. If there was potential profit, they would attempt to reach out internally to see if entry could be granted. If not, they would dismiss the matter, for death in this place had become a mere commonplace occurrence, with no one to hold accountable. Who are you? And who is Li Wenjing? The security guard regarded the disheveled Tang and with utter disdain, unwilling to spare her even a glance. Li Wenjing had only recently joined the company, and news of her arrival had yet to circulate among the guards. Whether he recognized Li Wenjing was inconsequential. What mattered was whether he recognized money. Chapter 105. A change of name. Having accepted the benefits Tang An offered, the security guard cheerfully contacted the internal team. His expression shifted multiple times, as if he had heard some significant news. Tang An quietly observed the security guard's shifting expressions, feigning sincerity. At last, the guard ended the call and opened the door for her. Someone will be here to receive you. This marked her second visit to Dan Hong Company. Nonetheless, she maintained a sense of wonder, as if it were her inaugural experience. Upon entering the dilapidated factory area on the ground floor, she spotted Li Wenjing, clad in a short skirt and adorned with exquisite makeup, awaiting her arrival. Tang An had never encountered such a version of Li Wenjing. In her recollections, Li Wenjing was perpetually engaged in laundry and cooking, dutifully tending to her family, her spirit seemingly dulled by time. Could this be the fabled notion of nurturing a beloved like one would a flower? The present Li Wenjing radiated brilliance. Li Wenjing was unfamiliar with Tang An's visage. She had only seen her once within the opulent confines of Tang Jing's grand estate. At that time, Tang An exuded an air of haughty confidence, a stark contrast to the pitiful state she now found herself in. "Are you Tang An?" Li Wenjing inquired uncertainly, for the Tang An she remembered bore little resemblance to the person before her. Tang An truly lacked the talent for acting. After much effort, she could not summon a single tear, merely pouting her lips to feign sorrow. "Cousin, I have nowhere else to go." In the narrative she had crafted for herself, after her brother Tang Jing's demise, all of her grandmother-esque grievances were directed at her. From that moment onward, she had not experienced a single day of tranquility. Particularly after her parents had departed, her grandmother had taken possession of her home. Feeling utterly displaced, she had heard from her university roommate, Su Xianer, that after encountering Li Wenjing at Dan Hong Company, she had come to seek refuge with her cousin out of sheer desperation. Li Wenjing harbored no skepticism towards this tale. She had become thoroughly disillusioned with Tang Jing's family. Whatever they did no longer surprised her. "What has become of Tang Jing? Did you donate a kidney?" Despite their past as a couple, a lingering, inexplicable hope still resided in her heart regarding Tang Jing. Yet she waited in vain for news of him, and not once did her former in-laws reach out. Tang Jing had long since passed. Her aunt had absconded with money, and her uncle had been incarcerated due to his criminal record, revealed amidst their disputes. Tang An's words caused Li Wenjing's anxious heart to plummet, shattering into countless pieces. In truth, death might be preferable, sparing her the burden of explaining the child's demise to the Tang family. "Do you remember when I first arrived at the Taohua Yuan community?" Li Wenjing sought to reaffirm whether the items from that time were indeed gifts from Tang An. "I recall, back then, our family still had provisions. I was concerned that you might struggle to care for the child, so I sent them to you. I kept it from Grandma, fearing she would attempt to take the child away." Tang An replied, "By the way, what has become of my nephew?" In their conversation, she suddenly remembered the child. Tang An had already learned of Li Wenjing's child's death from the mouths of the bandits apprehended at Villa number 13. Yet, according to her understanding, she should not have known, prompting her to inquire nonetheless. Li Wenjing's expression visibly darkened with sorrow. "The child has passed away, Tang An. Are you aware? They are inhuman. They forced me to let my sister's daughter accompany them. It's utterly appalling. They spared my life, but my son suffered from heat stroke. I begged them to allow me to fetch medicine, yet they imprisoned me, forcing me to watch my son perish in my arms." Seeing Li Wenjing's profound anguish, Tang An felt at a loss for words of comfort. All she could offer was in the aftermath of the acid rain during the investigations. It was reported that someone at Villa number 13 had been discovered masquerading as a disaster victim, resulting in the deaths of many, who were subsequently shot on the spot. Li Wenjing felt a surge of gratitude towards Tang, and realizing that her inability to discern character had led her to this revelation about the true nature of the Tang family. Later, when she arrived at the Taohua Yuan community with nothing, it was Tang An who had extended her a helping hand. Now, with the grim news of the death of that group, Li Wenjing felt compelled to reciprocate. Then stay, she said. Having just joined An An company, Li Wenjing's sole support was Li Lingyan. Recognizing him as a benefactor, she intended to shield Tang and from the degrading tasks typically assigned to women. I will introduce you to someone shortly. Just say you are my cousin and refrain from mentioning anything about Tang Jing. Li Wenjing sensed Li Lingyan's unusual regard for her, which motivated her to avoid any discussions concerning her ex-husband, Tang Jing. I understand. I can adopt a different name, Tang An replied, surprised that Li Wenjing had broached the subject before her. She, too, wished to avoid using her real name at Dan An Company. However, she was aware that the deceased Can Lu and Cheng Yu, as well as the expelled Su Xiener and the still-present Ma Qingyun, were all acquainted with her. It could only be said that Anding City was exceedingly small. She wished to evade those who knew her, believing that adopting a new name and visage would be beneficial. Li Wenjing found Tang An's proposal agreeable. That sounds feasible. I will first find you a place to rest properly. Tang An's face and hair were covered in dust, resembling that of a refugee. After she escorted Tang into her own room to freshen up and rest, she went off to attend to her other matters. Tang An meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, contemplating whether to subtly alter her appearance. Judging by the bewilderment and uncertainty that graced Li Wenjing's face upon their first encounter today, she could confidently ascertain that Li Wenjing possessed a rather feeble memory for faces. Thus, she resolved to make slight modifications to her features to avoid recognition by Ma Qingyun or any other individuals who might be familiar with her. Successfully infiltrating Dan An Company was merely the initial step. She still needed to devise a strategy to draw closer to Ma Qingyun. Tang An exhibited an insatiable longing for food. While Li Wenjing observed the grotesque expression on Tang An's face as he devoured his meal, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her unease. Tang An was correct. Li Wenjing indeed suffered from mild prosopagnosia. You should rest here for the night. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to someone. From now on, simply heed his counsel. If anyone dares to bully you, inform him, and he will advocate for you. Anin, how much do you know about the past events surrounding Villa 13? Li Wenjing had already disclosed to Li Lingyan that a younger sister had come to seek refuge. It was merely a trivial matter. Li Lingyan recounted that when the apocalypse first began, he had wished to bring his own people in, but no one trusted him. Only a friend named Wang Xiangwen believed him. Yet that fool ended up killing his own father for money and was subsequently arrested. Wang Xiangwen, isn't he the husband of fifth sister Li Shirui? In Chapter 106, Kia. When Li Wenjing was informed that she was to assist fifth sister Li Shirui with her children, she was told that Li Shirui had committed murder. Among the numerous sisters in the family, Li Shirui was neither the most cunning nor the most ruthless. She lacked a distinct personality and was quite submissive. Li Wenjing did not believe that fifth sister could be such a person. However, by the time she learned of this matter, Li Shirui was already deceased. No one heeded her doubts. I have heard that the male head of the household instigated his wife to kill her own father for money. Tang An was perplexed as to why Li Wenjing suddenly inquired about this matter. Li Wenjing seized upon two critical words, instigated. This implied that the true culprit should be Wang Xiangwen. Therefore, the sister was blameless. But what of Wang Xiangwen? Had he also met his demise? Are you referring to that male head of the household? At the time, it was said he was dispatched to construct the safety base. Tang An realized that Li Wenjing had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Li Shirui's death. This suspicion may not have emerged today. Rather, it was Li Wenjing's newfound ability to investigate that prompted her curiosity. I understand now. Please rest well. After posing her questions, Li Wenjing entered the bedroom, fetched a thin blanket for Tang An, and they both retired for the night. Lying on the comfortably warm bed, Li Wenjing's mind remained tumultuous. Memories from her childhood frequently resurfaced. Growing up in a household with many sisters, her life had not been easy. Fifth sister Li Shirui was of a similar age and temperament, and they shared a close bond. Their parents' equal indifference towards all the sisters meant that Li Wenjing and Li Shirui had often embraced each other for warmth. Although they had grown somewhat distant over the years, they still held each other in their hearts, unable to contain her tears in the blankets. She pondered the emotions fifth sister must have felt when entrusting her two daughters to her care, yet she found herself unable to protect them. Thoughts of revenge flickered like flames, leaving Li Wenjing restless. And then there was Li Lingyan. It was Li Lingyan who had introduced Wang Xiangwen to invest in Dan An Company. If Wang Xiangwen had been unaware of this matter, the subsequent events would not have transpired. How would she deal with Li Lingyan? Unless she could take his place. On either side of a door, two individuals harbored their own intentions. Tang An had already devised her next steps. The following morning, Li Wenjing took the time to assist Tang An in changing her attire. When it comes to the casual act of naming, Tang An has grown quite adept. During her initial visit to Dan Han Company, she was known as Zhao Yi. Now, on her second visit, she has adopted the name Chier. By the time of her third and fourth visits, she might even resort to using numeric homophones for her names. Chier, you say? It possesses a certain charm. I shall remember this. From now on, in this place, you shall be known as Chier, my cousin. Keep that in mind. Tang An nodded slightly, indicating that he had taken note. Under the guidance of Li Wenjing, Tang An entered Li Lingyan's office. Ever since Li Lingyan had resolved to showcase her capabilities, she had readily agreed upon hearing that Li Wenjing had a sister seeking refuge with her. She intended to assign her sister a position that would not be overly demanding. In truth, Li Lingyan's team consisted predominantly of men. It was imperative to possess considerable strength for security duties. This hardly constituted a formal position, as Dan Han Company had gathered a cadre of technical talents, and the system was equipped with all functionalities that might be required during operation. However, this was Li Wenjing's sister. Well, as long as it wasn't too strenuous. Chier's health was rather poor, and she had recently come to me, having lost considerable weight. Li Wenjing gazed at Tang An with profound tenderness. God knows, Li Wenjing could hardly remember whether Tang An was plump or slender. Following Li Wenjing's gaze, Li Lingyan's kati nitset ki eclosely. Her features were delicate yet lacked distinctiveness, resembling an ordinary face. Nevertheless, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. Perhaps it was not her per se, but rather a resemblance to someone he had seen. Li Lingyan could not articulate the source of that sense of familiarity. No problem. Chier, quickly thank your brother Lingyan, Li Wenjing remarked, and, in an instant, Li Lingyan transitioned from the esteemed position of General Manager Li to that of Brother Lingyan. Tang An harbored an aversion towards Li Lingyan's gaze, and she averted her eyes. Lowering her head, if you have nothing else to attend to, please go about your business. She instructed. Xiaolu, please escort Chier over there. Wenjing, you may arrange her accommodations as you see fit. After a discussion within the system, O-Chun resolved to orchestrate a romantic encounter between Chier and Wen Yangxiu. Subsequently, Mr. Wen would find himself smitten at first sight with Chier, relocating her residence to his floor and embarking on an ardent pursuit. Such a scenario, though cliché, was particularly fitting for Mr. Wen's character. After all, with Su Sienna no longer at Dan Han Company, it was certain that Mr. Wen would seek a new favorite. Hearing that her cousin Chier had caught Mr. Wen's attention, Li Wenjing felt a mix of anger and urgency. She had heard whispers of Mr. Wen's ruthless nature. Yet since her entry into the company, there had been no notable incidents involving him. Following a conflict with Su Sienna, Mr. Wen had taken her away from Dan Han Company. At that time, even Li Lingyan remarked that she had offended Mr. Wen, predicting that she would suffer the consequences. However, to everyone's astonishment, the matter was brushed aside without further inquiry. If it had been anyone else at Dan Han Company, Li Wenjing would not have been so anxious. They all claimed that her previous actions had angered Mr. Wen. Was it possible that he would seek retribution through her sister? I cannot say. Tang An feigned fear, her eyes wide with alarm, resembling a startled rabbit. Li Wenjing, resigned, sat upon the sofa, acknowledging Mr. Wen is the Grandmaster of Dan Han Company. His women seldom meet favorable ends. Observing Li Wenjing's earnest demeanor, Tang An felt a stir of emotion within. She seemed to comprehend the futility of altering their fate, yet still chose to confide in Tang An. In truth, this sister-in-law was quite decent. She had merely been blinded by love when she married Tang Jing. Sister Wenjing, Tang An replied, you yourself have stated that he is the Grandmaster. Perhaps this is simply my destiny. I shall accept everything that fate has in store for me. Tang An feigned sorrow as he wiped away non-existent tears. Chapter 107. Business Inclination. Approaching Oh-chun's side, life became considerably more bearable. Tang An intended to shuttle between the Peach Blossom Source community and Dan Company. The fabricated story of her grandmother occupying her property is, in fact, quite plausible in her situation. Therefore, she must create the illusion that someone resides in that house, preventing her grandmother from setting her sights on her own home. After relocating to Mr. Wen's floor, communication between Tang and Oh-chun became significantly more convenient. Oh-chun discovered that Ma Qingyun's entry into Dan Company was predicated on both his financial resources and his connections in Bayan City. In terms of finances, Ma Qingyun had previously engaged in educational training businesses, amassing considerable wealth from the profits generated through schools. As for his connections, he had discreetly participated in numerous recruitment endeavors for various enterprises and institutions, reaping both fame and fortune in the process. This was all that could be uncovered. Since entering Dan Company, Ma Qingyun had remained a trusted confidant from Bayan, conducting himself with utmost caution. Oh-chun initially believed she had merely opened a window into the investigation, only to realize that this was all she could ascertain. Nonetheless, it was still a form of gain. Tang An did not believe he could easily resolve the issue with Ma Qingyun as he had with Chengyu. Moreover, eliminating Ma Qingyun held little significance. What truly mattered was unearthing the individuals behind him. Liu Bai's intellect was incapable of orchestrating such a grand scheme, and the Liu family lacked the capacity to control the Dan Company's operations throughout the entire nation. It was exceedingly challenging to gather intelligence through alternative means. It would be more prudent to devise a solution independently. Soon, Oh-chun found an opportunity. Due to Ma Qingyun's mismanagement of the water plant, those in higher echelons seemed to express dissatisfaction with him and intended to shift the business towards Li Lingyan. The directive came from an individual named Wen Ming, who seemed to have some connection to Wen Yanqiu. However, it was certain that the Wen and Liu families formed a community of shared interests. It appeared that the Dan Company also had ties to the Wen family. What, then, was the origin of the Wen family? This question might require consultation with Wang Mian. As soon as news of the business shift was released, discussions erupted among the subordinates. Under Tang An's signal, Oh-chun convened a business discussion meeting. Such high-level meetings were rare at Dan Company. The last one had been called by Liu Bai to rally support in the search for Kuya. That directive had been issued, yet it had seemingly vanished without a trace. Even if no one could be found, there would invariably be a few individuals who bore a resemblance, attempting to provide proof of their efforts. Liu Bai's words held little weight at Dan Company. It appeared that the operations in Anding City were under the auspices of the Wen family. Otherwise, Wen Yanqiu, a rather inept individual, would not have assumed leadership here. Today, I have gathered everyone to attend this meeting. Have you never seen a pig run if you have not eaten pork? The boss's routine of grandiose promises and high-minded rhetoric was perfectly emulated by Oh-chun. Tang An sat at the far end, surveying each individual before him. Li Lingyan wore a richly expressive countenance, as if he were striving to suppress both surprise and amusement. Ma Qingyun maintained a stern demeanor, occasionally emitting a couple of disdainful snorts from his nose. In this realm, usurping power was far more intolerable than being dismissed. Could he possibly be aligned with Liu Bai? And would that imply Li Lingyan was associated with the Wen family? Did anyone dare to voice dissent? Mr. Wen narrowed his eyes, resembling a cunning, smiling tiger observing the crowd. Should anyone dare to speak first, they might find themselves devoured whole. Tang An anticipated that Ma Qingyun would certainly oppose the matter, perhaps even engage in a heated argument with Mr. Wen. However, the scenario he envisioned never materialized. Ma Qingyun merely accepted everything with a stoic expression. As the meeting drew to a close, and Ma Qingyun prepared to exit the conference room, Tang An felt compelled to address him. "Excuse me, are you Principal Ma?" "I am Ma Qingyun," he replied, offering a courteous smile. With numerous schools under his purview and tens of thousands of students, many knew him, yet few could be remembered by him. "How delightful, Principal Ma. I am Chi Air from Anding University, specializing in fashion design. Do you recall me?" The name was fabricated, and of course, so was the major. With so many students in the institution, It was unlikely that Ma Qingyun would remember any of them. What kind of fool would inquire if he was remembered by a mere student? Obviously, he would not. Yet times had changed. This student had become the new favorite of his boss, and he was obliged to show some courtesy. I remember, I did not expect to encounter you. The old man was quite adept at feigning familiarity. It was time for Oh Chun's guest appearance. Mr. One, portrayed by Oh Chun, gazed intently with his infatuated eyes at his delicate wife, Chi-er. Upon noticing her conversing with Ma Qingyun, he hurried over to ascertain the situation. What are you discussing? Do you know each other? Mr. Wen's rare smile indicated that Chi-er was indeed to his liking. The more this transpired, the more Ma Qingyun felt inclined to maintain his distance. Not exactly acquainted, Mr. One. I previously served as an honorary trustee at the school and have crossed paths with Miss Chi. Just cross paths, is it? It seems I should give him a gentle admonition. Tang An shifted the conversation. Indeed, Principal Ma, you once honored me with an award, did you not? Upon hearing these words, Ma Qingyun was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that she was one of the girls he had forgotten entirely? Despite his inner turmoil, Ma Qingyun maintained a composed demeanor. The school was teeming with exceptional students, each one a talent in their own right. I am merely a businessman, engaging in modest charitable acts, donating a few items here and there. The school leadership has elevated me to this honorary position of principal, a mere title devoid of substance. Having said this, Ma Qingyun contemplated retreating. There was no clear reason, yet his instincts warned him that Chi-er had ulterior motives. And what about this connection? Mr. Ma, I hadn't noticed your depth. Why not take a cue from Mr. Ma? This morning, Chi-er lamented the boredom here. Perhaps you could learn from him? Ma Qingyun was taken aback by Mr. Wen's unexpected intrusion into his territory. Did he intend to confront him? Or was it merely a fade? The words Ma Qingyun wished to refuse were silenced by a kiss that had not even graced his face. Chapter 108. Coerced returns having reaped the benefits. Tang An hurriedly departed, aware that lingering too long would bring complications once Ma Qingyun regained his composure. At present, Ma Qingyun was plagued by profound doubts regarding his judgment. The former Wen Yangxiu seemed unattainable, driven solely by carnal desires, utterly indifferent to the affairs of Dan Hong Company. He merely relayed Wen Ming's orders, functioning as a mere human messenger. Recently, however, Wen Yangxiu appeared markedly altered. Could it be that his previous demeanor was a charade? Or had his family pressured him into reform? Ma Qingyun leaned towards the latter explanation. Numerous missed calls from Shun Huang and messages from Feng Yun cluttered his phone. Perhaps they bore some urgent task. His fingers danced across the screen for an extended period, composing and deleting, revising incessantly, until he ultimately settled on 3 words. Call me. Once these words were dispatched, Tang An finally exhaled, opening the messages sent by Feng Yun. Perhaps it was premature to relax. Are you home? I've received notice that the water level in the reservoir has severely dropped, causing difficulties for residents. The self-defense team needs to organize a bulk purchase of drinking water. Can you assist? Although the destruction of the Lihihi branch by Dan Hong Company had been thwarted, it could not prevent the onslaught of natural disasters. It was unexpected that a water crisis would arise so swiftly. Not long ago, floods had inundated several floors. This defied logic. Science could no longer elucidate such a bizarre occurrence. Upon reading the message, Tang An promptly resolved to depart. Significant accomplishments cannot be achieved overnight. Yet small acts of kindness are always welcome. In the community, the pavement was uneven, the soil compacted and cracked, and the outside world appeared desolate. There was no need for a thermometer. The oppressive heat was sufficient to convey the terrifying temperature beyond. Tang An mustered his courage and stepped out of the house, entering Villa number 19. Inside, there were boxes upon boxes of cheerful, pristine water, along with some rudimentary, unbranded water labeled with the words good farmland. What on earth? Why was there so much of the water from his own system here? Upon hearing the word date, everyone cast curious, gossiping glances at Tang An. However, the imagined romance paled in comparison to the reality. As someone to know, Yang Hao Kong remained entirely oblivious to the expressions of those around him. Tang An cleared her throat, seemingly oblivious to his words. Why is there so much water? What is the situation with this water? She merely pointed at the abundant water pooling on the fertile land. As she spoke, She picked up a bottle from the ground and handed it to Tang An. Tang An refrained from reaching out and instead inquired of Lu Yong, "How can there still be people selling unbranded water on social media? Are there many vendors for this water? What is the price?" Lu Yong chuckled, 31 yuan per bottle, which is significantly pricier than the previous water, yet still considerably cheaper than what's available outside. The state-subsidized Happy Water sells for 5 yuan, while other brands charge up to 150. Is that truly water? It's the lifeblood of the common people. How shameless. Tang An took out her phone and noticed that the water in the Liangtian shop was only priced at 5 yuan per bottle. So, her system was allowing certain individuals to profit from the price difference? That seemed rather advantageous, though she hoped it wasn't anything dubious. Many individuals could access the Liangtian shop, including those who had previously aided the hospital, members of Shen Huang's team, and even subordinates of Wang Mian. Moreover, many residents within the community could also utilize it. Naturally, some individuals were either unaware of this newly emerged mobile app or chose to uninstall it. Otherwise, Lu Yong would have certainly discovered that he too could make purchases. "I'll be in the restroom for a moment. I'll join you all shortly." Once inside, Tang An directly accessed the system. Purchase limitations. There must be restrictions. If the system becomes a tool for certain individuals to exploit profits, what difference would there be between me and the parasitic Dan An company? System, I demand purchase limitations. We cannot allow so many individuals to hoard goods from the Liangtian shop as middlemen. Tang An was calling out within the system, while the black wind nibbled on the sugar cane, gazing blankly at its master. "Please contact Yangyu." "What is Yangyu? Who is Yangyu?" Tang An found the name somewhat familiar, yet could not recall its significance. At that moment, a young girl clad in a black suit dress appeared before her. Subsequently, she completely forgot about this function. Had she not become akin to begging while holding a golden rice bowl? "What commands do you have, master?" Tang An pondered. The agricultural shop has imposed a limit on all food items to 3 portions per person, while daily necessities are restricted to 2 portions per week. Pharmaceuticals are supplied according to individual usage requirements, and other products are not available for public purchase. Additionally, records are maintained for customers who have made purchases. This should effectively discourage any attempts at proxy buying, or at least significantly diminish them. The robotic efficiency of Yang Yu was remarkable, as she swiftly sent a list of customers for limited items to Tang An's phone. Such impeccable work efficiency. Having such an exceptional NPC merely tasked with adding individuals to the system seemed like a considerable underutilization of her capabilities. "Master, the screening process has been completed. The purchasing limit is now in effect. Acknowledging your resistance to excessive buying behavior, I recommend utilizing the mandatory return function." Tang An, having endured years as a disgruntled consumer, was hearing about the mandatory return feature for the first time. "Then let it be a forced return." At the utterance of this phrase, a shrill scream erupted from Lin Dalian. "Where's the water?" Chapter 109, Supermoon. Lin Dalian vowed to herself that she merely lowered her head and raised it again, only to find that the multitude of unbranded water bottles had vanished into thin air. It was not only Lin Dalian who witnessed this. Yang Haokong and Lu Yong also observed the peculiar phenomenon. "Uncle Lu, do you think the water disappeared with a pop or a whoosh?" Yang Haokong exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He vaguely recalled that this line was spoken by Baijian Tong in an episode where a government seal was lost. Was the water, too, misplaced? But how could so much water vanish simultaneously? "What are you thinking? Hurry and find officer phone." Lu Yong chuckled at the child's imaginative reasoning, affectionately patting Yang Haokong on the head. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang An emerged from the restroom, only to find the water from the Liangtian shop completely gone. Lin Dalian was at a loss for how to explain the recent events to Tang An, or was it Lu Yong who recounted what had transpired? If it were a forced return, would there be a refund? "Uncle Lu, check your phone to see if a refund has been issued. Perhaps they regretted selling the water to you." Lu Yong adamantly rejected the notion. How could that be? So much water, even if it were moved? It couldn't vanish in the blink of an eye. He remained engrossed in his work, oblivious to his phone. Tang An glanced at Lu Yong's phone resting on the table and reached out to pick it up. Indeed, a notification regarding a refund appeared on the screen. "Why hasn't the refund been processed?" he questioned. "You can see for yourself." Tang An held the phone up, bringing the screen closer to Lu Yong's face. Upon seeing the refund notification, Lu Yong was utterly bewildered. Where did this refund come from? Tang An appeared indifferent, seemingly dismissing Lu Yong's words as mere trivialities. Could it be that she was truly overwhelmed by her own busyness? Yet, it seemed improbable that all three of them could be so disoriented simultaneously. Yang Haokong dragged Feng Yun, arriving fashionably late, and incoherently recounted the bizarre events that had just transpired. Naturally, Feng Yun was skeptical, teasing Yang Haokong about having watched too much television and succumbing to hallucinations. Upon entering the room, he spotted Tang An busily moving water and organizing supplies. "Officer Feng, how is this water sold to everyone? Is there a limit on purchases?" Tang An inquired. "Yes, each person is allowed 2 bottles. You must come in person. Sales are not permitted without your presence. Each bottle is priced at 5 yuan, Officer Feng explained. Although this was a bit pricier than usual, it remained within an acceptable range for most. The regular price for drinking water was only 2 yuan, and the increase was merely a consequence of rising transportation costs. Fortunately, with the government as a backing, much of the transportation expense was covered. Regrettably, due to budget constraints, each individual was limited to just 2 bottles, which sufficed for basic hydration but posed challenges for washing and bathing. 2 bottles were undoubtedly insufficient, especially when considering the exorbitant price of bottled mineral water outside, selling for 150 yuan. Nonetheless, many still clamored to purchase it. In these sweltering conditions, with the relentless heat persisting even through the night, there was little choice but to endure. I have designated our current location, Villa number 19, as the point of sale, starting at 5 p.m. today. Lu Yong, you and Xiao Yang will maintain order on the scene, while Tang An and Xiao Lin handle registration and sales. I will remain on site to address any issues that may arise." Since the onset of the apocalypse, Feng Yun had been working within the Tao Weiyuan community, and now, collaborating with the resident self-defense team had become second nature. Each person's role was distinctly defined. Tang An seamlessly integrated into their midst, her collaboration with Lin demonstrating a remarkable synergy. The roster had been meticulously adjusted by her supermoon, with all individuals acquainted with Tang and positioned at the forefront. Following them were those who had made substantial purchases. Among the names at the top were Zheng Chen's mother, Ling Li, the significant buyer of lifeboats, Shen Huang, and O Chun, who had procured the disguise pills. Indeed, O Chun must utilize the disguise pills. The last time she mentioned this to Tang An, she had merely provided her with 100,000 yuan without assisting in the acquisition of the pills. Given that O Chun could easily be exposed at Dan Hong Company, Tang An dared not take any chances. In a state of panic, O Chun inquired, "I will get you another one. No one has seen you in your current guise, correct?" Tang An asked uncertainly. O Chun shook her head. "No, that's good. This time, it won't fail. You can rest assured. Do you still have sufficient funds?" Not long ago, Tang An had just given herself 100,000 yuan. To her surprise, the concern from her superior arrived so swiftly once more. "It's enough. Thank you, Miss Yi." To be completely honest, under the guise of Mr. One at Dan Hong Company, O Chun not only had no expenses, but also possessed considerable funds to spend. Yet, her motivations had evolved beyond mere vengeance and money. Certain endeavors could only be accomplished from the vantage point of Mr. One, a position that transcended both hatred and wealth. As for the occasional tasks Tang An required of her, O Chun did not find them burdensome. Without Tang An, she would not have attained her current status. "Take this money. There is no need to call me Miss Yi anymore. Just call me Tang An. Zhao Yi is also a pseudonym. The trust between individuals is a delicate matter. A name may not signify much, yet in that moment, O Chun felt a profound closeness with Tang An. After resolving O Chun's matters, Tang An turned her attention to Ling Li's situation. She too lived alone and, theoretically, did not require so many survival supplies. Her purchases encompassed a wide array of items, with the largest quantities being everyday medications and food. Tang An had reason to suspect that Ling Li was also engaged in the illicit trade of goods. However, given the scale of the operation, it was likely that someone else was responsible for selling water to Lu Yong. As he delved deeper, a buyer who had purchased 50,000 bottles of drinking water came into view. It was highly probable that this individual was the culprit. Tang An conversed with Yang Yu through the app of Liang Tian Town on his mobile phone. Yang Yu, I require a detective to ascertain this individual's location. A petite female anime character's dialog box popped up. Greetings, Master. I recommend employing DD, designed as a young detective, capable of uncovering the minutiae of an individual's ancestral history within half a day. Truly, it is an extraordinary cheat. Chapter 110. Selling water after entrusting the investigation to DD, Tang An reclined comfortably within the system, indulging in a brief slumber. This is what one might call genuine sunshine. The sun's rays enveloped him in warmth rather than scorching heat, accompanied by a breeze that carried the coolness of a stream across his skin. Beside him lay a small bear, nestled affectionately. It has been demonstrated that whether they are children or bears, once they learn to speak, they possess an inexhaustible supply of words. Black Wind was filled with curiosity about this world. He inquired of Tang on why the sun was warm, how such warmth produced light, and why the sun within the system differed from the one outside. At 4:30, the activities had yet to commence. A throng had gathered outside Villa 19. This was merely the first day of water shortages, and having recently endured acid rain, the populace remained rife with trepidation regarding a life devoid of basic necessities. During the acid rain period, water was available, albeit of poor quality. Now, with no water and intermittent electricity, how were they to endure? Among the crowd lining up to purchase water, Tang An did not spot Ling Li. Perhaps her household had a reserve, where she was unaware that her stockpile had been forcibly returned. Tang An, let me in quickly. This infernal weather is becoming unbearable. A frail voice echoed through the throng. Tang An needed not strain to identify the source. It was undoubtedly his demanding grandmother. Please, everyone, queue orderly. If there is no adherence to the line, we reserve the right to refuse the distribution of supplies. Tang An raised her voice, and the mere glare from her eyes rendered many speechless, revealing the bloodstains of her past. Witnessing Tang An's formidable ability to maintain order, Feng Yin couldn't help but secretly commend her. It was truly perplexing how old Tang had produced such a remarkable daughter, excelling in everything she undertook. Everyone is welcome to enter, but please refrain from hoarding supplies. Our designated time is set for 5 o'clock this afternoon. Arriving early will not grant anyone preferential treatment. Feng Yin added, there's no need to bask in the sun outside. Waiting in an air-conditioned room is perfectly acceptable. As the clock struck 5, Tang An and Lin Dalian commenced their methodical tasks. Lin Dalian was responsible for logging information, while Tang An handled the transactions and sales. With water priced at 150 yuan per bottle outside, no one questioned the reasonableness of selling water that originally cost 2 yuan for 5 yuan now. Tang An was grateful for the smoothness of the work, free from disruptions. However, that loathsome old face soon appeared before her. Little girl, my family consists of 3 members. Bring me 6 bottles, commanded Grandma Lin Suchin to Lin Dalian. Lin Dalian craned her neck to glance towards the back of the line, where indeed there were 2 elderly individuals. Grandma, we require the presence of the individual themselves. If your family cannot attend, please provide me with your building number. We will send someone to your home for verification. If assistance is truly needed, we can deliver the water to you. It was precisely due to the involvement of members from the resident self-defense team in delivering supplies during the acid rain that so many cases of disappearance and death had arisen. Feng Yin initially believed that, after such numerous heinous incidents, he would face repercussions upon returning to the team. Yet, to his astonishment, the frequency of serious crimes increased in densely populated communities, with even reports of cannibalism emerging, truly shocking in nature. Consequently, this time, Feng Yin altered his strategy, requiring residents to collect supplies themselves, 1 portion per person, for those with special circumstances who were unable to retrieve their own. The resident self-defense team would ensure that the items were handed directly into their hands before departing, thereby preventing any further incidents of malevolence from occurring in obscurity. My family consists of just 3, my husband, my granddaughter, and I. With a sense of pride, Grandma Lin Suchin gestured towards Tang, and Lin Dalian elbowed Tang in, asking, do your grandparents live in this community? Don't you all live together? I don't know them. Tang An replied, lowering her head. The more crowded it became, the more this spiteful old woman relished causing trouble. Normally, it was forgivable. The urgency for drinking water was palpable, with everyone anxiously hoping to receive their rations. If the old woman were to stir trouble now, Tang An might have to act against propriety. Then you may only take 2 portions. Lin Dalian announced loudly to the others. Listen carefully. No misreporting or deceit. If anyone disrupts the order and delays access to water, Officer Foam will impose penalties. And Chong felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. I apologize. It must have been my old partner's mistake. We'll take just 2. It was evident that the old partner's beloved granddaughter had no intention of acknowledging her. And Chong tugged at his partner's sleeve, signaling her to cease her embarrassing antics. After his reminder, Lin Suchin indeed fell silent, leaving with 4 bottles of water in a dejected manner. However, these supplies were far from sufficient. The most frequently heard request from Tang An was whether they could sell them a few more bottles. Unfortunately, Tang An found herself powerless in this regard. Once the system released an excess of water, it would quickly become a tool for unscrupulous individuals to amass wealth. This situation was unavoidable. In a community that was not particularly large, it took a full 4 hours to distribute the supplies. The quotas were fixed, and even Feng Yin did not dare to take an extra bottle. Here, the arrangement mirrored that of a school distribution. The table is adorned with numerous books pertaining to education and training, while the shelves behind are densely packed with pristine volumes. It conveys a desire to proclaim to the world that I am a cultured individual, yet it is merely a facade. No matter how many books one reads, one's mind may still be filled with the basest of thoughts. Miss Chair, please take a seat. Mr. Wen has not informed me of your interests or hobbies. Let us converse briefly so that I may gain a simple understanding of you, and subsequently determine which position may suit you best. Ah, you truly are quite formal. Indeed, once one's status changes, everything alters accordingly. No need for that. Mr. Wen mentioned that I should learn from you, preferably starting as an assistant. Assistant? I suspect it is more akin to being under surveillance. As soon as Tang An spoke, Ma Qingyun inadvertently confirmed Mr. Wen's suspicions. However, refusal was clearly not an option. He had no choice but to reluctantly accept this surveillance. Very well, you may stay. Yet, the core business must remain entirely inaccessible to this woman. Chapter 111. Sacrificing flesh to save one's life. Ma Qingyun once enjoyed the privilege of a private office, but now he found himself compelled to provide Cheer with a desk. With her presence established, it would be inappropriate not to assign her any tasks. But what could she possibly do? My role involves business allocation, and Xiao Su was my former assistant. You should familiarize yourself with him and the work here. Before Tang An's arrival, Ma Qingyun had already confided in Xiao Su regarding Mr. Wen's actions. With his own directives in mind, Xiao Su knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. This Xiao Su was also known to Tang An. He was the director of a training school owned by Ma Qingyun, infamous for exploiting many individuals financially, and had even made headlines. As for his appearance, he bore a rather androgynous look, appearing quite innocent. Principal Ma, perhaps you could elaborate on this for me. Tang An fixed his gaze upon Ma Qingyun, exuding an air of assertiveness. With a powerful backer to support him, he felt an exhilarating sense of triumph akin to that of an employee rising to become a boss, trampling over his superior. Xiao Su had intended to counsel Mr. Ma on his overwhelming schedule, but the elevator doors suddenly swung open, heralding impending complications. Just yesterday, during a meeting, Wen Ming expressed his dissatisfaction with the business manager, Ma Qingyun, regarding the affairs of the cheerful company, deciding to reallocate part of the business to Li Lingyan. This so-called reallocation lacked any specific details from Wen Ming. Ma Qingyun anticipated a more comprehensive briefing or that Mr. Wen would send Shi Air to clarify the matters under his purview before any distribution took place. In either scenario, he believed he had ample time to seek assistance from Ban City. However, he did not foresee Li Lingyan's eagerness. The situation was becoming increasingly tumultuous. Li Lingyan was not alone, accompanied by Li Wenjing and Su Yu. It was easy to surmise that something had transpired the previous day, prompting Su Yu to resolutely align himself with Li Lingyan. The current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable from Ma Qingyan. Nevertheless, he remained composed and unruffled. "Mr. Li, Mr. Su, what a coincidence to see you both here. Was this a chance encounter or a prearranged meeting?" He did not rise to greet them, instead reclining comfortably in his chair, radiating an air of confidence. Ma Qingyun was adept at employing body language, skillfully concealing all traces of emotion beneath a facade of calm. "Mr. Ma, it is time to relinquish some authority. A dog is meant to guard the door. If it cannot even perform that duty, it is of no use and should be put down for meat." "Mimi, woof woof. What of dogs? Did a dog consume your family's meat?" Tang An observed with keen interest as Li Lingyan unabashedly displayed his ambitions. With an unwavering posture, his sharp intellect and capable subordinates were equally matched by the formidable support he had behind him. At that moment, Ma Qingyun exhibited remarkable composure, responding not with anger, but with a sardonic smile. "Mr. Li," he remarked, "your words suggest a profound understanding of dog training. I wonder how a dog would feel upon hearing such sentiments? We're all just trying to make a living, after all. Mr. Ma, our security department has taken over the supply of resources in the urban area for you. After indulging in meat for so long, surely you can spare some broth for the rest of us?" Li Lingyan boldly extended his hand onto Ma Qingyun's desk. At last, a flicker of irritation crossed Ma Qingyun's face. "Li Lingyan, you are merely riding the coattails of the one family, and your fortunes may be fleeting. You are reveling in your success too soon." Li Lingyan, undeniably proud, found himself buoyed by the company of a beautiful companion and the favor of Mr. Wan. He was indeed thriving within the ranks of the Dan Han Company. Perhaps Mr. Ma is growing old and fails to understand the fervor of youth. It may be time for you to step aside. With that, he seized the documents from Ma Qingyun's desk and tore them into shreds, discarding a volume of Zhuangzi onto the ground and deliberately trampling it underfoot. "Do not forget, the Liu family is the true owner of Dan Han Company. The Wen family merely wields some influence." As he spoke, Ma Qingyun cast a glance at Chi'er, who was observing the scene unfold. It was clear that his words were directed not only at Li Lingyan, but also at Chi'er. Without the Wen family, what power did the Liu family possess to establish Dan Han Company in such a short span of time? Have you heard the phrase killing the donkey after grind? When one loses their value, they must perish. Ma Qingyun, your days of prosperity are numbered. With a gun in hand, he pressed the barrel firmly against Ma Qingyun's brow. In that moment, all semblance of dignity vanished from Ma Qingyun. This madman truly intended to take his life. "What do you want? We can negotiate," Ma Qingyun blurted out. Li Wenjing let out a cold laugh from the sidelines, sensing that Ma Qingyun's weakness lay in his desire to survive. "Indeed, your memory seems to falter, as I just mentioned my desire for the city's resource supplies. But fret not, I have already dispatched someone to take charge of it. Rest assured, apart from the urban area, all other territories remain yours." The city's urban area was densely populated, with over 70% of its inhabitants residing there. This so-called business diversion could be likened to carving flesh from Ma Qingyun's thigh. Yet, to preserve one's life, such sacrifices must be made. Since you have already taken action, I have nothing further to add. I will no longer interfere with the urban business. You may handle it as you see fit. Remember, mercy can go a long way. Young man, you still have your youth ahead of you. Tang An had not anticipated that Ma Qingyun would capitulate so easily. He had expected a more convoluted and life-or-death scenario to unfold. Clearly, Ma Qingyun held a deep regard for his own life. With their objectives accomplished, Li Lingyan departed with Li Wenjing and Su Yu. The roles of Li Wenjing and Su Yu were merely to express their stance within Dan Han Company. True power resided with Su Yu, Ma Qingyun, and Li Lingyan. Now that Su Yu had aligned himself with Li Lingyan, Cheng Yu's former position had been usurped by Li Wenjing, leaving Ma Qingyun to fight a solitary battle, which was undoubtedly arduous. After their departure, Xiao Su approached to quietly gather and organize the documents and books that had been disrupted and torn apart by them. Ma Qingjun sighed deeply, gently massaging his brow with his thumb and index finger, attempting to extricate himself from the turmoil of his emotions. Given the current circumstances, he needed to contemplate his next steps. "Principal Ma, have you truly submitted to Li Lingyan?" He mused with a self-deprecating smile, never imagining that as an elder, he would find himself in such a predicament. Lu Bai will not relinquish in Ding City. If you find yourself at an impasse, it may be wise to reach out to him. After Qi Er spoke these words, he swiftly departed. A glimmer of hope reignited in Ma Qingyun's eyes. Qi Er was affiliated with Lu Bai. Chapter 112. The three sons of the Lu family upon realizing he was not alone in his struggle. Ma Qingyun's gaze towards Qi Er softened. Did Lu Bai send you? He inquired. I understand now. I will contact him. However, I was unaware that Lu Bai had arranged for your presence. Are you perhaps associated with Lu Jiaojiao? Lu Jiaojiao? Who is that? Tang An had never heard of such a name, but her intuition suggested that Lu Jiaojiao was likely one of Tang Ting's daughters. This is not information you're meant to know, Principal Ma. The matter ends here. Whether you can rise again depends solely on your abilities. Ma Qingyun found himself cornered by a seemingly light-hearted incident, and the humiliation inflicted by Li Lingyan had plunged him further into despair. Was there an escape route? He had once considered it. Had he been able to convert all his assets into cash before the apocalypse and hand them over to Dan Han Company in exchange for a place at a safe base? It would have been a stroke of fortune. Aware of his advancing age, he nonetheless refused to concede to it and yearned for further ventures. Thus, he chose to work for Dan Han Company, allowing his assets to expand amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. It was only when the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead that he comprehended the irrevocable path he had chosen. Fortunately, just as he was on the verge of surrender, the young woman he had always deemed a mere pawn, harboring ulterior motives, pointed him toward a glimmer of hope. After watching Qi Er leave, Ma Qingyun obediently reached out to Lu Bai. At that moment, Lu Bai was attending to his mother at her bedside. Following the arrival of Tang Jinghua in Bayan City, his mother, Tang Ting, had sought him out for 3 consecutive days, only to be disappointed as Tang Jinghua never emerged to meet her. Lu Bai found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend why siblings born of the same flesh could exhibit such callousness. He felt a deep sense of injustice for his mother. It was at a loss for words of consolation. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. On the 4th day, as was his custom, Lu Bai intended to escort his mother to the entrance to await Tang Jinghua. However, on this particular day, his mother was unable to rise from her bed. The damp and oppressive heat outside only exacerbated her already frail condition. He devoted his entire being to caring for her, entirely setting aside matters concerning Dan Han Company. Otherwise, the affairs of Lu Hehe Company would not have become a weapon wielded against Ma Qingyun, undermining his strength. Why have you suddenly sought me out today? Upon receiving a call from Ma Qingyun, Lu Bai felt a twinge of irritation. None among his subordinates were more avaricious than Ma. Such greed would inevitably lead to his own downfall. Young Master Lu, I acknowledge that the issues surrounding Lu Hehe Company are indeed my fault. However, the one surnamed one has taken advantage of the situation and directed their intentions towards you. Considerable effort was invested by the Wen family to establish Dan Hong Company swiftly, navigating various connections. While they present a facade of partnership akin to family, each party has always harbored their own ulterior motives. The Wen family has endeavored to secure a larger share of the pie, rather than merely contenting themselves with their dividends. Pray tell, how did the one surnamed one set their sights on me? Lu Bai inquired, retreating to another bedroom to speak on the phone, while professional caregivers attended to his mother. They have absorbed all my business operations within the city. Currently, at Ding City's Danfeng Company, aside from myself, all personnel are appointed by the Wen family. Moreover, there is a woman who seems to be related to Miss Jiao Jiao. Lu Jiao Jiao. Has she finally extended her reach into Ding City? The Lu family comprised 3 children, Lu Jiao Jiao, Lu Na Na, and Lu Bai himself. Lu Jiao Jiao and Lu Na Na were born of his father's previous wife, nearly 20 years his senior, rendering them completely distinct from him in terms of generational alignment. As such, they had long sought to prevent their mother from giving birth to him during her pregnancy. Following his arrival, they employed various strategies to persuade their father to facilitate the entry of their husbands or other relatives into the company, clearly intent on claiming a larger portion for themselves. Lu Bai harbored no fondness for these 2 sisters. Had it not been for their mother, they would not have succumbed to such maladies at a young age. When the apocalypse loomed, Their father had made it abundantly clear. The three siblings were each assigned specific territories, and no one was permitted to overstep boundaries and disrupt the order. It was surprising that Lu Jiao had grown impatient so quickly. I understand. I will make my way there as soon as possible. Do not act rashly. Await my arrival. With that, Lu ended the call, given his mother's precarious condition. He did not intend to burden her with excessive details. Once again, he resolved to slip away quietly. His mother, weakened by illness, often felt fatigued and exhausted. He merely needed to wait for her to fall asleep, after which he could access and Ding City's Danhong company directly through the system. Tang An had long harbored the desire for vengeance. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Ma Qingyun would summon Lu to confront her. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to prepare in advance. The sweltering heat signified that the respite of night had been claimed by calamity. Beneath the relentless daylight, it seemed as though people unwittingly engaged in an abundance of activities. Sleep grew increasingly elusive, and her health deteriorated. It was only within the confines of the system that Tang An could truly experience relaxation. Upon returning to her room, she eagerly unlocked her phone. Glancing at the time, she noted it was once again the early hours of the morning. Just as she was about to summon Shan Huang within the system for a meeting, a message popped up from the Liangtian Town app. Hello, Master. DD requests to communicate with you. DD, the legendary young detective? Such promptness in their efficiency? Let us meet. In the farm, under the astonished gaze of the black wind, a small boy materialized out of thin air. He possessed a pair of sparkling, large eyes, and his round face exuded an adorable charm. His expression was earnest, and he held a tablet in his hands, resembling a miniature adult. Hello, Master. I am DD. According to your request, I have completed my investigation. A total of 30 individuals are involved in the illicit trade of system resources due to weather conditions. 25 of them only engage in trade within their local vicinity. The remaining 5 are part of a specialized team conducting large-scale transactions, which require particular attention. The child's voice was mechanical and devoid of emotional nuance, indicative of an NPC who had yet to attend primary school and lacked an understanding of emotive recitation. Only 30 individuals? Then why can I find so many people engaging in large-scale purchases of resources? The list provided by Yang Yu contains several pages filled with names of individuals making substantial acquisitions. Master, do you know what Saint Mother is? Chapter 113, Master and Servant. The term Saint Mother was all too familiar to him. In every post-apocalyptic novel he had perused, one phrase frequently echoed, in chaotic times, eliminate the Saint Mother first. Influenced by such narratives, Tang An resolutely chose to embrace a ruthless persona, ready to repay kindness and seek vengeance without a trace of mercy, sparing no devil who exploited loopholes. Are you implying that those procuring resources in bulk are all Saint Mothers? They are professional, charitable organizations that, after purchasing resources through the system, traverse great distances to deliver them to those in need, overcoming the challenges posed by the weather. DD elucidated. Their subjective intent was not to profit through illicit trade, which is why I did not include them in the list of traffickers. Thus, it dawned on Tang An that she had not anticipated the existence of many individuals, aside from herself, who were capable of aiding others while grappling with their own struggles. This realization filled her with a tinge of shame. Can we discern the subjective intentions of users in the sale of Liangtian? Tang An ventured to inquire. The system can only recognize actions, not human nature. The query regarding human nature posed a challenge for him. Then grant these individuals the privileges to purchase a substantially increased quantity of supplies at reduced prices. Simultaneously, monitor their activities and inform me if any resale behaviors are detected. Dian is perplexed as to why the master is exerting such effort. However, it suffices that understanding is not a prerequisite for executing commands. Among the 5 individuals listed for resale, one is a resident named Chun Nan from their community, while the other 4 are soldiers under Wang Mian, including those from the recent hospital assistance. Naturally, Wang Mian will be responsible for his own associates. Tang An has forwarded all transaction records pertaining to the resales and subsequently placed these individuals on the blacklist of Liangtian store, rendering them permanently unable to procure daily necessities from it. As for the individuals associated with the hospital, Tang An has handed them over to Chun, while she intends to personally meet with Chun Nan. Dian, you have performed admirably. The next task is to investigate what Danhong Company engaged in prior to the apocalypse. What is the relationship between the Wan and Lu families? After deducting a certain portion of goodwill, Dian vanished from the system once more. Tang An hesitated, her intention to meet Shen Huang disrupted. Given Shen Huang's unique status, he may have pressing matters at hand. Recklessly involving him in the system could potentially create complications. Moreover, what would they even discuss during their meeting? Perhaps it is best to forego the encounter. As per her usual routine, upon waking, she took a shower and tidied herself before heading to Villa 19. This was the second day of the water outage, and Lin Dalian had her hair tied up, with stray strands clinging to her forehead, her face glistening. Yang Haokong's condition was no better. His clothes were clinging to his skin, soaked with perspiration, with beads of sweat cascading down his nose and forehead. The air conditioning was broken, and the room was stifling. Yang Haokong lifted his shirt, using the hem to wipe the sweat from his face. My master has gone to repair it. Please wait a moment. Tang An nearly believed there was a fault with his hearing. At your age, why are you still acting cute? And calling me master? I have no skills in air conditioning repair. However, I believe there's an unused air conditioner in the room on the rooftop of my house. Why don't you accompany me to retrieve it for our immediate use? In this weather, one's very life depends on air conditioning. Where has he gone? Tang An maintained a facade of composure, yet her footsteps grew lively and buoyant as she ascended the stairs. The windows on the upper floor were wide open, and the air conditioning unit hummed gently. Shen Huang crouched on the floor, fiddling with seemingly identical wires and electronic components. Upon hearing her footsteps, he swiftly deduced her identity. Awake at last? Under the glaring sunlight, Shen Huang's smile radiated warmth. Each encounter with him stirred a wave of emotions within Tang An. Why didn't you call me? She asked, her tone playfully endearing. Xiaoyang said you were surely asleep and didn't want to disturb you. Shen Huang had intended to head directly to Villa 18. But at the entrance, he encountered Yang Haokong, who was just about to enter Villa 19. Tang An has been participating in the resident self-defense team these past few days and is particularly fatigued. She is probably still waking up. She'll come to Villa 19 once she is up, he remarked. Given that Tang An lived alone, it was indeed inappropriate for him to enter her home uninvited. So he accompanied Yang Haokong to Villa 19 instead. You're always rambling, he teased. You called me numerous times the other day. Was there something urgent? Initially, she had intended to inquire about Shen Huang's recent whereabouts. I was escorting some personnel from the Lu He branch to Bayan City for production management. Dismantling the equipment has proven to be quite laborious. It's likely we won't finish until the day after tomorrow. Have you figured out how to transport the equipment to Bayan City, as you promised? However, train operations had largely ceased, and the resources required for transporting the equipment were not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, even if Tang An had not agreed at that moment, Shen Huang would have devised a way to ensure the equipment was transported to the more secure Bayan City. I've made arrangements. I will go personally. Then I will accompany you. Shen Huang naturally assumed that what Tang An had agreed to was now his responsibility, even freeing up his schedule for the transport. Accompanying, Tang An had initially thought to utilize the system to teleport directly to Bayan City, settle the equipment at the Lu He factory there, and then visit her father, perhaps to probe into Lu Bai's background. Rest assured, this is a matter that benefits the country and the people. I can take charge of it myself. Shen Huang reassured her, believing Tang An was concerned about any limitations on his actions. All right, we will discuss it then. Shen Huang, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. She reconsidered, realizing that resorting to extrajudicial measures was fundamentally wrong. With Shen Huang, an officer phone present, she merely needed to present the irrefutable evidence. Chapter 114. A son's disrespect, a father's disappointment. The evidence collected by Dian proved reliable. The three of them quickly identified Chun Nan's identity and the crimes he had committed. Chun Nan resided in Villa 3, and the records indicated he was also a wealthy heir, having studied abroad since middle school. Unfortunately, instead of acquiring the knowledge to contribute to his homeland, He absorbed the negative influences of foreign culture. He was aware that the supplies he possessed originated from Tang An's prosperous shop. Yet he mistakenly believed these items had been purchased by her prior to the apocalypse. Reflecting on the arduous efforts of Tang and in procuring a plethora of supplies before the apocalypse, only to have them ultimately benefiting that scoundrel. It is imperative that Officer Feng reports this matter for proper handling. Leniency must not be afforded. Tang An subsequently added, "It is crucial to report this. I must not be left to resolve it on my own." Tang An now feels an unsettling sense of dread while residing within the system. Countless lives have been extinguished there, transforming the ranch into a graveyard. Even more terrifying is the fact that the remains have been absorbed by the soil, rendering them irretrievable. Shen Huang is perplexed, yet Feng Yun discerns her unspoken thoughts. She understands, and there is no need for concern. Before long, the wealthy heir involved in the illicit trade of supplies appears in Villa Number 19. Contrary to Tang An's expectations, Chen Nan possesses striking good looks, resembling someone on the verge of stardom, with doe-like eyes that sparkle with vitality. It appears that the depravity of human nature knows no gender. Alongside Chen Nan, his parents arrive, inquiring about the situation. They vaguely grasp their son's activities, but mistakenly interpret them as a sign of his capability rather than as exploitation of the populace during a national crisis. "Which bureau are you from? I demand to speak to your superior. Our Nan has done nothing wrong. On what grounds do you detain him?" They protest in unison, their voices filled with indignation, questioning Feng Yun's authority. The atmosphere in Villa Number 19 grows increasingly lively, and Feng Yun, maintaining her professional demeanor, addresses them with stern precision. Under Shen Huang's guidance and explanation, they refrain from investigating the source of the water and instead focus on Chen Nan's exorbitant markup on water sales. "Does this fall within your jurisdiction? Even if it does, should it be you managing it?" Chen Nan had researched this before becoming a purchasing agent. With only 2 years of experience in dealing with unregulated products, he knew the maximum penalty for illegal operations was 5 years. However, the potential profits were simply irresistible, and given the external circumstances, he was confident that no one would trace it back to him. As soon as the rain ceased, he began selling through his social network, discovering that he could procure anything others needed from that local shop. Unfortunately, just as he began to reap the rewards, he found himself apprehended. Little did he expect that the officer who caught him would be a young policeman from his own community. "You may question my authority, but you have indeed committed a crime," Feng Yun states as she raises her phone to document the encounter. Shen Huang, seizing a pair of limited edition silver prison series bracelets, fastens them around Chen Nan's wrists. "Refunded? How can you possibly refund this? This is money our family could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Moreover, we are engaged in free trade. On what basis do you detain him?" Chen Nan's father immediately becomes incensed at the mention of a refund. It is evident to all that his concern is not for his son, but rather for the loss of money. "This constitutes illegal gains, do you understand? Such illicit income must be returned in double," Feng Yun replies, casting a resigned glance at Chen Nan's father. "Since you are aware of this matter, you might as well confess. Chen Nan, does your father merely know about this, or has he participated? Was he the mastermind?" She continually signals to her son, convinced that her father's indifference towards her throughout his life makes it far more advantageous for him to face the consequences than for her son to suffer the same fate. Chen Nan swiftly grasped her mother's intentions and, following her lead, stated, "My father has little understanding of the law. I have tried to counsel him, yet he remains blinded by greed, refusing to heed any advice." Despite her utmost efforts, not a single tear escaped her eyes. Her performance was lamentably lacking. The father stared in astonishment at the two, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Finally, he broke the silence, saying, "Officer, arrest me. This was my doing." He admitted his guilt, yet the individuals present were not naive. When Feng Yun probed further into the details of the crime, Chen Nan feigned ignorance, falsely claiming that her father had taken control of her phone. Tang An was not moved by their so-called paternal affection. Educating the child early was far superior to this moment of sentimental theatrics. "Officer Feng, should we really impose a sentence of 5 or 10 years for such matters?" Perhaps a mutual reprimand would suffice. A son who is unfilial, and a father who fails to teach. Such a situation is indeed lamentable. She held no official position within the Teo Weiyuan community, not even as a member of the resident self-defense team. Yet, within these walls, no one dared to underestimate Tang An's presence. Tang An, I will ensure that this entire family is brought to justice, she proclaimed. The specifics of the decision lie beyond our control. Feng Yun had no intention of granting forgiveness based solely on their accounts, nor did he wish to become entangled in any repercussions. He resolved to pass the matter directly to higher authorities. The rare moments spent together were not particularly pleasant. Yang Haokong seemed to relish the opportunity to interrupt Tang An and Shen Huang's conversation, as if he was eager to witness a romantic exchange between them. Unfortunately for him, his expectations were dashed, as the two maintained a respectful distance, and nothing untoward transpired. Brother Shen, do you truly harbor feelings for my master? Yang Haokong hastened to inquire as Shen Huang stepped out to fetch some food. Chapter 115. The issue lies with the security department. Shen Huang found Yang Haokong's newfound curiosity somewhat peculiar. He had never shown such concern for their romantic entanglements previously. What had prompted this sudden interest? The fact that he had acknowledged Tang, and as a master, was likely to bring him some difficulties. Why do you ask? Are you trying to compete with me? Shen Huang teased, knowing that Yang Haokong was still at a naive stage of understanding interpersonal relationships. The jest made Yang Haokong feel embarrassed, despite having no such intentions. I do not like Tang An at all. Not that I dislike him, but Brother Shen, I wish for you to take me to the military. I no longer want to be cooped up at home. I desire to accomplish something. He laid his cards on the table. When he recognized Tang, and as a master, it was out of genuine admiration, hoping to learn something from him. However, he soon realized that Tang An was exceedingly busy, with little time to spare, let alone to teach him martial arts, or even attend to trivial matters like walking the dog. Yet, it seemed that things had changed in recent days. Tang An now took the dog along whenever he ventured out. With his dreams of accompanying Tang An on significant endeavors dashed, Yang Haokong turned his aspirations toward Shen Huang instead. During his last visit to Tang An's home, he had intended to broach this very subject. You are merely in high school. Such decisions should be discussed with your family. I cannot take you away as I did with Zheng Chen. That would be irresponsible. While Zheng Chen lived under the watchful eyes of his mother, he was an adult capable of bearing the consequences of his actions, whether for the sake of Guanya or for justice. Shen Huang's decision to take him away was also driven by the need for additional manpower. However, Yang Haokong was not like Zheng Chen. He remained a minor. Despite his imposing stature, many of his thoughts were still quite immature. If I could reach an understanding with my family, I would not seek your assistance, would I? They simply do not permit me to go. In response, Shen Huang expressed his own helplessness. Yang Hao sighed in exasperation, questioning when this situation would ever resolve itself. The environment may not improve. However, life itself will eventually get better. The time spent together always seems to pass swiftly. After distributing the drinking water, Shen Huang was to return to his team. They arranged to meet again in just 2 days, when Shen Huang and Tang An would head to the Lihihi factory to retrieve equipment intended for Bayan City. Just as he stepped out of his room, Oh-Chun mysteriously cautioned him to be careful, as she had heard that Liu Bai was coming. This information had been deliberately leaked by Ma Qingyun, intended to undermine the momentum of those reliant on the one family. Oh-Chun's informants spanned various departments, and upon hearing this news, he resolved to inform Tang An immediately. It was a welcome development. The concern lay in whether he would actually arrive. Indeed, Liu Bai could no longer contain himself. Possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell akin to that of a dog, Liu Bai would undoubtedly track him down. Thankfully, Oh-Chun had forewarned him. Otherwise, even with a changed appearance, that insufferable white dog, Liu Bai, would have found him through scent alone. After making a circuit of Danhong Company without encountering anyone, Tang An reluctantly departed. The following day, before Tang An had fully awakened from her slumber, Oh-Chun hurriedly roused her with the news. Liu Bai had arrived. She swiftly sat up, devoid of any makeup, and due to her poor rest. Her complexion appeared somewhat haggard. Yet this was inconsequential. Liu Bai, with his dog-like nose, would not see her as she was. She donned some of Oh-chun's former clothing and spritzed on the perfume left by Su Xian'er. Before stepping out, she took special care to bathe with the same shower gel as Mr. Wen. With an amalgamation of scents, Lu Bai would likely find it difficult to detect her presence. Upon their arrival, Lu Bai was already seated in the office. He regarded Mr. Wan and a young woman with complete indifference. Is everyone here? What are the thoughts regarding the Li He branch incident? Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions first. As the primary person responsible for the incident, Ma Qingyun spoke up. The bomb has been successfully planted and is under surveillance by dedicated personnel. It should be foolproof. Had there not been someone within the company stirring up trouble, the bomb disposal team would not have been alerted. He deftly distanced himself from any blame, asserting that the issue lay not in his arrangements, but rather in the actions of troublesome individuals. Li Lingyan remained silent, casting her gaze toward Su Yu. Mr. Su has encountered similar circumstances. Perhaps he could share his insights with Mr. Ma. Had Su Yu also engaged in acts of sabotage to monopolize resources? Was this the modus operandi of Dan Hong Company, acquiring the compliant while eliminating dissenters? During the peak of the acid rain, Tang An had been oblivious to such matters, and only now did she find it perplexing. Why do those pharmaceuticals lie within the grasp of Dan Hong Corporation? Upon learning of this matter, Tang An's resolve to eliminate Dan Hong's influence intensified. Su Yu cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a petty opportunist. Mr. Ma is of an advanced age. He may have forgotten certain matters. Who can say? My advice is to approach tasks with meticulousness. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ma? Ma Chungyun recognized that Su Yu's words were clearly intended to provoke him. General Manager Lu, please offer your direction. Lu Bai adjusted his glasses and remarked, I believe the issue lies within the security department. They should conduct real-time monitoring outside the factory premises to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering. Your efforts have been insufficient, and there are no adequate countermeasures to prevent strangers from accessing the demolition zone. With the blame directed at him, Li Lingyan felt no surprise. Aside from Lu Bai, the Danhong Corporation in Anding City was under the watchful eye of Wen Ming. Otherwise, they would not have sent the incompetent Wen Tao to oversee matters. Initially, he thought this self-proclaimed oily man, Wen Yangxiu, was merely a fade, but observing his actions now, one could not dismiss the possibility of his intent to disrupt the Wen and Lu families for personal gain. Mr. Lu, our Danhong Corporation in Anding City is but a small enterprise, recognizing only Mr. Wen as our sole proprietor. If there were multiple owners, each with their own opinions, it would complicate matters for the brothers, wouldn't it? I suggest you discuss matters with Mr. Wen. We await your orders. Li Lingyan astutely positioned himself as an outsider. Chapter 116. The deception of the great sage Qi, although it is clear to the discerning that the Wen family is behind it. As long as the words Wen family's dog are not emblazoned upon his face, allegiances can be easily shifted. Currently, the Wen family holds a more substantial influence, presenting a distinct advantage. If they could successfully oust Ma Qingyun from Danhong, it would be ideal. Yet, Ma Qingyun has inadvertently drawn Lu Bai's attention, thereby complicating his stance. Suddenly summoned, Oh-chun looked around in confusion. What does this have to do with me? Regardless of who is in charge, as long as the tasks are executed correctly and efficiently, that is all that matters to me. I care not for the process, only the outcome. With his mind blank, Oh-chun realized his words were incongruous with Mr. Wen's persona. There was no time for reparations. So he boldly wrapped his arm around Tang An's waist. You all can figure it out. I have other matters to attend to. As he leaned in to plant an oily kiss on Tang An's cheek and attempted to exit the conference room, Lu Bai called out, Wen Yangxiu, are you a stud horse reincarnated? We are currently in a meeting. Lu Bai emanated an unyielding authority. Though the youngest among them, his presence was the most commanding. His pale eyes were icy, resembling a devil from the depths of an eternal winter. Oh-chun could only remain motionless, his body curling into the chair, appearing anxious and apprehensive. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue with the Lahage factory stems from internal strife between departments and the unrest within the company itself. The headquarters wishes to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Li Lingyan, kneel and apologize. What kind of farce of restoring the Ming dynasty is this? What era are we living in that requires one to kneel in the workplace? Is this not akin to trampling upon one's dignity? Tang An quietly observed Li Lingyan's actions. Liu Bai intended to temper Li Lingyan's fervor, rather than eliminate him entirely. He wished for the smooth operation of his subsidiary, seeking to thwart those who aspired to meddle. Should he eliminate Li Lingyan, he would then need to nurture a more dependable successor. Otherwise, the dominance of the Ma family would become increasingly problematic. Li Lingyan's expression darkened instantly. He had anticipated that Liu Bai would merely impose a monetary penalty or perhaps adjust his position. He never imagined that such a juvenile form of humiliation would be chosen instead. Before he could rise, Li Wenjing gently placed her hand over Li Lingyan's. "General Manager Liu," she asserted, "Ma Qingyun's ineptitude has also caused harm to the company. This reckoning shouldn't fall upon others, should it? As for the company's harmony, as long as it remains profitable and functions properly, the state of our relations is of little consequence." Her words resonated with conviction as she stood, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Lingyan. This was clearly an undeserved calamity, and she was determined to fight for him. If successful, she hoped to transform in Li Lingyan's heart from a mere pale moonlight into an indelible mark akin to a cherished vermilion birthmark upon his brow. Li Lingyan was taken aback by Li Wenjing's willingness to defend him at such a moment. He felt a surge of gratitude, yet also thought her somewhat naive. After all, she had only managed to establish herself in Dan Han Company through her own assistance. How much weight could her words truly carry? "Do you feel it's unjust? Were you to speak of fairness?" Liu Bai's disdain for Li Lingyan stemmed from his desire to balance the power of Ma Qingyun in the future, not from any lack of capability to confront Li Lingyan. "I only believe this is unwarranted. Lingyan has contributed significantly to the company. General Manager Liu merely wishes for us all to align with the Liu family. Yet with General Manager Wen here, we find ourselves at an impasse." Li Wenjing felt the blame lay squarely with the Wen family. She merely needed to cultivate the impression that Li Lingyan was coerced into aligning with them. Her thoughts mirrored Li Lingyan's. Even among relatives, many would turn against one another for fame and fortune. What of those who were neither kin nor acquaintance? If they came for money, let them depart for money. All eyes turned toward Mr. Wen. Tang An is resolutely determined to support Mr. Wen. Her objective is to first secure Dan Han Company in Anding City, and subsequently gain the attention of the head office through it. "Wen, how have I made your tasks more difficult?" Wen cleared his throat. "My friendship with Yang Xiao transcends age. I am unwell, and Yang Xiao is willing to assist me, not out of self-interest. Moreover, this matter does not pertain to you. You ought to remain within your bounds." At this moment, Liu Bai stepped forward to speak on behalf of Mr. Wen. Whether it be Ma Qingyun or Li Lingyan, they are merely individuals who have come together through funding. Fundamentally, their connection is purely commercial. Only Wen Yangxiu has known Liu Bai for many years. In her youth, Liu Jiao was reckless and bore a child with a delinquent. Naming her.Luya. Luya is half a year older than Liu Bai, and they grew up together, with Wen Yangxiu once pursuing Luya. However, a year ago, Luya suffered a tragic accident. By that time, Liu Jiao had already established a new family, leaving Luya unattended, and it was Wen Yangxiu who helped to recover her remains. This incident led Liu Bai to regard Wen Yangxiu as a person of commendable character, and their friendship gradually blossomed. It is said that Wen Yangxiu is the youngest child in his family, significantly younger than his siblings, and their shared experiences fostered a mutual understanding. The Liu family established Dan Han Company, and Wen Yangxiu proactively sought Liu Bai's assistance, securing a tranquil refuge for his twilight years. Wen Yangxiu, devoid of desires, must be protected by Liu Bai. Just as Li Wenjing was at a loss for what to do, Tang An spoke up. Since President Wen and General Liu share a close relationship, naturally, there are no distinct factions between the Wen and Liu families. We are all part of Dan Han Company, and all our actions are for the benefit of the company. She felt that her summary was reminiscent of a eunuch in a royal court. Liu Bai's ears perked up slightly at the sound of Tang An's voice. He rose and approached her. "Do we know each other, Miss Tang? This dog not only has a keen nose, but also sharp hearing." The introduction was indeed fresh and intriguing. However, upon approaching, he did not catch a whiff of Tang An's scent, which left him somewhat disappointed. What a coincidence! Let us proceed this way. Li Lingyan will forfeit 2 months' salary, while Ma Qingyun will continue overseeing business operations. I have heard that the Li factory has already dismantled its equipment, preparing to transport it to Bayan City for continued production. You two will handle this matter together. If it is not executed well, you will both be expelled to bask in the sun. After speaking, Lu Bai glanced at the standing Li Wenjing. What is your name? Li Wenjing. What is your role? Responsible for sourcing women for the boss and the big shots? Li Wenjing momentarily faltered, unsure of how to describe her job. In truth, she had accomplished little. Chapter 117. A trip to Bayan City is imperative. Observing her silence, Lu Bai waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You will be reassigned to oversee operations downstairs. If anyone fails to produce funds, they will be deemed worthless and promptly removed. There is a line of individuals eager to take their place. Li Lingyan's expression soured, as he understood how difficult it would be to deal with the group downstairs. In the past, the headquarters managed everything directly, rendering their involvement unnecessary. Now, can Wenjing handle this? I understand. Li Wenjing remains oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead, with no choices left for her. Today's matter is not aimed at you, so there is no need for concern. After all this time, why does your brother still refuse to let you go? The heavy scent of smoke mingled with the fragrance of men's cologne. Upon hearing about Lu Bai's remarkable sense of smell, Oh-chun immediately took action. Let's not dwell on that. How have you been lately? My mother is nearing the end of her life. She wishes to see my uncle. We waited for several days, yet he has not shown himself. Perhaps it will only be a matter of days now. A complex blend of sadness, regret, and indignation flickered across Lu Bai's face. He could not save his mother's life. He could only watch helplessly as her existence gradually slipped away. Upon hearing this, Tang An could not help but feel a tremor within her heart. She had not anticipated that her aunt, Tang Ting, was indeed suffering from such grave illness. Alas, how heartless of your uncle. Oh-chun, unaware of the relationship between Lu Bai and Tang An, could only sense his profound despair from Lu Bai's words. He was not yet 20, yet he bore the demeanor of a miniature adult. Perhaps he too found himself in a predicament. I nearly harmed his daughter on 2 occasions. I cannot articulate it well. During my last visit here, I chanced upon a woman lurking in the shadows, and I acted instinctively. It was only after arriving at my uncle's house that I discovered the woman was my cousin. Lu Bai expressed his frustration. So, having recognized her as your cousin, how could there be a second near-fatal encounter? Please, do tell. I am curious. How was I to know? I was simply asleep when she unexpectedly entered my room. That was purely an instinctive reaction. Innocent and pitiable, it was entirely my sister's fault. What blame rests upon Lu Bai? He merely sought to safeguard himself. Your cousin, then, is indeed quite bewildering, Oh-chun concluded. Tang An could not help but begin to reflect upon his actions, realizing that, from Lu Bai's perspective, there might indeed be some truth to this. Could it be that he was truly in the wrong? In a fleeting moment of silence that enveloped Tang An, a hint of pride flickered in Lu Bai's eyes. The scent of a person can be masked. Yet the lingering aroma left by the black wind on Tang An had long been detected by the reunion. His cousin was indeed quite determined to infiltrate the inner workings of Dan Han Company. If he could exchange Dan Han Company in Ding City for the chance to alleviate his mother's regrets before her departure, he deemed such a transaction worthwhile. With that, Lu Bai stepped into the elevator. Tang An and Oh-chun exchanged glances. Tang An, what do you think he means by that? What is the relationship between Wen Ming and Mr. Wen? I will investigate and inform you once I have the answers. A young girl may not amount to much on her own, yet the individual she associates with wields significant influence. Ma Qingyun is particularly interested in Lu Jiaojiao, who stands behind Qi'er. After the meeting had concluded, it was already quite late. Tang An informed Xiao Su, who had come to invite them, that she needed to accompany Mr. Wen to rest and requested not to be disturbed. Following Lu Bai's revelation regarding their extraordinary relationship, Mr. Wen's words carried greater weight within Dan Han Company. In Ma Qingyun's eyes, it would not be long before Mr. Wen emerged as one of his formidable rivals. Twice, her life had been perilously threatened due to Lu Bai. Once, she narrowly escaped death from an explosion at Lu He Company, which ultimately stemmed from Liu Bai's actions. She quickly reflected upon Liu Bai's words. Liu Bai found his behavior inexplicable. He was engaged in endeavors that no one could oppose. His unexpected presence had significantly taken him by surprise, leaving him ill-prepared. Nonetheless, his actions were inherently erroneous and sinful. Others may refrain from intervening simply due to ignorance or incapacity, but Tang An, possessing the ability, must take a stand. She harbored animosity towards Liu Bai. Yet within her heart, there lingered a complex sentiment towards her aunt, Tang Ting. Having grown up surrounded by her grandparents, she understood the arduous nature of life in that environment and the immense difficulty of escaping such a family. They ought to empathize with one another. Tang An felt an irresistible urge to visit Bayan City. Prior to arranging matters, she wished to resolve the water supply issues within the community, lest it lead to chaos. After all, if a theft were to occur, the losses would be irreparable. Ever since Liu Bai's emergence, Chun had begun to sense a looming crisis. He was a man who claimed to possess an intimate understanding of Wen Shuiyang. To what extent could he truly comprehend? She feared that even her most instinctive gestures might inadvertently reveal her true identity as someone other than Wen Shuiyang. A mere phone call would suffice. No one would dare to scrutinize you. Thus, for her inaugural stop in Bayan City, Tang An resolved to pay a proper visit to her aunt, Tang Ting. When her mother was still alive, she often mentioned her aunt in the aftermath of the apocalypse. What entanglements existed between them? Perhaps her aunt in this life could unveil some truths. Chapter 118. Equipment. The water shortage within the community persisted, with frequent occurrences. Consequently, Tang had decided to open the Liangtian shop to all residents, with the exception of Chen Nan's family. She prioritized the self-defense team members and officer phone, implementing an unrestricted purchase mode for them. With Yang Yu overseeing the operations, significant issues were unlikely to arise. As this journey to Bayan City was in the company of Shen Huang, it became considerably easier for Tang than to explain matters to Feng Yan. Upon hearing that the purpose was to enhance the production capacity of the Lihihi factory, Feng Yan was invigorated. Had he not been preoccupied with his official duties, he would have been fervently eager to contribute to the nation. Tang An felt a profound sense of trust in Feng Yan. For instance, during the acid rain incident, he could have remained indifferent, yet he braved the elements, diligently delivering supplies to every household, striving to understand their circumstances. He treated both the disaster victims and the residents equally, a commendable effort on his part. Uncle Feng, what are you saying? I have complete faith in you. Just focus on your work, I'll provide the funds, and you will lend your strength. Our lives will improve. After using the Liangtian Shop app, Feng Yan genuinely believed that life would indeed get better. Under Tang An's guidance, he mistakenly attributed the possibility of instantaneous delivery to technological advancements. The items in the Liangtian shop were already reasonably priced, and with Tang An as the financial backer, their community would likely no longer suffer from water shortages. He had heard stories of other communities where people perish from thirst and starvation. Tang An, I apologize. I truly did my best regarding your mother's situation, Feng Yan expressed, feeling increasingly embarrassed by the favor he owed Tang An. Not long ago, when Tang An's mother went missing, he had sought assistance everywhere to help find her. However, he was met with frustration and a lack of leads. The acid rain and power outages rendered all surveillance useless. In reflecting on the one occasion Tang An had sought his help, he felt a deep sense of guilt for being unable to assist. I know you did your best. There was nothing any of us could have done. As they engaged in conversation, Shen Huang arrived. Under Tang An's firm suggestion, Shen Huang had come alone. The journey was long, and Shen Huang suggested traveling by train. Although the train conditions at this time were far from ideal, they had no alternative. The wretched weather meant that once the vehicle hit the road, it wouldn't be long before a tire would burst. No amount of spare tires would suffice for replacements. As Tang An exited the community, he noticed a familiar figure, stealthily and unsteadily making its way along the shadows between the houses. Dan Zeni, how could he be here? Was he not in prison long ago? Shen Huang, you previously mentioned that all the inmates were sent to construct a secure base. Is there a possibility of administrative oversight leading to an escape? I fear to inquire, why the sudden interest in this matter? Shen Huang, known for his decisiveness, was already preparing to contact friends with relevant connections while still conversing with Tang An. It seemed I caught a glimpse of my uncle. Regarding Tang An's family, Shen Huang had met her parents and grandmother, while her uncle was mentioned by Yang Haokong, a man capable of coercing his niece into donating a kidney for his son. Shen Huang deemed his imprisonment well-deserved. The call was connected, and Tang An hastily inquired about the situation. It was reported that due to the sweltering heat, there was a severe shortage of drinking water. Out of humane considerations, the prison guards had agreed to allow family visits, permitting the delivery of essential supplies. Unexpectedly, someone had smuggled in an axe, which subsequently injured several guards, resulting in 3 inmates escaping. Is there someone named Tang Jinya? Shen Huang pressed for details. Upon hearing this inquiry, the other party sensed trouble. How do you know? Have you seen him? Where is he? The Taoyuan community had other assignments today, requiring a swift arrival at the train station. Military orders are paramount, and understanding Shen Huang's pressing duties, the other party could only plead, I will head there immediately. Please assist me in contacting the local authorities and keep a close watch on Tang Jinya's movements. This individual exhibits a severe propensity for violence. Tang An nodded. Having already made contact with Feng Yun, Tang Jinya arrived at the Taoyuan community, either to seek refuge with his mother, Lin Suqin, or to confront his own family. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, the outcome would ultimately lead to a grave fate. How could such occurrences even transpire? I am aware of the situation. Leave it to me. I shall ensure he does not escape again. Upon hearing that a criminal had escaped, Feng Yun quickly gathered his wits. He accessed the community surveillance system and swiftly identified Tang Jinya, who appeared to be heading towards his mother, Lin Suqin. After surveying his surroundings, he easily located his mother's residence. Shen Huang, filled with concern, gazed at Tang An and asked, Do you think your uncle might harm your grandmother? For some malevolent individuals, even their biological mothers could become hostages to coerce law enforcement. They needed to brace themselves for the possibility of being threatened. I don't know, whatever happens is fine. Just catch him. Life and death are predestined. Wealth is in the hands of fate. Regarding her grandmother's life or death, she remained indifferent. Whether she lived or died was inconsequential, as long as she did not disturb her. After witnessing Tang An's apathetic demeanor, Shen Huang ceased further inquiries. Upon arriving at the Lehi factory, they found only a solitary security guard stationed at the entrance, awaiting Tang An. He had anticipated a large convoy to collect equipment, but was surprised to see only a small car with 2 young individuals. Are you here to transport the equipment? The middle-aged man asked uncertainly. Yes, we arrived first. Here are our credentials. Shen Huang, concerned about the man's skepticism, promptly presented the documents. Upon seeing the credentials, the man felt reassured and opened the gate for them. Please, have a seat while I fetch you some water. Fortunately, our factory produces water. As he went to retrieve the water, Tang An swiftly entered the workshop. He began to load all the packaged items into the system. The system's storage was insufficient, prompting Tang An to invest a small sum to expand the warehouse, allowing him to accommodate all the equipment. Chapter 119. Unable to save all souls, the middle-aged man was exhausted, gasping for breath as beads of sweat dripped onto the ground, soaking his entire body. His small cart held 5 large boxes of water, which were exceedingly heavy, causing the plastic cart to teeter precariously. With one of its wheels already broken, it became increasingly laborious for him to push. Observing this, Shen Huang quickly rushed over to assist, and together they managed to transport the water to the security booth. You all take these. They are for our factory inspections, not contaminated. The water we produce at Lehi is clean. The man displayed a sincere smile, a longtime employee who knew that as long as the company thrived, he would continue to earn a living. All right, thank you, sir. However, we truly cannot consume this water. How about you take 1 case while we take 4? My dear, what are you doing inside? Tang An laughed heartily, her brows and eyes radiating a refreshing joy that was delightful to behold. Have you finished? So soon? The uncle was taken aback, as he had merely stepped away to fetch a few boxes of water, yet they had completed the task in his absence. Although he had scrutinized Shen Huang's credentials, he still felt an urge to verify in the workshop. To his astonishment, all the packaged equipment had vanished without a trace. How'd I not hear a sound? You were remarkably swift. As a businessman with large equipment at home, I specialize in logistics, so I certainly appreciate efficiency. Tang An explained that after placing the 4 boxes of water into the vehicle, he drove away, leaving Uncle puzzled as he gazed at the empty workshop, unsure of what kind of large equipment could have been swiftly removed. The 4 boxes of water were also stored within the system. After parking the car in the underground garage, Tang An, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, even managed to conceal the vehicle entirely. Just in case they needed the car upon reaching Bayan City, it was prudent to be prepared. Outside the train station, the crowd was overwhelming. Tang An had never witnessed such a throng at any train station before. In this current climate, many were blindly rushing towards northern cities, hoping for a cooler respite. Regardless of the staff's repeated reminders, countless individuals continued to inquire about trains heading north, clinging to their hopes. They were told repeatedly not to crowd, that only those with tickets could enter the station and board the trains. The north would not be cooler, nor would the south be more humid. The situation nationwide was dire, and remaining at home was the safest option. "Please do not crowd," shouted the staff at the station entrance, a phrase he had to repeat countless times each day. The station remained open to traffic, unable to close its doors, yet many still clamored to escape the city. Even if they managed to leave, the conditions outside would hardly be better. At least in Ding City, many had a place to stay. The community provided limited bottled water, and supermarkets stocked food and daily necessities, ensuring a basic standard of living. Shen Huang, tall and robust, easily maneuvered through the crowd. But what about Tang An? Utilizing his physical advantage, he enveloped Tang An with his arms, forming a protective circle around him to push through the throng together. "I have tickets. We have tickets. Let us board." After reaching the front of the crowd, Shen Huang struggled to produce the tickets. The staff promptly cleared a path for them. Expressing gratitude, Shen Huang was about to enter when a woman, in tears, clung to his leg, pleading, "Please, I heard you're going to Bayan City. Take my daughter with you. I can't endure this any longer. I've run out of medication and can only wait to die. My husband is in Bayan City. Please take her." The woman appeared gravely ill, her complexion ashen, and her hair sparse, resembling a mere husk wrapped in human skin. It seemed she had been crying for quite some time, her eyes red and swollen. At her feet stood a small girl, around 2 years old, filthy and wailing loudly. Witnessing this scene, Shen Huang's heart softened in an instant. Before he could speak, the staff intervened, saying, "Sister, please do not put us in a difficult position. On such a hot day, everyone here wishes to leave for a reason. Only those with tickets can depart. No ticket, no passage." As he spoke, the staff member pushed Tang and Shen Huang slightly, signaling them to hasten their departure. In such a situation, it was wiser to avoid complications, for self-preservation was of utmost importance. Tang An felt a deep sense of bitterness in her heart. She turned to the staff and inquired, "Are there many people unable to purchase tickets?" The waiting room was equally filled with numerous individuals, their gazes intermittently resting on the faces of those enduring hardship, before revealing an expression of compassionate helplessness. Shen Huang could only urge Tang An to move along more swiftly. "Let us not linger. There is nothing we can do." Tang An beheld a child whose complexion had turned an alarming shade of bluish-purple. The sound of his cries now rendered inaudible. The father cradled his child, silently shedding tears. Meanwhile, the mother, with tear-streaked cheeks, busied herself gathering their belongings as she made her way toward the exit. With a heart heavy with sorrow, she lamented, "There is no need to go anymore. We were headed to Bayan City for treatment, but the child is gone." Tang An's heart was pierced with an undeniable ache. Yet, she found herself at a loss for what more she could do. At that moment, Shen Huang gently grasped her hand and said, "Let us depart. There are far too many such occurrences for us to manage. Is it truly beyond our reach?" In the rest area, Tang An engaged in a conversation with Yang Yu on the Liantian Town app via her phone. "When may I continue to level up? How long must I strive? How can I assist more people in need?" The system cannot save the masses. It can only offer limited aid to a select few. "Please do not harbor excessive expectations of the system." The response echoed back. "Must we merely stand by and watch?" Yet, she was unwilling to accept this. "Shen Huang, is there truly nothing I can do?" The silence that answered her was Shun Huang's. He comfortingly patted her head. Her hair was soft and fragrant. Yet many here were compelled to cut their hair short to minimize the frequency of washing. Chapter 120. The train incident due to the limited train service. With only one train every 2 days, ticket availability was scarce. Consequently, the railway system maximized the number of tickets released and eliminated fixed seating. Those who arrived early secured a seat, while latecomers were left to stand. Passengers were disembarking in Bayan City, but the crowd awaiting to board was even greater. As they boarded, they were astonished to see a woman and her child at the station entrance. The woman appeared frail, lacking the strength to hold her child. She could only grasp the little one's hand as they lingered at the rear of the throng. As the train was set to depart, the woman appeared anxious. Yet the doors seemed so far away. Let us go and assist them. Tang An glanced at Shun Huang, who then decisively approached the woman. After a brief exchange, the woman gratefully nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Huang picked up her luggage with one hand and lifted the child who had been trailing behind her with the other. The woman's pace noticeably quickened as she hurried aboard just before the doors closed. Thank you so much. There are still kind-hearted individuals in this world. Today, 2 people gifted me their tickets, which allowed me to board. You're all such good people. The woman, cradling her child, huddled by the door, clearly aware that there were no available seats left inside. Unfazed, she sat down on the floor, gasping for breath. No worries, it was merely a small gesture. Shun Huang replied, finding a less crowded spot to stand. The scenery outside the window was far from pleasant. The crops had long since withered, leaving a desolate expanse of parched yellow. The scattered houses along the way appeared devoid of life. This was akin to a hell on earth. The vehicle moved slowly, frequently stopping, with more boarding than alighting, as most passengers were headed to Bayan City. The woman spoke little during the journey, maintaining a quiet demeanor. It was only as they neared Bayan City that she suddenly inquired about Tang An. Are you from Bayan City? Tang An shook his head. No. We are here to visit relatives. You 2 have just married, haven't you? Do you have any children yet? The woman nodded in understanding. That's wonderful. Youth is truly a blessing. My husband and I also met when we were about your age. Tang An consoled. We will soon arrive at Bayan City, and then you shall reunite with your husband. The woman continued to speak to herself. Ah, how wonderful it is to be young. Truly wonderful indeed. Tang An was at a loss for words, merely smiling at the woman. Shun Huang approached to assess the situation. He cautiously attempted to lift the woman, but her body uncontrollably slumped down. A sense of dread washed over him as he gingerly placed his fingers before her nose, confirming that she had ceased to breathe. Help! Someone please! In a chaotic train station, even as Shun Huang exerted every ounce of strength to call for assistance. His cries were ultimately drowned out by the throngs of people. Noticing something amiss with her mother, the child began to wail, and despite being held by Tang An, she struggled fiercely to burrow into the woman's embrace. Tang An found herself at a loss for how to comfort the child, despite her wealth and abundance of food. By the time the station staff arrived, most of the people had already departed. They conducted a brief verification of Tang An and Shun Huang's identities, soon dismissing any suspicions they may have harbored, and shifted their focus to investigating the woman's background. Her train ticket, having been given by another, yielded no information regarding her identity. Fortunately, there was still a mobile phone. The child, exhausted from crying, had fallen asleep on a bench at the station, with traces of tears adorning her eyelashes, evoking a sense of sympathy. The items in her backpack had been transferred into the system beforehand, replaced with 6 or 7 bottles of water and some food. While these provisions might not significantly aid the child, they offered Tang An a modicum of solace. The train journey stretched through the night, with Tang An and Shun Huang standing vigil. Fortunately, upon hearing of Tang An's arrival, Guanya had come early with Zheng Chun to fetch her. After such a long separation, Guanya had become noticeably fairer since the days of the acid rain, resembling her appearance during their school years. Upon meeting, she rushed toward Tang An and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Finally, you've come. I thought Uncle Wang was pulling my leg when he told me you were coming, she exclaimed, eagerly sharing her recent experiences and recounting the days that Tang An had missed. Guanya, Tang An must be tired. Let's get in the car. Zheng Chun interjected. sensing something amiss in Tang An's expression. "Guanya, it's truly wonderful to see you," Tang An replied, recalling the words spoken by the woman before her passing. "It is good." It dawned on her that it was not merely youth that was precious, but the very act of living. She spoke from the heart. "Let us go, we should get in the car. It's too hot." This seemed to be Tang An's first visit to Bayan City, the nation's central metropolis. However, the usual vibrancy was nowhere to be found. The roadside greenery had all withered, rendering the concrete city even more desolate. Even the old royal palace they passed was steeped in silence. Usually, this place is quite congested. "Well, at least there's no traffic now," Guanya joked. "Tang An, how's my mother doing lately? Since I arrived here, I haven't been in touch with her much." Zheng Chen inquired. Zheng Chen's mother? Ling Li, that madwoman? Tang An spoke about Ling Li's matters in a completely emotionless manner. Upon hearing of Qin Lulu's demise, Zheng Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. A third party who disrupts a family deserves such a fate. However, during their last conversation, his mother had made it quite clear that she intended to become a third party in the Tang family. Chapter 121. The disappearance of father. After inquiring about his mother's situation, Zheng Chen fell silent. He felt a sense of relief that Tang Jinghua had come to Bayan City, keeping him and his mother in separate locations. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, he truly would not know how to explain it to Tang An. Despite the grim circumstances outside, the atmosphere inside the car was remarkably cheerful. Guanya chattered incessantly, recounting many recent events. Unbeknownst to her, most of her words were centered around Wang Mian. Recalling what Liu Bai had mentioned about him and his aunt, Tang Ting, seeking out his father, Tang An inquired of Guanya, "Are you aware that Aunt Tang Ting came looking for my father?" Tang An believes that Guanya harbors no ill intentions. Rather, it seems at this time she may have genuinely meant well, but inadvertently caused harm. Tang An did not pursue the inquiry further, but instead shifted the conversation to another topic. "Have you made any progress in your romantic life?" While speaking, Tang An discreetly observed Zheng Chen. The mere fact that the two of them had come together to pick up Tang An and her companions was curious enough. Yet their lack of conversation suggested a distance that seemed inconsistent with the intimacy of a couple. This was perplexing. It was evident from their initial acquaintance that Zheng Chen harbored feelings for Guanya. Although Tang An held a certain disdain for Zheng Chen's past actions in a previous life, his current demeanor was commendable, especially for accompanying Guanya to Bayan City. In this regard, Tang An found himself quite satisfied with his friend's boyfriend. As for Guanya's feelings towards Zheng Chen, that remained to be seen. What progress could there possibly be? "I'm practically from a different generation than Uncle Wang. Only you believe there's a spark between us. Can we please drop this topic? It's the end of the world, dear sister. Must we cling to trivial matters of love?" Tang An smiled silently, while Guanya's attempts at concealment were glaringly evident. The vehicle smoothly entered the military district, and after undergoing a series of inspections, they were finally allowed in. Tang An was originally a junior figure, unworthy of Colonel Wang Mian's personal reception. However, their endeavors are undeniably beneficial to the nation and its people. Without Tang An, their troops would face severe shortages of water, food, and even essential military and medical supplies. It is precisely due to Tang An's contributions in these areas that he merits a face-to-face greeting. "Good day, Colonel Wang. I am Tang An. It is a pleasure to see you again." During their last encounter, Tang An was merely an obscure child in Wang Mian's eyes, someone from a wealthy family who might have had a questionable past. His family's overseas connections did not leave a particularly favorable impression. This time, however, Colonel Wang solemnly shook Tang An's hand, expressing, "You have worked hard along the way." The attendees were amused by the young girl's demeanor. Her audacity rivaled that of Guanya, which explains their close friendship. "Uncle Wang, what has happened to my father?" Tang An scanned the crowd of well-wishers, but failed to catch a glimpse of his father's presence. Wang Mian, sensing the urgency of the situation, swiftly inquired of his subordinates, "Where has brother Tang gone? Was it not mentioned that he was tidying up Tang An's room? Why has he yet to arrive at this late hour? What could be causing such a delay?" Tang An's heart suddenly tightened with anxiety. His father, who typically harbored a penchant for sentimental displays, had always shown a profound concern for him. He would never adopt an aloof demeanor, neglecting to welcome him. unless, perhaps, there were pressing matters that had delayed him, or he had encountered some peril. Recalling his mother's sudden disappearance, Tang An grasped Guanya's hand and inquired about his father's whereabouts. Guanya, accompanied by a security officer, led the way. The military compound was vast, and after a considerable walk alongside Guanya, they finally arrived at the dormitory building. Here, apart from Guanya, many families of officers resided, and compared to the outside world, the resources appeared more plentiful. The individuals coming and going seemed radiant and healthy, devoid of any signs of illness. Clearly, his father had put thought into this. However, the room was now desolate, devoid of any trace of his father. Guanya also scanned the interior in surprise. The door was ajar, yet where had everyone gone? Could Mr. Tang have gone to his own room for something? The security officer suggested. Thus, they proceeded to search the adjacent family building, but regrettably, even after opening the door, they could not find Tang Xinghua. I will inform Uncle Wang. There is nothing to worry about. Uncle Tang is surely safe. The security measures here are stringent, and outsiders cannot enter, Guanya reiterated, emphasizing the safety of the place. Just moments ago, Uncle Tang had been helping Tang and tidy up his room. How could he have vanished so suddenly? She led the officer ahead while Tang An trailed behind, contacting Dian through his phone. Upon receiving the order to locate Tang Xinghua, Dian, after confirming the urgency of the matter with Tang An, immediately prioritized it and promised to provide leads within half an hour. Upon hearing the news of Tang Xinghua's disappearance, Wang Mian was incredulous. This was the safest place in Ding City. Besides the families residing here, numerous officials issued orders from this very location. To suggest that someone had encountered danger and vanished here was tantamount to slapping Wang Mian in the face. Shun Huang prepared to join the search, but Wang Mian stopped him. You needn't go. You're unfamiliar with this area and will find nothing. Go check on your uncle instead. Wang Yang also held a position here. But during Shun Huang's previous visit to escort Tang Xinghua, Wang Yang had been on a mission, resulting in their missed encounter. Wang Yang had chided Wang Mian for this, insisting that he inform him next time Shun Huang visited, so the two could finally meet. Understood, Colonel Wang. Upon hearing that his uncle wished to see him, Shun Huang initially contemplated refusing. It seemed improper to decline in front of Wang Mian, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Following the death of his parents, Shun Huang had no desire to see his uncle again. He was acutely aware that his parents had been killed due to his uncle's actions. Yet he had never harbored resentment towards him. It was merely that when he chose to enlist and inquired about the identity of his parents' murderer, his uncle had advised him that the individual was beyond their reach and urged him to lead a peaceful life. This is what led Shun Huang to harbor resentment towards his uncle. It was because of his uncle that his parents met with misfortune. Yet, when it came time for vengeance, his uncle faltered. Chapter 122, Deserved. Everyone is entitled to fear power, except for his uncle. Wang Yang, Sen Huang's Unchile, was raised by Shun Huang's mother, who perished because of him. Wang Yang chose not to seek revenge and even impeded Shun Huang's quest for retribution for his parents. This very reason made Shun Huang reluctant to meet his uncle. However, out of respect for Wang Mian, he felt the need to acknowledge this familial bond. Wang Yang was 2 years younger than Wang Mian, and those unfamiliar with the two often whispered that they were brothers. Wang Mian held a slightly superior position. Being the head of this place, Wang Yang was not far behind. Both possessed a fierce spirit, unafraid of hardship or death. Have you finally come to see me? Wang Yang, seated in a wheelchair, spoke with a robust voice, his legs bound in plaster, indicating a recent injury. How did you get hurt? Despite harboring resentment, Shun Huang found it difficult to speak harshly to his uncle, who had nearly grown up alongside him. It was an accident during a mission. You still look so youthful, almost like a child at nearly 30. In truth, Wang Yang was not much older than Shun Huang. He was not yet 40. However, years of missions under the sun had taken a toll on his skin, rendering it somewhat coarse. Upon closer inspection, one could see some resemblance between Shun Huang and Wang Yang. Knowing I am nearing 30, you should regard me as an adult. Do not withhold what I ought to know. The fact that Wang Yang could still jest indicated that his injuries were not as severe as they seemed. Shun Huang's expression grew serious once more. What is there to tell? Is it about your little girlfriend's whereabouts? Did I not inform you? Have you found her? Is she not the daughter of Tang Jinghua? Wang Yang was genuinely concerned about everything related to Shen Huang, though he seldom expressed it. Firstly, Shen Huang's strong resistance towards him had created a rift between them. Secondly, due to the dangerous nature of his missions, he intentionally limited his assistance to Shen Huang, fearing that his involvement might endanger him. You are quite meddlesome. Shen Huang scoffed disdainfully. This feigned concern, masked as elderly care, was utterly tiresome. After all, Wang Yang was not much older than Shen Huang. If you wish to marry, do let me know. I will buy you a marital home. Once married, you can retire, and I will help you find a job. A warm family life is far better than living a day-to-day existence filled with uncertainty. As he spoke, Wang Yang handed his bank card to Shen Huang. Within it lay Wang Yang's savings accumulated over the years. He had never planned on having children, and he treated his nephew, who was only a few years younger, as his own son. You are giving me money? Are you really that wealthy? Shen Huang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Yang's visit was for this purpose. Wang Yang chuckled softly. Indeed, I am wealthy. Rest assured, take it and marry. Your mother longed for this day when she was alive. Upon mentioning his mother, Shen Huang's countenance darkened. Do you still have the audacity to speak of my mother? Were it not for you, she would still be alive and running her dumpling shop. Wang Yang, I do not desire your money. I wish for you to live your life burdened by guilt. You caused the demise of your own sister and brother-in-law, leaving me without parents. Wang Yang was all too aware of this. Each time this matter was broached, it felt akin to a dagger plunged into his heart. Over the years, he believed he had grown accustomed to the pain. Shen Huang, this is my fault. I do not seek your forgiveness. But you must grant me the opportunity to do something. Before the notorious stern-faced instructor, Wang Yang appeared as a helpless child. An opportunity to do something in exchange for a peaceful night's sleep? Do not even entertain such thoughts. You deserve this. With that, Shen Huang slammed the door and departed. Wang Yang's gaze turned vacant as he watched Shen Huang's steadfast retreat. Memories of years past flooding his mind. When he first arrived at his sister and brother-in-law's home, and young Shen Huang would dash towards him, offering dumplings. It was irretrievable. He had personally destroyed this family, obliterated their trio, and ruined himself. Shen Huang was right. Ever since his sister's departure, he had been eternally ensnared in guilt. Meanwhile, at the family housing complex, Tang An, accompanied by Guanya and the officer, searched in vain for Tang Jinghua's whereabouts. They made countless phone calls, yet were unable to pinpoint his location. Such circumstances led Tang An to harbor unsettling suspicions regarding Dan Hong Company. Wanya, do you know where Dan Hong Company is located in Bain City? Tang An inquired tentatively. Understanding Tang An's train of thought, Guanya hastily clarified, that is not possible. Entry here requires multiple layers of identity verification, and exiting is equally challenging. The personnel from Dan Hong Company could not have entered to abduct Uncle Tang. This explanation did little to assuage Tang An's anxiety. However, she found herself unable to disclose the systematic matters concerning Liu Bai from Dan Hong Company. Just as she was at a loss, news finally arrived from Dian. This was a lead discovered by Hafen, who had caught a whiff of the aroma of panda reunion in the apartment originally prepared for Tang An. This confirmed that Liu Bai had indeed been there. But where is Liu Bai now? Guanya, you mentioned my Aunt Tang Ting came here to search for my father. Did you register her visit? Do you know where Tang Ting resides? If Liu Bai claimed that Tang Ting's time was short, perhaps he had instantaneously transported Tang Jinghua to his residence, compelling him to meet Tang Ting for one last farewell. I know the address. Let us proceed to the police station. The police station at the entrance would register all visitors, regardless of whether they were permitted entry, conducting investigations to prevent any potential espionage or other dangers. On their way there, they coincidentally encountered Shen Huang, who had just emerged from a heated argument with Uncle Wang Yang. The guard's face soured as Shen Huang shouted, "Aren't we searching? Either come and help, or stop creating chaos." Shen Huang held his breath, realizing that his emotions were spiraling out of control, and sought a way to regain his composure. Where else could he search? I shall take a look. As the officer outlined the progress, Shen Huang immediately proceeded to the unsearched locales. Tang An, preoccupied with her own thoughts, felt no inclination to explain anything further to Shen Huang. The matter of locating her father was one she could only undertake alone. After confirming the location at the police station, Guanya mentioned arranging transportation to accompany a team. Shun Huang insisted on joining, but Tang An, citing her status as an outsider to the team, declined to follow, reasoning that her presence would only complicate matters. System. I wish to go here. In a flash of white light, Tang An's figure vanished from the room. Chapter 123. How wonderful it is. Lu Bai's residence was a multi-story villa situated far from the city center, modest in size and height. Lacking the opulence of Tang An's home in the Peach Blossom Source community, it was as if Lu Bai had been waiting for her arrival. For the moment she was teleported there, he was already in the courtyard, waiting with a warm smile. Here, to find your father? No need to rush. Come in and let us converse. His tone was buoyant, as if he held the very essence of Tang An's fate in his hands. His confident smile radiated brightly, almost luminescent in the glaring sunlight, enhancing the allure of this man. Yet, that brilliance was undeniably reminiscent of Siren's call, luring one into a hellish illusion. What else could it be? A life for a life? Please, what would I do with your life? Lu Bai's face bore a warm and gentle smile. Truly a master of disguise, a devil cloaked in charm. Tang An silently complained, reflecting on how she had nearly been harmed not once, but twice by this person. How could he shamelessly utter such words? Release my father, or I shall dismantle your house. And your mother shall not find solace either. We are not related, after all. Come now, let's converse inside. I am severely allergic to ultraviolet rays and cannot remain exposed to the sun for long. With that, Lu Bai gestured for the reunion to enter first, boldly presenting his back to Tang An. Yet, Tang An dared not raise her hand against Lu Bai, for her father remained in his grasp. Upon entering the abode, one could describe the decor as nothing short of opulent. The bottles scattered about appeared to be of great value, unmistakably artifact from centuries past, likely originating from a royal palace. The wealthy harbor a certain aversion to antiques unearthed from the earth. Traversing through the living room, Lu Bai guided Tang into the basement. The system's voice repeatedly indicated that Hei Feng wished to emerge to protect Tang An, but she consistently declined. In Hei Feng's little mind, it registered that mother was once again dealing with nefarious individuals. Though frightened, the brave bear resolved to safeguard his mother. However, she repeatedly rebuffed his offers of protection, which left him quite vexed. Determined, Hei Feng decided to prepare for battle, vowing to forcibly emerge from the system to ensure his mother's safety should danger arise. My mother remarked that you were once dark and slender, resembling a monkey. I showed her your photograph, and she noted a striking resemblance to her younger self. Regrettably, I cannot discern what you two look like, Lu Bai spoke to himself. His tone bore a sense of acceptance, as he had always perceived the world in this manner. Your father is quite safe. There is no need for such anxiety. I merely wish for him to come and converse with my mother, fulfilling her desire to see her family before her departure. Tang An remained silent, her heart unable to relax for even a moment until she saw her father. This seemingly ordinary house concealed a world of secrets within. The basement, equipped with an elevator, extended a full 6 stories deep. Indeed, it was the residence of the heir to Danhong Corporation, who had a penchant for excavating beneath the surface. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the elevator doors opened, and a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine assailed her senses. The mixture of sourness and bitterness was almost enough to induce nausea. Tang An was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming scent of medicine, retreating a couple of steps. She held her breath as she descended the elevator. Were it not for Lu Bai's seemingly unaffected demeanor, she might have suspected him of administering some sort of drug within that acrid aroma. Would a dog-esque sense of smell still function in such a potent atmosphere? This was indeed Tang Ting's residence, where few jade ornaments lay outside the door, evidently cherished possessions of Tang Ting. Lu Bai pushed open the bedroom door, revealing Tang Ting, frail and weak, who gazed expectantly towards the entrance. Xiao Bai, is Tang An here? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and even before laying eyes on Tang An, she could no longer contain her emotions. The sound of her aunt's voice suddenly stirred childhood memories within Tang An. In truth, her aunt had been quite kind to her in the past, soothing her to sleep and secretly bringing her treats. Let me take a look It has been so many years since we last met. I surely wouldn't recognize her. How wonderful it is to see Tang An again, truly wonderful. At that moment, Tang An recalled the woman on the train, who had repeatedly uttered those same words before her demise. Stepping into the room, she was confronted with the sight of a woman whose once vibrant and resilient visage had faded into one of utter fragility. An, come here. This is your aunt. It was she who lulled you to sleep at your grandmother's house when you were a child. Do you remember? Tang Zhenghua, with tears streaming down his face, beckoned his daughter to come quickly, urging his sister to take a good look at her. The last time Tang An beheld her father in such a state was when her mother had abruptly vanished. She obediently stepped forward, cautiously uttering a word of greeting to her aunt. Her aunt grasped Tang An's hand, those hands soft and untouched by toil. Indeed, it is a pity that at that time, our mother burned all your photographs. Otherwise, we could have shown them to the younger generation. Tang Zhenghua wiped away his tears. Ever since Tang Ting departed, his parents were filled with rage, further fueled by his elder brother's provocations, who claimed that the younger sister had eloped, thus bringing disgrace to the family. In a fit of anger, the elderly matriarch incinerated all of Tang Ting's photographs. Given that such images were already scarce, their destruction left no remnants of cherished memories. Lu Bai remained silent, standing quietly beside them with a satisfied smile on his face. He understood that their mother would depart without any lingering regrets. And then, you must be in your 20s now. So beautiful, truly beautiful. Your eyes resemble your mother's, and you are much fairer than you were in your childhood. Tang Ting gazed at Tang An with admiration, as if reminiscing about her own youthful self through Tang An's visage. Aunt, my mother has gone missing. Otherwise, she would surely wish to see you. Indeed, your father has informed me, she replied. How could this happen? Xiao Bai, please assist in the search. Your aunt is a truly wonderful person. If it weren't for your second uncle and aunt back then, I would never have escaped from that dreadful abyss. Chapter 124, System Upgrade. Tong Ting, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, Oh, second brother, how I wish you had come at that moment. Why must I, a person of such fleeting existence, endure this agonizing weight? Is there truth in her words? Tang An's mind was in turmoil. Tang Zhenghua wept inconsolably, never anticipating that his sister would depart before him. In contrast, Lu Bai remained serene, having fulfilled their mother's last wish. All human efforts have been exhausted, and the will of fate is inescapable. Tang An believed that she would harbor no sorrow for this unfamiliar aunt, yet her heart was indeed heavy with an indescribable ache. They seemed akin to two dandelions sprouting from the same patch of earth, nurtured by shared soil, yet destined for disparate fates. Curiosity about her aunt's life began to bloom within her. How had she emerged from the small village? How had she come to know Lu Bai's father in Beijing City? And how had she transformed into the person she was now? Prepared for the inevitable, Lu Bai meticulously orchestrated his mother's funeral. He arranged for the body to be transported directly to the crematorium for incineration, and before departing, instructed the caretaker to dress his mother in her favorite attire. Following this was the reading of the will. Lu Bai's expression appeared relaxed, yet it belied a profound sense of helplessness and indifference stemming from having lost everything. He had long anticipated this day and understood what actions he must take once it arrived. In fact, he had rehearsed this scenario countless times in his mind. Yet, when the day finally came, he was struck by the absurdity of his mental preparations. Until a bullet penetrates the heart, one cannot fathom the depth of its pain. In a fleeting moment of tenderness, Tang An felt a pang of compassion. Lu Bai had just lost his mother. He must be engulfed in sorrow. Understanding this, Tang An recognized that Lu Bai had mentally prepared himself to hear many unkind words from him. However, to his surprise, Tang An softened this time. Tang An, I acknowledge that my previous confrontations with you were misguided. I understand that you harbor misconceptions about me, believing I am affiliated with Danhong Company and that I am responsible for the nefarious deeds associated with it. If you are willing to hear my defense, we can clarify today that my intentions diverge from your assumptions. At this moment, Lu Bai found himself utterly alone. Following his mother's demise, he had no one to rely upon. Although the inheritance he received was substantial, it was insufficient to counter the machinations of those on the other side. Thus, he sought an ally, someone who could assist him in confronting his adversaries. I am not particularly curious about your defense. However, rest assured, there will come a day when I will compel you to relinquish the ill-gotten gains you have swallowed. Tang An once again felt a flicker of softness in her heart. Confronted with such a scoundrel, it was impossible for her to be lenient. At such moments, refraining from uttering a curse was the extent of kindness she could muster. In truth, during my time at Dan Han Company in Andy City, I was already aware that you were Chair. The scent left by that bear was unmistakable upon you. I did not expose you merely to lure you here, to allow my mother one last glimpse of you. Lu Bai paid no heed to Tang An's words. Lost in his own thoughts, he felt the need for an outlet, as well as a companion to fight alongside him. Despite the multitude of misunderstandings between him and Tang An, he believed that once those misunderstandings were resolved, Tang An would prove to be a trustworthy ally, provided she was willing to forgive him. You cunning white-haired dog. Tang An shot Lu Bai a glare. Lu Bai was taken aback by the image he held in her mind. It was something he should have anticipated. If Heifeng could detect the scent of reunion, then surely reunion could perceive the essence of Heifeng. Their sensory connections were reciprocal. It was not surprising that Lu Bai recognized Cheer at Dan Han Company, but as I mentioned that day, I'm not a villain. Our perspectives merely differ. Tang An was weary of listening any further. Based on his understanding of Lu Bai, he was certain that Lu Bai's words were laced with ulterior motives, likely aimed at winning him over. What a jest! With a heart so resolute, how could Tang An ever be reduced to a mere companion of Lu Bai? He had come today, seeking his father, and, given the unfortunate circumstance of Lu Bai's mother's passing, he would refrain from seizing Lu Bai's system. However, he would no longer tolerate Lu Bai's reckless misuse of it. Within 5 days, he would reclaim the system. This declaration was tantamount to a challenge, and Tang An fixed a provocative gaze upon Lu Bai, awaiting a response. To his astonishment, Lu Bai readily acquiesced. I can part with it. After all, I send that ruby what you seek. I already possess Dan Han Corporation, so I won't starve. I am aware of your recent endeavors, and I hold great hope for you. If it can assist you, take it. Was this a ruse? How could he possibly agree to relinquish the system? For a moment, Tang An hesitated to accept this unexpected offer. Lu Bai, on the other hand, chuckled ruefully. Tang An, I am your cousin, not your enemy. The 2 previous altercations were mere accidents. You should be able to comprehend that. Individuals like us, whose vision is clouded, often lack a sense of security. As he spoke, Lu Bai summoned Tuan Yuan from the system. With one hand clutching the ruby, he gently caressed Tuan Yuan's form. In truth, this system was bestowed upon me by my mother. It is not solely mine, but also my father's. Their divorce stemmed from this very thing. My father single-handedly established Dan Han Corporation. When my mother fell ill, I sought financial assistance from my father for her treatment, only to be coerced into managing Dan Han Corporation and inheriting his legacy, which led to the animosity of my 2 sisters. This device is the root of all misfortune. Keeping it in my possession would only enable further wrongdoing. Thus, I shall entrust it to you. Tang An, filled with skepticism, extended her hand toward the ruby, but suddenly, Tuan Yuan became agitated, furiously shoving Tang An aside with a growl, forbidding her from approaching Lu Bai even a step further. Tuan Yuan, we had an agreement. Lu Bai firmly reprimanded Tuan Yuan's actions. Instantly, Tuan Yuan resembled a chastised child, lowering her head and ceasing all movement. Chapter 125, We Are Relatives. As Tang An's body was ejected, the black wind tore through the system's space and rushed forth. He braced himself, prepared to protect Tang An. Do not think of harming my mother, you white-haired dog. The child, at the tender age of learning to speak like an adult, eagerly embraced the art of nicknaming under Tang An's patient guidance, mimicking his mother's style to hurl obscenities. How shall one put it? The child is indeed a good one, albeit misguided in their choice of role models. The black wind immediately charged towards Lu Bai, despite having been injured by Tuan Yuan not long ago. Observing the black wind's approach, Tuan Yuan once again positioned himself in front of his master. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Bai hurled a ruby towards Tang An. The jewel emitted a dazzling, otherworldly glow as Tuan Yuan's form gradually dissolved into dust, ultimately vanishing in a non-existent moment. The fusion was successful. Greetings, Master. Congratulations on achieving system fusion. You're now upgraded to the small city mode, transitioning into the industrial era. You may now activate the industrial park feature and match NPCs for industrial production. The cold notification resonated within Tang An's mind. Just as her mother had said, the system truly could merge. Her system had the capacity to assimilate Lu Bai's, facilitating rapid upgrades and unlocking new functionalities. The system continued to elaborate on the upgrades of existing features, essentially allowing for greater capacity. However, Tang An remained unsatisfied, even with an increased number. It paled in comparison to the vast population within the country. Much like that woman on the train, she was merely one among countless ordinary individuals. Yet every ordinary person has the right to strive for a better life. Tang An, there is no need for thanks. I am aware that you intend to confront Dan Hong Company. We can collaborate effectively. Lu Bai approached with composure. For him, this low-level system posed no threat to his father and was thus of little use. It would be more beneficial to bestow it upon Tang and as a gesture of goodwill. His own Dan Hong Company, despite thriving, ultimately engaged in morally questionable activities. He held disdain for his father and would not stoop to emulate his ways. Yet now, facing the dual onslaught from his two elder sisters and one family, and with his mother gone, the prospect of fighting alone became increasingly daunting. At this juncture, Tang An had garnered the military's recognition, leaving Lu Bai with no choice but to place his trust in her. Are you not afraid that I might take this ruby and kill you first? Do not forget that you nearly succeeded in doing so on 2 occasions. Tang An was inclined to take action. Yet Lu Bai was undeniably cunning and not to be easily trusted. However, the benefits he offered were exceedingly substantial. For Tang An, the more powerful the system's capabilities, the greater the number of tasks he could undertake and the more individuals he could assist. This also increased the likelihood of balancing the influence of Dan Hong Company. Given this, why should she refuse? She had already stated that the previous 2 instances were mere misunderstandings. I thought you intended to take action against me. Lu Bai raised an eyebrow innocently. You had better not be deceiving me, or I shall certainly make you regret it. Tang An temporarily placed his trust in Lu Bai. Rest assured, you can rely on me. After all, we are relatives. The affairs of Lu He Company have been managed exceptionally well, and in the future, I shall divulge much information to you. Whether we can thwart the actions of Dan Hong Company now rests in your hands. Tang Jinghua took his daughter's admonition to heart. He understood that his daughter, possessing a systematic identity, must keep it a secret, otherwise she could face peril. Tang An had just given his instructions when Guanya and Shen Huang, guided by the address, arrived at the scene. The moment they opened the door, they were greeted by an expanse of white cloth that nearly covered the entire room. Uncle Tang, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Tang Jinghua, whose eyes were clouded with confusion as he sat on the sofa, Guanya hurried over with concern, intending to help him leave this place. My sister has departed. Xiao Bai informed me of the news, and I came right away. I apologize for not notifying you. Tang Jinghua's words inadvertently brought Lu Bai into the spotlight. Tang An harbored absolute trust in the security of the military. Tang Jinghua recalled his daughter's words. If he could not elucidate the issue himself, he should seek assistance from Shen Huang. Shen Huang had a vague sense that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Tang An. After all, Tang An was the kind of person who personally dealt with even the most trivial matters, such as catching thieves, and would never allow others to rescue his father while he remained hidden away. Hearing commotion outside, Lu Bai cautiously descended the stairs. Guanya immediately recognized Lu Bai as the individual who had come to meet Tang Jinghua earlier. His distinctive appearance left an indelible impression. Uncle, may I keep my mother's ashes? When Lu Bai descended the stairs once more, he cradled an array of jade artifacts and jewelry, items once deemed precious and rare, now unceremoniously housed in a cheap paper bag. These belong to my mother. Please take them, uncle. The intrinsic value of these items paled in comparison to the worth of the person who once possessed them. With her absence, the objects had lost their significance. At this moment, Lu Bai was eager to curry favor with Tang and naturally willing to offer everything he had. Tang Jinghua wished to fulfill his sister's last wishes to the best of his ability. Lu Bai, as if handling a scalding hot potato, thrust the collection into Tang Jinghua's arms, exclaiming, "Take them. I no longer want them." In his grasp lay the cold jewels, worth a fortune, yet devoid of any warmth. That evening, Wang Mian had originally planned a banquet in honor of Tang An, but due to the sudden bereavement, the festivities were cancelled. Tang An decided to head to the Luhihi factory that night to avoid prolonged uncertainties. Guanyi assisted in gathering a few reliable associates, and Tang An promptly loaded the equipment into the vehicle and set off. The night could conceal all, but the perpetual daylight rendered everything exposed. By the time they arrived, word had already spread, and the gates were open to receive them. Tang An preferred to remain inconspicuous. Initially, his involvement in this matter was merely incidental. Once the items were delivered and unloaded, he departed without delay. With the delivery completed, Shen Huang's task was also fulfilled. The mere thought of being in the presence of Wang Yang made him uneasy, and he yearned to leave swiftly. However, Tang An was not yet free to depart from Ban City, as a corner of Danhong Company was quietly being unveiled. Chapter 126. The Price of One. The following day, Wang Mian extended an invitation to Tang An, wishing to discuss potential collaboration moving forward. Presently, the Black Wind Hotel had the capacity to accommodate 300,000 individuals, while also possessing the capability to somewhat enhance physical well-being. Although this improvement paled in comparison to the strength and vitality Tang An derived from resting within the system, it could still moderately heal human ailments and alleviate suffering. This revelation was already enough to astonish Wang Mian. He was preparing to converse with Tang An regarding the reassignment of individuals entering the system when Tang An delivered him a momentous piece of news. The capacity had been expanded. This signified that more individuals could be admitted to the Black Wind Hotel, a significant boon for the injured soldiers. "Uncle Wang, on my way here, I encountered numerous gravely ill individuals who were unable to receive treatment due to the hospital closures. I hope we can allocate half of the capacity to ordinary citizens." What constitutes significance? Saving a soldier is meaningful. Saving an elderly person, a woman in labor, or an ailing child is equally significant. Witnessing the lifeless body of a woman on the train, Tang An felt that every individual had the right to live. Naturally, in Tang An's heart, this did not extend to the vampires within Danhong Company. That is certainly feasible. In fact, we must do so. Additionally, I wish to discuss the issue of potable water. I am aware that the Liangtian store is also under your control, and we hope you can relinquish it in times of dire need. As he spoke these words, Wang Mian's expression was one of great difficulty. This was a command he had received, one he had vehemently refused to comply with previously. It was simply unfeasible. Yet, the reality of the national treasury being depleted and expenditures surpassing income could not be ignored. Tang An had long contemplated the possibility of this day. She had considered whether to relinquish the system to the state. Yet, there was one concern. Danhong Company could expand on a grand scale, equipping itself with numerous high-tech weapons. Was there someone covertly facilitating the expansion of Danhong Company? If even a single individual were to act out of self-interest, then Liangtian Town would ultimately transform into another Danhong Company. Uncle Wang, how can we ensure that no one, from top to bottom, is acting out of personal gain? Is it death, dismemberment, or eternal damnation? Regardless of the method of punishment, it would only serve as a remedy after the harm had been done. Wang Mian wholeheartedly agreed with Tang An's sentiments. By the time remedial actions were taken, it would be too late. However, the state was indeed unable to bear the exorbitant costs of procuring goods from Yangtian shops. Wang Mian wore a troubled expression. He had received an imperative order from above and was compelled to discuss the matter with Tang An. What if I were to reduce the price to 0? 1. This would apply solely to individual purchasers, lowering the price to 1% of the previous cost. This is something I can achieve, provided that I monitor the system products. Should I discover any instances of embezzlement, I will promptly terminate the discounted offer. Tang An fixed her gaze firmly on Wang Mian's eyes. In that moment, she seemed to embody the essence of a decisive authority. The generosity she displayed was utterly unrestrained, a complete act of selflessness. Wang Mian was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly ordinary Tang An was, in fact, quite affluent. Moreover, It appeared she had a substantial inventory at her disposal, indicating a remarkable financial prowess. "Thank you so much, Tang An," Wang Mian exclaimed, abruptly rising to extend his hand for a handshake. However, Tang An waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Uncle Wang, we needn't be so formal. I have something I wish to ask of you as well. I've uncovered some leads regarding Danhong Corporation and require your cooperation for an investigation." Danhong Corporation had long been a thorn in Wang Mian's side. As long as this thorn remained embedded, they would forever face threats beyond natural calamities, having another adversary to contend with. Yet, Wang Mian's investigations were often met with numerous obstacles. Even the recent incident at the Happy Factory had only been salvaged through a joint effort with Wang Yang, which had left Wang Yang severely injured. "What leads? How did you come by this information?" Wang Mian inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Tang An had yet to finalize her next course of action, as Liu Bai's unexpected confession had derailed her plans. Unbeknownst to Wang Mian, at that moment, he was being deftly maneuvered by this young girl. Once their serious conversation concluded, Wang Mian summoned Wang Yang, Shen Huang, and Guanya joined them. Aside from the matters concerning the system, Wang Yang and Shen Huang's reconciliation was of significant importance. The previous operation had been perilously dangerous, nearly costing Wang Yang his life. It was during this occasion that the two reminisced about their past experiences in the Northwest a decade ago. Within the span of 5 years, they had lost 2/3 of their comrades, managing to claw their way out from amidst the dead. However, no one felt gratitude for their narrow escape. Instead, they were met with relentless inquiries and accusations. They encouraged one another and provided mutual support. Wang Mian had taken on the responsibility of the deceased Guan Jinyin's family, becoming an uncle figure to Guanya, while Wang Yang upheld the Zhao Lushu household. Unfortunately, Zhao Lushu's wife mistakenly believed that her husband had shielded Wang Yang from a bullet, leading her to harbor animosity towards him. It was unclear who had instigated the rumors, but accusations arose claiming that Wang Yang was responsible for Zhao Lushu's death. In her frenzy, she sought out Wang Yang's home, where she brutally murdered his sister and brother-in-law, who were Shen Huang's parents. Subsequently, Zhao Lushu's wife was diagnosed with a mental illness and confined to an asylum, though reports suggested she was released within a few years. In light of this incident, Wang Yang had repeatedly requested a reinvestigation from his superiors, only to receive the outcome of merely confining the mentally unstable woman for a few more days. It was long after that he discovered he had been targeted due to his significant contributions, which had obstructed the ambitions of others. Their aim was to coerce him into a path of criminality. Wang Yang feared shedding his uniform. If he did, his sister and brother-in-law would truly be unjustly condemned. Having witnessed the depths of despair, he was determined not to let Shen Huang be ensnared in darkness alongside him. The more he withheld information, the more Shen Huang speculated, filled with questions. "Uncle Wang, what were you discussing with Tang An? Not only did you exclude us from the conversation, but you also made Uncle Wang Yang wait outside." Guanya pouted in profound dissatisfaction, the atmosphere outside seemingly frozen. It was the first time he had witnessed such a frigid expression on Shen Huang's face. Ever since Guanya arrived in this place, he had essentially become Wang Mian's sole attendant, and he had grown weary of such servitude. It was far less gratifying than the days spent rescuing people from acid rain alongside Shen Huang in Ban City. Chapter 127. Mediation failure. Wang Mian had indeed considered that Tang An was alone in Anding City. Should any extraordinary circumstances arise, he would not be promptly informed. Initially, when Tang An lived with his parents, it was reasonable to summon Shen Huang. Now that Tang An resided alone, it was likely that Tang Zhenghua would fiercely oppose him. Thus, the decision was made. "Uncle Wang, you must not go back on your word," Guanya exclaimed, leaping with joy and embracing Tang An tightly. The bond between the two young women was strong. Regardless of what transpired in the future, Tang An would undoubtedly safeguard Guanya. What Wang Mian desired most was for Guanya to live freely, blissfully. This would also serve as solace for the spirit of his old comrade. Wang Yang observed this with genuine envy. Although he and Wang Mian had engaged in similar endeavors, the outcomes had diverged vastly. "You two must relay any matters concerning Anding City to us, understand?" Guanya, unaware of Tang An's affairs. Merely winked at Wang Mian and replied, "Got it, Uncle Wang. Let's eat." Food was scarce outside, and conditions within the military were hardly better. Recently, Guan Yu was on the verge of growing nauseated from consuming too many potatoes. However, during this occasion to host Tang An, Wang Mian evidently placed great importance on the meal, as fresh vegetables and meats graced the table. Of course, these items were sourced from Tang An's fertile fields and shops. Was this not a case of reaping what one sows? Tang An's thoughts were not focused on the meal before him, but rather on Shen Huang. Today, Shen Huang seemed distinctly off, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested hostility towards Wang Yang. What could Shen Huang be contemplating? Should he consider remaining in Bayan City? The company here, Li He, requires maintenance and someone to liaise with Tang and Shen Huang, being the one most familiar with Tang An's unique status, is also the person Tang and trusts the most. Wang Mian intended to keep Shen Huang in Bayan City, as it would facilitate communication with Tang and provide an opportunity for reconciliation between Wang Yang and Shen Huang. However, such an arrangement landed like a thunderbolt. What is the meaning of this? The two had been getting along well, their relationship growing increasingly intimate. Why would he be reassigned at such a juncture? Colonel Wang, is this an order? Wang Mian understood that Shen Huang's reluctance to stay in Bayan City stemmed from his feelings for Wang Yang. Nevertheless, after this incident, Wang Mian still sought to mediate, hoping Wang Yang and his nephew could reconcile soon. No, it is merely a suggestion. Wang Mian suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He was right. A father surely understands his daughter. Such teasing remarks were often heard by Tang and from Yang Haokong, and sometimes even Lin Dalian would jest. Tang An had never taken them to heart. However, when the Joker was a senior, Shen Huang's uncle, Tang An felt genuinely embarrassed. She cast a shy glance towards Shen Huang. "My affairs have nothing to do with you. Is it really so difficult for you to comprehend this?" Shen Huang lowered his voice. All present were elders, yet he afforded no face to Wang Yang. Wang Mian, being a prominent figure, had summoned the two, and he had thought Shen Huang would at least show him some respect. But before Wang Yang, Shen Huang seemed to transform entirely. "Shen Huang, that is your uncle. He is the one who caused my parents' demise." "What uncle?" "A plague, a harbinger of disaster." These were the words spoken by neighbors when Wang Yang's parents passed away. While Wang Yang could disregard the words of familiar patrons, he could not afford to dismiss Shen Huang. He is a war hero. It is said that a just official cannot adjudicate familial matters. And Wang Mian's counterarguments never reached Shen Huang's heart. "Shen Huang, when the day comes that I avenge your parents, I shall reveal the whole truth to you. But now is not the time." Wang Yang left a letter for Shen Huang, which, though termed a letter, was more akin to a farewell note. This letter was preserved by the communications team, and upon receiving news of Wang Yang's death in battle, it would be sent along with a martyr certificate to Shen Huang. To die wrapped in horsehide is his fate. Even if he wished to carry his secrets to the grave, he might not possess a grave. "Wuncle Wang Yang, Shen Huang and I are merely comrades who have endured hardships together, not the kind of relationship you presume. Given our level of understanding of one another, we are more suited to fight side by side, and I genuinely require his presence." Tang An wore a serious expression. "It matters not. I support whatever mode of interaction you both choose. Let us cease our lengthy conversation and partake in our meal." Wang Yang had long grown accustomed to facing obstacles, for Shen Huang had never uttered a kind word to him. Shen Huang consumed little and excused himself, citing urgent matters. In truth, he did not wish to act irrationally. He merely found Wang Yang's demeanor intolerable. Much of his animosity towards Wang Yang stemmed from the latter's concealment, with only a fraction rooted in the tragic demise of their parents. He believed they should unite against a common foe, seeking justice and avenging their parents' deaths. However, Uncle Wang Yang remained inactive and shrouded in secrecy. This was not the outcome he desired. He sat in a daze upon the playground, observing the sun warming the ground, its light refracting into myriad shapes, as if everyone existed beneath the searing heat of flames. Each individual here endured profound struggles, and he was no exception. What was he contemplating? Tang An found herself seated beside Shen Huang, who had indeed lingered here long enough. It seemed that he had not been of any assistance. merely accompanying Tang An on her journey. Unbeknownst to him, his life and work had gradually revolved entirely around her. He realized he could no longer imagine his existence without her, yet they appeared to know little about each other. "I will fight alongside you. Wherever you go, I shall follow," Shen Huang declared, gazing up at Tang An, her figure barely obscuring the blinding sunlight. Hence, he felt the need for a sturdier support. "Ah, quite the eloquent speaker," Liu Bai remarked, having bestowed upon himself a system while entrusting his aunt's jewelry and treasures to his father. He had given abundantly, yet had not yet articulated his own desires. Chapter 128. Designated purchaser. Shen Huang found himself utterly perplexed. This Liu Bai was evidently affiliated with Dan Hong Company, seemingly holding a significant position. Given that he and Tang An were supposed adversaries, why had they suddenly grown so close? According to Guanya, they were in fact cousins. Thus, it appeared that the Tang family had some connection to Dan Hong Company. But why had Tang An emerged from Dan Hong Company so battered and bruised? He harbored numerous questions regarding the relationship between Tang An and Dan Hong Company. What exactly is your connection with Liu Bai? Shen Huang resolved to ascertain the truth once and for all. His mother is my aunt, making us relatives. However, during our initial encounter, we were unaware of our kinship. He thought I was ambushing him, while I assumed he was the owner of Dan Hong Company. When you found me near Dan Hong Company, I had been injured by him. It was only later that I learned he was my aunt's son, and we share the same abilities. This power becomes more formidable through absorption. He has exploited this ability for nefarious purposes, aiding Dan Hong Company. My discontent led me to attempt to absorb him, resulting in my own injury. Shen Huang was taken aback by this revelation. He had once believed that Tang An was the sole individual possessing such extraordinary powers, yet it appeared that those behind Dan Hong Company wielded abilities even more formidable than hers. He keenly grasped the crux of the matter. If they discovered Tang An, they too could absorb her, suggesting her predicament was far from secure. Following the recent events surrounding his aunt's passing, he had come to realize that there was division within Dan Hong Company. Liu Bai had voluntarily offered his abilities, which I absorbed, allowing my system to upgrade swiftly. Although she had yet to express her desires, he surmised it was to assist him in combating another force. Shen Huang endeavored to absorb all that Tang An had conveyed. "I shall ensure your safety." Tang An held an unwavering belief in the words of Sheng Tang, and a tacit understanding had been established between them. Regarding Tang An's arrangements, Shen Huang expressed no dissent. "I shall accompany you tomorrow," he declared. Just as Shen Huang prepared to rise and conclude their conversation, Tang An grasped his hand, causing his face to flush crimson. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "I have already laid my cards on the table. What about you?" Tang An was genuinely inclined to meddle, or rather, she truly wished to delve into Shen Huang's heart. Status was of little significance. What truly mattered was the outcome. "What is wrong with me?" Shen Huang gazed into Tang An's eyes, which were pure and beautiful, seemingly encompassing the entire night sky. The stolen hours of the night lay within her gaze. "It seems there is some misunderstanding between you and your family." Tang An ventured cautiously. "My parents' passing is intertwined with Wang Yang. Our relationship is far too complicated. It would be best if you did not inquire further," Shen Huang replied, feeling that Tang An was burdened enough and did not wish to draw her into his own troubles once more. "You can confide in me. I would be willing to assist you," she urged. "Let us speak of it later." Shen Huang unexpectedly withdrew his hand from hers. He needed some time alone. Since arriving in Bayan City, Tang An had not yet taken the opportunity to visit her father. As she contemplated departing, it seemed only fitting to pay him a visit. Tang Jing's face was etched with the marks of hardship. His wife had recently vanished, and now his younger sister had departed from this world. In the midst of middle age, the notion of parting had been recurrently woven into the fabric of his existence. The conclusion he reached was one of rejection. In this new life, his daughter aspired to realize her own worth, and he ought to celebrate that. Simultaneously, he believed it was time for him to discover the intrinsic value of rebirth, rather than allowing the suffocating weight of separation to ensnare him. "I had promised to reduce the price of the goods to 1% for them. When it comes to the purchasers, I find the greatest reassurance in you. Would you be willing?" Tang Zhenghua never anticipated that at his age, he would find himself in the unfortunate position of working for others. He initially intended to refuse. Yet there was truly little to occupy his time. Whenever he found himself idle, the faces of his wife and sister would incessantly haunt his thoughts. Having something to do would be far more beneficial. Not a problem. Tang An father understands that you have been enduring considerable hardships lately. I hope you can take good care of yourself and not worry about me. Once I locate your mother, our family of 3 shall be reunited. Tang Zhenghua gently caressed Tang An's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection as he watched her. Tang An resembled both a sister and a wife. Steadfast and resilient like a flower, thriving on a precipice. The term reunion felt both near and distant. It signifies the gathering of a small family, where a mother's return embodies the essence of homecoming. Once the calamity has passed, everyone longs to reunite with their cherished ones. This is the collective reunion. Meanwhile, Lu Bai prepared his belongings. Without the capabilities afforded by the system, he could no longer traverse freely. Thus, he found himself compelled to seek Tang An's assistance, requesting her to fetch him to Anding City. He had anticipated that Lu Bai would reach out for some purpose. Yet he was taken aback when Lu Bai's first request was to go to Anding City. Can't you just go by yourself? Must I be the one to escort you? Tang An's tone over the phone was particularly harsh. What a joke. The system was voluntarily relinquished by Lu Bai, and yet he expected her to play the role of a free caretaker. Such a notion was utterly absurd, even if she were to assume the role of a caretaker. It could only be for her sister. I can't even see the road. How do you expect me to get there? Moreover, are tickets to escape Beijing readily available now? Without the system, I cannot teleport there. Lu Bai's remarks were grounded in reality. Previously, the system had amplified many of his abilities. Aren't you a member of the Lu family? With such substantial resources, can't they send you there? How can you be so callous? Having taken everything from someone, you still refuse to assist them. Your behavior is no different from that of a heartless woman. Lu Bai's tone over the phone was exaggeratedly dramatic, rendering it nearly unbearable. Tang An seemed to envision the cunning appearance of the white-haired dog, feigning pity to deceive her. She would not admit that she was swayed by such antics, yet she understood that his albinism posed a genuine concern. Given the perilous conditions outside, she feared for his safety. Tang An was vaguely plagued by an ominous premonition. It seemed this troublesome boy might become entangled with her. Chapter 129, Returning to Anding City. The motive for traveling to Bayan City was undoubtedly to evade the Lu family. Lu Bai's every movement in Bayan City was entirely transparent, with even his abode under the watchful eyes of the Lu clan. Previously, he had the system as a fallback, but now, in pursuit of his next plan, he had to relinquish the system to Tang An, leaving him with no escape route in Bayan City. His small ambition was to follow Tang An to Anding City and remain by her side. He felt no pressure in playing the part of the pitiful. I'll come and pick you up when I leave, Tang An eventually acquiesced. With Wang Mian's assistance, procuring train tickets proved to be remarkably smooth, and they even secured sleeper berths. Due to Lu Bai's unique circumstances, special considerations were necessary. He had to carry an umbrella when outside to shield himself from harmful UV rays. Shen Huang had never held an umbrella for another and was uncertain how to do so. Tang An, still harboring resentment towards Lu Bai, naturally refrained from offering her help. Ultimately, the task fell upon Guanya. Unaware of Lu Bai's true identity, she merely perceived him as an angelic figure from a fairy tale, pure in appearance, sweet in speech, and exuding an endearing charm, leading her to conclude he must be a good person. Needing her assistance, she felt it her obligation to oblige. The two conversed for quite some time during the journey, with Lu Bai nearly uncovering the entirety of Guanya's lineage. However, she refrained from mentioning Wang Mian, indicating her discretion. The sleeper carriage was indeed more comfortable. Within a week, they had acclimated to the phenomenon of the midnight sun, adapting to rest in a brightly lit environment. While everyone else slumbered peacefully, Shen Huang found himself unable to sleep. On one hand, his professional instincts dictated that among a group, one must remain vigilant to safeguard everyone's safety. On the other, he was preoccupied with personal matters, which kept him awake. Wang Yang had been injured. Although he claimed to be fine, Shen Huang suspected the wounds were severe. Wang Mian had deliberately orchestrated a situation to reconcile them. Could something have happened to Wang Yang? Despite his words expressing a desire for Wang Yang's early demise, deep down, Shen Huang recognized him as his uncle and the only family he had left in this world. Their relationship was one of mutual misunderstanding rather than deep-seated animosity. Then, there was the sudden emergence of the silver-haired man. Shen Huang had heard Wang Mian speak of this individual's identity. Given his connection to Danhong Company, he warranted caution. As the vehicle approached its destination, Shen Huang roused the others from their slumber. The morning in Anding City resembled a model confined within a cage. Tires warped from prolonged exposure to intense heat, as though time itself were melting away. Glancing at the clock, he noted that there remained a month and a half until the conclusion of what felt like a past life. The days were indeed arduous. Liu Bai grasped a white cane while unceremoniously depositing all his luggage into Tang An's system. Upon arriving in Anding City, Tang An was eager to expel Liu Bai. Meanwhile, throughout their journey, Liu Bai had developed a close friendship with Guanya. Before Liu Bai could utter a word, Guanya interposed herself in front of him. And then, "You're the kindest person I know. Please allow Xiao Bai to reside in the Peach Blossom Source community. Surely there are many unsold houses available." Xiao Bai claims he possesses considerable wealth and can certainly purchase a property in Anding City. Guanya fervently advocated for him. Indeed, he has recently lost his mother and seems to have inherited a substantial fortune. "How about this? You give me all of your inheritance, and I shall rent you a house. What do you say?" Tang An raised an eyebrow and spoke to Liu Bai in a teasing tone. Tang An ultimately resolved to find a suitable moment to elucidate the matter to Guanya from beginning to end. Otherwise, her unguarded kindness would inevitably lead to her own detriment. "How could you, my dear cousin, covet the inheritance bestowed upon me by my mother? Moreover, I am but a person with disabilities. Could you not extend a modicum of friendliness towards me?" If Liu Bai had not spoken up, Tang An would have never regarded him as someone with disabilities. After all, given his upbringing, his intellect far surpasses that of the majority. The destination he referred to was naturally Danhong Company. Upon hearing this, Shen Huang grew anxious, exclaiming that one must escort a Buddha all the way to the west. What purpose would it serve to go to Teo Weiyuan community? As for the affair between the siblings, Guanya, you need not meddle with your unwarranted suggestions. Guanya, relishing the drama, remarked with a TSK, "Why don't you two just be together? What is the point of this?" "Isn't, it's simply that you do not wish for Tang and to grow too close to other boys." How petty. Guanya's frivolous remarks were not without foundation. During their previous meal together, Wang Yang had made his intentions quite clear, observing the reactions of the two, making the validity of the situation nearly indisputable. As Tang had departed from Teo Yuan community, she fortuitously encountered Tang Jinya, who was stealthily seeking refuge with his mother. Following the multitude of ensuing events, she had not had the opportunity to inquire about the developments surrounding Shen Huang's situation. Upon hearing Tang An's words, Liu Bai scoffed, indicating his disinterest in engaging with her. He had never met any relatives from his mother's side, yet he gleaned fragments of her past through her sparse comments, gaining insights into the nature of his uncle and grandmother. The notion of leveraging familial ties was something Liu Bai, even in his fallen state, found distasteful. When Tang An broached the topic, Shen Huang seized the opportunity to elaborate on the subsequent developments, as if seeking to claim credit. Was that all? Tang An had anticipated a more decisive resolution. "Is your uncle still causing trouble? I had thought he had settled down long ago." Guanya held no favorable impressions of Tang An's uncle either. "Have you not discovered that since Tang Jinya harmed several prison guards with an axe, the origin of said axe remains a mystery? Furthermore, why did he not perish? Inflicting injuries upon multiple officers and orchestrating a prison break with 3 criminals. Surely a death sentence would not be excessive? Why keep him alive?" Shen Huang glanced at the sole outsider, Liu Bai, then leaned closer to Tang An, revealing the crux of the matter. The construction of the safety base was urgent. The meteorological department had detected solar energy fluctuations, foretelling even more terrifying events on the horizon. Chapter 130, The House Occupied. Due to a shortage of manpower for constructing the safety base, even though Tang Jinya had committed heinous crimes, execution could not be easily administered. Shen Huang speculated that the principle behind a post-autumn execution was similarly applicable. Additionally, Bayan City had received this news. They decided to utilize the water provided by Tang An as an incentive to encourage more citizens to participate in the construction of a safety base. Before any larger issues arise in the future, it is advisable to relocate more citizens to secure bases for their safety and well-being. Tang An marveled inwardly at the prowess of her homeland, which could now forecast subsequent weather patterns and discern anomalies based on solar fluctuations. Not only did it possess ample scientific knowledge, but its actions were also remarkably swift. She recalled that the safe haven had been established since the onset of acid rain. Although she felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing Tang Jinya's plight firsthand, she firmly believed he could not reside in her home. Liu Bai would have to seek rental accommodations or purchase a property, a conclusion that aligned with Shen Huang's desires. As their vehicle came to a halt at the doorstep, Yang Haokong approached, drawn by the scent. He had not anticipated that so many events would transpire in the community immediately after Tang An's departure. First, a fugitive had infiltrated the neighborhood, followed by Officer Feng's unexpected benevolence, which increased the ration of drinking water for each household from 2 bottles to 5. This significantly alleviated the residents' struggles with both drinking and domestic water supply. Furthermore, there was a large-scale recruitment for volunteers to work at the safe haven, allowing individuals to acquire essential living supplies through a point system, even including baby formula and skincare products. Little Guoro had long exhausted his supply of formula, forcing them to resort to feeding him nutrient-poor rice and noodle soups. As Guoro's uncle, Yang Haokong was naturally inclined to volunteer, to entice Yang Haokong to stay. Feng Yun sweetened the deal. The resident self-defense brigade now had an expanded array of provisions beyond mere sustenance. Aside from that wretched fugitive, it seemed that all other changes were trending positively. He felt compelled to inform his master of this uplifting news at the earliest opportunity. As the car door swung open, Yang Haokong first laid eyes on Liu Bai, who had been unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. Master, he began, but reality swiftly dealt a heavy blow. Uncertain, he glanced at the front of the car, recognizing it as Shen Huang's vehicle. How could it be that a man afflicted with albinism emerged from it, glinting like a reflection under the sun? Tang An extended his head from the vehicle, inquiring, "Are you waiting for me?" Liu Bai, feeling disheartened, exited the car. He dragged his heavy luggage with one hand while the other wielded a white cane, tapping it against the ground to ascertain the evenness of the path ahead. "Allow me to assist you, master. Once I escort him, I shall return to you. There is much I wish to discuss." Yang Haokong, embodying the spirit of a spirited pup, perceived Liu Bai as a peer, burdened by physical limitations and solitary in his plight, which tugged at his heartstrings. If he could offer assistance, he would gladly do so. The eager pup encountered a hapless canine, sharing a moment of mutual understanding amidst their species. Yet, Tang An found himself wishing to seize Liu Bai by the collar and unceremoniously deposit him into an uninhabited room to fend for himself. Tang An spoke with a cold expression. Liu Bai, in a playful manner, deliberately huffed and puffed as he dragged his luggage in the opposite direction suggested by Tang An. It's all right. Thank you, kind-hearted stranger. My sister forbids me from accepting help from others. I shall be strong, even though I have just lost all my possessions and my mother." Tang An clenched his molars, a sound echoing through the air. "To hell with you." Yang Haokong, with his simple and innocent thoughts, immediately felt a surge of compassion upon hearing Liu Bai's words. No, I shall accompany you. Should you require anything in your daily life, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I am Yang Haokong, one of the members of our neighborhood self-defense team. However, if you were to let Liu Bai instruct him, Yang Haokong surmised that it would come at a considerable cost. He ought to venture forth on his own. After all, independence is essential. Tang An followed Liu Bai's words, which caused Yang Haokong a moment of awkwardness. Surely, Master had her reasons for acting this way. Thus, it seemed prudent for him to comply. Ignoring Liu Bai's pained groans, Yang Haokong turned and eagerly followed Tang An into Villa number 18. As he pushed open the door, a scene of disarray greeted him, as if the room had been ransacked. Instinctively, Tang An pulled Guan Yala behind him and urged, You and Yang Haokong should go ahead. The thought of a burglary occurring in his absence was unsettling. While the loss of material possessions could be managed, the possibility of malevolent intentions loomed larger. Guanyala, however, was unconvinced, and Yang Haokong clamored to catch the thief. The commotion outside unexpectedly roused a woman from her slumber. She descended the stairs leisurely, clad in remarkably scant attire. Who could this woman be? Tang An searched through his memories several times, yet he could not place the woman's face. The sight of so many people entering her home startled her. Who are you? How did you get in? What are you doing in my house? The woman frantically scanned the room for weapons, her expression rife with tension and wariness. Have you had too much to drink? This is my home. Who are you? Faced with Tang An's audacity, the woman became visibly flustered. Aunt Lin let me move in. She said this was her home and that I could stay as I pleased. And who is Aunt Lin? Is she Lin Dalian? But the woman's appearance suggested she was even older than Lin Dalian. Then tidy up and go search for your Aunt Lin again. Xiao Yang, please summon Officer Feng. We have an intruder. Upon hearing the accusation of theft, the woman grew agitated. Who would steal your worthless belongings? What do you possess that is worth stealing? Call the police if you must. I will also call the police. You claim this house is yours. What proof do you have? This scenario feels all too familiar. Is property in this apocalyptic world truly so coveted? Why are there always shameless individuals attempting to seize others' homes? The property deed. Are you from outer space? Or perhaps from abroad? Do you think that an unoccupied house belongs to whoever squats in it? Chapter 131. Take me for a spin. Driven to desperation, the woman began to make phone calls, seemingly trying to reach Aunt Lin. Before long, Officer Feng and Aunt Lin arrived on the scene. Tang An looked at the woman's aged and malicious visage and nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. It turned out that this Aunt Lin was none other than his grandmother. At that moment, the elderly Lin Suchin was being reproached by her husband, her daughter, and Officer Feng. To Tang An's surprise, upon learning the true circumstances, and Min exhibited remarkable composure. She not only repeatedly apologized to Tang An, but also promised to restore the house to its original state and vacate promptly. She even offered to provide financial compensation. This attitude was indeed commendable. However, Tang An was perplexed as to how Min had entered the fortified house, given that it had been reinforced before the apocalypse. It was my father who helped me get in, and Min confessed, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Tang An gazed at the elderly gentleman, who awkwardly elucidated. It is merely a hobby of mine. I once worked in a lock factory during my youth. These mechanisms are largely similar, and to an outsider, they may seem intricate, yet to those of us in the know, they are considerably simpler. However, I have never engaged in lockpicking before, save for this one instance. Upon hearing Feng Yun's words, Tang An hesitated. Was he serious? Was he truly suggesting that the elderly couple should labor at the safety base? Faced with Tang An's skeptical gaze, Feng Yun chose to disregard his conscience. The upper authorities had mandated that 30% of residents in each community must participate in the construction efforts of the safety base. Given the relatively prosperous economic situation of the Peach Blossom Source community, coupled with the materials sponsored by Tang An, it was understandable that no one wished to undertake arduous tasks at the uncertain safety base. Failing to meet the quota would result in criticism, leaving Feng Yun with no choice but to proceed resolutely. I cannot go. I am unwell. My heart is not in good condition. Upon learning that she was expected to work, the elderly lady hastily clutched her chest, feigning great distress as she gasped for breath. Her eyes vacant as they fixated on the ceiling, as though she were on the verge of fainting. And Chong observed his spouse on the sofa and then glanced at their perplexed daughter. As if making a momentous decision, he sighed, "Very well, I shall go. However, could you please refrain from sending my wife and daughter? They are incapable of performing any labor." He added, "I will go. If mistakes are made, I shall accept the consequences. Moreover, I cannot bear to let my father go alone. It would be reassuring for us to look after one another there. Aunt Lin, given your health, it would be best for you to remain at home." Upon learning of her father's intention to go to the safety base, Amin also expressed her willingness to participate. With 2 spots filled, Feng Yun then turned his gaze toward the elderly lady on the sofa, who was still pretending to be in distress. Aside from labor-intensive tasks, there are other duties. I have heard that the safety base is also cultivating plants. Would you not consider assisting with that? Yet, the elderly lady remained oblivious to Feng Yun's remarks. Tang An gazed at the elderly lady, earnestly immersed in her performance, and felt an overwhelming desire to bestow upon her the Best Actress award. Officer Feng, I am amenable to mediation. Simply restore the room to its original state, and I require no additional compensation. However, I do have a minor stipulation. Upon hearing about the mediation, Chang felt an instant sense of relief. Initially, it was presumed that Tang An, harboring such animosity towards her grandmother, would seize this opportunity to bring them to ruin. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang An chose to let them off the hook. We shall acquiesce to any conditions. My father is advanced in age and truly deserves a life of tranquility. And Min seized the opportunity, his demeanor sincere. Just remember that there is such a matter. I will reach out to you once I have deliberated further. Tang An observed that in Chang and in Min, the father and daughter duo, were of decent character, even at this moment. They were eager to rush to the safety base to protect the mastermind feigning illness on the sofa. A chance for personal gain was too tempting to resist. Upon seeing Tang An emerge to play the role of the Good Samaritan, Feng Yun's expression darkened. Wasn't it you who summoned me here to uphold justice? Am I truly the only villain in this scenario? After all, Tang An was the financial backer. Feng Yun silently held disdain for him, but ultimately aligned with Tang An's side. One must preserve the face of the benefactor. Since you have resolved this among yourselves, I shall not intervene further. Should such a situation arise again, I will be compelled to act formally. Guanya harbored a deep-seated dislike for Tang An's grandmother, glaring at her even after she had left the house. That day, Min moved out of Tang An's residence. Though it had only been a few days, the atmosphere among everyone had visibly improved. At last, I can wash my hair. It was unbearable. Truly, Yang Hao's mouth was filled with delicacies, and his sense of happiness was overwhelming. Imagine if Wang Mian found out. He would surely pull his hair out. After all, Tang An is also supported by Black Wind. Is that for real? It sounds like something out of a drama. Guanya exclaimed, her.What dropping in astonishment. No wonder, when they first became acquainted, Tang An struggled to carry her luggage. Yet when a problem arose at home, she instinctively pulled herself behind. It seemed she truly possessed remarkable strength. Moreover, she had become the woman behind Uncle Wang, transforming into his benefactor. How fantastical! This was exhilarating. Let me assist you with something. I can do anything. Take me along. Don't make me beg. Guanya was practically overjoyed, relishing the fact that her best friend had become the protagonist of a thrilling tale. Did that not make her the protagonist's loyal aide, helping her navigate storms and vanquish evil? Of course, I will take you along. Sharing this information is already an invitation to play. I'll tell you about Lu Bai. You must be cautious of him, Tang An said, gazing at Guanya with affectionate eyes. Their roles seemed to have reversed. Guanya had transformed into Tang An's little fangirl, admiring not only her wealth but now her strength as well. I'm in. I'll follow your lead. What is our next move? Let us storm Danhong Company and leave no one unscathed. Chapter 132. Black Wind plus the next step was undoubtedly to acquire Danhong Company in Inding City. With Lu Bai's assistance, the endeavor would be even more seamless. Guanya wholeheartedly agreed, though she was not entirely able to digest everything Tang An mentioned. Her agreement stemmed more from admiration for Tang and herself. This sister was truly remarkable. Guanya felt a bit embarrassed, as she had assumed Tang and would consider Zheng Qin's mother when delivering goods to those families. However, it was evident that she was unaware of the absurd actions later taken by Ling Li and Ling Li's hostility towards Guanya. That madwoman, Tang An thought, was fortunate to have not faced retribution due to Zheng Qin. How could she possibly extend her assistance? Zheng Qin sought your assistance? What is your relationship with Zheng Qin? Today, I shared numerous matters with Guanya, and Tang An was also unreserved in informing Guanya about the actions of Ling Li following Zheng Qin's departure. We're merely ordinary friends. Guanya, observing Tang An's somewhat displeased demeanor, felt perplexed about what he might have done wrong. His tone bore a hint of uncertainty. As an ordinary friend, why concern yourself with such trivial matters? Let me tell you, Shortly after Zheng Chen left, his mother became quite frenzied and assaulted me. Assaulted? How could that be? In Zheng Chen's words, his mother has always been a commendable person. How could she resort to violence? Upon further inquiry, it turned out she mistook me for you, believing that you, Guanya, had seduced her son away from her. If you truly wish to choose Zheng Chen, I wonder if you can endure such a mother-in-law. Tang An vowed that he had not intimidated Guanya. Rather, it was Ling Li's actions that were utterly absurd. It is impossible for me and Zheng Chen, Guanya said with a smile, though her heart was filled with disappointment. Tang An would not deceive herself. Beyond the words of Zheng Chen, it was evident that his mother imposed strict constraints upon him. There was a time when she doubted whether Zheng Chen was merely a mama's boy. Upon hearing this news, Guanya's heart fluttered, only to be abruptly shattered. It seemed improbable. Not long ago, Ken Lulu had come with the intent of revenge, vandalizing the door lock of Villa number 17. And then that Ling Li insisted on moving into my home. While Zheng Chen might be a decent person, my preference leans towards Wang Mian. Initially, she felt indifferent. But ever since Tang An began to stir the pot, Guanya sensed an unsettling gaze from Wang Mian directed her way. She referred to him as Uncle Wang. And her Uncle Wang had always been just that, an uncle. The notion of any ambiguous entanglement with him felt profoundly inappropriate, evoking a strong sense of guilt. Although in Tang An's view, there was neither a guardian relationship nor a blood connection between them. At most, it was a relationship akin to that of Golden Goose and an ATM. Under Tang An's subtle persuasion, Guanya finally began to regard Wang Mian as a member of the opposite sex. Wang Mian was handsome and tall, possessing indeed remarkable physical attributes. Furthermore, his elevated status and power made it not an exaggeration to say he was particularly devoted to her. The conditions were certainly favorable. Not wishing to dwell on this matter any longer, she decided to go exercise. She herself was still unclear about the situation and preferred not to delve deeper into the discussion with Tang An. Dear beloved Black Wind, your mother has arrived. Ever since integrating with Liu Bai's system, Tang An had not found the time to explore it. As soon as she entered, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Was this truly Liangtian town? Hadn't it been agreed that it was a small town? This seemed far too vast. Tang An surveyed the boundless expanse of the grassland before her, where a screen, reminiscent of a mall directory, stood prominently in the midst of the verdant landscape. Approaching it, she discovered that it encompassed nearly every conceivable vista in the world: glacial caves, bioluminescent oceans, and fantastical cities. An extraordinary array of sights. At the center of this display was a fearsome bear's head, presumably the habitat of her beloved Black Wind. Gazing around, it felt as though she were embarking on a journey within a system. Yet, the most significant aspect remained her dear Black Wind. But could it truly be her little bear, Black Wind, towering over 2 meters, nearly 3? Upon noticing Tang An's sudden arrival, Black Wind exclaimed, "Mama!" Not only had the bear grown in size, but even his voice had transformed. The once innocent, babbling sounds had evolved into the clear tones of a young boy, reminiscent of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Black Wind, how have you grown so large? Tang An questioned in disbelief. In stark contrast to the current Black Wind, the nearby yapping Mimi appeared as nothing more than a newborn fluffball. Yet, that should have been a nearly adult Tibetan Mastiff. Not so diminutive. I suddenly grew bigger, Mama. Now I can protect you. Black Wind, still somewhat bewildered by the sudden changes in his form, reveled in his newfound size. His robust physique symbolized his newfound ability to safeguard his mother. Tang An approached Black Wind, and despite the fact that Black Wind towered over him, he felt no fear. Instead, he gestured for Black Wind to lower his head so that he could stroke his fur. Black Wind, however, did not comply. Bending down was quite a challenge given Tang An's stature. Thus, he opted to lift Tang An and settle him upon his shoulders. Black Wind's movements were steady, as he intentionally retracted his sharp claws to prevent any accidental scratches on Tang and perched atop Black Wind's shoulders. Tang An experienced a thrilling new perspective. The solid width of Black Wind's shoulders provided an unparalleled comfort. Mother, am I not impressive? Black Wind seemed like a child eager for praise. Observing this, Mimi barked incessantly at Black Wind's feet, seemingly expressing her discontent. Mother, not only have I grown, but it seems this place has expanded as well. I can see numerous cities and factories over there. Could this become another reality? Black Wind blinked curiously, equally fascinated by the system's upgrade. Chapter 133. The factory during the assimilation. Tang An indeed heard a voice announcing the upgrade to small city mode and the onset of the industrial age. At that moment, her focus was entirely on confronting Lu Bai, causing her to disregard the announcement. Yang Yu, are you there? What is the situation? Since realizing she had NPCs at her command, Tang An had begun to regard Yang Yu as her devoted little secretary. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yu appeared before her. To ensure that Tang An, seated at such a height, could maintain eye contact comfortably, Yang Yu floated gracefully in midair. Did she just defy Newton's laws? Following the system upgrade, the industrial park functionality has been activated. Master, you can produce industrial goods according to client demands and employ NPCs for round-the-clock production. What can I manufacture? Tang An possesses little understanding of industrial production. What she currently requires is readily provided by fertile fields and commercial shops. This scenario hardly necessitates additional manufacturing. Is this functionality somewhat redundant? Anything is possible, such as a lock that cannot be picked, or a temperature-controlled house that is invulnerable to intrusion or damage. Everything imaginable can be fulfilled by the system. A secure base, a temperature-controlled and impervious house. Indeed, is this not precisely the safe haven they are in the process of constructing? Under the guidance of the month of the sheep, Tang An experienced a sudden enlightenment. No wonder Dan Hong Company could reach 50 underground levels. It is precisely because of the existence of a system that such extraordinary phenomena can occur. I have come to understand. Tang An waved his hand, and Yang Yu automatically retreated. He felt it necessary to thoroughly investigate how to effectively utilize this industrial production function. Tang An believed he should confer with Wang Mian regarding the requirements before making any plans. Indeed, the system's resting feature allowed for remarkably swift mental recovery. When Black Wind was still a small bear, Tang An could embrace him while sleeping. Now, he could only lie beside Black Wind. This was quite unexpected for him. Tang An had assumed Lu Bai would reside in the Peach Blossom Source community. Yet this individual displayed such discernment that he left before Tang and could even suggest it. In the post-apocalyptic world, wasting resources is an ignoble act. Are you awake? Shall we have a meal? Feng Yun informed Tang An that the boy merely stated he was resting here until someone arrived to pick him up. Less than half an hour later, a car came to retrieve him. At that time, Yang Haokong was looking for him at Villa 18, so they did not witness who came to collect Lu Bai. After hearing Feng Yun's words, Tang An was not surprised, even in his weakened state. Lu Bai undoubtedly possessed the capability to arrange for someone to come for him in such a short span of time. Since his identity had already been revealed, Tang An chose to abandon his disguise and directly teleported with Guanya into Dan Hong Company. Guanya was exceedingly curious about everything within Tang An's system. She simply could not comprehend the principle that allowed her to traverse from one location to another in the blink of an eye. The special effects in television dramas were nowhere near this seamless. Where is this? Is this Dan Hong Company? This doesn't look like a company at all. How could it be so cozy? And there's a bed? In Guanya's perception, a company should be serious, filled with various offices and conference rooms. But it was unlikely to possess such a spacious, bright, and comfortably warm abode. This place was essentially a den of thieves, masquerading as a legitimate business while engaging in illicit activities. Tang An was at a loss for how to introduce the situation. All he could say was that it appeared quite impressive, yet in reality, it was merely a lavishly adorned mousehole. Hearing some commotion from within the room, Oh-chun knocked gently before entering. Upon encountering a stranger, Guanya's expression instantly shifted to one of caution. What is your purpose here? Oh-chun scrutinized Mr. Wen's face and, noticing that Tang An had brought an unfamiliar girl along, felt a twinge of uncertainty and hesitated to approach. This is Mr. Wen, one of my associates. Tang An's words brought reassurance to Guanya, and Oh-chun nodded in agreement. Tang An refrained from uttering Oh-chun's name, concerned that familiarity would lead Guanya to mistakenly entangle Oh-chun in a predicament. Guanya, I am Tang An's close friend. Noticing that Tang An had not altered the visage of cheer, Oh-chun subtly inquired, what of Chier? It had already been discovered by Liu Bai. There was no longer a need for pretense. The thought of that white-haired dog, Liu Bai, who, despite knowing her true identity, feigned ignorance while lamenting the matters concerning his aunt, was utterly detestable. Recently, Ma Chungyun had been exceedingly audacious, having heard rumors of a decline in the water quality at Taoyuan community, suggesting that he intended to take action there. He planned to report this to Liu Bai today, deeming it worthy of attention. Ever since Liu Bai's singular appearance, Ma Chungyun had been brimming with pride, strutting about as if he had a formidable backing. Realizing that Liu Bai might be here for the long haul, he contemplated a strategy to extricate Chun and ensure her relocation to a secure place. Would you be willing? With Liu Bai's presence, Chun's exposure was inevitable. What consequences awaited her upon discovery by Liu Bai? Tang An would never gamble with Chun's life. Where would we go? Chun's expression grew nuanced. She was reluctant to depart from this place. The outside world was unbearably hot, and having left Dan Han Company, she had no other refuge. She believed Tang An would provide her with ample financial support. Yet in such tumultuous times, how long could that money sustain her? For Chun, the balance of interests outweighed the bonds of friendship. Tang An would need to offer enough for Chun to remain loyal. Perhaps purchase loyalty was not priceless, but it was certainly preferable to having none at all. After some contemplation, Chun provided Tang An with her answer. Chapter 134. The deal upon hearing of Tang Ting's demise. Liu Huaxiong and Liu Jiaojiao resembled cats drawn by the scent of blood, following the trail. Fortunately, Liu Bai had anticipated this and vacated his residence in advance, thus evading Liu Jiaojiao's pursuit. Disappointed at failing to acquire what she desired, Liu Jiaojiao soon received intelligence that Liu Bai had taken refuge in Anding City. Her hand reached out, but time was not on her side. Yet again, a prime opportunity slipped through her fingers. Nevertheless, she would not overlook any chance that presented itself. Now Liu Jiaojiao had secured the list of Dan Han Company in Anding City. With a little inducement, she could persuade a suitable individual to relay certain messages, delivering a potentially devastating blow. Ma Chungyun was aligned with Liu Bai, and the records indicated he had recently received Liu Bai's assistance, suggesting he would be difficult to sway. As for Li Lingyan, he was merely a pawn of Wen Mingbu, reputed to possess a strong character. A hard stone was not within Liu Jiaojiao's considerations. After careful deliberation, Liu Jiaojiao ultimately fixed her sights on Li Wenjing. This individual had only recently joined Dan Han Company, having directly replaced Chengyu due to Li Lingyan's influence. However, she had been reassigned by Liu Bai to attend to a group of foreign dignitaries, undoubtedly facing hardship. She ought to harbor resentment towards Liu Bai. Such a person was most suitable for her plans. Liu Bai remained utterly oblivious to Liu Jiaojiao's attempts at persuasion. Tang An rolled her eyes dramatically, clearly overstepping her bounds. How audacious! No, I misunderstood. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. What would it take for you to relinquish the management rights of Dan Han Company in Anding City to me? Faced with Tang An's bold demands, Liu Bai found himself momentarily speechless. What illusion had he given her that led her to believe he would so readily abandon Dan Han Company? He aimed to protect his interests, not to sacrifice everything for the sake of a single day. Are you out of your mind? After a long pause, Liu Bai finally managed to utter those four words. Present your conditions. Perhaps upon hearing them, I might be able to accommodate your wishes. Wouldn't that lead to mutual satisfaction? Tang An aimed to ascertain the limits of Liu Bai's tolerance. Indeed, when it came to Dan Han Company, Liu Bai grew agitated. My condition is that you maintain your distance from my company. Do not presume that I am unaware of your actions. Liu Bai's patience appeared to have reached its threshold, and Tang An had no doubt that Liu Bai might resort to violence once more. I have done nothing. I am merely engaging in negotiation with you. Tang An exuded an air of confidence. Liu Bai, consumed by rage, responded with a mocking smile. Very well. I can hand over the Dan Han Company in Anding City to you. After all, it is merely a small city. Even without Anding City, I have other Dan Han companies in different cities that can yield profits. I require your assistance in dealing with Liu Jiaojiao and Liu Nana. Can you accomplish that? To help Liu Bai eliminate his adversaries, thus allowing the Liu family to reign supreme? This transaction is certainly feasible. Let us proceed. You must make your payment first before I can commence my actions. Lu Bai feigned a sorrowful expression, though his heart was already brimming with joy. This oblivious woman had no inkling of the challenges that lay ahead. Surely, you must offer something in return? It is a basic principle to refrain from exploiting others. Lu Bai was in urgent need of system capabilities as a supplement. What do you require from me? Take me to Huning City, and I shall provide you with the information on Lu Jiao. Originally, Lu Bai sought safety in Anding City, as it would allow him to monitor Tang An's every move more conveniently. Tang An owed him a significant favor, which would make future manipulations more effortless. However, he never anticipated that before he could act, Tang An would take the initiative. Faced with Tang An's unexpected proposal, he could only agree for the time being. One could only say that those devoid of shame are invincible. He had offered Tang An a benefit, intending to incite her to assist him in seizing power from the Lu family, but instead, he had inadvertently fueled Tang An's ambition. It seems that the self-proclaimed righteous Tang An is also a person of greed. Deal. Tang An's joy, in truth, did not reveal the true nature of Lu Bai. Regardless, the objective had been achieved, rendering the distinction between reality and illusion insignificant. With a sense of relief, Guanya's previously tense disposition softened. She observed Tang An's persistent pressure and Lu Bai's unwavering retreat, almost feeling pity for him. This prompted her to draw a parallel to the youngest son of the emperor, who, despite being bullied by his siblings and suffering from ill health, ultimately triumphed to become the emperor himself. Surely, Lu Bai possessed a similar potential. And are you perhaps overthinking this? Is it possible that Lu Bai, having lost his mother, is truly struggling to survive and is relying on you? Impossible. He is far too adept at enduring. I cannot discern what he truly desires, came the reply. In matters of love and desire, Lu Bai seemed to grasp at least one aspect. Now, Tang An had no choice but to confine her focus to the company. In light of this, what are your plans moving forward? The Danhong Company continues to sell essential goods at exorbitant prices, which is certainly untenable. However, according to Oh Chun's understanding, many of the senior executives at Danhong are profiting from the company's revenues. Such substantial profits are not easily relinquished, unless Tang An chooses to abandon these individuals, leaving none behind. Oh Chun anxiously awaited Tang An's return, feeling as though her fate was tightly gripped by someone utterly unrelated. At last, she heard the elevator's chime and eagerly looked out. But the person who emerged was not Tang and Li Wenjing. What brings her here? Mr. Wen, I implore you to assist me, she pleaded. Assist her? Oh Chun recalled that she and Li Wenjing had little in common. Why would she seek help from her? Wasn't she quite close with Li Lingyan? What is the matter? Oh Chun inquired, maintaining her composure, concealing her emotions so as not to reveal any hint of her own turmoil. Under Lu Bai's command, Li Wenjing had ascended to become a manager between the 15th and 50th floors. Yet this role was hardly a human endeavor. Rather, it entailed managing those who were not human. The inhabitants of these 35 floors hailed from various parts of the nation, speaking diverse languages and engaged in daily skirmishes. According to other colleagues, these individuals had invested considerable sums merely to seek refuge from danger here. In their eyes, this place was a genuine utopia, akin to the legendary Noah's Ark, a paradise that offered an escape from reality. However, malevolence unfolded daily within these walls. The sheer number of bodies collected each day could fill an entire elevator. A group armed with weapons had infiltrated this space, randomly selecting individuals to extort money from. Those unable to pay faced death. Chapter 135. None shall survive. Li Wenjing's sense of right and wrong, cultivated since childhood, faced a profound challenge here. She endeavored to adapt, internally persuading herself that in a world devoid of order, the survival of the fittest was the only absolute order. Fortunately, she held the position of a manager. Thus, the individuals did not resort to violence against her. She endeavored to persuade them not to harm the children, for they embody the hope of the future. Yet before she could utter a word, a cold handgun was thrust against her forehead. Under the persuasion of her colleagues, the weapon was lowered. The act of killing a manager comes with a price. After narrowly escaping from the muzzle, Li Wenjing sought to find Li Lingyan. However, at that moment, Li Lingyan found himself constrained in many ways, his intentions thwarted. Nevertheless, he did provide her with a valuable suggestion to seek Mr. Wen. Initially, Li Wenjing hesitated. She was unfamiliar with Mr. Wen and feared that approaching him unannounced would yield no assistance. However, Li Lingyan reminded her that her sister was quite favored by Mr. Wen. Thus, with no other recourse, Li Wenjing, aided by Li Lingyan, ascended to the 15th floor. What use is it to seek me? Li Lingyan Musa. ISNT, he part of the security department? Under Tang An's suggestion, Ochan was prepared to assist Li Wenjing, yet she sensed something peculiar about this situation. The unruly group could simply be handled by the security department. Why would they seek her out? Upon encountering Mr. Wen's demeanor, Li Wenjing felt a chill of despair. Shall I take my leave? She timidly nodded. Understood, Mr. Wen. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wen. Wusha remained silent. Assisting Li Wenjing was Tang An's directive, and being obedient to Tang An, she could not simply turn a blind eye to Li Wenjing's plight. As soon as the elevator whisked Li Wenjing away, Li Lingyan received a notification to descend. He was reluctant to involve himself with the matters below, primarily due to Liu Bai's presence. It was clear that Liu Bai favored Ma Qingyun, and Li Lingyan intended to demonstrate that without his oversight, Dan An Company in Inding City would falter. He had anticipated that Mr. Wen would allow him to relay the situation to Liu Bai, but to his surprise, Mr. Wen had directly turned his attention towards him. Now he found himself in a predicament. Li Lingyan, was it you who sent Li Wenjing to seek me? Ochan, representing Mr. Wen, spoke with utmost seriousness, her tone grave and low. It was I. The individuals below are exceedingly difficult to manage, and we have already encountered numerous armed confrontations with them. Li Lingyan donned an expression of distress, careful not to reveal his ulterior motives to Mr. Wen. He was untroubled by offending Liu Bai, for Liu Bai had long held a disfavor towards him. Yet, this Mr. Wen was the younger brother of Wen Ming. Should they exchange words, it would ultimately be he who faced the consequences. To leave the management of such unruly individuals to a woman, or to have her come here to lament. Wushan questioned. Li Lingyan, could you not direct your thoughts towards more constructive matters? Li Lingyan felt a surge of frustration. The suggestion to have Li Wenjing oversee the unruly group was Liu Bai's idea, not his concern. Mr. Wen's words resonated with Li Lingyan, who grasped the implication to handle the matter discreetly, ensuring that the body remained unseen and the demise was executed in secrecy. After all, these were nefarious individuals, and their death was inconsequential. Even in Mr. Wen's esteemed position, Ochuan had been privy to numerous sordid and unsavory affairs. The more one witnesses, the more one becomes desensitized and accustomed to the grotesque realities of life. As Li Lingyan ascended the stairs, the elevator doors opened, and she encountered Tang An and Guanya head-on. Once she confirmed the absence of others, she eagerly inquired, "What are the next steps? Where should I go?" With Liu Bai's agreement, it signified that Ochuan would have no further obligations. Tang An deliberately posed a question. "If you were to remain, have you contemplated how you would do so? Changing identities, utilizing the pills you once provided me, to stay by Li Wenjing's side. I have just summoned Li Wenjing from downstairs." Ochan had no escape. Leaving Dan An Company meant certain death. Li Wenjing? Why did you bring her up? Tang An found it peculiar. Consequently, Ochan recounted the recent events and the resolution she had devised. The matter was handled commendably. However, are those individuals downstairs truly, as you described? This contradicted Tang An's understanding. He was aware that in Dan An Company, floors 1 to 15 were reserved for management, encompassing the staff's resting areas, while floors 16 to 49 were designated as a secure zone for the affluent, accessible through payment. Within those walls, indulgence and revelry thrived. Yet, he was astonished to discover such chaos within. Were they all foreigners? Indeed, 90% were foreigners. They held religious beliefs, subscribing to apocalyptic doctrines, and could outspend the locals. Thus, Dan An Company allocated its limited positions predominantly to foreigners. The remaining locals had also gained entry through connections and wealth in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Having spent considerable time in Mr. Wen's position, Chun was well informed. She assumed Tang and was aware of these matters and thus refrained from elaborating. It appears that Dan Company truly prioritizes wealth above all. The remaining individuals must also be expelled, but remember to extract every last coin before doing so. Those who, emboldened by their petty riches, dare to act unlawfully in another's domain should not be afforded the privilege of resting upon our land, even in death. Guan Yu was incensed, realizing the extent of the situation within Dan Company. She felt compelled to inform Uncle Wang and investigate how these illegally armed individuals had infiltrated Shenzhou. I understand, but must this matter also involve Li Lingyan? Chun was uncertain. She had no subordinates. Entrusting the task to Li Lingyan might inevitably leave traces. Are you concerned about Li Lingyan or Ma Chengyun? You need not worry. Neither will survive. Chapter 136. Overtime compensation. Tang An's patience with Ma Chengyun had reached its limit, particularly upon hearing of his intentions towards the Tao Weiyuan community. It is worth noting that Tao Weiyuan community constituted Tang An's stronghold. To threaten her foundation was unacceptable. It could only be said that Ma Chengyun deserved his demise. First, let Li Lingyan take control of Ma Chengyun's associates to prevent him from extending his influence towards Tao Weiyuan. Just inform him that Liu Bai has other arrangements. Liu Bai will cooperate with you. Chun was baffled by the nature of the agreement Tang and had reached with Liu Bai, which enabled Liu Bai to concede the entirety of Dan Company to her. This revelation only deepened Chun's admiration for Tang An, confirming her belief that she had indeed aligned herself with the right person. Observing Tang An's commanding demeanor, Guan Yu and Ma Chengyun were stirred with intense emotions. He vividly recalled Tang An's face from the time when he was under investigation, when he had to pull numerous strings to extricate himself. Consequently, his worth had significantly diminished. Ma Chengyun had long been aware that it was Tang An who had reported him, and he had contemplated finding an opportunity to make her pay for it. However, before he could act, news of the impending doom emerged, prompting him to shift his focus to Dan Company, where he staked all his wealth and ultimately secured his current position. He refrained from seeking out Tang An simply because life had improved for him, rendering him indifferent to the girl who had reported him. Yet he was taken aback to find her standing before him at this moment. It's rare for Principal Ma to remember me. Villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, to thwart any trickery from Ma Chengyun. Tang An raised her gun directly at him. In a panic, he attempted to evade her, drawing a self-defense weapon to engage in a confrontation. Sister, it seems you have a history with Ma Chengyun. Care to share? You've already reported me. Why do you still linger on this matter? I haven't wronged you. As the ominous muzzle of the gun was aimed at him, Ma Chengyun realized that Tang An was indeed intent on taking his life. Yet, he had already paid the price. Why was she still pursuing this? This confusion was not only lost on Liu Bai, but also on Ma Chengyun himself. The law may not hold you accountable, but I will. Why should you escape unscathed after committing a crime? My female peers, and I must endure the scrutiny and bias of others. Liu Bai glanced at Guan Yu, who then leaned closer to whisper in his ear about how Ma Chengyun had exploited his power and scholarship to coerce female students into compromising situations, and how Tang An had bravely exposed him. Guan Yu felt that Tang An exhibited remarkable fortitude in this regard. Initially, Liu Bai found amusement in the tale, but upon hearing of Ma Chengyun's inappropriate advances towards Tang An, his expression darkened. Is Tang An in dire need of money? He quietly inquired of Guan Yu. I don't know. We weren't particularly close back then. However, if her grades qualify her for a scholarship, that money represents not just currency, but also honor. Liu Bai, who had never attended school himself and had always had teachers come to his home, did not comprehend the concept of honor. But he firmly believed that any form of assault against Tang An was unacceptable. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, Ma Chengyun fought back desperately. He first seized a nearby coffee table and hurled it at Tang An, then drew a knife, retreating while seizing Mr. Wen, pulling him close and placing the blade against his carotid artery. Tang An, if you dare pull that trigger, I will certainly kill him. You won't have a good life afterward. The Wen family will chase you to the ends of the earth. Chun could never have anticipated that the front lines of this spectacle would entail such peril. It seemed that Ma Chengyun was genuinely desperate. Even Mr. Wen, who is typically not to be trifled with, is disregarded. Tang An is not someone easily subdued, yet Oh-chan remains steadfastly loyal to her. She cannot abandon Oh-chan. Put down the knife. I have released you, and I'm even willing to offer you a sum of money. He merely seized Mr. Wen on a whim, unaware of the significance Mr. Wen holds in Tang An's heart. This only served to amplify Ma Qingyun's smugness. Are you afraid he will die? Or are you more concerned that without him, you would lose your benefits? Ha ha! He laughed boisterously while Oh-chan remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. The cold blade had already pierced her skin, blood cascading down and staining her shirt. Do not involve the innocent. This matter is between you and me. Ma Qingyun scoffed. What do you think you are? An embodiment of justice? You do not represent justice. Tang An followed Ma Qingyun's words, saying, Indeed, I do not represent justice. I have laid down my weapon, I acknowledge my mistakes, and I have merely held onto the grudge from that time. Principal Ma, I was wrong. Seeing Tang An take a step back, Ma Qingyun took a step forward instead, a sinister smile playing on his lips. To err is to face punishment. In any case, I cannot remain here any longer. Give me money, all your money, Mr. Wen. Hand over the cash, and I shall release you. Ma Qingyun's agitation was palpable, his breath quickening. Oh-chan, raising her chin, spoke in a panicked tone. All right, I will give you the money. Just let me go. Taking advantage of Ma Qingyun's distraction, Guanya stealthily maneuvered behind him and delivered a swift kick to his arm, causing his short knife to clatter to the ground. In that moment, Lu Bai seized the opportunity to pull Mr. Wen to safety. Ma Qingyun nearly toppled over, his body rolling forward just in time to grasp the gun that Tang An had relinquished. The dark muzzle of the weapon was now aimed at Tang An. You wretch, do you think you are something special? You have ruined me once, and now you wish to do so a second time. In a swift motion, he chambered a bullet, leaving Tang An with no time to react. Bang! A black hole appeared on Ma Qingyun's head, blood gushing forth from the wound. His body crashed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang An cautiously scanned the surroundings, yet he could not discern the whereabouts of the shooter. Guan Yaman, sensitive to her surroundings, noticed a wisp of white smoke emanating from Lu Bai's fingertips. She cautiously moved closer to Lu Bai and swiftly grasped his hand. What is the matter? Lu Bai feigned ignorance, but the lingering scent of gunpowder still clung to his fingers. Guan was not mistaken. The shooter must have been Lu Bai. However, the weapon was not in his possession. His hands were conspicuously empty. How could one possibly take a life without a gun? Lu Bai stopped pretending. Everyone saw it. Tang An began to slide his hand up Lu Bai's sleeve, intent on uncovering the firearm concealed within, but found nothing at all. I have already stated, it was not me. Perhaps it was an act of divine justice. Tang An, of course, did not believe him. Have you left a backup plan? He remarked. There's no point in further quibbling. Lu Bai feigned indifference and replied, I can't just stand by while he takes your life, although I'm not particularly fond of you. We are, after all, relatives, are we not? How did you manage that? Lu Bai inquired, glancing at Mr. Wen and then at Guanya, before he retreated into the bedroom, with Tang An following closely behind. Guanya and Oh-chan, displaying their discernment, refrained from approaching. This was actually left to me by my mother, Lu Bai said, as he touched his arm, revealing a sleek, fair surface on which a black metallic bracelet instantly appeared. It was entirely dark, with a hole approximately 10 millimeters in diameter at its center, from which the bullet had been fired. I am utterly in awe. However, why was it necessary to restrain him first? Would it not have been more straightforward to act directly? Why not eliminate Ma Qingyun right away? Guanya pondered, appreciating Tang An for his courage to confront malevolent forces at that time. Yet, their relationship was merely superficial back then. Should Ma Qingyun be killed now, the personnel beneath Danhong Company would descend into utter chaos. Tang An spoke a truth. They guarded a vast cake. Even passers-by could not resist the temptation to take a taste, let alone those within their company. Should a figure like Ma Qingyun fall, many akin to him would undoubtedly rise. At that point, dealing with them would become increasingly arduous, inadvertently bolstering Li Lingyan's might. On one side lay ravenous wolves, and on the other, fierce tigers. Both individuals warranted careful consideration. Dian Dian, Did you uncover the connection between the Wen and Lu families last time? The myriad realities would not influence Dian within the system. Thus, despite the formidable power of the Lu family outside, investigating would not pose a challenge for Dian. It was simply that, amidst the passage of time, he had lacked the opportunity to inquire. I found it. Before the Lu family rose to prominence, they faced obstacles that were alleviated by one Yunrong's assistance. The price paid was that Lu Huaxing abandoned his aunt, Tang Ting, to cultivate a closer relationship with Wen Yunrong. This was a betrayal, a transaction, a collaboration, but certainly not love. Hearing the word love from the lips of the young Dian struck Tang and as particularly strange. Did this imply that Lu Huaxing bore no affection for the Wen family? Is that all you discovered? Dian first nodded, then shook his head. No. You only inquired about the relationship between the Lu and Wen families. Additionally, the Danhong Company, prior to the apocalypse, disseminated apocalyptic narratives from abroad, proclaiming that the Xinzhou nation was the last bastion of safety on the entire Blue Star, enticing individuals to bring their wealth and settle in Xinzhou. They distributed small advertisements promoting the apocalypse, and thus attracted wealthy foreigners. Did they engage in any other activities? Tang is perplexed by the rapid expansion of Danhong Company. Wen Jia, having established all necessary connections in advance, facilitated the construction of numerous abandoned factories for Danhong in various locations. Furthermore, just a week prior to the apocalypse, the company procured a substantial quantity of supplies. Beyond this, no further discoveries were made. Tang felt a twinge of disappointment. She should have inquired more, for with greater queries, there would be a wealth of information available. It has become evident that the system is not as intelligent as anticipated. I understand now. You are exceptional. Next, I require you to meticulously filter through the personnel of the Danhong Company in Anding City, expunging all members who have indirectly or directly caused death, along with organizing their criminal evidence for my review. Yang Yu, please assess the scope of this task. If the system cannot accomplish it within a day, kindly recommend suitable NPCs to undertake this work. I need to see results by today. Tang is neither a devil nor a judge of the underworld. Should she really require every individual within the Danhong Company to kneel before her, awaiting her judgment? Moreover, considering that Tang prides herself on being an upstanding character, it would be utterly unthinkable for her to mercilessly eliminate every single person who draws breath within Danhong. Such actions would not only be inhumane, but also exceedingly laborious. At this juncture, it is undoubtedly time for Shen Huang to step in, although there was no prior consultation with him. Given the current shortage of personnel for constructing the safety base, he would certainly be more than willing to accept the task. Master, I suggest enlisting NPC Tan Sir, as it can assist Dian in gathering evidence, while also employing Lawyer Shelton to provide insights on penalties, thereby facilitating subsequent operations. This suggestion is indeed commendable. It is clear that the first NPC I activated is proving to be quite astute. The process of evidence collection and adjudication can be streamlined and presented directly to Shen Huang, eliminating the need for individual investigations and effectively doubling work efficiency. All right, Yang Yu, you shall also be involved. I need to obtain results expeditiously. Yang Yu wore a formulaic smile, responding, I will intervene to compile and organize the statistics, ensuring that the results are delivered to you at the earliest opportunity. That smile was exceedingly standard, and Tang An couldn't shake the feeling that it concealed some unsavory thoughts. She reassured herself that they were merely NPCs. Exploiting NPCs hardly qualifies as bullying laborers. Or does it? By the way, Yang Yu, my employment of you for this task involves compensation, correct? That lingering resentment was evident even without an expression. Tang An silently expressed his mild discontent, then generously proclaimed, Very well, I shall grant you triple the overtime pay. Thank you, Master. We will provide you with the results within an hour. This, Tang An almost thought he had misheard. What was this? Had their pace of speech accelerated? Was it not supposed to be a day? How had it suddenly transformed into an hour? It seems even NPCs are swayed by the allure of wealth. Thank you. Tang An had barely finished her expression of gratitude when Yang Yu vanished in a flash. Indeed, overtime pay is the foremost principle of working late. Had she known the efficiency would be so remarkable, she would have invested earlier. After all, her current finances were abundant and seemingly inexhaustible. Upon exiting the system, Liu Bai found himself unexpectedly on the 15th floor. Tang An, you finally emerged. I was beginning to think you had perished inside. The vehicle from Ma Qingyun to Taoyuan community was already running, and at this moment, you had Li Lingyan act in my name to thwart him. What exactly do you intend by this? I did say I would leave it to you, but I never authorized such actions. Chapter 137. The short-haired dog Liu by now regretted his decisions profoundly. Even if Tang An wished to take action against these individuals, she ought to have waited until he had departed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to justify his position. However, it was evident that Tang An had not considered these implications at all. Do you understand? Ma Qingyun intends to strike at the Taoyuan community, which is my residence. How could I allow him to dismantle my sanctuary? Liu Bai found himself at a loss for words, stifled by Tang An's retorts. Your reasoning is sound, but I find myself in a challenging situation. I do not require your assistance. Enough of your nagging. I will ensure you are sent there post-haste. Liu Bai was genuinely taken aback by Tang An's impatient tone. How had this woman transformed so completely? In truth, Tang An had not changed. It was Liu Bai's mindset that had shifted. Following his mother's passing, he desperately sought a pillar of support to contend with the challenges ahead, mistakenly placing Tang An in the role that rightfully belonged to his mother. When O-chan was summoned, she froze, realizing the predicament. She had no knowledge of chess. Guanya was oblivious to the fact that Mr. Wen was merely an ordinary waitress at Dan Han Company, devoid of any artistic or scholarly training. Her family having never invested effort in her cultivation. Surviving was a struggle for O-chan. How could she possibly learn such skills? Sister, please release me. How can you treat me this way? Let us not forget we are cousins. Once again, she adopted that pitiful demeanor. Tang An helplessly waved his hand, conceding, all right, you've got me there. Guanya, why don't you assist him in trimming that unruly mane? It's far too long and obstructing his vision. Liu Bai, in a moment of mischief, casually remarked, are you so eager to get me to cut my hair early because you fear that doing so in the Lunar New Year might bring misfortune upon my uncle? Rest assured, I would never undertake anything my mother forbids. Then why did you choose to join Dan Han Company? You're well aware of what this company entails. Do you truly believe your mother would approve of your involvement in such matters? Tang An's words struck a deep chord. How could Liu Bai be unaware of the illicit dealings of Dan Han Corporation? Yet, even this matter eludes his mother, Tang Ting. What could she possibly do? My mother even harbors hopes for me to become a savior, a hero. Yet, I'm not even a semblance of a normal person. Hope is futile, never mind. Individuals like you, who embody normalcy, would never comprehend. Even with such an extraordinary system at his disposal, Liu Bai's genetic affliction remains insurmountable. His vision is forever confined to a haze of indistinct shadows, and his skin eternally recoils from the sun's ultraviolet rays. They claim that a white Shiba Inu is substandard, yet he, a person of similar hue, is rendered lesser than even that. I find you quite normal, though perhaps your intentions are rather insidious. Tang An made a face at Liu Bai, relishing the moment, knowing full well that the other party could not see it. If you were in my position, you would understand why my heart has turned so callous. Guanya, could you assist me in cutting my hair? Guanya glanced around, searching for a suitable tool for the task. Tang An handed the pet hair clippers, purchased from the system, to Guanya. Unrefined and straightforward, Guanya did not even glance at the packaging before opening it and immediately affixed the longest guard. He proceeded to shave Liu Bai's hair down to the scalp. As Tang An watched the long locks transform into a buzz cut, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over him. Liu Bai appeared much more spirited this way. However, the eyes, which squinted tightly in fear of the bright light, remained somewhat unappealing. Tang An selected a pair of sunglasses from the system and gently placed them upon Liu Bai's head. Who could possibly distinguish him from Coarse Wu now? He looked absolutely stunning, did he not? Indeed, Liu Bai inherited his family's genes. It was impossible for him to be anything less than handsome. Upon closer examination of his features, one could see that Liu Bai's chin bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his father and uncle. Within our family, We can always find reflections of ourselves in our relatives. Unbeknownst to Tang An, Liu Bai was also searching for traces of his mother's youthful visage within her. After the haircut was completed, the system's minor investigations were also finalized. Tang An entered and directly took away the materials organized by Yang Yu. Then, with great generosity, he transferred 10,000 points of goodwill to each of them. At this moment, Heifeng was weeping beside the creek in the restroom. Before leaving the house, Tang An had already sent all of this information to Shen Huang, explaining the situation and urging him to bring a significant number of people to set the net. Shen Huang was astonished. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from Tang, and after just a day's absence, it was truly a stroke of fortune, akin to receiving timely assistance during a critical moment. Without this, he would have struggled to find so many willing volunteers for labor at the safe base. Now, free labor had arrived. How did you get inside? Is my haircut really that ugly? I felt it. I've never had my hair cut this short. It must look terrible. Although he could not see, Liu Bai held high expectations for his appearance. He certainly did not wish to resemble a shorn pig, as that would be unappealing. Although Guanya's skills were decent and did not leave his scalp injured, it was of little solace. His heart felt as if it had suffered a significant wound, allowing many feelings of shame to escape. It's not unattractive at all. You look quite handsome. You should have confidence in your appearance. At least, you resemble my father quite a bit when he was young. Tang An rarely uttered a couple of words that Liu Bai cherished. Naturally, the haircut is complete. When shall we embark on our journey? Tang An cleared her throat and sent a message from her phone, urging Ma Qingyun to hasten to the 15th floor. The cancellation of the operation had left Ma Qingyun seething with frustration, his gait as he exited the elevator imbued with a sense of haughty discontent. It was only upon encountering Liu Bai, whose hair had been cropped short like that of a dog, that Ma Qingyun's expression shifted to a more neutral demeanor. Greetings, Mr. Liu and Mr. Wen. You summoned me today. Is there something you wish to discuss? There was indeed a matter at hand, and it pertained to your very life. Tang An emerged from behind the two individuals. He gently patted Mr. Wen's shoulder on his left side. To his surprise, Mr. Wen obediently leaned to the left. Then, he tapped Liu Bai's shoulder on his right side, and unexpectedly, Liu Bai also complied and made way. Tang An's visage suddenly came into focus for Ma Qingyun, who abruptly recalled the identity of the woman before him. It's you? You have already caused me such misery. What more do you want? Chapter 138, The Backup Plan. Ma Qingyun, filled with agitation, distinctly remembered Tang An's face. During his own investigation years ago, he had employed numerous connections to extricate himself, resulting in a significant depreciation of his worth. He had long been aware that it was Tang An who had reported him, and he had contemplated finding an opportunity for her to pay a price. Yet before he could act, he had heard the ominous news of the apocalypse and redirected his focus towards Dan Hong Company, wagering all his assets, which ultimately secured his current position. He had refrained from pursuing Tang An, as his life had improved, rendering him indifferent to the girl who had reported him. However, he never expected her to appear before him at such a moment. How rare that Principal Ma still remembers me. Villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. To thwart any tricks from Ma Qingyun, Tang An raised her gun, aiming squarely at him. Flustered, Ma Qingyun attempted to evade, producing a self-defense weapon, hoping to engage Tang An in a skirmish. Sister, it seems you and Ma Qingyun share quite a history. Care to enlighten me? You have already reported me. Why do you persist with this matter? I have not wronged you. As the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at him, Ma Qingyun realized that Tang An was genuinely intent on his demise. Yet, had he not already paid a price? Why was she still pursuing this course of action? This left not only Liu Bai bewildered, but even the concerned Ma Qingyun himself. The law may absolve you, but I hold you accountable. Why should you escape unscathed while I, along with those young women, must endure public scrutiny and prejudice? Liu Bai glanced at Guanya, who then whispered in his ear about how Ma Qingyun had once wielded his power and scholarships to coerce female students into relations with him, and how Tang An had bravely exposed these transgressions. Based solely on this, Guanya found Tang An commendably resolute. Initially, Liu Bai had been amused, but upon hearing of Ma Qingyun's aggression towards Tang An, his expression darkened gravely. Is Tang An in dire financial straits? Lu Bai quietly inquired of Guanya. I don't know. We weren't particularly close back then. However, if her grades were sufficient to meet the scholarship threshold, then this money was not just financial, but also a matter of honor. Lu Bai, who had never attended school and had always had teachers come to his home, did not comprehend the notion of honor. But he understood that any harm towards Tang An was unacceptable. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, Ma Qingyun fought back desperately. He first seized the nearby coffee table and hurled it at Tang An, then drew a short knife, retreating while ensnaring Mr. Wen, pulling him close and positioning the blade against Wen's carotid artery. Tang An, if you dare to pull the trigger, I will certainly kill him. In due time, you shall find no respite, for the Wen family will undoubtedly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Oh-chun could never have anticipated that the fervor of the front lines would pose a threat to her very life. It seems that Ma Qingyun is indeed in a state of desperation, disregarding even Mr. Wen, who is typically not to be trifled with. Tang An is not someone easily subdued, yet Oh-chun's loyalty to her is unwavering. She cannot abandon Oh-chun. Put down the knife. I will release you, and I can even offer you some money. He merely seized Mr. Wen on a whim, unaware of the profound significance Mr. Wen held in Tang An's heart. At this moment, Ma Qingyun's smirk deepened with satisfaction. Are you afraid of his death? Or are you more concerned about losing your benefits if he dies? Ha ha ha. He laughed brazenly, while Oh-chun remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. The cold blade had already pierced her skin, blood cascading down and staining her shirt. Do not involve the innocent. This matter is between you and me. Ma Qingyun scoffed. What do you think you are? An embodiment of justice? You do not represent justice. Tang An followed Ma Qingyun's words, admitting, indeed, I cannot embody justice. I have laid down my weapon and acknowledged my wrongdoing. I am haunted by the grudge from that time, Principal Ma. I was wrong. As Tang An took a step back, Ma Qingyun advanced with a sinister grin, declaring, to admit one's mistakes is to accept the consequences. In any case, I can no longer remain here. Give me money, all of your money, Mr. Wen. Hand over the funds, and I shall release you. Ma Qingyun's agitation was palpable, his breath quickening. Oh-chun, lifting her chin in a panicked tone, replied, all right, I will give you the money. Just let me go. Seizing the moment that Ma Qingyun neglected, Guanya stealthily maneuvered to his rear and delivered a swift kick to his arm, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground. Lu Bai seized the opportunity to pull Mr. Wen to safety. Ma Qingyun nearly stumbled to the ground, his body rolling forward, fortuitously grasping the firearm that Tang An had relinquished. The ominous barrel of the gun was now aimed at Tang An. You wretch, do you think so highly of yourself? You have ruined me once, and now you seek to do so again. Ma Qingyun swiftly chambered around, leaving Tang An no time to react. Bang! A dark void appeared in Ma Qingyun's skull, blood gushing forth from the small aperture. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang An surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, yet he could not discern the identity of the shooter. Guan Yamin astutely noticed a thin wisp of white smoke emanating from Lu Bai's fingertips. Cautiously, she moved closer to Lu Bai and swiftly grasped his hand. What happened? Lu Bai feigned ignorance, though the lingering scent of gunpowder still clung to his fingers. Guan Yu would not be mistaken. The shooter must be Lu Bai. Yet, how could this be? The weapon was conspicuously absent from his grasp. His hands were completely empty. How could one take a life without a firearm? Lu Bai stopped pretending. Everyone witnessed it. Tang An traced up Lu Bai's sleeve, attempting to unearth the concealed gun within, yet found nothing at all. I have already stated it was not me. Perhaps it was divine intervention. Tang An was indeed skeptical. Have you prepared a backup plan? As further evasion seemed futile, Lu Bai feigned indifference and replied, surely, I cannot simply stand by while he threatens your life. Although I harbor some disdain for you, we are, after all, relatives, are we not? How did you manage that? Lu Bai glanced at Mr. Wen and then at Guanya. He then proceeded to enter the bedroom, with Tang An following closely behind. Guanya and Oh-chun wisely refrained from approaching. This is actually something my mother left for me. Lu Bai touched his arm, revealing a sleek, fair section of skin that was suddenly adorned with a black metallic bracelet. It It was entirely dark, with a hole approximately 10 millimeters in diameter at its center, from which the bullet had emerged. Chapter 139, Changing Masters. Tang An had never encountered such an object and could scarcely fathom how it discharged bullets, let alone how it so accurately struck Ma Qingyun's forehead. The Dan An Company had established a military base in a specific region where this firearm was manufactured. It possessed the capability to directly lock onto targets, set paths, and eliminate them with precision. Tang An, this military base operates under Lu Nana's administration, is truly unfathomable. Was this military base constructed through a system? Indeed, there is no need for gratitude. My sole intention is to prevent your demise. Furthermore, Ma Qingyun indeed deserved to die. Whether you acted or I did, the outcome would be the same. Lu Bai regained her proud demeanor. I will not express gratitude, Tang An huffed. She felt there were no private words to exchange with Lu Bai and, having clarified the intelligence, exited the room. Ma Qingyun's corpse remained in the room, and O-Chun was concerned that announcing his death would incite chaos and strife among the subordinates, a situation he would be unable to control. Tang An remained unhurried, effortlessly lifting Ma Qingyun's arm and transporting his lifeless body behind the adjacent cabinet. As for the pool of blood on the ground, he left it as it was. In this merciless realm, such scenes were all too common. Even if someone were to witness it, they would not be taken aback. Upon receiving news from Tang An, Shen Huang promptly requested additional personnel from his superiors. The list provided by Tang An contained several hundred names, each associated with bloodshed, comprised of truly nefarious individuals who warranted serious attention. It was imperative to equip ourselves with heavy weaponry. Let us not forget that they possess numerous advanced armaments. We must be adequately prepared for defense. In light of the previous bloody lesson, the military must ensure thorough preparation this time. Shen Huang furrowed his brow, acknowledging the necessity for defense. However, given the current temperature, vehicles were incapable of transporting heavy weaponry into Dan An Company. Transportation posed a significant challenge. Shen Huang needed to ascertain the actual circumstances from Tang An before making any decisions. Upon contacting Tang An, she suggested that Shen Huang should not bring any heavy weaponry at all. It would suffice to bring personnel directly. There was no need even for vehicles to transport prisoners. After all, Dan An Company had everything one could need. One could simply take what was required. Even if something was lacking at Dan An Company, Tang An assuredly possessed it. Despite his reservations, Shen Huang ultimately chose to trust Tang An. Are you certain that your informant's information is accurate? What guarantees do you have for everyone's safety should something go awry? He inquired. I cannot provide any guarantees, but we have no other options. I am willing to trust Tang An. If you do not wish for me to lead the team, I am prepared to go alone, he resolutely declared. Seeing Shen Huang's determination, the leader relented, permitting him to take only his own team to Dan An Company. Upon their arrival at the entrance, at Lu Bai's gesture, someone opened the door for them. I will go and meet you, he stated. Unbeknownst to Li Lingyan, who was uncertain of Lu Bai's intentions in liaising with the military, he discreetly dispatched personnel to monitor the situation, ready to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Tang An personally went to fetch them, bringing all of them to Mr. Wen's office. Those who have committed crimes, of course, must be sent in. I've already obtained evidence of their wrongdoing. Lu Bai let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he did not contribute much to the establishment of Dan An Company in Anding City, yet he could only watch helplessly as Tang An drove the company to its demise, feeling a pang of regret for the squandered funds. Do as you wish, but do not forget your promise to me. Whatever Lu Bai asked of her, she would undoubtedly fulfill. Since entering, Shen Huang had been keenly attuned to the unfolding situation. He was astounded by Tang An's prowess in seizing control of Dan An Company so decisively. Tang An, what are your plans? How should we collaborate? Shen Huang inquired. I will convene a meeting with all the company personnel shortly, alongside Lu Bai. During the meeting, you may close the doors of the venue. Lu Bai will assist me with the handover, and once that is complete, you may escort everyone on your list away. This was Tang An's arrangement. For beyond those with criminal records, there remained a portion of individuals merely trying to make a living. For these individuals, she did not wish to sever their means of survival. They were mostly like Oh Chun, compelled to work at Dan Hong Company due to family or other circumstances, struggling for a better life while merely existing in the cracks of society. Moving forward, she hoped that Dan Hong Company could become one of the safe havens in Anding City. However, such a safe haven also required personnel. They could remain, but an explanation was necessary. I understand. I will heed your advice. Shen Huang chose to trust Tang An. Notification of the news required some time, and by evening, the lighting in Dan Hong Company dimmed. Everyone gathered on the 5th floor, exchanging glances and whispering speculations about the significant changes the company was about to undergo, especially regarding the assembly of all personnel. Once attendance was confirmed, Liu Bai and Tang An stood side by side at the forefront of the crowd, microphones in hand, attired in proper suits. Though they were two young individuals, the aura they exuded commanded respect and attention. This large-scale meeting was unprecedented at Dan Hong Company. Li Lingyan could not help but wonder if, at that moment, Mr. Wen was absent due to some misfortune. Could his predicament be connected to the woman beside Liu Bai? I am uncertain, but I do find that girl somewhat familiar. When Li Wenjing encountered Tang An for the second time, Tang An had altered her appearance. At that moment, she had intended to be wary of Ma Qingyun, but fortuitously encountered Li Wenjing, who was face-blind, allowing her to evade recognition. Though Li Wenjing had some impression of Tang An's true visage buried deep in her memory, the clarity of that impression did not align with the identity of its owner. You may have encountered them before. Let us first observe their predicament. Should Mr. Wen meet with misfortune, this situation may indeed take an unexpected turn. It appears that old Ma's fortune is also lacking. Could it be that this woman is somehow linked to Liu Bai's two elder sisters? Upon hearing Li Lingyan's words, Li Wenjing suddenly felt a pang of unease, for today was the first time she had ever heard the name Liu Jiao. Chapter 140. From now on, you shall be in charge here today. As Li Wenjing ascended from downstairs, a young and unfamiliar server inquired about her family affairs. He began by questioning her about her late husband and son, then proceeded to mention her two nieces residing in the Tao Weiyuan community. Initially, Li Wenjing regarded him with great suspicion. However, upon learning that he could assist in bringing her nieces to Dan Hong Company, her demeanor transformed, radiating immense joy. Since being cast out, she had been oblivious to the lives her nieces were leading, even uncertain of their very existence. Naturally, the prospect of reuniting with them was enticing. Nonetheless, Li Wenjing contemplated the implications of this individual's prior knowledge of her circumstances. He must have conducted an investigation, perhaps even harboring ulterior motives. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The individual assured Tang An that within a week, he would deliver her two nieces as a gesture of goodwill. Before he could articulate his intentions, Li Wenjing had already inquired what he desired from her. It was at this juncture that she first heard of Liu Jiao. One ought to comprehend that affluent families often find themselves embroiled in various matters. Our Dan Hong Company in Anding City belongs to the young Master Liu Bai, who is the offspring of the boss's new wife. In truth, the affairs of the wealthy are beyond our purview. We shall simply comply with their requests. The vagueness of his words only served to fuel Li Wenjing's imagination. She unconsciously began to envision herself in the position of the boss's daughter at Dan Hong Company. Her father had taken a young stepmother, who bore him a son, and the family favored males over females, rendering her status precarious. Without the need for further elaboration, Li Wenjing instinctively aligned herself with Liu Jiao's perspective. What is it that you require of me? Upon hearing Li Wenjing's willingness to inquire, the individual sensed the potential for success. You may gather information here, and should anything arise, feel free to communicate with me. If matters unfavorable to Liu Jiao come to light, you can prepare in advance. The thought of refusal was daunting for Li Wenjing. The individual had already discovered the whereabouts of her nieces and likely possessed comprehensive knowledge of her family's affairs. She could not afford to gamble with such stakes. What are you contemplating? Do you know something? Li Lingyan observed the divergence in Li Wenjing's thoughts, a seed of suspicion germinating within her. Li Wenjing offered an awkward smile and remarked, "What do I really know? Perhaps it is best to listen to what these leaders have to say." On the stage, Liu Bai raised a microphone and proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. I am Liu Bai, the The affairs of our Danhong company will henceforth be overseen by my sister, Tang An. However, before that, some individuals must face the consequences of their actions. Sister, the floor is yours. It was evident that Liu Bai had little inclination to engage further with this group. His attachment to the company was minimal. It merely served as a means for him to earn money. Even in its absence, other opportunities would undoubtedly arise. Tang An seized the microphone and declared, "Upon my takeover of Danhong Company, this establishment shall transform into a sanctuary for the people, rather than a haven for foreign tycoons whose hearts differ from ours. Those among you stained with blood shall face the repercussions of your actions. Shen Huang, you may enter now." As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the implications of his words, Shen Huang strode in, flanked by armed associates. "Everyone, remain still. Those whose names I call, step forward." Danhong Company possessed vehicles capable of operating under extreme temperatures. Prior to gathering this group, Tang An had ensured thorough searches were conducted to prevent any weapons from entering their midst. Consequently, Shen Huang's subsequent operations progressed with remarkable ease. Li Lingyan was the first to be summoned, burdened with the weight of countless lives. He remained oblivious to the unfolding situation as Shen Huang's men swiftly restrained him with handcuffs, inciting panic among the onlookers. The circumstances appeared dire. The number of individuals at Danhong Company far exceeded that of Shen Huang's entourage. While Shen Huang hesitated, Tang An preemptively fired a warning shot. "You are all acutely aware of what you have done. Those innocent shall find stability here at Danhong Company, and I assure you, you will not be wronged. Yet, those culpable shall not evade their deserved punishment." This cleansing ordeal persisted throughout the night, with vehicles making countless trips between the military and Danhong Company. It was only at this juncture that the leadership recognized the complete eradication of the current Danhong Company. This was indeed a significant achievement, albeit one that Shen Huang did not regard as paramount. In comparison to this grand accomplishment, he was far more concerned with Tang and himself. "You haven't made some promise to Liu Bai to acquire this company, have you?" Shen Huang inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. "I indeed made a promise. I must escort him to Huning City. I may require your assistance in this matter. What say you?" For Shen Huang, this task was trivial. "No problem, I can handle that. What are your subsequent plans?" Now, Danhong Company had become little more than a hollow shell. After expelling the criminal elements, Tang An could fully leverage the company as potential. Shen Huang was eager to inquire about Tang An's intentions, pledging to offer his utmost support should it be needed. "And Ding City is in need of a new supplier. I will take on this responsibility, but the prices will remain at pre-apocalyptic levels, devoid of the inflated cost characteristic of Danhong Company." This had always been Tang An's aspiration, albeit expedited due to Liu Bai's involvement. Shen Huang was not surprised by Tang An's vision. He believed that this was precisely the culmination for which Tang An had been striving. However, should the endeavor be executed without military backing and solely under Tang An's stewardship, it would prove to be a formidable challenge. "How about I introduce you to someone?" Shen Huang's position is rather modest. It is only due to Wang Yang from Bayan City that he holds any influence in Anding City. As for overseeing the supply issues of the entire Danhong Company, and even the whole of Anding City, Shen Huang cannot make decisions unilaterally. At this juncture, he contemplated the prominent leader, Pang Ming. Pang Ming's official rank is comparable to that of Wang Yang, and he is currently the foremost authority in all of Anding City. In any case, the Danhong Company has now merely become an empty shell, posing little threat. Tang An directly pushed Oh Chun before everyone. Without the guise of Mr. Wen's identity, Oh Chun appeared somewhat uneasy standing in front of the crowd. At this moment, Tang An instilled immense confidence in him. "From now on, you shall be the master here." Chapter 141, Air Conditioner Sold Out. So, the individual before her is indeed Tang Jing's sister. Tang An, who then was the person she encountered a couple of days ago? She stood hesitantly in place, contemplating whether to strike up a conversation with Tang An, yet fearing that Tang An might not recognize her. If the person who had sought her out previously was not Tang An, would it be too abrupt to attempt to establish a connection? "Li Wenjing, come here." The summoned Li Wenjing was startled, her face lighting up with joy upon realizing that Tang An was calling her. However, as she approached, she found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of what to say. "Oh Chun, please find a position for Li Wenjing. She is the sister-in-law of both me and Liu Bai. Consider it a matter of familial ties. Sister-in-law, rest assured that the company will not engage in any illegal business henceforth. Oh Chun will be your superior, and you may seek her assistance for any difficulties you encounter." Li Wenjing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Tang An would remember her, let alone arrange a position for her. Her first instinct was to worry that this development might jeopardize Tang An's safety, prompting her to immediately inform her about the impersonation incident. "I am aware of the situation. Oh Chun will assist me in handling it." After giving her instructions, Tang An patted Oh Chun on the shoulder, saying, "I leave this in your capable hands. Gather the remaining personnel, and you may determine their salaries." Oh Chun nodded. This time, she genuinely felt empowered to rise to the occasion. With Oh Chun present, Tang An felt a temporary sense of relief regarding the company. She had managed to cultivate a degree of influence in Mr. Wen's position, and moreover, the nefarious individuals had already been taken away by Shen Huang, making her future endeavors considerably easier. Having departed from Dan Hong Company, they had been busy all night. Guanya had previously worked under Shen Huang and was familiar with him. During this operation to escort criminals, she had lent considerable assistance. Lacking Tang An's stamina, she bore the toll of a sleepless night, with dark circles forming under her eyes, rendering her appearance particularly lackluster. "Tang An, everyone has been seen off. I shall now rest at Teo Weiyuan Community. I am utterly exhausted." She yawned, having toiled through the night. In addition to dealing with the company personnel, they had also confiscated weapons from the wealthy foreign residents residing below Dan Hong Company and escorted them away. Fortunately, Shen Huang had subsequently requested reinforcements. Otherwise, given the magnitude of the task, they might not have completed it in a single night. With Dan Hong Company now under their control, her immediate concerns had dissipated. However, managing the operations of Dan Hong Company remained a challenge. She aspired to swiftly integrate the systematic factory production with Dan Hong Company. "I have completed my report. Would you like to meet briefly? It won't take long." Outside, the oppressive heat gradually waned. A breeze stirred, though the temperature remained high, and even the wind carried warmth. Nevertheless, it was still a promising sign. Tang An directed them to drive the vehicle away. Most of the items from Dan Hong Company were related to the system. If he could comprehend this vehicle, it appeared that Tang An could develop an upgraded version through the system. In this way, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Upon Tang An's initial entry into the workplace of Shen Huang, he found it indistinguishable from Bayan City, characterized by its strict military discipline. The vehicle came to a steady halt, and Tang An proceeded into the office building. The decor, reminiscent of the 1980s, greeted his gaze. The walls of the corridor were adorned with green, eco-friendly materials, embellished with banners and slogans, while the exterior bore a striking resemblance to Bayan City. The interior was evidently quite dilapidated. Shen Huang provided a brief introduction, clarifying that he did not directly report to Commander Pang. However, this particular matter had garnered Commander Pang's special attention, thus affording Shen Huang the opportunity to present his work directly to him. The conditions here were rather poor, lacking even air conditioning, making residence in such an environment quite arduous. Tang An noticed the swaying ceiling fan overhead, which could offer only a meager respite from the heat, insufficient to render the living conditions of those residing here any more comfortable. In contrast, the family building in Anding could truly be deemed luxurious. The situation was arduous, as air conditioners were entirely unavailable, completely sold out. In the past, summers did not reach such soaring temperatures, allowing everyone to endure. Before Shen Huang broached the subject, Tang An had never considered the scarcity of air conditioners. She had taken it for granted that in such sweltering weather, everyone would certainly seek to purchase and utilize air conditioning to survive. However, in conditions like these, manufacturers of air conditioners would not be operating, and the stock in stores had long since been depleted. At this juncture, the absence of air conditioning meant enduring the heat. "Let us proceed inside. I shall address the matter of air conditioning," Tang An inquired. "Do you have air conditioning where you reside?" Indeed, last year, in an effort to improve the environment, Air conditioning units were installed in our dormitories, utilizing the budget originally allocated for office renovations. This reflects the tradition of our nation, where leaders care for their subordinates, and elders harbor concern for the younger generation. As the two continued their conversation and ascended the stairs, the sound of their dialogue caught the attention of Pang Ming. Unable to suppress his anxiety, emerged directly from the office. Upon first encountering Pang Ming, Tang An immediately sensed the significance he placed on their meeting. Outside, the temperature soared to 50 degrees, yet he donned a remarkably formal attire, creating a stark contrast with those in casual wear. "You must be Comrade Tang An. Greetings. I am Pang Ming, the regiment commander of our military district. I appreciate the effort you have put forth on your journey." Pang Ming solemnly saluted. To contribute to the nation, this young lady before him merited utmost respect. With a maturity surpassing her years, Tang An humbly replied, "Please, no need for formality. I am here today to discuss the subsequent cooperation between Danhong Company and the military. Kindly share your requirements, and I shall endeavor to resolve any issues." From Pang Ming's demeanor, Tang An felt a sense of reassurance. Given the importance of the visitor, Pang Ming had taken the liberty to wipe down the office with a bottle of water. A small fan struggled to turn on the desk, offering no semblance of relief from the heat. "Do you reside here?" Tang An inquired, noting a foldable bed in the corner that barely exceeded a meter in width, eliciting a pang of sympathy within her. As a commander, he surely deserved better accommodations, including a comfortable bed and air conditioning. Pang Ming was not only an honest official, but also a diligent one. Collaborating with such a principled leader assured reliability. "Danhong Company has always been a thorn in our side. How did you manage to dismantle it?" As soon as they were seated, Commander Pang eagerly inquired about the downfall of Danhong Company. That group had inflated prices, further exacerbating the hardships of the populace. Shen Huang had painstakingly located Danhong's stronghold, only for their team to suffer near annihilation. Compared to the advanced weaponry of Danhong Company, their own arms were cumbersome and ill-suited for the sweltering conditions. Carrying such heavy equipment made it nearly impossible to venture outside, let alone eradicate Danhong Company. The feat Tang An accomplished in a single day left Pang Ming furrowing his brows. The relatives of capitalists were also capitalists. He began to feel apprehensive. If today's meeting was merely a means for Tang An to solicit his support in an overtly ambitious manner, he would have to dismiss her. "Oh, I see. Is your cousin among those detained?" Shen Huang silently lamented the misfortune of this situation. If Commander Pang perceived a connection between Tang An and the owner of Danhong Company, he would undoubtedly reject their collaboration, regardless of the benefits Tang An could provide that would align with Pang Ming's desire for stability in the city. As it happened, Pang Ming was unaware of the intricacies of the company's affairs. Upon learning of the situation, he had promptly supplied a list of criminals and evidence of their crimes, urging that these individuals be brought to justice. Voluntarily confessing? That demonstrates wisdom. The tension in Pang Ming's brow eased slightly. "Now I understand. No wonder Comrade Tang An managed to subdue Danhong Company without a single casualty. I'm slightly younger than Shen Huang. You may call me Little Tang." Tang An chuckled lightly, remarking that their inquiries were entirely warranted. Engaging with a tiger for its skin can lead to a perilous fate. By deliberately emphasizing her youth, Tang An aimed to lower her own stature, thereby alleviating the vigilance of her counterparts. "Xiao Tang, I shall speak candidly," said Pang Ming. "Our restraint from taking action against Danhong Company was not solely due to their advanced weaponry, but also because we acknowledged their significant contributions to the supply of materials within our city. Although their prices are exorbitantly high, we are utterly reliant on Danhong Company for our resources." What are your thoughts on this? In truth, prior to this, Shen Huang had already briefed Commander Pang on the collaboration between Bayan City and Tang, and Pang Ming harbored skepticism regarding Tang An's capabilities, particularly after learning that her cousin was the former owner of Danhong Company, prompting him to seek further understanding of her. Faced with Pang Ming's inquiry, Tang An spoke with unwavering confidence. "The foremost concern is the supply of water. The equipment from Lihe Factory has already arrived in Bayan City and commenced production. While this resolves the drinking water issue for Bayan, it has placed Anding City in a precarious position. My priority will be to address the insufficient water resources ensuring that each person receives 5 bottles of water daily. The additional water will be sold to relevant departments at 1 yuan per bottle, with government personnel tasked with distribution to the populace. Pang Ming initially thought he had misheard. 1 yuan per bottle for water? The coastline has receded significantly, and groundwater is no longer accessible. I have heard that even Lihe Company's water source has been converted to seawater, dramatically increasing filtration costs, necessitating price hikes. Under such circumstances, how can Tang An offer water at 1 yuan per bottle? Is the quality of this water reliable? Pang Ming's primary concern was quality. Directly bottling seawater for public consumption would be unacceptable. Shen Huang interjected, the quality will not be an issue. Currently, the Taoyuan community is utilizing this water, which has indeed resolved their water needs. Pang Ming had already conducted an investigation into Tang An's background and was aware that she resided in the Taoyuan community. It seemed that prior to their contact, Tang An had already assisted numerous individuals. That is reassuring, but regarding the price of 1 yuan per bottle, you might consider increasing it, as the demand for water will be substantial. If you cannot sustain operations, Anding City will lack other suppliers to fulfill this need, exacerbating the difficulties faced by the populace. Rest assured, I can sustain operations. When misfortune befalls, someone must bear the consequences. You need not worry. In addition to water, we will offer food, daily necessities, and pharmaceuticals at the current sales points of Dan An Company. They possess all the necessary credentials, so you need not fret about that. However, considering the weather conditions, Dan An Company can provide vehicles to connect various stations and residential areas in a manner akin to public transport, addressing essential travel needs. This is an idea Tang An has only recently conceived. For those who own vehicles, the sweltering heat in Anding City renders their cars nearly unusable. For those without cars, travel becomes even more arduous. Many non-essential activities have been suspended, significantly diminishing the public's need to venture outside. However, there are always occasions that necessitate leaving one's abode. Walking for merely 10 minutes in 50-degree heat can lead to heat stroke, and half an hour could prove fatal. The inconvenience of transportation urgently requires resolution. I will not be stringent regarding qualifications. If you can provide medication, even without proper credentials, I will grant you passage. After all, exceptional circumstances warrant exceptional measures. A principle I comprehend. I am not concerned about pricing. What matters is that you ensure the safety of food and pharmaceuticals, as well as the vehicles involved. My primary worry, as expressed by Tang An, pertains to the issue of vehicular safety. Given the extreme outdoor temperatures, an explosion could pose significant danger to those inside the vehicle. It is far better to restrict public outings than to risk such peril. The safety of vehicles is indeed a matter of utmost concern, and I will ensure that they are deemed roadworthy before they are allowed to travel. Tang An elaborated. Chapter 143. The Exclusive Driver. Tang An's attitude far exceeded Pang Ming's expectations. She meticulously considered all aspects of the common people's lives. Ultimately, what concerns everyone revolves around the essentials of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In the sweltering heat, the most manageable issue is that of clothing. One merely needs to endure the unpleasant odor of dirty garments. Anding City, being a modest locale, predominantly houses those who possess their own homes, rendering housing concerns relatively minor and almost negligible. The primary worries now lie with food and transportation. The government is addressing food supply issues, and Tang An has also exerted her efforts in this regard. Currently, she is not overly anxious about food provisions, as her prices closely mirror those of the previous market rates, making them affordable for the majority. Furthermore, banks have suspended loan repayments, effectively granting a reprieve. Lastly, transportation presents a significant challenge. Due to the oppressive weather, venturing outside has become nearly impossible. One risks succumbing to the heat or remains confined indoors. Tang An is currently engaged in transforming the impossible into the possible, as the vehicles modified by Dan An Company are capable of operating in both extreme heat and cold. This initiative not only facilitates the transportation of goods, but, more critically, enables patients and medical personnel to access hospitals, thereby allowing emergency departments to save more lives. Given the magnitude of this venture, what assistance might you require from me? Pang Mingguang listened and perceived that such accomplishments could not be achieved by this young woman alone. Even a seasoned businessman must possess a reliable team before he can hope to manage such undertakings. I require your help in recruiting individuals of high integrity and capability to join Dan Han Company. And I also need you to act as a supervisor to prevent any instances of corruption or self-enrichment. This request is evidently reasonable. If I can serve as a supervising entity, Pang Ming would feel more at ease. Shen Huang, please make a note of this matter. In due course, I will contact more professional supervisors to intervene. Additionally, I will do my utmost to assemble the team you require. Pang Ming appeared quite pleased. Tang An surveyed the room and inquired, Captain Pang, is there any way we can address the issue with the air conditioning? Pang Ming, in high spirits, seemed unconcerned about the air conditioning, responding, I don't mind. A little heat is nothing. When I was on missions in the Northwest, the weather was just as sweltering, and I managed to endure it. He continued, I'll go prepare now. Should you encounter any difficulties while establishing the safety base, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist. With that, Tang An prepared to take her leave. At that moment, Shen Huang called out to Tang An, there indeed are challenges in constructing the safety base. Firstly, the reserves for the air conditioning are inadequate, and secondly, due to the drought, both tidal and wind energy generation are exceedingly challenging, leading to insufficient power supply. These were the issues that Shen Huang had observed. Upon hearing this, Pang Ming hesitated. In truth, these difficulties were real, yet he felt reluctant to burden Tang An further. She had already resolved many of their problems. After all, no one is omnipotent, and it would be unreasonable to place all the pressure on a single individual. Tang An did not immediately acquiesce. She needed to ascertain the capabilities of the system before proceeding. Ideally, it would be able to produce air conditioners or solar panels. If such production was not feasible, she would have to devise a solution, though it would likely require assistance from Liu Bai. After all, aside from her missing mother, Liu Bai was the only individual within her acquaintance who possessed any understanding of this system. Let us go. Allow me to see you off. Access to water is our most fundamental necessity, followed by food and transportation. Only thereafter do air conditioning and solar power come into play. In truth, Pang Ming harbored considerable uncertainty regarding Tang An's situation. Nevertheless, she had consented, and he felt compelled to make an effort. Shen Huang accompanied Pang Ming as they escorted Tang An downstairs. After much insistence from Tang An, Pang Ming finally ascended the stairs. He urged Shen Huang to ensure Tang An returned home safely and inquired whether she required military protection. Should the need arise, they would allocate additional personnel to safeguard her residence or the Dan Han Company. Tang An pondered within her heart, seemingly realizing that there was no one who could pose a threat to her. Thus, she declared that she did not require protection. Tang An felt a tinge of disappointment. Had he acquiesced, perhaps they would have had more opportunities to meet. When does Liu Bai intend to depart? Shen Huang inquired. If Dan Han Company assists in providing essential supplies, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly busy thereafter, making it seemingly more challenging to see her. Just a few days more. He continued, I too hope that Liu Bai leaves soon. Otherwise, prolonged nights may breed unnecessary worries, and I remain restless. The weather seems to have improved compared to before, and a breeze has begun to stir recently. Tang An stood at the doorway, gazing at the parched branches swaying in the wind as leaf cascaded to the ground. November was fast approaching. In previous years, by this time, long garments would have already adorned the people, yet now the heat persisted, soaring to a sweltering 40 or 50 degrees. This in itself was an extraordinary occurrence, but how many extraordinary events have transpired? She was aware that it would not be long before the weather abruptly turned cold, and the heating facilities would be utterly incapable of keeping pace with the plummeting temperatures. Many would succumb to that winter, herself included. Perhaps the chill was a harbinger of an impending calamity. Who could truly ascertain? Tang An inquired with concern. Shen Huang nodded. He found himself at a loss for words, sensing an increasing distance between them. Tang An was no longer the barefoot girl who walked in the acid rain that he had first encountered. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Huang had surprisingly become Tang An's dedicated chauffeur. This realization stirred a sense of embarrassment within him. Yet he also felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that it was he who had been chosen for this role. Rest assured, my driving skills are excellent, and I will fulfill my duty as your driver to ensure your safety, he reassured her. As you embark on your journey with Dan Hong Company, I can only imagine the myriad of potential dangers that may lurk around you. Exercise caution in all matters, Shen Huang couldn't help but advise. Tang An gazed into Shen Huang's eyes. His gaze was filled with concern and fervor, both passionate and gentle. The once unyielding demeanor had transformed into one of tenderness. It matters not. In the face of peril, is it not true that you are still here with me? Tang An smiled with a sense of ease and contentment. With the acquisition of Dan Hong Company secured, she finally exhaled in relief. The ambitions she harbored had reached the halfway mark, and perhaps the rest would require their joint endeavor. Indeed, she had him by her side. Shen Huang bestowed upon Tang An a gaze filled with trust and reliability. Chapter 144. The Heart. Their relationship appeared to be growing increasingly intimate. It was a matter that, though initially broached, remained awkward to fully articulate. Shen Huang's apprehension stemmed from the uncertainty of witnessing the morrow, while Tang An's concern lay in the unspoken sentiments that Shen Huang had never voiced. Tang An remained untroubled by matters of the heart. Shen Huang hesitated, contemplating whether to accompany Tang An inside to offer a greeting. Eventually, Shen Huang cheerfully followed suit. He had grown accustomed to the layout of the household, seamlessly settling back into the residence he had once inhabited. Didn't you promise to take me to Huning City? Naturally, I must accompany you home. Look at you. Do you think I would impose on you? Lu Bai said with a mischievous smile. Tang An, disinterested in his words, remarked, Shen Huang, why don't you take her away today? Otherwise, it would be rather inconvenient for the two of us girls to stay with him. Though Shen Huang remained silent, his heart brimmed with joy. At long last, this vexatious antagonist was departing. Lu Bai, with a mournful expression, lamented, Am I truly so unbearable? You wish to send me away so soon? I have yet to make proper arrangements. The advantage of having multiple rooms was that everyone possessed their own personal space. Outside, the heat was oppressive, yet the roads remained passable, requiring no detours. Remembering that there were still many of Lu Bai's belongings within the system, Tang An resolved to retrieve them before his departure. Hearing the sounds of movement emanating from Tang An's room, Shen Huang, driven by curiosity, followed her. The door was ajar, yet Shen Huang politely knocked. Do you require assistance? Come in. I have some items that Lu Bai may need. Could you perhaps take them with you? Tang An was primarily concerned about the possibility of surveillance devices or listening apparatus hidden within these items. After all, with such an extraordinary system in place, one could never be too cautious about the peculiarities that might arise. Tang An certainly did not wish to live under the watchful eyes of others. It's all right. I can assist you with this. These items had originally been placed directly into the system at Lu Bai's residence, thus lacking any form of packaging. Packing these assorted objects was indeed a bit of a hassle. Having not resided there for long, the house offered no old bags to use. How was Tang An to manage this? Sitting by the window, Tang An felt a sense of worry. The water tank at Villa 19 should be of no use. I shall go borrow it, Shen Huang remarked as he prepared to leave, but Tang An seemed to interject, after a day and night of hard work. You ought to rest. We still need to drive Lu Bai later. Don't overexert yourself. I can handle it myself. Tang An, without any hesitation, pushed Shen Huang onto his bed. What began as a mere attempt to ensure Shen Huang could rest properly unexpectedly took on an air of ambiguity as it unfolded in the intimate setting of a bedroom. Shen Huang stood firmly, but instinctively resisted Tang An's push by grasping his arm in a defensive gesture. However, he soon recalled that it was Tang An who had encouraged him to rest, and it was also Tang An who had urged him onto the bed. Consequently, he yielded to the situation with a sense of inevitability. The weather was sweltering, and Shen Huang had toiled through the day and night. Yet there was not a hint of perspiration upon him. Instead, his firm chest emanated only the intoxicating scent of burgeoning hormones. Tang An's head rested upon Shen Huang's chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating clearly. Thump, thump, it echoed rapidly. I'm sorry, Shen Huang's expression shifted to one of immediate embarrassment. He instinctively yearned for such intimate contact, Yet the nature of their relationship was not that of lovers. Tang An remained in a daze for quite some time, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and budding emotions, until a sudden realization jolted her upright from the bed. Her face was completely flushed, and sweat beaded on her palms and forehead. It's all right, it's all right. You should rest well. You can stay here, she said, noting that her previous room had yet to be tidied. With that, Tang An fled her own room as if escaping a disaster. Shen Huang felt an inexplicable sense of loss for the fleeting moments when Tang An lay upon his chest, stirring within him a powerful surge of emotion. Tang An is so petite and delicate. Her presence exudes an enchanting fragrance that makes it exceedingly difficult for one to remain indifferent. Now, the entire room is suffused with the essence of Tang An. In this moment, Shen Huang feels utterly captivated, his desire to pursue a romantic relationship with her reaching its zenith. Sleep eludes him, as thoughts of Tang An fill his mind entirely. Once he is tidied up, it is already noon. How could I possibly embark on the establishment of an air conditioning factory in this month of the sheep? Tang An's first thought was of the position held by Pang Ming, yet the office lacked even a single air conditioning unit. In such sweltering weather, dressed in formal attire, she was greeted with utmost reverence. His sincerity reflected how much he valued her presence. The more he honored her, the more she felt compelled not to disappoint him. Greetings, Master. To activate the factory, a goodwill value of 500,000 is required. Shall we proceed? Money was no obstacle, for her mother possessed the formidable Black Wind treasure. In an instant, both Black Wind and Tang An found themselves within the expansive workshop of a factory. The scale of the facility was impressive, filled with an array of diverse equipment. Before Tang An stood a man clad in deep blue overalls. Greetings, Master. I am Li Chuang, a former engineer. You may express your requirements to me. I will design products according to your specifications and arrange for production, with capacity adjustable to your needs. Li Chuang exuded professionalism, and his words instilled confidence. It seemed that the NPCs within the system were indeed formidable figures,